Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Captain J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, presented by ESPN Bet. Along with Double A, Adam Abdalla in for Cap. I'm Jay Hood. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
You as well. Hello.
Hello, sir.
It's been since yesterday.
Just on the street.
Yeah, I saw you.
I want to guarantee you our show on the street's going to be way more entertaining than this one.
Just on the corner right there. As I was exiting the parking lot and you were walking into the parking lot.
Well, hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Let me just tell you, that show was a banger. This one, we'll be fine.
It'll be all right.
Yeah, it'll be all right. I do want to ask you, and by the way, Waddle will be with us early, a 7:35 Waddle Wednesday right here on the home for the Bears and the White Sox. I do want to ask you about this, sir, because no one is more, really on the pulse, knowing exactly what's going on in pop culture than Adam Abdalla. There's no question about it. I will ask you, though, Adam, this Kendrick Lamar. Yes, as he's referred to by many in this country. Yes, this Kendrick Lamar.
Not for me. Okay.
Yes, I've heard a lot of that. A lot of closed minds in this country. Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl jeans.
Yeah.
Now, that stood out as much as his jacket, of course, as he was all the way around the stage and performing. Were originally Timothée Chalamet's
Did he
jeans.
get those from Delia's?
I don't know. But apparently they are a size 29 women's.
29? Man.
According to the story from
I got to get in the gym.
From page 6. I don't understand. So Taylor McNeil, the same stylist as that Lamar and Chalamet have, they said that those jeans he wore were $1,300.
Woof. For some boot cuts? For some flares?
Yes.
Okay. I will tell you this.
29 women's pants, despite his size of a 33 waist.
I don't want to start the show with two Americas, but this is two Americas.
It is two Americas.
This is two Americas because
the whole show's two Americas.
Yeah, well, because I will tell you this, as someone who is of an age where in high school and in college, like pop punk and emo was like at its height. Right? Like you've all seen like everybody that makes the My Chemical Romance meme of the guy with like one eye covered with hair and he's wearing the guy liner.
Yes.
All that. My sister dated like 6 of these dudes. They were all wearing at the time, not me because I was wearing Jenkos for a little too long probably. Were wearing women's pants. That was a thing.
Really?
Yeah, they were wearing it was like before skinny jeans were like mainstream and popular. These guys had the tightest of jeans wearing women's pants.
So what does that signify? When you wear that, you put that on because?
I don't know because most of them, culturally speaking, don't have an ass.
Okay, all right.
So it's not. No, it's not doing. It's not. No, but my point is, listen. As someone who is half Egyptian, sometimes it's hard for me to buy jeans. So I have an ass. I understand.
Oh,
I understand. Listen. So I go into I have to try on jeans, but I can't just go in and be like 3230, hook it up.
He's just maximum Abdalla all the
I
time.
can't do it. I can't. Listen, man.
Apple bottom jeans.
Sometimes I'm thick with it. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Okay.
And that's okay. And by the way, we're guys. You can understand.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But the idea, if you're slender and you say that the men's jeans I see on the rack are not good enough for me because it doesn't fit my slender body.
I'm not going to the women's rack though.
But a women's jean works for.
That's fine
Kendrick
for
Lamar.
you. Listen. I think he just did it because It's fashionable. Fashion is fluid. It doesn't matter. We've seen like Harry Styles and all that kind of stuff. Popular musicians, popular artists. It doesn't matter. They just wear whatever. If it's a women's shirt, it's a shirt.
Right, you take it back to the 80s, a lot of these rock groups and,
of course.
and artists like David Bowie, they all wear like women's blouses and halter tops.
Of course.
The Led Zeppelin movie is out in IMAX theaters right now. Led Zeppelin was in bell-bottom jeans, and Jimmy Page was wearing a blouse in every concert they ever did.
Yep.
Yeah. Boots with the fur, all that kind of stuff.
Now, for someone like me who has shopped at the Husky section for the majority of his life, that's never been a problem.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to the Huskies.
Shout out to all the Huskies.
I've talked about that before. There was nothing like going into a store and going all the way to the back corner.
Yes.
Where the Husky boys section was, where they humiliated you.
Yes, the walk of shame, of course.
Yeah, you want to talk about fat shaming when you were like 8 years old, having to buy Husky boy jeans.
This is my granny's favorite word.
From like Union Bay.
Your granny what would she say?
She would bring clothes and say, yeah, he's kind of husky.
Oh, God.
I used to be like, come on, Grandma. Stop it.
That certainly was not a term of endearment.
Man.
But the whole thing, though, Adam, is that you go into there, again, back in the day, it was the Sears. You go into the Sears Roebuck.
Oh, yeah.
And you go there into the corner. Yeah, and you go there, and it's like, it's not out there front-facing when you walk through. You have to go kind of walk into the section, deep into the section, toward the back, near the bathroom.
Yeah.
And they would tell you, like, there it is right there, the Husky section of the jeans. Now, here's the thing. I've never been one to do what Timothy Chalamet or Kendrick's done because I couldn't fit in those jeans. And plus, I don't know if they'd look good on me. Like, I've never owned skinny jeans. How could I? Even if they're how could I butter my hips into a skinny jean? Now, if it's tapered to the ankle where it's not flared these, okay, fine.
Yes.
But the idea that I have to do, and by the way, and should jeans be that tight on a guy?
I mean, there was a time where skinny jeans were a thing. Now fashion has come like, not necessarily full circle, but looser jeans, bigger jeans are now back in style.
Baggy clothes are in right now.
Yeah, baggy clothes are in. Jenkos are somewhat back. I mean, look at what Justin Bieber walks around in. He walks around in like huge jeans. I mean, I used to be able to fit my entire backpack into my back pocket. Mm-hmm. I used to put the textbook in the back pocket.
Yes.
Along with the chain wallet. The reason you needed a chain wallet because your pockets were so deep. Basically, at the back of your knee, you had to use the chain to pull your wallet out whenever you needed it.
That's a bygone era right there.
Yeah, that's originally where the chain wallet came from because the pockets were so far down. And that was a time to be alive. You didn't have to go, hey, listen, fat kid, your clothes are in the back in the Husky section.
Right.
Jurko jeans were the best.
I would have been minus odds that you in high school had like the black denim jeans with a billion zippers on them.
No, I was more
you weren't goth.
I would have thought
No,
there was
no.
I would have thought there was an Abdalla goth phase in high school.
It was a punk phase. I had I had a jacket that definitely had spikes on it that was covered in patches of different bands and stuff like that.
Sure.
I never had the pants with like all the zippers all over it. I would wear like suit jackets and stuff like that from thrifting and stuff like. Yeah, I definitely went through the like Adam listens to punk music and like No Effects and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, and DOS Effects.
Yeah, yes, DOS Effects.
No Effects and DOS Effects.
Rex Effect, all that kind of stuff.
Effects,
Yeah.
so all of that. But Jay Moore, here's what's so great about you and I and Shay also, and the idea that when you're in the 90s and you've got the cross colors going, like when everyone was wearing baggy stuff, like it's the Michigan Wolverines and it's the Fab Five and they're wearing the biggest of the big shorts. Oh, yeah. When you went through a baggy phase, it's like no one knew where the skin ended. Where it started, where it began, because everything was just baggy, right?
It was all covered. Everything.
I'm talking about your Van Grack, top, your cross-colored jeans, everything. Your Black Knight, gym shoes, whatever. Right? Everything was big.
Can't forget about the Jabos. You got to have those a couple sizes a little larger.
So there was a guessing game at that time, Shay, on me. It's like, he's a big guy, but you can't tell because there's so much fabric. It's just there's just so much jean there. There's so much top there. You're just not sure. But that was the look, though. Everything was two or three sizes too big.
The best,
even the suits. You've seen the drafts.
Oh, absolutely.
The drafts. The suits were ridiculous in the 90s.
Listen, the best part about going to college during the tall tee era is when I put on the freshman 15. And because just from drinking, and you're like, all right, this isn't a problem. I can wear 2 shirts at the same time, cover up the rolls, wear the bigger jeans. The shirt, you go to Foot Locker and you get 3 for $20 of the shirts.
That's right.
It was like, all right, we got the wardrobe for the month. This is great.
That's right. That's like a good deal.
This is what we used to do.
Right.
I went to DePaul. There was the Foot Locker on the corner right here.
Yeah.
And I would go there, buy 3 for $20 and be like, all right, we're set. Sometimes you mix and match the extra large with the large, so you can wear the large shirt and wear the extra large over the large.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, dude. You had to hide the rolls, man.
Yes.
The ultimate cheat code was just like the flat colored T-shirt with the unbuttoned flannel over the top of it.
Yes.
The unbuttoned flannel over the flat colored T-shirt, and it's like nobody can tell how fat I am. This is awesome.
Listen, I'm not gonna say I've lost weight. I know I have.
Yes.
But that's why I still wear flannels every day, because it's still in me to be like, no, I got to cover this up still. It is still why I wear flannels every single day.
Flannel takes 5 pounds off.
1,000%.
And by the way, that is not a regional thing. That is across the country thing. That could be Pacific Northwest, definitely in the South, as you well know, Jay Moore.
Man.
Like you wearing the bandana, and you've got also the matching flannel and the white shirt underneath.
Listen, we almost had a vice president that was going to show up to the inauguration in a flannel.
Yes. Yes.
That's everywhere, man. That's not 2 Americas there.
No.
The flannel for cover up is everywhere.
Yeah, I still have a few.
You know what? It gets cold enough. I'm going to wear one.
Oh yeah, I wore one 2 days ago.
Yes, I have it in the back of the closet because I've been trying to pretend like this winter's not coming. So yeah, I do have a couple of those. Shane, if it gets like really bitter cold, like I'm coming in with the flannel. Be white shirt underneath.
Oh yeah.
Because it completes the look.
During the winter, you will not see me in anything but a flannel or hooded sweatshirt. That's it.
It's the best.
Every day. Because it's still in me to there's still man boobs. I got to cover these.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Let me tell you something. Ladies, all 3 of you listening. Ladies, let me tell you something. You think that you have a hard time trying to figure out what your ensemble is. What about us?
Listen.
We also a tough time trying to figure out exactly what we're going to wear.
We need to normalize Spanx for men.
Stop the music.
I'm just
Stop
saying.
the music.
I'm just saying.
What's that?
Listen, sometimes you get there. Why is there not form-fitting stuff for men? Why can't I hide the gut if I need to?
I don't think they have enough Spanx to help me. I don't think that would help me.
Imagine there's the section for men.
And I'm just putting them on. I put them on just like I'm putting 12.
Keep going.
Keep going.
You're almost there.
Go. 250. Perfect.
It's right. It's the Skims section for men.
I'm hoarding the Skims like eggs in the grocery store.
Oh, man.
I'm just taking a whole bunch
Who
of
would
them.
be the celebrity endorser if it's Kim Kardashian for women for Skims? Who would be the men's endorser, the celebrity endorser for? You could do it, absolutely.
Me.
There it is.
Me. It doesn't come bigger than me. Let's go. I'll do it.
Men, listen. Lifting is not just for women anymore. You want to lift and separate those butt cheeks?
Bro,
We're going to do it for men now, too.
Let me tell you something. Do you hear that over there, sales? MCs? Come on, let's go. Help us. Come on over there.
Here's Jonathan Hood. Let me tell you about Skims for men.
He's doing like the Sabrina Carpenter commercial. It's just Hoodie sitting on the end of a bed.
The bed tips over.
I saw one yesterday. It was Kim Kardashian, and it was like before Skims and after Skims, and it was just how much the butt was lifted.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, listen,
you started this by saying you have an ass.
absolutely. Listen, I identify with Kim Kardashian in that way. We got butts. There's nothing wrong with that.
What's that?
Nothing wrong with having a butt.
I have a butt. You better work it, girl.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You better work.
Side note, sidebar.
May I approach? You brought to you by Aiken Law.
This is the best bet on the show.
Yeah, we don't hear it very often.
This is the best bet on this show because as someone whose wife watches RuPaul's Drag Race, like every version, this is the best bet on this show. I laugh so hard every time this comes on because it's so much deeper than like I'm too sexy.
Yes.
Like that's why this is so great. I love it. Just breaking down the third wall for us or fourth wall for a second. Yeah. This is great. I love this bet. This is great.
It all depends on the subject, but like as soon as Jay Moore plays that, I immediately go and say, "You better work, girl."
Yeah.
It's like for no reason. It just we can talk about the White Sox, and all of a sudden
Zoolander. I can see the camera flashes at the end of the runway.
So men don't be afraid if you got an ass out there, men. There's nothing wrong with it. If you have to go to multiple stores to find a jean because for some reason, Banana Republic decided to change the cut of their jean and now it no longer fits your ass, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. We can lift and separate too.
Yes. I'm all for it. I think you started something. And I'll be glad to be the spokesperson.
There's a reason why some of us like Kim Kardashian.
Yes.
And some of us like Taylor Swift.
Yep.
She's got a really long back.
Yep.
Oh.
Damn.
That's not my line. I got to give credit for that line. I stole that from someone.
Put a crack in it?
She's got a really, really long back.
It's a landing pad.
Just really long back.
Yep. Oh, God.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I don't mind it.
No.
Just saying.
Yep. It's there.
No.
Well, there's that as well.
I feel like if you tighten the skims too much, that might be what happens.
You better work it, Carl. You better work that long back. Yes.
So if Kendrick wants to wear women's jeans, I don't care. Do whatever you want to.
Yes. I just want to bring it out, though, because, if it's the New York Post, they're going to put everything out there, even if it's not true.
Well, I do find it it's always funny to me, the men that are like, I would never. But that Dennis Rodman, that's my guy.
What happened there? Yes, what happened there?
They're all taking their sons to see the Led Zeppelin movie at IMAX.
Exactly.
And they're like, I'd never wear women's jeans.
You know who I loved? You know who had some great albums? That David Bowie. Excuse you?
Hey, what happened there?
But this isn't okay. Nope, sure, whatever. Nope, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
We already did the Caleb Williams thing, like when the Bears started winning. Like, hey, look at me, Bob. I did my nails just like Caleb. Look at that. I paint my nails too. That'll make me, you know what?
Exactly. That's my point. Is people have been doing this for years. What's wrong with it? Who cares?
I just always think that's always fascinating. By the way, the things that you won't do, then all of a sudden,
yeah, and it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Hey, Carl, is that you painting your nails? Yeah, because we're winning. Hey, Bears,
Carl, you look like you lost some weight there. Nope. Skims for men. Jonathan Hood told me about it. Promo code Hood. I feel great and I look great.
I mean, I just find the proclivities or the things that just like, know what? I'm never going to do that because I'm a guy. I'm a dude. I'll never do that.
Carl, what took so long in the bathroom? These damn skims, they won't come off.
The skims. I
had to cut a hole.
All right, back to the plant. All right, great. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Still to come, some thoughts about an article in The Athletic, theathletic.com, regarding maybe some trimming on the part of the Chicago Bears and their salaries and players. We'll get to that column and more of your phone calls coming up. Cap and J Hood, Adam Abdalla's in for Cap on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tonight at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Most people think that an insurance company is only obligated to pay, at most, the full extent of the policy limit. And usually that's true. But at the Verdoliak Law Group, we've proven that's not always the case. Recently, we represented an elderly woman who was injured in an accident. She suffered significant injuries that dramatically diminished the quality of her life. This was clearly a case that was worth more than the insurance limit. But we knew that since she was elderly, the insurance company was going to play their delay game and stretch things out as long as possible. Knowing this, we gave the insurance company 30 days to pay the full policy limit and told them if they didn't pay within the 30 days, we'd never accept the full policy and would pursue more. Sure enough, they delayed another 14 months before offering to pay their full limit. But unlike most law firms, we didn't accept it. At this point, the insurance company was left a simple decision: voluntarily pay our client 3 times their policy limit or go to trial against the Verdoliak Law Group and risk paying far more. They chose to pay. If you want a law firm that's not going to let the insurance company dictate what you deserve, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This segment is brought to you by ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com, your hormone replacement therapy specialist. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Now back to Captain J. Hood.
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Captain J. Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Adam Abdalla in for Cap, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Still to come, a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 7:35 right here on ESPN 1000. To the phone lines we go. We say hello to Mike on the south side. If you're just joining us, we were talking about Kendrick Lamar wearing skinny jeans or women's jeans, like Timothy Chalamet, and it fits his profile nicely, apparently. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up, Mike?
You know how we're doing, Mike.
Yeah, I was hearing about the skins there and their tight-fitting shirts. So I wear the Under Armour compression fit shirts, and that slims down the gut there and hides it pretty good. So if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff there.
Love that.
Do you have them on the black market? Do you have them out of your trunk there, Mike?
No. I just buy them off the Under Armour website.
Oh, what the hell? That's no good. I mean, it's fine you called in with that suggestion. However, if you buy them in bulk, I'll buy them from you.
You get the Black Friday sale.
You're a South Sider. You know how to do that, Mike. Come on. Stop
Black
it.
Friday sale.
Exactly. I get paid on Fridays, so that's perfect. Mike, we appreciate the telephone call. Joey G is in Melrose Park on Cap and J Hood. Joey, good morning. Well, Joey, he said Black Friday, didn't he?
Out of the trunk. Get him out of the trunk.
Well,
Come on off the train.
But that's
First of all, you guys, a three-letter word started all this. This is hilarious. It's a great start to a snowy possible day.
Mm-hmm.
You guys forgot corduroy. Corduroy shirt, corduroy hat, matching, always. Back in those days, too. And also, I've had the same problem, Adam. I've been flat ass, big belly all my life. Or jeans. I got tired of pulling up my pants with jeans, so I went to the muscle pants. Remember those?
I do remember muscle pants. Yes. Yes.
You know, MC
Bulky.
Hammer pants?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You got to have
those. I'm just your daily sweatpants guy.
Yeah.
That's what we call in this country give up.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
love to give up pants.
I remember. Oh man, corduroys. When I was same era as the Jenkos, were the whale cords. Where like the corduroy. What did they used to say? The fatter the corduroy, the sweeter the juice. Is that what it was?
That depends on where you are.
But
depends. Yeah.
Okay, it was
depends on that juice. It depends on the juice. Adam.
They weren't like the thin corduroy. It was like thick. They were fat.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Fat cords. That was man. Those were so comfortable too. They were so soft.
Matching jacket sometimes. Too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Matching jacket, whole outfit.
Those were great.
Joey is correct though. Nothing like wearing those corduroys because people would know that you're coming. I mean, you're walking out.
Start a fire.
I mean, they know that you're coming. Like, oh, there's Hood. Here he comes. He should be. He's around the corner. There he goes. There he goes.
One year to I think it was a homecoming. I went and got I went to a thrift store and got a brown corduroy like tux.
Damn.
It was awesome. It was it was so bad. It was so long. It looked like what Kendrick was wearing just because it was so long and like I didn't care how long it was, just that if it would stay up on me.
Yeah.
And the jacket was awful. Like the the lapel on the thing was huge.
Yes.
Just this thing was straight out of the 70s. It was great. I looked awful, but it was awesome.
This is the way it was. But I mean, here's the thing. Were you comfortable?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're comfortable, absolutely, and warm.
Oh, 1,000%. Too hot.
There's nothing wrong with that. We're going to talk to Tommy coming up with a Waddle Wednesday, and one of the things we're going to talk about, J. Moore, what's saying?
I was just thinking about Abdalla with that suit. He walk in and be like,
oh, you should have seen the fro, too. You should have seen the fro. And because I'm racially ambiguous, yeah.
That's true.
In Libertyville, yeah. I checked like 3 boxes.
Good, Julio. How are you, pal?
Hola.
That's the thing. That's the one thing about Adam. He gets an application, he can check them all.
All of them. Doesn't matter. Which one's going to benefit me the most right now?
Oh, Pacific Islander.
Oh, okay. All right.
he checked that box, too. It's amazing how that works for you over the years. You can go anywhere, and he's just fine.
Absolutely.
That's why I love you. Because I can't do that, but I admire you for being able to do that. I think that is awesome for me, just to watch you living vicariously through your application.
Like, I got to get into DePaul. All right, African. Where's Egypt? Egypt is in what continent?
Oh, my God. The slide rule with the map there. That's what you just did.
Where is it? Where is it?
Oh, my God. We're going to talk to Tommy about this piece from The Athletic, the piece written by the great Kevin Fishbane that says, Bears salary cap analysis, how GM Ryan Poles can take advantage of his resources this offseason. So we'll talk to Tommy about that. There's some names here, Adam, that we went through in the meeting regarding how the Bears could take some big swings here. I've said when the season ended, I go, some of these guys with these platforms, these talk shows, these podcasts, these guys with big mouths during the Eberflus era that thought, oh, I can't wait for him to leave, or pointing fingers at the coaching staff and not at themselves. It's okay if you have a surprise cut or two just for culture's sake. Mm-hmm. There might be some guys that you might really like. You might have their jersey, or you really live vicariously through those. Here's the point. You're trying to win football games.
Yeah.
And some of these guys here that think they got it made, or these guys that think, I'm a leader on this team because I can speak openly about the team. There's some hard decisions to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the easy ones are what the Athletic lists and Fishbane lists here, like Bayard, Gerald Everett, DeMarcus Walker, Cairo Santos, Ryan Bates. Like, you're saving a decent amount of money. Bayard gets you $7 million. So these are all between like $7 million and $2 million in cap space. But then I know it's a lot of money, but Tremaine Edmonds has really underperformed. Mm-hmm. And I know you have to eat a lot of money, but you're saving a decent amount of money on the cap too. And then Shea had had brought up a name that would be the surprise cut for everybody, I believe.
I think there's some names there that I would not be surprised if they're no longer here, that you want to be able to get younger or upgrade. So we'll talk to Tommy about that coming up next. Cap and J. Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Cap and J. Hood, ESPN Chicago. Can't miss radio. Today at 4 on the Waddle and Silvy Show. Hear the one and only Barstool Big Cat. This is ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have. Think it could be lower testosterone? What do you mean? All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T. I've heard about Nugenix. That really works? Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus. Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try? Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text GRIT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 42424. That's GRIT to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by, Jamar.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 28 degrees under a winter weather advisory here in the city. Adam Abdalla is in for Cap, and now it's time for Tom Waddle here on the Waddle Wednesday on ESPN 1000. Good morning, Tom. How are you?
I'm good. Am I allowed in with bell-bottom corduroy pants today for you guys?
Tommy, you wear whatever you want to.
Because you're Tom Waddle.
Actually,
you're
I'm
Tom
not wearing
Waddle.
any pants. So
That's kind of what I figured.
That's because he forgot. He was not told to put his pants on.
No, he was told it was just the shot was just going to be waist up.
Uh-huh. And no TV.
Then the camera pans, and then all of a sudden we just see the boxers.
I didn't know there was going to be a shot. So, Hoodie, you're closer to it. I forgot. Yeah, that's probably more of a good explanation.
You're always reminded, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Tom,
Put your pants on before you go out.
Oh, sorry. And that's why the good Lord made robes.
I've never worn a robe in my life.
You watched The Sopranos all those years and want to put a robe on once?
No, well, I watched it all, and I never killed anybody either,
Wow.
Jonathan. So,
let's be honest.
So I am being honest.
In those backwoods, the backwoods of Highland
There's
Heights,
some guys,
you just
but-
never know.
But no, never had a. I'm sure I've worn a robe at some point, but I don't have like a robe in my house. It's not part of my gear.
Yeah, not a robe guy. I've never I've never worn a robe either.
Really?
No.
Yeah, it's not part of. I don't know.
My dad was a big robe guy.
Robes are listen. You're going to get the massage, or you're going to a sauna. The robe's on.
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
a his and hers robe.
Yeah,
absolutely. You have the robe.
No, you see Abdalla just striding in butt naked. That's what he.
Oh
does.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm making everyone uncomfortable. Stretching.
And that's the world we live in.
Are you one of the guys too, Adam, that when you get out of the shower, like you go to the sink, you put one of your feet up on and you dry everything off?
I'm cutting my toenails. I'm putting the foot up on the sink, cutting the toenails, using the hand dryer.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's gross.
Why not? We're guys after all.
You're assuming I go to the gym.
So this piece from the Athletic, Tom, Bears salary cap analysis, how GM Ryan Poles can take advantage of his resources this offseason. I've said, listen, Tom, there's been some guys in that locker room that's had a lot to say during this losing season. That's not the reason to cut him. I think you have to take a hard analysis if you're Ben Johnson and the staff and say, is the juice worth the squeeze? If we made a couple of cuts here and get younger in some spots, is it worth it? The names that we have in front of us, Adam, Kevin Byard, Gerald Everett, DeMarcus Walker, Cairo Santos, Ryan Bates. But could the Bears continue with that list?
I think it's interesting. Byard's a guy that I wouldn't mind keeping and bringing him back. And what's he cost you? $6 or $7 million probably.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some uncertainty with Brisker next to him. I think Kevin actually played pretty well last year, to be honest with you. Is also veteran. Don't think he was one of the guys in the room that was constantly complaining. So I would be on board with them keeping Byard. Swift is a guy that I think people are going to talk about. I just don't know how much you save by moving off of him. In fact, I think, aren't you? I don't know all the numbers, but I think you're committed to him for another $7.5 million. So getting rid of him or moving on from him, it's the same thing with Edmonds. I've heard Jurko talk about it quite a bit, that he would just move on from him. Edmonds is 26 years old. This past year was not good. The year before, I thought he played pretty well in his first year as a Bear. I would let Dennis Allen kind of help me make that decision, if you know what I mean. And that guy too is like the contract. I don't think you're saving anything. I think if you get rid of Edmonds, he counts pretty much basically what his salary is, right? And then you got to fill his spot. So I think it's probably more fiscally doable to move on from him after 2025 if you see comparable production from him this year.
Yeah, and Shea brought this up during the meeting because I want the Bears Nation hate directed at him and not me.
Is it kicker?
It's that if you cut Cole Kmet post June 1st, you're saving $10 million.
Oh,
on
Jesus,
the cap.
not Cole Kmet.
Listen, I like Cole Kmet. He's just been very disappointing. I don't know if he's going to. I don't know if with Ben Johnson, a new offensive coordinator, new offensive-minded head coach, if he's going to get better, or if now's the time to save $10 million on the cap and pick
What's
a
your
new
alternative,
direction.
Adam, I would say.
I mean, you got $10 million to spend. Sign another tight end. Draft a tight end.
Yeah, you could. You could still do that, even with the. I don't know that they're so cash strapped that you would have to do that. And look, the Cole Kmet conversation's a good one for me, and I've said for a long, long time. I was one of the people that. Fine. I know. Early in the year, don't you remember when everyone was screaming their lungs out about how in the world can you not have Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, DeAndre Swift all on the field at the same time? I mean, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think Cole's a nice player. Thought when he got here, I don't think they used him properly. He's not a threat in the middle of the field tight end like George Kittle is, or like even Hawkinson from Minnesota, or the kid McBride from Arizona. I just don't think he's that type of player. But when they started to use him and use him well in the red zone and in different situations, you can get stuff out of him. I don't think he's a horrible player. I don't think he's a top 5 tight end. I think he's a good guy, a good player, not a great player. I think that there's no question. One of the things, guys, I think that Ben Johnson is going to provide them is, he may decide that they want to move on from him. I don't think that'll be the case. I also don't think it'll be the case that if they do keep Cole and he is their starting tight end, he's only going to get 50, targets this year, the way that last year unraveled. I don't think DJ is going to average less than 10 yards per catch. I think there are going to be some things that you see that are different and more effective and more efficient now that you've got a better offensive guy calling the shot. So, look, I would defer to Ben Johnson on that. I think that's interesting. I would not have projected that. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pound the table and tell you that Cole's a top 5 tight end in the league, but I still think he can be a productive member of your offense.
Pounding the table.
That's right, Stan. Pounding the table. So, Tom.
I thought that was Jerry Jones.
Same thing. Same guy. So there's two sides that are conversation about Cole Kmet. One side, and which I'm sure that you're going to hear, Tom, is, well, take a look at the offense that Cole Kmet's been in. He hasn't had the opportunity to flourish. The other side of it is, well, say, for instance, Keenan Allen is no longer with the Bears, which is likely, and that you find someone that's better than Tyler Scott. Let's put it this way, like a guy that can play the Tyler Scott role better than Tyler Scott does, better catch radius, more dependable, that kind of thing. So that maybe that opens up the offense more for Cole Kmet in that regard, where you don't have to feed Keenan Allen third down. You already have 2 good wide receivers and DJ Moore and Odunze, and then maybe that opens up the world for Cole Kmet a little bit more.
Yeah,
is that fair?
Yeah, Jonathan, and I would say too that whatever they were running last year was not tight end centric. Like, you were trying to get the ball to DJ, you're trying to get the ball to Rome, and you traded a 4th-round pick and spent $20 million on Keenan Allen. We got to get the ball to him. So it was really like the tight end position in general was odd man out. They brought Gerald Everett in here, and obviously that was a bad decision, and they gave him $6 million. They didn't even play him. Like, when they decided that they were going to trade for Keenan Allen, Keenan became a much larger focal point of what they were doing on offensive. Look at Detroit. Now, I know they've got a group of receivers. Patrick, I think, is a veteran who really kind of reestablished himself. But it's Jamison Williams, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, and it's Sam Laporta, right?
Yeah.
Like, here it was, we got to force it to DJ, we got to force it to Rome, we got to force it to Keenan Allen. And they kind of forgot about the tight end. And again, like, I can argue both sides of this. I can put film on you the second half of the season, put film on for you and say, I don't know why these guys aren't on the same page. I felt the Caleb Williams, Cole Kmet kind of not being on the same page felt to me like the Justin Fields, Darnell Mooney. And I know Justin and Darnell were good friends. They worked together in the offseason. But then you put on the film, you're like, what the hell is going on here? Why aren't these guys on the same page? And I remember telling you, Jonathan, I think you've shared the same thought. Darnell's going to be fine when he goes wherever he goes. And He went to Atlanta and was good again.
Mm-hmm. He just didn't like Chicago for whatever reason.
Well, whatever it was,
Yeah.
it just didn't fit. There were moments in different games where I just don't know why Caleb wasn't kind of acknowledging that the tight end position was a viable destination for the football. But again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you Shea's crazy. I'll tell you Shea's crazy at times, but not about this. I don't think it's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I'm just really interested, like you said, Jonathan, to see whether or not that Ben Johnson's offense puts more attention and more emphasis on that tight end position, and whether or not he feels, because Sam Laporta is really good, but I don't think Sam fits that, Kittle McBride category. I think he's big, he's athletic, he's really good, but I don't think he's one of these grand, defense stretchers. So maybe Ben Johnson can take what Cole does well and maximize the return. Go back again and look at like some of the 2 years ago I think he had 7 or 8 touchdowns because they really used him. I think it was, at that point, it was Luke Getzey, right? Using him really efficiently in the red zone. So
more with Tommy coming up on a Waddle Wednesday right here on the home for the Bears and White Sox, ESPN 1000.
Go put some pants on.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Man, sit your ass down.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Bulls fans looking to support your school or youth basketball organization? Group fundraising programs are now available and offer individual and group benefits. Visit bulls.com/groups to learn more.
Are you stuck with an old or broken phone? Switch to Verizon for a limited time. They'll pay it for you. They'll take care of it for you, up to $800 via a prepaid MasterCard, and you can get a new phone. Just trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan with new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, Waddle Wednesday here on ESPN 1000. Tommy's with us. An early edition, Tommy, a sunrise edition of Waddle Wednesday.
That is correct. I'm actually going to Mrs. McCaskey's funeral this morning.
I want to ask you about her, if you don't mind,
Sure.
because, I think for a lot of us that do what we do, she was the white whale in that she didn't do many interviews.
No, she didn't have any interest in it.
Yeah, just but from my standpoint, not being this hard-nosed Bears fan yelling at her, what I would just want to know is, God damn it, what are you doing, Virginia? I don't want to do that to her. I mean, that'd be wrong. But I would have wanted to ask her about, her legacy, just growing up around football to where she was all the way to her passing, just everything that she's seen. That's what I would have wanted to know.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. It really is. In 102 years, what a life lived. We should all be so lucky. When I got to town in '89, I mean, do the quick math. She was at that point. She was already in her late 60s.
Mm-hmm.
I remember her husband Ed, who was the most jovial guy you'll ever meet, and would come into the building singing show tunes. He was an entertainer, and it was kind of it was a real family environment at times. I know that, she was she was very passionate about her faith and her family and was about football too, but not in a kind of the over-the-top way. I was talking to some people last night at the wake and, just kind of remembering you'd walk on the plane on an away trip and she'd be right there and she knew everybody's name, whether you were a player, you were part of the training staff, you were front office. She asked about your family. If you were a member of the Bears in any capacity, you were family. And she made it a point to actually, know as much about you as humanly possible. She was passionate, but you would never see I never did, and I don't profess to have been somebody that spent a lot of time with her, but you would never, she wasn't going to throw a glass against the wall when things went bad. She was always very, collected and professional, but she had a passion. There's no doubt. I was laughing with someone that it was like, you'd be, acting foolish, but as soon as you saw Virginia, you straightened up. Everybody did, So there was a natural respect, Jonathan, I think, that everyone felt for her, knowing that she was truly the boss.
Adam, have you heard from Ed McCaskey before? Ever heard him speak?
Just in bite form, obviously I'm not old enough to have heard interviews and stuff like that.
It's just interesting because in '86, I think a lot of people knew that the Bears were going to get their way to the Super Bowl and definitely win it because they were so dominant. But it even took Ed and Virginia McCaskey aback, oh, we've won it.
Brent, we're getting ready for the trophy presentation because the winner of the National Football Conference receives the George S. Hallis Trophy, and of course we have the owners of the Bears, Mr. and Mrs. McCaskey here.
Are we on?
We're on. We're on to make the presentation.
Forgive me, I'm punchy. As I understand it, this is the George Hallis Trophy. Virginia's here to present it to the owners. Virginia?
No, to the president. How heavy is that, Marky?
You have it?
First of all, I want to thank all the coaches, the Chicago Bear coaches, and the Chicago Bear players. I'd hate to think that I had to do this over in the other side of the locker room area. I'd also like to thank the Chicago Bear fans here in Soldier Field and in Chicago and everywhere for all the love and support that they've shown to us during this year and especially today.
How about that, Tommy? Yeah. Irv Cross stunning and Ed McCaskey.
Yeah.
Hey, this is your trophy. You've won it. Oh, we've won. Yes.
Right.
It was stunning at the time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Ed was such an affable guy. I mean, he was great. And you could, You can even hear in her voice, though, how much she appreciated, not just the acknowledgement that they were going to the Super Bowl, but how much she appreciated the fans. And while the success wasn't as consistent as everyone had hoped, and I can guarantee you at that moment, she would have never thought that they would never win a Super Bowl ever again in her lifetime. But she was just she was passionate about football, but did it in the classiest and most unassuming way. Last night there were, the appreciation for her was very visible. I mean, I know that thousands, not hundreds. I think there was, probably a couple thousand people came through the wake last night. So,
yeah, I can imagine, obviously it's a horrible scenario, but there are going to be a bunch of former Bears there. Like you just mentioned, thousands of people. I don't know how open the funeral is, but it kind of shows a lot of ownership groups, when players leave, it's not usually on the best terms. Yeah. And they might not show up to an former owner's funeral or an owner's funeral at the time. So it just kind of shows not only the impact she had, but I heard on Bears Weekly the night that it was announced that she passed away, it was an interview with Brian Urlacher and saying how we never talked football. It was always family and stuff like that. And it just shows the impact she had on obviously the Charter franchise and how many players have come through here and how many will be in attendance yesterday and today.
Yeah, Adam, it's such a great point too that, even I'm sure that there were some tense moments with guys over the course of years. It's just natural with contract negotiations and everything else, but it never sullied the relationship between the people, the players, or the people in the staff with her. There was just mutual respect. She obviously wasn't involved in contract negotiations, but if for whatever reason you were a member of the Chicago Bears as a player or front office, whatever it was, you were family, and you were treated like family. So I have nothing but wonderful thoughts. She was a fantastic person, I think most importantly, and was someone who showed kindness and concern to and for everybody that was involved in the organization. So again, I think it's a celebration of her life. 102 guys, again, we should all be that fortunate. And don't forget, and I say this not in trivial fashion, but the last game she watched was a Bears victory over the Green Bay Packers.
That's correct.
That's that's the first thing I thought when we got the news. It was oh man, her last game was a Bears win. That's great, especially against the Packers. That's awesome.
Right. Yeah. So, not to bring you guys down or anything,
fine.
At this early on a Wednesday morning.
It's a Waddle Wednesday.
That's why you're on.
Listen, I barely put my pants on. Okay.
Well, hopefully you put your pants on before the funeral.
Oh, I will. I definitely will.
You see Tommy with cargo shorts. So sorry. Tommy, you're not wearing pants.
That nightmare's a reality when you show up somewhere in just your underwear. Just waddle at the funeral.
Listen, with today's weather, there's less of a chance of that happening.
No, but somewhere Yerk's wearing shorts.
Oh, absolutely.
Jurko was wearing shorts on Monday.
It's the best.
He is. He's incredible. He's one of my favorite human beings that's ever walked the planet because he plays this role. It's Big Jurko. He's a dummy. He's probably the smartest guy in the building by a long shot.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
nothing like the union meeting where he's got the glasses at the top, at the tip of the nose. All right, gentlemen, here's what we're going to do.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Now a good bit of his knowledge may be useless in some areas.
Yes.
If he could tell you all of the different bones in your feet, I'm not sure how much benefit there is to that, but damn, he knows all of it.
That's exactly right.
Absolutely.
Next time we talk to you, we'll talk to you about Bobby Slowick. What does he bring to the Dolphins team?
I didn't know that Bobby went. Did they hire him as the OC?
No, he's like a passing game coordinator, head passing game coordinator, I think is the title.
That is correct. We'll talk to you
about the
Bobby
floor
Slowick.
falling out.
Yeah.
You had your opportunity, man, and you're a hot head coaching candidate now. Yeah. You're barely hanging on to this coaching staff in Miami.
That's odd.
I mean, it's like the last stand for him.
I got to tell you again, I know we're several weeks removed, but I'm thrilled that what the Bears have done with their coaching staff, with Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen, and bringing in Antoine Randall and Eric Bieniemy's not going to take any BS from anybody in that room. So you want it to be coached harder, you're going to be coached harder by all of these guys this year. So.
Man, have a good rest of your day. And you're still going to be on with Mellor at 2:30, correct?
Hell yes.
Yeah.
No days off.
Well, for some of us.
Are you going away?
No. Listen, I zig when everyone else zags.
It's the Cupid Shuffle, as Tyler called it last night, where everybody around this time gets, instead of spring trading, we've got the Cupid Shuffle.
Yeah. So this is about spending quality time with your significant other because it's Valentine's Day?
No, it's the time of year,
And because football's over. That's why.
I'm glad football's over.
No, come on.
I am. I need a break, Adam. I do.
You can understand. It's been a tough Bears season.
Yeah,
it's been exhausting with what the ride they put us on and 17 games. Wait till they put 18 games on your schedule. You're going to be exhausted even more.
Combine in 2 weeks.
Well, I know. I got to regroup for that.
Thank you, Tommy.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
It is a Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle right here on ESPN 1000. Coming up, we give you Shot or No Shot right here on Cap and J Hood.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
As a lot more people pay attention to them, the Chicago Sky are putting all of their games on one local TV station. The team in Weigel Broadcasting signed a deal ahead of the upcoming season that'll make WCIU the exclusive TV home for Sky games in Chicago. The Sky had split games in recent years between the U and the Cubs marquee sports network. Sky games on Weigel Networks date back to 2006. The team over the years has had as many as 24 games on the company's U2 station. Now 30 Sky games will be shown on the main WCIU channel. 2024 was a record-shattering year for WNBA viewership. The league had 22 broadcasts last season that topped 1 million TV viewers. No WNBA game had reached that mark over the previous 16 years. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Adam Abdalla in for Cap, I am Jay Hood. We'll go around the NFL, a special around the NFL coming up momentarily. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. How we feeling, Adam, Woody? How's it going?
Great. It's early, but it's great.
Everybody wearing pants?
Yeah, I got pants on.
For sure, I'm wearing pants. Are you kidding me? It's like, hey, I can't be tough like Jay Moore. You know, Jay Moore will come in with his workout gear ready to go because you just never know when there's going to be a pickup game coming up, and he'll put his shorts on and be knocking down threes.
That's right, man. You got to drop 30.
So you never know. So that's why, Shay, guys like you and me, we got to make sure we're bundled up and warm.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Hawks coming. Yes.
leave that alone.
Well, he is coming. Huck's coming. Yeah, the old Huck, the wind, and the coldness. Yes,
getting snow.
Getting snow.
Yeah. Let's get started with shot or no shot, shall we?
Now?
Not yet.
Can I look out the window?
Sure.
So if I look out through the background, will that? I better not do that because it's breaking the fourth wall, right?
Yeah.
So don't
Actually, go to the window. Let's see. Open it. Right there, right behind you. The backdrop.
9 a.m. I've heard is the start.
9
of the
a.m.
Whoa!
Letting all that cold air in.
Close that window. Close
Yeah.
it. Close it.
Oh God!
Letting all that cold air and snow in. Come on, man.
Hope you enjoyed that, YouTube. Here. Now it's Shane Orling with more. Shane?
All right, let's get started with shot or no shot. Albert Breer in the Monday Morning Quarterback wrote that he believes every team in the top 5 of the NFL draft might be more willing than usual to trade down than actually make a selection because of the perceived lack of blue chip talent at the top of the draft. He wrote, most people view Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter as the blue chips, and that's it. New England at 4 could be a prime candidate if the Bears made a decision Ryan Poles has never made as general manager to trade up in the first round, especially if Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham is there for the taking.
Mm-hmm.
Shot or no shot, the Bears should trade up in the first round of the draft. Obviously, this is a world where they don't trade for Micah Parsons.
That's too bad because that's the world I want to live in.
Yeah.
I want to live in the Micah Parsons world, Shay. I can't. Now you're taking that away from me. It's a different world now.
Only in this scenario, you are free to live in the Micah Parsons world. But if they don't trade for Micah Parsons, I would trade up for Mason Graham.
Oh yeah, that's a shot. Yes, it's too bad though. I have to live in a different world though, because that's the world I love. I love that getting into the playoffs, doing backstrokes all over the playoffs by having Micah Parsons on the Bears. But in the world, in the scenario that Shea Norling put out there, I think that's a shot you have to be able to get a little higher in the draft. I have no problem with that.
It's a shot for this reason. If a top 5 team, I saw a mock draft from Nate Tice at Yahoo with this yesterday, that had Abdul Carter to the Jets at 7. If Abdul Carter gets out of the top 4, you move up.
Oh, I thought you said if he's going to be with the Bears, he's going to be a weekly on your show. Abdul Carter.
Yeah. Listen, Abdul Jabbar will be a feature. It is. His middle name is Jabbar.
Is it?
Look it up. It's Abdul Jabbar Carter.
Okay. So I thought immediately he'd be on the show.
He posts Allah quotes all the time, man. He's one of us. All right. Might be nation, but still, whatever. One of us.
Hey, wait a minute.
One of us, okay?
All right.
One of us.
Okay.
All right. I think because if you're going to spend the capital to trade for Parsons, you could spend it to move up at that point. I don't think you should move up to number 1 because moving 10 to 1 would cost a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can move up 10 to 5, 10 to 4 to get Carter, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe 10 to 8 to get Graham if he's there, 10 to 7.
I'd go 10 to 4. I'd go 10 to 5 for Mason Graham.
You'd go 6 to midnight for Mason Graham.
I would, yeah.
Okay.
That's a tough shift.
Yeah, it is.
Been there.
But, Adam, I think Abdul Carter and Mason Graham are the best players in this draft. Yeah. And I also still think, no matter what Nate Tice says, Abdul Carter's going to end up the number 1 pick.
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'd place that bet today. I have placed that bet that he's going to go number 1 overall.
Mm-hmm. That's a shot, though.
But if it's available, you never know what happens.
Yes. Now, of course, this is not part of the segment, Shay, but does the general manager have the testicular fortitude to do that and make that work?
He's never done it yet.
Okay,
he wanted to trade up for a Dunze when he was just sitting there.
Well, I mean, I can't,
He had to have the get-back guy. Ian Cunningham had to be like, no, get back.
My faith in him to be able to get this done is at an all-time low. It just is. Like, hopefully things fall the right way, but I'm just saying that look at the record. I can only go by the one-loss record. And the hits and the misses. That's all. Does that turn around sonically? Not for everybody.
I have more faith in him because of Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson.
Okay. So he can coach. He can coach up the people that he brings in, but does that mean he brings in the right people? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I'm just going by the record. I can't do clean slate just because new coaches.
No.
Are
I'm not doing clean slate, but I think he can be better because we don't have you have to believe you don't have a choice. He's going to be here for the next at least 3 to 4 years. He's got an extension. He's going to at least get an extension.
We could all be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, one less donut, I could be better. Shay.
So, on the topic of Poles needing a get-back guy to stop from trading up for Rome Odunze, Ian Cunningham reports yesterday came out. He will interview for the Jags GM job on Friday.
Yes.
If he gets that job, Abdalla, shot or no shot, Ryan Poles could be trading up like Ryan Pace.
I thought about this when Ian Cunningham was mentioned in these circles earlier in the year. Absolute shot. You need someone to rein you in when you want. We've seen this before. He makes these trades all the time. He doesn't listen to his people. He didn't listen. He had guys in the room that coached Nate Davis and said, don't sign him. And he's like, nah, here's $30 million. He wanted to trade up one spot for Rome Odunze and had to have someone be like, no, he's going to be there. Just wait. Just wait a second. Or like 7 minutes, whatever the clock is for the draft.
Right.
And he was there. So, yeah, I think that there is some hesitation with me and Ian Cunningham, but you get a couple picks back. So there's nothing. I mean, listen, you can use those picks to trade up if you need to.
He's going to be like a ticket scalper. Extra picks? Anybody need extra picks?
So, yeah, shot. It does worry me a little bit.
Shay?
All right, the New York Jets made a decision on Aaron Rodgers, their new regime led by Aaron Glenn. Okay. It came out yesterday that the new regime told Rodgers if he wanted to stay with the Jets, he needed to put the kibosh on the McAfee hits and the nonsense. Rodgers apparently didn't want to meet this ask and is now on the outs. He will no longer play for the New York Jets in 2025. His future is elsewhere. I want to ask about the Bears and the sheer quantity of players that spent the last season doing podcast appearances. Shot or no shot, Ben Johnson should take a page from Aaron Glenn and threaten players' jobs if they keep doing their podcast appearances.
I think for the focus on what they need to do, that is a shot. You have social media. If you want to speak on social media, go right ahead. But these guys spending hours and hours to be able to talk about the organization, talk about things. Listen, I know that some players want to have their own platform, so they're not misquoted, all that. But to me, I just think the focus should be on just trying to play the best football you can. There's too many guys last year that were waiting for Eberflus to get fired. Oh, it's a breath of fresh air for Eberflus to be gone, says DJ Moore. This kind of thing. So what I would say is that for me, it's like, hey, man, no platforms. No platforms. You want a platform? Here's Larry Mayer. Larry?
Yeah.
Do it on ChicagoBears.com.
Yeah.
You got some thoughts with
Lawrence
Joniak?
Screeden's right there.
There you go. Here's Bears Weekly.
Yeah.
Talk to Jeff and Tom about it.
Yeah.
You know, but so to me, these rogue podcasts, hello, recap, I would say that's enough.
Absolute shot. I would do this because and they can say, oh, well, Amon-Ra saved the St. Brown brothers. Yeah, they made the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Okay? When you're good, you can do whatever you want to. This team had 5 wins last year. Let's keep it in-house until they're at least a playoff team. Then, okay, maybe a weekly. Maybe we bring back Bears game night. Bleck Abdalla. maybe we do that, okay?
Bears game
but
night.
Until then, no, absolutely not. I was hoping before they hired Ben Johnson that any coach that they brought in would do this and say, guys, you're focusing too much on the outside. You have 5 wins. A lot of you have more podcast appearances than touchdowns.
Yes.
Like, let's figure this out first, and then, cool, sign deals. Because I guarantee you what they're making isn't that significant compared to their contracts.
There's no question about that. And here's the other thing, too. Jay Moore can speak to this better than anybody in the studio. I always admired that when a Bear or an athlete comes to, like, Jay Moore's old platforms doing FM, doing music, right? They go into the Coca-Cola studio, sit back because they feel like no one's listening. Like, yeah, man, that coach is a bum. Yeah, man, I know we should be playing much better if they just utilize me. And they'd just be so comfortable on that platform. But they come here and everything's tight. Mm-hmm. That's why. And then the same thing on these other platforms that we're talking about. They're so comfortable because they're with their contemporaries. They can just feel like nobody's listening. When actually they're making news. That's the other thing. Like, they're saying stuff they get, oh, no one's going to aggregate this. Oh, yes, we will. That was always the thing where when you're doing your thing, right, at Power 92 or GCI, and I'm doing my thing, I can't get the quotes, but you could because they were comfortable with you.
They just
it's music.
talk, man. They just let it go. I had Ron Artest in one time, and he was just Oh man, he was just letting it go, and it was like nothing for the radio. But when you hear him actual talk,
He
it's
didn't try
like,
to hit you,
dude.
did he?
No, he was cool. It's just that he had some issues with a couple people on the team, and this was his second year here in Chicago.
That's the problem. We should have more records and like albums around here so they can feel comfortable.
As you're listening to The Breakfast Club here on ESPN 1000.
Exactly right.
The Morning Zoo.
Oh, man. So why'd you vote the way you voted? With me and my eyeliner.
It's awesome.
Jay Hood the God here with you, and now we turn to Shay.
Puts on his glasses upside down.
You and I should just have like these big kingdom like seats. These big,
yeah.
What do you call those? Those big seats?
The big chairs that they've got.
Yeah.
They're not like thrones, but they're big like the easy chairs almost.
Yes. Yeah, we should have that.
Yeah, as you're listening to Drink Champs here on ESPN 1000.
Envy.
We're really going to Morning Zoo it. We'll start having in-studio players and make them freestyle when they come in studio. Hey, Jay Moore, drop a beat. We're going to have Cole Kmet freestyle.
Shade ESPN 1000.
That would be the end of those interviews, by the way. Like, that would be when you get Cole Kmet. Here comes Jack Sanborn to freestyle on ESPN 1000. That would be the end of the interviews.
Only one who would appreciate it is Danny.
We've got Tory Taylor, the weapon. Jay Moore, drop a beat.
Let's see what you got, Tory.
Tory Taylor, what's up, man?
Just rapping over Tweaker.
Tory Taylor's in studio.
Jay Moore, get in that Jello. Tory Taylor, let's see what you got.
I love the idea of ESPN Drink Champs. I like the idea of just liquor everywhere, just all different kind of bottles, comfortable. There we go. What's up? What's up? So Eberflus was ass, right? Yeah.
With those, you got to always fast forward. Like, you got to fast forward 40 minutes in after they've had like 4 shots.
Yes.
And that's when you get Cole Kmet to open up. Man, you know why they weren't targeting me? And you're like, what?
Yes. Let me just say something. Jay Moore's been waiting for this his entire life. His entire life. And on this format, he's been waiting for that. That's what he's been waiting for.
It's real radio, man. Just put it out there, man. Stop being scared, man. Just say what you're going to say.
We've got enough alcohol partners here. We could get a Drink Champs going.
See, Shay would be good. All for it, though. It's like, if we're going to
I'd be so excited.
Yes. As long as you're drinking in the morning.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd be so excited. That's how you would get me in on having more guests on the show. If we can get them drunk in the studio and have them just tell us their secrets. I don't know if I want to say this. Why not, man? You're on the radio.
Come on.
Let us know. It's a radio show.
Man, let me tell you. Man, Ben Johnson's a nerd. He's a nerd.
Let me tell you about Shane Waldron, okay? Let me tell you.
Shane Waldron. Here we go. Interrupting, can't get a clean bite out of it. Just yelling.
That dude sucked.
Oh, Waldron sucked. Did you hear that?
Wouldn't even watch tape with Kale, I'll tell you that.
Man, you wouldn't even watch tape with him for real? That's what you want.
There's just the YouTube video. There's 15 people from the Bears just walking around in the background of the shot.
Joniak just stops and stares like, what happened? What happened there? That's what it should be.
Komet's wearing sunglasses inside and everything.
Let's Komet with the sunglasses.
It's great.
We've got the whole sales team in studio. They're all listening in the background on the video.
Jay Moore currently writing an email, all these ideas to be able to have this done. We're going to remake the show.
The Morning Zoo here on AM 1000.
And Cap.
When I did used to do the
the
FM, right, and you can tell when it was a major celebrity coming in because all the account execs was hanging around the floor, because they used to be upstairs.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, dude, you can tell it here. Listen, I'm not going to besmirch anybody's good name, but when we listen, you could tell someone would walk down the street to Target and buy like 10 baseballs because someone's coming in.
Yes.
Merkin's walking in with 5 basketballs because Barkley's in studio. Like, what are we doing, man?
Dude, if you had a famous enough person in studio, Merk would just be standing right outside the studio door. The entire segment.
Oh, my God.
Everybody's trying to get an autograph from Charles Barkley. I'm trying to get a picture with Ken Jeong because he's in studio.
Right. We got to drop a bomb on that one.
Damn! Ken Jeong! Yeah!
Pour some out for Merck.
Poor Merck. He was a real one. With all those basketballs, he was a real one. Oh, boy, that format cap would be so lost.
I don't drink.
Done.
One can, Dan. It'd be a 15-minute podcast.
I don't understand what we're doing, Hoodie, but people like it.
I got text messages. People love it. I'm just telling you. I don't get it, but whatever. Anyway, A's 3, Angels 2. Bottom of the fourth.
Mercedes Lewis drink?
Around the NFL is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom.
The Chicago Bears podcast.
Here comes the boom.
If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Getting all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The Paramount Theater in downtown Aurora. Their shows continue to wow audiences with amazing staging and talent. Now is the perfect time to leave your couch and make a date night with Waitress. The Tony-nominated Best Musical features music from Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles. The show runs now through March 30th. Go to ParamountAurora.com for tickets and use code ESPN at checkout for a discount. So, order up! It's Waitress at Paramount Theater in Aurora. Visit ParamountAurora.com now.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. I just picked up my brand new 2025 Land Rover Defender from Howard Orloff Motors, and I couldn't be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at the fancy restaurant when it's parked out front. My kids absolutely love riding it. Howard Orloff Motors has the full lineup of 2025 Land Rover Defenders ready and waiting for you. So visit them today just off the Kennedy in Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Madame Giselle senses something big coming. Is it a career change? Everything looks wet. I'm gonna be a swim teacher. There's a roof. A swim teacher who also does roofing. No, the roof of your RV has a leak and it's ruining the furniture. Oh, that's okay. I'm covered by Progressive. But maybe I'm a swim teaching roofer who makes furniture.
Customize your coverage with Progressive's Roof Protection Plus and be prepared for the unexpected. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Roof Protection Plus available for RVs less than 6 years old. $250 deductible applies to any claim.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's answer you looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, this portion of which is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook. With you until 10 o'clock, then Clinton and Friends at 10 o'clock, followed by Carmen and Shay from 12 to 3. Waddle and Meller from 2:30 to 6:30. Into Tyler in for Bleck and Abdalla at 6:30.
The Cupid Shuffle here on ESPN 1000.
Yep. And you and I are here. Shay's here. And Jay Moore's here. Through Snowmageddon. Someone's got to hold down the fort and keep the meters running. Why not us? We turn now to Shay Norling with Around the NFL, a special edition. Shay?
Hoodie, you brought this to my attention yesterday. And
he already fades the heat.
This is this is the perfect show, I think, to break down this specific tiers list.
So why is that?
The ampersand has weighed in. Andscape has provided the 2025 NFL black quarterback tiers.
Jay Moore, ready? You already said?
Yeah, what we say?
Are we safe? Is that what you said?
Hoodie brought this to my attention yesterday and wanted to go through this list.
Oh, my God.
Well, what's wrong with that? You're in the drink champs. Nothing wrong with that.
Adam, what is wrong with that?
I just want to know when we going through the white quarterback rankings.
Here on Comedy Central.
We've been doing that for 100 years.
It's good to see Shay over there lifting every voice. And singing. We turn now to Shay Norling with the Andscape black quarterback tiers. Shay. I got the yellow pad like I always do.
It begins.
Why has it got to be a yellow pad?
Well, there's a reason. It's always dependable.
It begins with the he's likely.
American quarterback.
Berman!
Thank you, Carmen. It begins with the he's likely on the clock tier.
What does that mean? Everything is an innuendo right away. Everyone.
It's a bigger clock, though, right?
They're running out of time.
It is Black History Month over.
Huh?
Depends on what calendar you're looking at.
Likely on the clock. Go ahead.
Russell Wilson leads the way in this tier. It feels like a lot like deja vu.
Yeah.
Wilson was in this exact same position last year after flaming out in Denver, hoping a season in Pittsburgh could help turn his career around, but it was a bit of a mixed bag. Geno Smith, likely on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray, likely on the clock.
Well,
Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young, both likely on the clock.
Okay, so when we break this down, likely on the clock. So, okay, I think that Russell Wilson definitely is in the autumn of his career at 36. And again,
it's like November.
Autumn. It's still autumn, right? It's just right there.
Almost winter. Almost winter.
One more month left. He's done. He's got a CBS eye jacket. I'm just telling you, it's coming. So remember how this started, Adam, in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
This was Justin Fields' team.
Mm-hmm.
And Justin fumbled the ball, jagged it. And they were like, okay, Russ, you're healthy enough to play. You'll play. There was some flashes there from Russell where we thought, okay, you're good enough to a certain level. But just like anything else with the quarterback position, they have not been able to find that guy since Ben Roethlisberger retired. Even at the end, he was washed.
Mm-hmm.
So Russ, I think, it belongs at the top of that, likely on the clock list. But then what about the rest? Is there still good football in Kyler Murray?
I think so. I do like Kyler Murray because when Kyler Murray has good receivers, when he's got a good offensive coordinator, I'll make the Call of Duty joke, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL.
Sure.
He can't play like that. He uses legs. Obviously, we're talking about this list. They all use their legs, right, guys? Everybody's a running quarterback on this list. Is that how this
Adam.
works? Listen, I'm just going along with the bit, right? That's just everybody's a mobile quarterback on this list, right? Is that how this works?
That's Adam. That's Adam checking every box now.
Didn't realize what he was hosting with Bill Polian today.
I mean, probably make a couple of these guys wide receivers. Am I not right, guys? Come on. No, I think that he's got one more stop left, right? I think that Russell Wilson, if he goes maybe to the Raiders, if that's a real rumor, I think that this is his last stop. I think Kyler Murray's still got a lot of good football in him. I do think this might be the last year of Anthony Richardson. I think that you might get no, and this is the reason why. I think that you might get an entire regime change in Indianapolis. I think the Colts might just get rid of everybody after this year. And that comes with a new GM, new coach, and probably drafting a new quarterback. That's the only reason. He'll go somewhere else and maybe have success somewhere else, but I think that as far as him as a Colt, this might be his last chance.
I would just say, because he's a young quarterback, I don't think he should be likely on the clock list, Shay, even though you and I were not high on him coming out of college. Again, injured, tired at one point, nothing like telling the truth.
Yeah,
you know what, I tapped out because I was just tired. Who says that on the record? But he did, right? He was truthful.
Yeah.
Said, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Bryce Young, can I just say, a little bit of a 180 on Bryce Young toward the end. I think that's salvageable.
Yeah.
I do. I think it's salvageable.
I mean, he was really good at Alabama, obviously. He won Heisman, all that kind of stuff. So I think that he's got to have consistency, though. Like, I think now I like Dave Canellis a lot. I think that Bryce Young's going to be good. But again, it's Carolina. Can they surround him with enough guys to make him successful?
So I think that's, a couple I disagree with, Shay, but I see where they're going. What's the next category?
I'm going to skip over the rookies because they haven't even been drafted. We don't know what teams they're going to be on yet. Okay. But second-year starters that franchises are committed to is Caleb Williams and Michael Penix.
Yeah, Michael Penix.
Yeah, I think we all believe that Caleb Williams can be a franchise quarterback. I think that we all believe that Ben Johnson's going to be able to help him. They have the weapons, obviously. They got to fix the offensive line. I think he could break the 4,000-yard barrier this year. Penix, I just don't know what to expect. I haven't seen enough from him in this offense. They have weapons also, but I liked him in college. But again, can he replicate that, or did he just have a great college career? I don't know what he's going to look like. I just haven't seen enough. So I don't want to take the easy way out, but TBD, essentially.
But I think we've seen enough to feel like the Falcons are going to move forward with him,
right?
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
That's why they took him and not Dunze in that first round.
Yeah.
So we're thinking Kirk Cousins was handed $90 million to the team as a team starter before Penix was drafted 8th overall. So are they cutting Cousins, Shay?
They're going to probably trade him, I would think. Or if they do cut him, no matter what they do, they're going to eat a lot of money.
They have to, a ton of money.
I mean, what happened there? I know that this is not, Kirk Cousins, and this is not his segment.
Did you see
He's worn that chain before.
Well, it's not about him. It's not about him. It's about.
That's what happens when you pop an Achilles,
right.
man.
You know what? We got time to talk about Kirk Cousins. We're not doing it here.
Okay. Well, this is not his forum. This is our forum. Adam,
he's got 11 other months, guys.
So just so you know, Jay Moore, we won't be talking about Michael Penix only on February. Just so you know. So that's how that works. All right, that's just fine. Well, we move on to...
Tom Brady's not the GOAT in this tier list.
He is not. He is not part of this conversation. We are actually talking about...
Two African-American quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time, fittingly. February 12th is Abe Lincoln's birthday.
All right.
Here we go with the highlights.
We turn now to the next category, Shay.
The next tier is the he's not going anywhere anytime soon tier, as in these guys will be the starters or quarterback on their certain team. There's only one player in here I do have a question about, but this is a lengthy list. Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels. And then the one guy I question, Deshaun Watson, made the he's not going anywhere anytime soon. He might be going out of football.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking at in this column is the money. That doesn't matter. I mean, you want to get that off of your team. Sorry, Deshaun. I know this is an empowerment list, but sorry. you were wrong.
They got to wait 2 years before it's not an over $100 million cap hit. So, I mean, at that point, you can't field a team. You know what I mean? So I think he's going to be around just because they kind of have to keep him there. Whether he's the starter or not, he's going to be a backup. You have to keep him there. You can't afford not to.
Shay, you see that, Jay Moore? That's the balance we need on the show. He found a loophole to keep Watson in the league, despite all of the nonsense.
Oh, listen, if it was financially viable, I'd have cut him last year. But you can't. They're the ones that gave him this stupid deal. That's on them.
So it's
Abdalla always checking the box.
It's $99 million in dead cap this season, basically $100 million.
Yeah.
Next season it's $26 million.
So next year,
next season it'll be gone.
Yeah.
But interesting, the Broncos took an $85 million dead cap hit on Russell Wilson and actually got better. Could the Browns entertain a $100 million dead cap if they acquire a guy like Kirk Cousins?
Well, we could talk about it another time. That's not his forum. Thank you very much. We're trying to talk about Brother Watson
Get
here.
that in March.
See how they do it?
And it was a rapper that named it was Kurt Cobain.
Yes.
Not from Nevada, but we talking about the rapper.
I went with the Kurt Chain's nickname. It just...
Jay Moore, did you see how he did that?
Yeah.
He tried to sneak in a Kirk Cousins thought. We're not going to let you do that, man. This is our segment. This is you can talk about. Yeah,
How dare you,
see
Shay?
how you did that?
How dare you,
They
Shay?
always trying to get in, don't they, Adam?
Always trying to take our month.
Wait. Hold on a minute.
Oh, you didn't know?
Where's Egypt, buddy?
See?
Oh, you didn't know?
See, Adam?
Oh, Shay?
Look at a map, brother.
Show me your tan, Adam. Look at that.
I tan red.
Speaking of which, Patrick Mahomes.
Damn.
He actually made the list not surprisingly. He's not going anywhere ever.
Yeah, that's fair.
Feels dangerous. People thought Tom Brady was going to retire a Patriot, too. People thought Joe Montana was going to retire a Niner.
I wonder if there's a big breakup once Reed is out, he retires, they may, what are you going to? You're going to Matt Nagy? Like what?
Nagy will hold on to his ankles so he can, because that's going to be his job. Whenever Andy retires, he told Carmen Jurko, like, it's not happening. Like,
I understand that, but I could look. Patrick Mahomes has 12, 13 years left in the league.
Sure.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that he plays for another team. Not in this era. Come on. Like, if the Chiefs would be smart to hang on to him forever, but once the dynasty ends and Andy Reid retires and all that kind of stuff, like, anything is possible. He could go to another franchise easily. I don't see why not. I don't think he's not going anywhere ever.
Right.
Is out of the realm of possibility. Like, he could stay, but it's probably more likely that in the next 13 years he goes to another team.
I don't know. Maybe if the championships are behind them and he's still productive as a player, they may hang on to him.
I mean,
you got to keep paying him.
Well, here's the thing. It's Adam, you coined the phrase this, and you said this years ago. It still rings true. If you're going to make a change, who do you replace that person with?
Yeah.
Like if you say, okay, Pat, you're going to be 30, 31, 32 soon. We're not in the championship window anymore, so we're going to part ways. Okay, so you got someone in the pipeline ready?
Well, they're going to have to because this is also player empowerment. Like, he could just be like, I'm not playing for you anymore. I'm going to be a free agent. I'm not signing a deal. I'm going to go to the highest contract, whoever I sign with. Maybe there's another, Hall of Fame head coach that needs a quarterback at a certain point, and he just ends up going there.
It's what happened with Brady. It's what happened with Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Favre.
The
Rodgers, all these quarterbacks go other places.
The likelihood that you just start and retire on the same team seems incredibly small these days.
Yeah. It doesn't happen. Yeah, and he's still got his tentacles in Kansas City with the Royals and the soccer team.
Of course he does.
So, I mean, he'll always be like Mr. Kansas City, even if he plays someplace else. So, totally understand that. And that, my friends, is Around the NFL, a special edition right here on Cap and J Hood. Still to come, some thoughts from Billy Donovan. Boy, I tell you what, you talk about the Cupid shuffle, the Bulls shuffle yesterday from Billy Donovan trying to explain that mess. We'll get to that if you missed it coming up next. Adam Abdalla is in for Cap on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tonight at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to car spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Ankin, 312-6000000. Howard is our lawyer on the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Are you stuck with an old phone or a broken phone? Switch to Verizon for a limited time, and they'll pay up to $800 via the prepaid MasterCard. And you get a new phone. Just trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan with a new line, My Plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Jay Moore.
Cap and J Hood are back.
He's rich. He is rich.
Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Adam Abdalla's in for Cap. We're with you until 10 o'clock. If you're looking for Waddle Wednesday, Tommy was on at 7:30. You can go to the ESPN Chicago app. Click on Cap and J Hood, and it's right there. It's Tom Waddle with a Waddle Wednesday. So the Bulls are now 22-32 on the season. No surprises, veteran observer of the passing scene, that the Bulls are in this position. They lost last night 132-92. But, Adam, that's not the story. Of course, the Bulls are going to lose games. They've lost 3 straight. But 132-92 does not tell the story, does it?
No, it was an awful game. The game was over at halftime. You put up 11 points in the second quarter. 11 points. And look, if you want to say this is how, I forget how many games in a row this is for Buzelis to have double-digit figures. He's playing a lot more now. He played 19 minutes, which isn't a lot, but he should be playing more minutes. 12 points last night. I think this is what we want, though. I'm not going to complain about them losing because they finally kind of picked a lane, and this is what we want. So they went in last night as the 8th worst team in the NBA. They're still the 8th worst team in the NBA. What I'm concerned about is what are they going to do about Nikola Vucevic? His last 4 games, 12 points, 10 points, 10 points, 8 points. And I know that's just looking at points, but if you watch the games, the dude does not seem interested whatsoever. Mm-hmm. I know they weren't offered what they wanted for him, and I'm starting to give more credit to Zach LaVine for being the good soldier and for being the guy who was like, listen, beginning of the year, I'm not talking about it anymore. I'm going to come in, I'm going to play, I'm going to put up numbers if I can, and if they move me, they move me, and if not, then not, whatever. Vucevic just looks, since the trade deadline, just looks completely out of it, doesn't look like he wants to be playing out there, and is putting up, in this stretch, some of the worst numbers of his career.
Uninspired.
Absolutely.
Absolutely uninspired.
And what message does that send to the younger players on your team right now?
It's just what it is, though, because he's tired of losing, and I understand that. As a proud veteran, Vucevic can give you a double-double every night, but you're right. The last few games I've seen, again, not being able to shoot the ball well. Everyone goes through, ups and downs and in their career throughout a long NBA season, but that's not great. But the old back-of-the-envelope math, where you have 34 plus 37, which is 71, and then 18 plus 11, as you mentioned, is 29. That was the score at the half, 71-29. I'm saying, Mildred, get our coats, we're leaving. That's what we're going to Billy Goat. I mean, that's where we're going. Like, that'd be the end of that. And then here's Billy Donovan trying to Bulls-splain what happened last night.
Listen, it was all the way around, coaching, playing, everything. It was just bad. I don't know what else to say about it. We have to own it. You know what I mean? The thing to me in these situations is there's no excuses. There's no anything. We have to own it. And this is part of some of these young guys' growth, quite honestly. Where we got to grow up in some ways and competitively. I mean, just like in terms of understanding, what we have control over and what we don't. And one thing we don't have control over is making shots. Because if we had control of it, we wouldn't miss a shot. So we have to own it and let's see how we respond tomorrow. I don't know how we're going to respond. But, I mean, to me, competitively, to be able to go back against the same team again, where we're going to see the same thing, we're going to have to solve that and be better at it. And
oh, boy. No answers at all. I don't know what we're going to see tomorrow, kids, so tune in. That's what he just told you.
Well, yeah, because this is they play the Pistons tonight again at home.
Yes.
It's the weird back-to-back with the same team at home. I know they've done home and road before, but, it's weird to say. I don't necessarily feel bad for Billy Donovan, but he didn't want this. He came in because he didn't want to rebuild. He came into a team that he assumed was ready to win and ready to take big swings and ready to compete for, Eastern Conference Finals. And now he's in a team that's in the middle of a tank. I know he's got a couple more years left on his deal, but he's not going to want to put up with this for the rest of the year and into the next couple seasons.
No, he didn't. He came here to win. He came here to coach veterans, and there's going to be a younger group for Billy to try to teach and coach. And it's like the money's still coming in, man.
Yeah, but
I mean, I understand. Like, he's not going back to college. He's not going to do that.
He'll get another job.
He will. But this here is like coming to work knowing that you're on a slippery slope. You know that the team's not any good.
Yeah.
Like, I like Buzelis. I think that he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's like, yeah, I'll be in a slam dunk. I'm from Chicago. He's got a chip on his shoulder, which I like.
I like Buzelis a lot, too. I think that you play him as much as you can, play these young guys as much as you can, but at a certain point, you have to reset what you're doing. And it looks like they've done that, and it might be time to reset the head coach, too, as well.
Cap and Jay Hood with Adam Abdalla in for Cap on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning to you. Cap and Jay Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name and comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
This Black History Month, National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you with flexible online classes and career-focused resources, so you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Visit nu.edu to learn more. That's nu.edu.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
The Cap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by GNC. At GNC, nutrition isn't a department, it's a whole freaking store. Nutrition for bigger gains, sculpting that revenge body, and to have you feeling like you're ready to go. GNC spent 90 years perfecting nutrition, and they've got the best flavors to squeeze more fun out of your routine. You got goals? GNC has results. Visit your local GNC store or gnc.com. Jay Moore.
Cap and J Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
J Hood, Adam Abdalla, Luther Vandross, and you here on a Waddle Wednesday on Cap and J Hood here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Sidebars are brought to you by Inc. Law. With a great Inc. Law, 312-6million. My guy, it's how my ball. Shay is in a great mood today, not just because it's a Waddle Wednesday and because he's upright and feeling better, but I'm amazed that Shay's feeling so good despite his Michigan State Spartans losing to Indiana.
I was doing so well just getting that completely out of my memory.
Wouldn't know what that's like as the number 2 team in the country right now. Wouldn't know.
Good game against Texas last night.
Wouldn't know what that's like.
It was. They beat the brakes off Texas.
Alabama's a basketball school now, guys. I don't know if you heard this.
Yes, grab an oar, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Nate Oates, get in the Oates boat. Let's do this.
But Hoodie, if anybody wants the blueprint, it's out there. Just run a zone defense, and Tom Izzo will forget everything he's ever learned about basketball.
I couldn't believe that.
What an embarrassment. I mean, really. It's the first time all year, too, that there's like just an inexplicable bad loss that I went to bed so angry last night. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, my God. That's a really bad loss. And if you are Ken Palm or whoever's doing it, it's like, you know what? Sink them to the bottom of the ocean. You can't lose to them.
No, they're listen.
To them, they're awful.
Izzo's getting in the tournament. There's no tournament without Izzo.
No, he's in the tournament, but you understand Shea's angst, though. Indiana's so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're not losing to them.
They're just running out the string until, what's-his-face retires at the end of the year, right? Indiana?
Yes.
Yeah.
Woodson,
yes.
Yeah, Mike Woodson,
yes.
The coach, yeah. So, yeah, that was pretty bad. But, again, you still have the rest of the season, but it's just you go through a college basketball season, you could just click it off like, yeah, we'll beat them. And it's like, what? How?
For the last 5 years, I've really struggled with Izzo's failure to evolve and adapt, and it's bothered me at times. And this year, he earned so much goodwill back, and they didn't have the awful loss on their schedule. They'd actually handle business in these games. And then they see a zone defense, and just everybody decides to put their head up there, you know what. And it's the first time all year I'm just actually angry, and it hurt because I just told Adam yesterday, first time in years I actually get to take my team seriously, and then they do that. And now I feel like I don't anymore.
Well, come on over. Get in the boat. There's room.
Alabama.
No. There's room, baby. Grab a hard hat. Hard hat basketball. Get in the boat. At home against Auburn this weekend. Number 1 against number 2. Let's do it. Come on. It's Auburn Hate Week. Get in.
No.
Why not?
He doesn't want to do that.
I'm trying to help you out.
I'm waiting till Saturday morning when inevitably I feel the chance for redemption at the expense of all the Illinois fans in this state. But I got to tell you, if they look the way they've looked last 2, 3, 4 games, USC, UCLA, both road games, you can excuse them. But if they look like the first half against Oregon or certainly last night against Indiana, congrats on your win Saturday, Illini Nation. Yeah. Enjoy it.
And the Illini are not that good this year either. It's not the Underwood standard.
Now that football's over and like everyone is now college basketball, NBA, what's like if this is like the first weekend you're watching college basketball, what am I watching for on Saturday besides Auburn, Alabama?
All the SEC games.
All the SEC games.
The SEC's so good. It's so fun.
Yeah.
Dude, Kentucky is awesome. What Mark Pope's been able to put together. Tennessee's really good. They took a loss at home, actually, to Kentucky last night.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was in Rupp. The SEC's fantastic. The Big East is fun. Dan Hurley. Did anybody watch UConn and Creighton last night?
Oh, when he's storming off the court talking about two rings.
Yeah. Waving goodbye to the Creighton fans. That's one of the storylines to watch, because I know people watch the tournament and they're like, oh, Dan Hurley's going for a 3rd straight ring. He has lost his mind completely this year.
Yes.
He's becoming unlikable. He's lost his mind so much.
But there's certain coaches that I've dealt with over the years that seem to be able to just absolutely lose their mind, and then when the game is over, they don't recognize what they've done. I've dealt with this before. Like, Coach, did you know what you said out there? What do you mean, John? I said, don't you see what you just did out there? You pointed to your finger and said, go F off. You can't do that.
That's severance right there.
It really is.
They walk onto the court and just the different person.
It really is. I was like, Coach, because people, like the media is asking Dan Hurley, so you said you're the best effing coach in the game? Did I say that? Yeah. Yeah.
See, with him, I think he knows what he's doing.
Yes.
I think he knows he's the villain.
But there's so many of them that just have no idea what they're doing. They lose their mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the game is over, they decompress, and it's like, oh, I didn't do that. I didn't say that. I didn't go after that official.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did. Here's the film.
He knows.
You're out of your mind.
He's become a villain. Like the first year, it was like, all right, this guy's cool. I like this guy. Now it's like, all right, enough with this.
Now, that could become very hateable, quite frankly. Like, he could be easy to dislike because what he's saying is, look at my rings, and also the Lakers wanted me.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think? I'm the best coach in college basketball, and I'm the best coach not in the NBA. I'm sure that he's thrown that line out there too.
Yeah, and if UConn ever gets sick of him, he can go, like you said, he can go to the NBA anywhere he wants to. He might be Bulls coach next year. Who knows?
Yeah, you get kicked out half the games apparently because he's the best coach.
That's fine.
Some thoughts about the Chicago Bears. What could they do in the offseason? Could they be trimming some salary? Let's talk about that in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
That would have went barrel. All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Hey, White Sox fans, cover your bases with the all-new Ballpark Pass. For a limited time, get access to every home game in March, April, and May for just $125. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Your Ballpark Pass includes tickets to opening day on March 27th and exclusive giveaways celebrating the unforgettable moments, legendary players, and iconic eras that have shaped the White Sox 125-year legacy. For more information and to secure your Ballpark Pass, visit whitesox.com/ballparkpass today.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. I just picked up my brand new 2025 Land Rover Defender from Howard Orloff Motors, and I couldn't be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at the fancy restaurant when it's parked out front. My kids absolutely love riding it. Howard Orloff Motors has the full lineup of 2025 Land Rover Defenders ready and waiting for you. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Cap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago. And welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Adam Abdalla in for Cap, I am Jay Hood. Along with Shay, along with Jay Moore, and along with you, we're glad that you're with us here on this Waddle Wednesday. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We saw a piece from theathletic.com. If you didn't check it out, we will tell you about it. It was from Kevin Fishbane from theathletic.com. Bears salary cap analysis, how GM Ryan Poles can take advantage of resources this offseason. Here's the thing, Adam. If the Bears were on the precipice of getting to the playoffs or being good, then this would not be a conversation. We would not be talking about how the Bears could be making some big cuts and make some very difficult decisions. When you scroll down in this piece, potential cap casualties, it would be Kevin Byard, $7 million of cap savings, Gerald Everett, $5.5 million, DeMarcus Walker, $5.25 million, Cairo Santos, $2.08, and Ryan Bates, $4 million as far as cap savings. But we feel as a show that the Bears could do a lot more.
Yeah, I think that, you can look at some of these positions, and it all depends on what Ben Johnson is looking for on this offense, because I don't think we're outside of maybe Edmonds, but I don't know if they might look to trade him to see if they can get something back. But he would save you a little bit of money. Ryan Poles, when he first came in, ate a bunch of cap money to try to retool this roster to get younger. Edmonds hasn't really lived up to the contract that they gave him. But you're more looking at a guy who two guys really that we don't know what Ben Johnson is going to think of them. And we kind of know what he thinks of DeAndre Swift because they let him go in Detroit when Ben Johnson was there. And the other is a player that I believe has essentially underperformed. When he's targeted, sure, he can catch, but there's also been games where he's been targeted and he can't catch, and it's Cole Kmet. I don't see him as a difference-making tight end. I don't see him as tight ends can be a fail-safe for your quarterback. That's DJ Moore. DJ Moore is going to be the guy that can catch anything for Caleb Williams. I think Cole Kmet is kind of just a replacement-level tight end, and if you can get a cheaper option, if you cut him now, you save $10 million from this year's cap. That's it. You get $10 million right there.
Yeah, because his cap hit is 11.60.
Yeah, so you'd save $10 million. You'd have to pay him $1 million. You'd save 10. You can easily sign a cheaper tight end that could be better. You could also draft a tight end that could be better. You could do both with your resources that you have because you'd have that extra $10 million, and that would put you at about 75, depending on what you do with Edmonds and other guys. You could have around $90 million worth of cap space, and that opens you up for a bunch of options. I don't necessarily think that there are two different paths that this Bears team can go down. I think you can have your cake and eat it too. You don't have to just trade your draft picks and sign Micah Parsons and end up trading for Micah Parsons. That's all you do. Mm-hmm. And then you're like, oh, well, what are they going to do about the offensive line? You can do everything. You can trade your next 2 first-round picks and a little bit, and obviously more for Micah Parsons. You can have more. You have more cap space, so you can sign Trey Smith. You can sign Drew Dahlman. You can draft another offensive lineman with your second-round pick from the Panthers. That's higher than your pick. You can draft another offensive lineman, and that fills the holes right there. If you can get 2 veteran offensive linemen in free agency,
yes,
along with trading for Micah Parsons, assuming he's available. Trading for Micah Parsons, you have to pay him like $40 million a year, which is what his projected value is going to be because he's going to want to be the highest paid guy at that position. You can do everything.
Yes.
This isn't an either or. You can do everything you want to, and I think that could lead to not necessarily a worst to first situation for the Bears, but worst to
contention.
Wild card?
In the mix.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is what I've been preaching to Cappy, where he says that I want to build this the right way. No one's going to give you an extra trophy because the majority of your talent is homegrown. Because it's about trying to win now. Yes, and what I've laid out is, yes, it is both sides in which you can do both. You are correct. I said this the other day that I think it's important for you to be able to, when you have money, to be able to spend it on holes that's on this roster. And there's a few holes where you can be able to get upgrades on both sides of the football. Mm-hmm. But also, through the draft, because you have draft capital, use that draft capital. You could either trade it or you could be able to manifest it to be able to get the players that you want. That's all. And you're not going to hit on every draft pick. But what I would say is that if you feel like you have some talent, and the Bears do have talent, it's been unrealized, but they do have talent, Adam. Mm-hmm. What I would just say is that you have to be able to look at this and say, who can help me on my offensive line yesterday? Mm-hmm. Because Caleb Williams is the centerpiece of this team. He needs to have that protection. On the other side, very few times in our lives as Bears fans, Adam, that we can say, boy, that defense was unproductive. Yeah. Very few times. Mm-hmm. We've seen a lot of bad Bears football, but we also saw some defense that got after it, punching the ball out or getting after the quarterback. We saw neither last year. And so that's why there's going to be some hard decisions that are made. Some guys that you say, I like that guy, but he might have to go because you want a younger asset, someone that's more productive.
You've got 3 years. You've got a 3-year window.
Yeah.
Because right now, Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. He's getting $60 million a year. It is not out of the realm of possibility that in 3 years, if Caleb Williams is the guy and a franchise quarterback, that he could get $70 to $75 million a year. The cap's going to go up, obviously, every single year. The quarterbacks, regardless of how good they are, how great they are, how mediocre they are, the next guy always gets more money than the last guy. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that this dude's going to be making $750 million, $75 million a year to be the Bears quarterback. So you have a 3-year window where you have to make some drastic decisions. And we saw the Bears do this before. Just because the Khalil Mack deal didn't work out doesn't mean that's on Khalil Mack. That was more on Mitchell Trubisky not being a good quarterback. If Mitchell Trubisky was better and more developed, then that could be on Mitchell Trubisky, that could be on the Bears coaching staff. Not here to argue about Mitchell Trubisky. Just saying that if he was better, this would have gone better for the Bears. Now you have that opportunity where you could make drastic decisions. You could cut Cole Kmet. You could cut Tremaine Edmonds. You could get more cap space. Make better decisions because what you have been doing, what have they won with Cole Kmet? Nothing.
Not much.
They haven't won anything with Cole Kmet. So Cole Kmet's a nice guy. He's, Bears fan, obviously grew up a Bears fan, great story, all that good stuff. But if you're not winning with him and you have to make these drastic decisions and you can get more money because if you do trade for Micah Parsons and you need to, give more money to Trey Smith, you need to give more money to Drew Dahlman, you can fill the holes on your roster this year with veteran players and instantly make this team better and start contending while you have Caleb Williams on a rookie deal. Why not be what the Seahawks were with the Legion of Boom, where you spend money on players that aren't your quarterback, and then we saw what happened to them when they had to pay Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully the Bears have better cap managers than the Seahawks did, but they took advantage of it. Why can't you take advantage of it now? Sure, some feelings might be hurt. If you own a Cole Kmet jersey, I'm sorry. That's sports. That's how it works.
Yeah, no one lasts forever on one team anymore.
Absolutely. So there are a bunch more tight ends that you could either sign, you could either draft, whatever, that would at least be replacement level of Cole Kmet that wouldn't cost you $10 million, $11 million a year.
So, Shay, let's open the phone lines on this. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. You hear Adam and I having this conversation about the Chicago Bears. And so when we take a look at two sides of it, tell us the one cut that you'd want to see from the Chicago Bears team, someone that she's on the offensive side or defensive side where you say, you know what, this player could be expendable. We'd like to be able to do this. And the other thing is talking about building through the draft and use all 4 picks in the top 75 of the draft. Look, they have plenty of draft capital, as we talked about, Adam. And so, to me, I think that, yes, you do use your draft capital to move up in the first round if you can, and also use some of that other draft capital to be able to get something established. Like, for instance, at the tight end position, we talked about with Cole Kmet. It's not dime a dozen like how it's said about running backs. With Cole Kmet, and let's just be fair, 11.60 cap hit. Cole Kmet, and we could talk about this all day, and whether or not Cole is in this position because the Bears didn't have a good offense or Cole Kmet is just a guy. I think that's only a fair conversation. Like, you could blame it on the Bears, blame it on Cole. The bottom line is that you want to have someone that's more productive in that spot. If you move on from Cole Kmet, that the hope is that whoever the tight end that replaces him can be able to provide a lot more than Cole has. And, again, a lot of this is play design on the quarterbacks he's worked with. It's happened over the years. Ask Greg Olsen. As happy as he is at Fox, how difficult was it for him as a Chicago Bear where he wasn't in the football enough? I mean, he's a great Bear here, but I think a lot of it is because we felt bad for him because he wasn't being able to flourish as a top 5 tight end in the league because he was a Bear. He was just a Bear that just played and just waited for his time, his opportunity to score or try to catch a football.
Yeah.
With Cole Kmet, and I will add DeAndre Swift to that list, even though Tommy might disagree, Tommy Waddle we talked to earlier, that's someone else, 9.30. There's a savings there. We already heard from Ben Johnson saying that he wants to get faster in that running back room. That's another person you can look at.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can. And, again, these are not decisions you necessarily need to make. You can keep Kmet for a year and then do this and see how he looks in a Ben Johnson offense when it might be getting more targets, when, it's a faster offense and he can be more reliable. And then if he doesn't work out this year, you save $10 million in 2026. Like, you can do that. I think with Swift, too, we've already seen Ben Johnson move on from him once. So why wouldn't you want to get better at running back? That doesn't mean use your 10th pick on Ashton Genty. That just means draft a running. This is from people that do this for a living, that analyze drafts. This is a very, very deep running back draft. And so if you draft one in the 3rd round, if you draft one in the 4th round, you could find that. I also think maybe if you can get a decent deal, kick the tires on Najee Harris. I'm a little bit biased. He's He's from Alabama. Just kick the tires on Najee Harris. He's had over 20 receptions every single year. He's had over 1,000 yards every single year. I'm just saying. He's a reliable running back, can be a receiver as well. And with better quarterback play, better offensive coordinator, maybe he's better than he was for the Steelers. So, and again, I'm seeing it on Twitch. I'm seeing it on Twitter. I don't hate Cole Kmet. What's he done?
No one's hating Cole Kmet. We're just saying, can you upgrade that position?
Yeah.
From a receiver standpoint, from a blocking tight end standpoint, whatever's needed for Ben Johnson's offense.
He can't block. He whiffs all the time. Yeah. Okay. He caught a few nice touchdowns.
Yeah.
Awesome. He's half the league's tight ends are better than him.
Yeah. So you and I are different in this regard. I ignore what you just read there because it's not hate. It's trying to do what's best for the Chicago Bears. And that doesn't mean that Cole Kmet's going to be gone this year. We're just suggesting that if you're trying to make a cost savings for the Chicago Bears, maybe they'll look at Cole Kmet and say, okay, maybe we'll draft one that we feel that's better, a younger asset, because this whole thing that we call sports that we talk about every day is also predicated on how young the asset is, how many years he'll be under your team. Mm-hmm. How many productive years does he have? Because it's football, after all. Mm-hmm. So the idea that we're trying to push him out the door, that's not the case. What we're saying is that could they look at a younger asset or something better to be able to fit what Ben Johnson wants? And maybe Cole is the answer, but I think I'm definitely looking to see how I can upgrade everything across the board.
He might be. Look, Ben Johnson might come in, and Cole Kmet might have the best season of his career, and Ben Johnson might like him. But if I trust Ben Johnson, that's what you brought him in for.
Yeah.
If we find out that Cole Kmet is a post-June 1st cut, I wouldn't be that surprised. I'm not saying that he's going to be or that that's what they're going to do, but you need to look at every single position that can be upgraded, and Cole Kmet has been underwhelming. Well, he doesn't get targets. Maybe there's a reason he doesn't get targets.
Maybe.
Cool. Maybe Shane Waldron just like Gerald Everett. That might be the case. And now Shane Waldron's not the offensive coordinator, and Ben Johnson comes in and gives him a bunch of targets per game, and he's great. I've also seen him whiff on blocks and not be able to get separations from defenders. So, Which one is it?
Yeah. And again, I said this at the end of the season. I'll say it again. There is going to be some tough cuts that probably should be made on the Chicago Bears team just to try to change the dynamic of the team and to be able to get what Ben Johnson wants. But ultimately, the whole thing is about trying to get Caleb Williams the best players possible, the best offensive line, the best weapons, and for him to be able to work with these players. He and Odunze are tied at the hip for years. So I just want what's best for Caleb Williams because he's the centerpiece of all of this. There's some optimism about the Chicago Bears from Bristol, Connecticut. How about that? We'll hear a comment. If you missed it, we'll play it for you coming up next regarding the future of the Chicago Bears. Adam Abdalla's in for Cap on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
The $1,389 per month per thousand, financed on select models with approved credit.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful.
Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Adam Abdalla in for Cap with you till 10 o'clock. Then Clinton and friends at 10 o'clock, followed by Carmen and Shay from 12 to 3. Shay's in for Jurko. Waddle and Miller at 2:30. Miller's in for Silvy, Shaw Local. And then Tyler Aki in for Bleck Abdalla at 6:30 right here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 28 degrees in Chicago under a winter weather advisory. It's going to be 3 to 6 inches starting at 11 a.m. according to Tracy Butler from ABC 7 Eyewitness News. So she says that the snow is coming starting at 11 a.m. this morning. So we'll be tucked in and ready to go.
Yeah.
We'll be at home.
Pre-salt.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, snow falling into the beard of one Shay Norling after 3 p.m.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
So,
looking forward to it.
So there's that.
I was joking with Brendan, actually. I was going to take today off entirely because of the snow.
Yeah.
And then he walked out of his office and he's like, how about stay till 3?
Oh. Okay.
Well, listen.
Double down.
All right.
Wow.
Listen.
Knife in the back.
Once we get to the Tuesday after the Super Bowl, it's head to O'Hare, and you'll see about half of ESPN 1000 there. should do a remote from there on the Tuesday after the Super Bowl. People can make their flights easier, maybe.
Brother, let me tell you something. Adam, we are holding it down. You know why? Because we know spring and summer is coming.
Yeah, listen.
Where's Hoodie? Gone. Gone. On a boat. Gone.
I'll see you guys for training camp.
Yeah, pretty much. See you later.
Very excited for the Cap Lake shows.
That's coming. Absolutely. Speed up. Absolutely. The Hall of Famers earned it. I'm looking forward to those too, by the way.
Just zoomed in on his face on Twitch.
Just remind me, Shay, when that happens, because I'll be in. Absolutely. 312-332-3776, our phone number. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. New users get $1,500 in bonus bets back if your first bet does not win, plus unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Sign up today and use promo code Radio100. Radio 100. As Jay Moore decided to use, we're going to do that because we like our music light. Yes, nothing like Radio 100.
Yeah.
Here's Springsteen. We go to Cherville. Here's Henry with us on Cap and J Hood. Henry, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for putting me on.
Thanks for coming on.
I love you guys. I love the shows. You guys are kind of killing me with the recency bias, though. With the whole DJ Moore being, what's his name, in football cleats?
Zach Levine in football cleats.
Right. But then look at him every season before 2024. 1,000 yards every season. You look at Cole Kmet. Adam asked, what has Cole Kmet really done? Well, he was the 11th best tight end in the league in 2023.
Got anything for last year? Any stats from last year, Henry?
Yeah. Eberflus is a big fat 0. That's the stat from last year. Why do you think all of his coaches are gone? Because he was the worst. His offensive coordinator was the worst.
Eberflus also was the coach in 23, though. Wasn't he? Yeah, but he was the coach in 23, too, Henry.
Right. But it just drastically got worse. The longer he was here, the worse he got. They actually took some shots in 23. In 23, he actually used his defense to blitz. Mm-hmm. Not in 24. Everything was play it safe and play not to get fired. If you look at all the years before this past year, you've got Pro Bowl guys on this team. They don't look like it because of last year.
I would say what I would tell you.
A better tight end, Hey, guess what? We need a number 2 and a number 3 tight end anyway. So why get rid of Cole Kmet if he was, if he ends up being the number 2 instead of the number 1? Great. Why just throw the money away and light it on fire? I don't get that.
Well, here's what I would tell you. Because no player lasts on a team forever. And I would just say that, and the reason that I said what I said about Cole Kmet is that if you look at Cole Kmet, if you feel like you want to get younger at that position, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You're not getting rid of or parting ways with a top 5 tight end. If you believe that, you said in 2023 he was the 11th best tight end. Can I get the 5th best tight end on this team? Can I get in the top 6?
I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to be this. Sam Laporta the last 2 years for the Lions had 10 touchdowns in 2023 and 7 touchdowns in 2024. Cole Kmet had 4 touchdowns last year, 6 touchdowns in 2023, where he was the 11th best. But I heard he's a red zone machine, is what I've heard. 7 touchdowns is his high in 2022. Sam Laporta had 10 touchdowns in his rookie year.
I mean, you can blame some of this on coaching. That's fine.
Absolutely, you can.
But also about play design and the ability to say for sure that guy's a threat.
He had 90 targets in 2023. He only had 6 touchdowns.
Well, I mean, that says something. Now with Ben Johnson, I think some would say, well, if Ben Johnson's here, now Cole Kmet's going to really have a coming out party. I don't know that for sure. I have no idea.
I'm not saying that he's not going to. Ben Johnson might turn him into Sam Laporta or Travis Kelce or George Kittle.
That'd be great.
He might. I haven't seen that from him yet, and he's about to enter his 6th year in the NFL. So an upgrade, a younger upgrade at the position, a cheaper upgrade at the position. You think that the Bears did this contract this way for a reason? That maybe they could get out of it and only pay him $1 million and give him and save $10 million a year if they decide to move on from him? They might have done that for a reason.
I would just ask for some Bears fans to hold on to their pearls because there's going to probably be some guys that Ben Johnson and his coaching staff looks at and says, yeah, you know what, we can do better. No one called in about Gerald Everett yet.
No.
Or DeMarcus Walker because there's a reason.
Look, if he turns him into Sam Laporta, fine. If Ben Johnson believes, but once again, I'm going to trust in Ben Johnson, and we were looking at the reason this came up. We were looking at the ways that the Bears can save money and maximize their cap space. That's all this is. How the Bears, make sure you're people that are listening that are mad that we're disrespecting the great Cole Kmet. who had more podcast appearances than touchdowns last year. This is only looking at it in the realm of how the Bears can save the most amount of money and open themselves up to spending a lot of money in free agency and upgrading their roster. They can save $10 million by cutting Cole Kmet this year. There's a reason that they might have done the contract that way.
DeAndre Swift probably be on that list too. We gave if you're just joining us, we have the list earlier, the potential cap casualties from Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic, Kevin Byard, Joel Everett, DeMarcus Walker, Cairo Santos, and Ryan Bates. And I'm sure that there will be more. And speaking of optimism, we mentioned earlier that on Sportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman, they talked about hope or no hope when it comes to Chicago Bears. And they are up with hope.
Hope or no hope. Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson.
I definitely think they have hope. Now, I know that it's a very tough division, but Ben Johnson is obviously an offensive wizard. Caleb Williams wants to be pushed by him. He wants somebody to help him grow. And we saw signs of Caleb Williams being that guy this past year. He certainly has to do his part in listening to Ben Johnson. He's got to get the ball out quicker. But they've got some interesting pieces in Chicago. I think that they have hope because they got their guy at the head coaching position.
Yeah, they've got hope. They've got a little bit of cap flexibility, and they've got 3 of the first 41 picks, including number 10 overall. They can get this thing fixed in a hurry. I love the staff that he was able to fill out. He got Dennis Allen, who was an experienced coach 2 times over, Declan Doyle, who's a hotshot coordinator guy that everybody's going to start to learn a little bit more about. But the most important thing is that Caleb Williams will have an opportunity for stability now, right? You know who your play caller is going to be moving forward. This is somebody that you openly campaigned for. So he's got a vested interest in trying to make the Ben Johnson of it all work out. So I'm going to say there's a lot of hope in Chicago.
That's a far cry from what we usually get from Unsportsmanlike, but I will say that when they talk about the coaching staff, because that's how it starts first, because Tommy talked about it, optimism because of the veteran nature, Adam, of that coaching staff, but then from there, it's all about talent. How do you identify the talent? You have talent on the team, but how do you get younger? How do you get more productive in certain positions that the Bears were bereft of last year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there is hope with this Bears team because of going out and actually changing. We saw them do things this offseason that we've never seen the Bears do. Firing a coach midseason, they've never done. Going out and spending $13 million on a head coach a year, never seen them do that. Eberflus is making $4.5 million. Like, they more than doubled what they were going to pay a head coach, and they're still paying Eberflus to not work. So, to not work for them, rather. But so when you look at it now, there is hope because things are being done differently. And maybe they do take a swing on a Micah Parsons. And maybe they do spend the money on Trey Smith. Ryan Poles has been going to, Five Below or Dollar General, whichever store you want to talk about, and getting offensive linemen there. He's only spent a top pick on an offensive lineman on Darnell Wright. He dug this hole. Yeah. Now he's got to get himself out of it, and the way you can do that this year specifically is throw money at the problem. Throw money at Trey Smith. Throw money at Drew Dahlman. Take a swing and make one of these 4 defensive ends that might be available. Take a swing at one of them, and you can go. The NFL is the easiest league to go from worst to first, or at least worst to contender. And you can do that this year.
Omar is in Woodridge on Cap and J Hood. Adam is in for Cap. Omar, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys were talking about who we could possibly get rid of and free up some space. What about Cairo Santos? I mean, he had a pretty big contract, didn't he? And he's a liability for anything over 45 yards.
Yeah, let's address that because you're on Albert Breer's phone. We appreciate it.
I think we figured out why that happens, too, by the way, yesterday. We did a lot of experimenting yesterday here at the radio station.
The crackling of the phone?
Yeah, to pull back the fourth wall here again. The crackling of the phone. We had every producer here call the line to try to figure out why the phone cracks for certain phones. It's T-Mobile.
Oh, that's nice.
Everyone with a T-Mobile phone, the line was cracking. Everyone without a T-Mobile phone, the line was not cracking.
Now I have to experiment with that.
What do you have?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying it right now. I'm calling
you,
right
dude.
now.
I'm telling you.
All right. 312-332-3776 our phone
but
number.
Yes, cut Cairo Santos. You need to upgrade a kicker. Sorry.
We turn now to Shay, who's calling from the north side. Shay, good morning. How are you?
I'm just testing the theory.
Yep.
Is the phone
crackling.
cracking?
It is crackling.
It's absolutely crackling.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shay, we appreciate the phone call. And now he leaves line open. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number.
It's because they've partnered with Starlink.
I'm just telling you, a lot of us have a lot of people here called with T-Mobile and it was crackling.
Speaking of that, here's Charles in Crystal Lake on Cap and J Hood. Charles, good morning.
Hey guys, I have T-Mobile. Am I good?
No, you're crackling. I told you guys.
No. Oh God. All right, I'll keep it quick. All right, Tremaine Edmonds. I want him cut. I don't think they can because of dead cap money. Swift. I want him cut. Same thing. Cap money. Cole Kmet. I'd give him another year, see how he does, and if it doesn't work out, you can cut him next year and draft a tight end. Want your guys' thoughts? Thanks, guys.
All right, I'm gonna call now.
I mean, to be fair, Charles, you can cut whoever you want to. You just have to eat the money. Shay, how much money would they save on Tremaine Edmonds?
$4.4 million.
Okay, so you're saving $4 million, but you have to eat a bunch of money. As Jonathan Hood now calls in to ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Good morning, Adam.
You're not on yet. Hold on a second. Hold on as we. All right, now you're on.
All right. Good morning. How are you?
Definitely crackling. Yep, definitely crackling. 1,000%. 1,000% crackling.
Actually, for real?
Yeah.
It's bad, dude. Yeah.
You can't hear it. No. You won't hear it. You will not hear it. Only us will hear it.
Oh wow! I didn't know it was that bad. Oh no, I can hear it through the speakers now. Oh wow! Wow, it's like an old record player. That's terrible.
Jay Moore, what do you have?
Verizon.
Call in.
Let me call.
All right, so Jay Moore will also
I love
test the
this.
theory.
I hope people love this because this is great.
Well, at least we're finding out what's happening with that.
This is necessary information.
It is, isn't it?
Jay Moore's 312. Oh, he's got the special hotline. Which one are you calling from?
He's calling line 1.
Oh, is it line 1?
Yeah.
Okay. ESPN 1000.
Jay
Good morning.
Moore, how are you?
That's not Jay Moore.
T-Mobile checking in here.
Oh, that's not Jay Moore. Oh, who is this?
Well done. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up? It's Jay Moore.
Nice and clean, though.
Nice and clean for
Yeah,
us.
there we go. That's beautiful.
That's
See?
good.
That's great.
Jay Moore, you sound
right.
good, man. That's nice and clean.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm not kidding you. We spent like 30 minutes trying to figure this out yesterday, going to different producers around different people.
Wow.
Eric, Brendan, just having people call in and be like, what service do you have? What service do you have?
Wow. Crackling.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy.
Hello.
Hello?
Who's this?
Verizon.
Who's this?
This is Chicago Bears, man. How you doing?
I'm good.
Nice and clean. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Caleb to polls, nice and clean.
Verizon.
Angel in Tampa listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Angel, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys.
Oh, God. What is that?
Terrible.
Angel, what do you have?
I got Metro PCS.
Oh, no.
Boo, unless they're a partner. Boo, unless they're a partner. Boo.
I got 4 daughters. I pay $180 for 6 lines.
Oh, my God.
Get your money back. That's awful.
You got to get better lines than that, man. What is that one that, what is that, cricket? Get cricket.
Oh, no.
That's disgusting.
You're off the line.
Ugh.
That's awful. Jeez.
Metro PCS.
Can we get a Boost Mobile to check in, please?
That's like the SBC Global phone lines. My God. That was horrible.
Hey, what's Ryan Reynolds' phone company?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. What's that one?
It's Mint, right? Or something
Mint,
like that?
yeah, I think it's Mint.
Who's calling on the hotline now? Who's this now?
I don't know. Everybody's trying to call in there
Let's
with their
see.
different services now. Who's calling on that? What number is it? I can't see. Don't give out the number. I don't know if people know people's
It's
numbers.
6-3. Oh. Who?
Tracy Butler on the hotline.
Okay, Tracy Butler on the hotline.
Tracy Butler, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I am reporting to you from the weather cave, and I wanted to see if I was crackling.
Nice and clean.
Very clean.
Very clean.
There you go.
You sound
See?
great.
I wanted to be part of this experiment, but just so you know, the snow is beginning, but don't be scared. Be prepared, gentlemen.
Don't be scared. Be prepared.
Obvious
That's
shirts,
awesome.
yeah.
Tracy, you sound great as always, whether you're on the phone or in studio with us.
Thank you, gents. Have a good day.
There you
Tracy.
go. Nice, clean line from a Tracy Butler. Hey, does my phone sound good?
How do I sound, Ned?
Jay Moore, it's nothing like February sports radio. How do I sound?
Do you guys remember the old Q101 segment, Your Request Sucks?
Yeah.
This is my service. My service sucks.
How do I sound Wednesday?
How do I sound Wednesday? Hey, I'm Metro PCS. What about me? Hey, I'm U.S. Cellular from Milwaukee.
Metro PCS has been the worst. The absolute worst.
Oh, my God. Coming up next, when's the last time that you had your balls severed by someone? That's coming up next. It's a sports story for sure on Cap and J Hood.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN
Rob, you all
Chicago.
Yep.
Peggy and Dion, Saturdays from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville. Brought to you by Zazu Salons.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. Who will be headed to San Antonio? Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Cap and J Hood are back. Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Adam Abdalla in for Cap. So, Manchester City, you got to help me with this story here, Adam. Manchester City legend Sergio Aguero said yesterday before Man City's first leg of the Championship League matchup with Real Madrid that Madrid cannot beat City.
Yeah.
Now, tell me why that is so. Why does he feel that way?
Well, he played for Manchester City for a bunch of years. He's one of the Manchester City greats, like you mentioned. He scored a very pivotal goal at the end of the Premier League day to win them one of their championships. Now, City's won 6 of the last 7 Premier League championships. They've won 4 in a row. They won the Champions League in 2023, where they completed the treble, where they won all three of their trophies. Now, this is important because Manchester City has had a down year for their standards. Like, they're not as good as they usually are. They're usually just like the Dodgers, essentially, where they just buy a bunch of players. They're under investigation for financial fair play. They might get relegated, whatever. Neither here nor there. So Sergio Aguero must be like the Drake of gambling because he bet $10,000 on this match yesterday, the first leg of the Champions League. Now, Real Madrid are insanely good in Champions League. They've won a bunch of Champions League trophies. I believe they won it last year. And so I'm a Manchester City fan. I knew they were going to lose that game. Knew they were going to. They were up early and then they were up again late. Knew that they were going to lose that game. I saw yesterday Sergio Aguero went on a podcast the day before the game and said that City cannot lose to Real Madrid at home. And if they do lose, I will cut off my testicles. And guess what?
What?
In the 90th minute, I believe, it was tied. And then Real Madrid scored, and they won. No surprise, this veteran observer of the Manchester City scene this year, they've been absolute dog crap this year. But yeah, now, the second the game ended, because the game ended around like 4:15-ish yesterday, 4:10. The second the game ended, I went on Twitter and searched Sergio Aguero. This poor guy's never going to live this down. Like, there might be dudes standing outside his house with scissors. With butcher shears.
Yes.
Just ready to go. Like, you can't do this. Our fine teammate, Aaron Goldhammer.
Yep.
Once had to eat poop.
Yep, rightfully so.
We know the FSU better. Went MIA because what did he say he would do, Shay? What did the FSU guy said he would do?
He was going to eat dog poop out of a cup with a spoon. And instead of doing that, he deleted his account.
Yeah.
And Florida State did not win another game for like 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't listen.
He said he would cut off his testicles. That's what he said.
He's a very rich man. He played for a number of years.
Yes.
This could just be him joking around. But when you make a statement like this now in this day and age, the internet never forgets.
Yes.
And it's being memed, and everybody's doing the Sergio Aguero will cut off his testicles and all this kind of stuff. Like, he's actually not going to do it, right?
I mean, well, here's the thing. You make that statement, you got to pay it off. What kind of man are you if you don't pay it off? You said that you'd cut off your testicles. So you should be a ballless man.
Yeah, so
become a eunuch.
For example, Barstool Big Cat, who joins Waddle and Silvy every week, has made a bet every year with a team that I forget what record they have to have early in the season. But if that team ends up winning the Super Bowl, he will cut off his pinky toe. Or his pinky. Every year he picks a team. This year it was the Rams. Very close. Very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe, though, that he would actually do it.
You do?
I think he would.
Oh.
I think he would get a little guillotine and just boop. So I don't know. Does Sergio Aguero have to do this now? Can we just, how about just a vasectomy?
Yeah, how old a man is he?
No.
Sergio Aguero?
It's got to be full Game of Thrones, hot knife through butter.
All right.
Get him off.
All right.
It has to be.
Get him off.
He's 36.
It has to be. And Adam,
Did you just say get him off?
You know how I feel.
Like
You
a pair of
went out
panties.
and said it. Madrid can't lose to City. If they lose, I'll cut off my testicles. Well, they lost yesterday, and you get another game next week. If you don't cut them off by next week, you're not advancing in the Champions League.
Dude, they weren't advancing in the Champions League anyway.
He said it. He will be the reason.
They're playing they're playing like the 15-time Champions League champions, Real Madrid. They're like the best team in Champions League history.
They were favored in the game yesterday, were they not? The match. I apologize.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure it's very clear. You say like big time statements, outlandish statements all the time. I've been doing this for a long time. There's a reason why I've never been suspended. Walking this tightrope of live radio, you would think at some point, yep, he's going to get the gate. Yep, he's going to get fired. Because Cap and Jay Hood, we do this show every morning. It's on a tightrope, but I'm not going to get fired because I'm saying something crazy, like cut off my balls.
No, I would never say like, hey, if the Bears don't make the playoffs this year, I'm gonna cut off a pinky or
no,
whatever. Maybe get a vasectomy. One might be enough.
What? What?
One might be enough for the Abdallas. We'll see.
No, I want several baby dollars.
Well, we'll see. If there's a partner out there that wants to sponsor
I want several baby dollars. I want to be able to take the other baby dollar to concerts.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm not putting anything like literally putting my balls on the line.
No, that's disgusting.
To do that, like, don't say that. Just don't say it.
Because people expect you to take the knife.
Yeah, just don't say it.
I say he's got to do it within a week.
On like live on a
no,
platform?
I don't need to watch it.
No, I think you have to.
On
Content.
Twitch. On Twitch, of course.
Content.
That's where you do that.
He can go to Kai Cenat's basement and do it or something.
Cut of the day.
Sergio Aguero in the gamer chair while somebody removes his balls.
Come on, son of a bitch. Yeah, come on. You can't beat me. He's got the controller in his hand and his balls in his hand as well. The cut of the day is next on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Can't miss radio. Today at 4 on the Waddle and Silvy Show. Hear the one and only Barstool Big Cat. This is ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own, and it's more than a dozen. All to keep me connected to the good stuff, my streaming, my gaming, all my interneting. You name it, I got it connected. Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. For real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it. And then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees are extra after the promotion. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TAP to 321-321. That's TAP to 321-321.
The intensity is heating up as the Blue Demons continue to battle the Big East Best. Huge matchups are coming up at Wintrust Arena. The Blue Demons face off against St. John's, Butler, and Georgetown in must-see action. Don't just hear about it, experience it live. Lock in your seats now at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Jay Moore.
Cap and Jay Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Cap and J Hood Cut of the Day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. ChicagoCutSteakhouse.com is the place you go for reservations for friends, with family, with clients. It's always a great spot. Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Jay Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
I love the idea of ESPN drink champs. I like the idea of just liquor everywhere, just all different kind of bottles, comfortable. There we go. What's up? What's up? Let me just say something. Jay Moore's been waiting for this his entire life. His entire life. And on this format, he's been waiting for that. That's what he's been waiting for.
If we can get them drunk in the studio and have them just tell us their secrets. I don't know if I want to say this. Why not, man? You're on the radio.
Come on.
Come on, let us know. It's a radio show.
Man, let me tell you. Man, Ben Johnson's a nerd. Oh, he's a nerd! Just yelling.
That dude sucked.
Oh, Waldron sucked.
We've got the whole sales team in studio. They're all listening in the background on the video.
Dude, you can tell it here. Listen, I'm not going to besmirch anybody's good name, but when we listen, you could tell someone would walk down the street to Target and buy like 10 baseballs because someone's coming in.
Yes.
Merkin's walking in with 5 basketballs because Barkley's in studio. Like, what are we doing, man?
If you had a famous enough person in studio, Merk would just be standing right outside the studio door. The entire segment.
Everybody's trying to get an autograph from Charles Barkley. I'm trying to get a picture with Ken Jeong because he's in studio.
Right. We got to drop a bomb on that one.
Damn! Ken Jeong!
Thank you. Pour some out for Merk.
Oh, boy, that format Cap would be so lost.
I don't drink.
Done.
One can, Dan. It'd be a 15-minute podcast.
I don't understand what we're doing, buddy, but people like it.
I got text messages. People love it. I'm just telling you. I don't get it, but whatever. Anyway, A's 3, Angels 2. Bottom of the 4th.
Mercedes Lewis drink?
And that's all, folks.
The Cap and J Hood Cut of the Day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Unbelievable. This nonsense we did for 3 hours. So much fun. Tears to the eyes.
It was a lot of fun.
Went to Don Julio's in Calumet City last night with family. Cousins Wiley and Dion and Maceo and T. Marie and from Virginia and et cetera, et cetera. So many, the Terrys are there. Everyone's there. And, of course, it's Taco Tuesday, I was told.
Hell yeah.
Taco Tuesday.
Hell yeah.
Drinks flowing. And then we get to the end of the night. I think it's about 12 of us. And the old, hey, my wife and I are here, so can we just do the separate check? No separate checks. No separate checks. So Dion just takes it upon herself to be able to pay for everything, and she goes, did you calculate $43 each, cuzzo? Like, wait a minute.
I had one taco.
I don't know how she did that math so quickly. $43, cuzzo. Like, oh, okay. Okay.
I'm paying for your drinks. I would just rather
do it myself, because I tried to do it before the orders came, Adam. I was just like, hey, can Michelle and I just, nope.
No.
One check.
No separate checks. That's a thing where we've been in other states going to college games, and it's like, it's assumed. It's like, here you go. Separate checks for you guys. It's like, oh, thank you. That's so nice of you.
But then
thank you.
Here,
no.
That's no shot.
No, not at all.
Our thanks to Shay. Our thanks to Jay Moore. Thanks to you, Adam, for coming in.
Thanks for having me, guys. It was fun.
Deal Breakers Thursday tomorrow. We'll talk to you then. So long, everybody. Take that. From Chicago.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Pep Oil inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit TMAIllinois.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name.
Yes. Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
Transmit is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show. We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today. Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Wednesday, kiddos. Welcome to the program. My name is Clinton Yates. It is a cold and rainy morning here in Los Angeles, despite what you might see on the ESPN app. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. So the way we put this show together is pretty simple. We have our various emails, but we have, because it's 2025, we have a group chat. And in the group chat, which is simply named after the show, one James Steele dropped a gem on us yesterday, producer of the program, and he wrote, "I'm not a shoe guy, but I ordered these a couple weeks ago, and they just got here today, and I'm super excited about it," and drops this picture
Steele, I'll let you describe them. But I wanted to start here today just so that we can let everybody know how fly you're looking today and how dope these kicks are. Please take it away.
Yeah, so I'm a huge Ghostbuster fan. I have been since I was little. I love the cartoon back in the 80s. And
Yeah.
I am the movies are my favorites of all time. So every once in a while when I'm scrolling through Instagram or Facebook or whatever, like these shoes would pop up on my feed, and they were Slimer shoes. So they're like the ugly little green blob ghost, and they're bright green. And I showed my wife. I said, I think I need these.
Do we have the picture? Can we get this up on? Look at these. Look at that. I mean, I'm sorry. I told you. I said you're not going to come through with the ecto coolers on, and we're going to skip over it. There's no world. You just dropped this into the chat like it was just another piece of news. These are tremendous, sir. You're wearing them today, I presume.
Yeah, I'm wearing them today for sure.
Can you stick your feet up on the board just so we could have? Oh, he took it off. Okay. I was hoping we could get the still photo of your feet.
I'm 41. I don't move the way I used to.
Come on, you can't make him put his leg up like that.
Not quite that limber. That's cool though. I'm glad to see also you stuck with the bit, you committed to the bit, and you have the T-shirt on as well. That is a great start. Devin, what did you first think of James's kicks today?
Listen, I like Ghostbusters. I'm not a huge fan, but like James is, I know he's a super fan. But listen, the kicks are fly. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, like you said, kind of just throw that in a group chat, like subtly.
Yeah,
you can't do that. You need a build up for that.
I was completely thrown off. We're thinking about different topics. I was like, we're starting the show with that today. So good job out of you, James. I really do appreciate it. And by the way, if anybody has anything they want to talk about from a fashion standpoint at any given time, feel free to hit us up. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, so those of you who know me know that I cover baseball primarily. Not only is it my favorite sport, it's the sport I write the most about, and I spend the most time at yards in terms of places I am in the sporting world. Now, I believe the official pitchers and catchers report day for most teams is Friday. Typically, that's when it happens. It's around Valentine's Day. Good thing that baseball was my first love. That works out. But teams still have people reporting to their facilities, obviously, because this is the week that guys get in town and they start to do various things, whether it's workouts, whether it's, just checking in and all that. This is the week that happens before the official date happens for any player who wants to, effectively. Now, some of you might remember the way the season ended last year, which was, of course, the Dodgers took down the Yankees in New York. And that was a very interesting end of the season because it was the two biggest market teams facing off against one another in arguably somewhat of a dud of a series happening in 5 games, a little bit of a gentleman's sweep on some level. Now, that being said, Aaron Boone, his future as the manager of the Yankees, I wouldn't say was called into question at all, but their performance in that World Series was not just subpar, it was glaringly bad. It's one thing to lose a World Series. It's another thing to get blown out, to be honest, by a team that you can't even compete with. It is quite another to have things afoot and kick the ball around and drop the ball and throw the ball all over the yard. That's what happened to the Yankees. It was not only a loss, it looked bad. And after that, various Dodgers, they got a couple guys that like to get after it, like to chirp a little bit. They were on a podcast or two and said some things about what the Dodgers felt that they could take advantage of with that Yankees team in terms of their inefficiencies and their problems running bases and sloppy play in the field. Now, we went a whole offseason with that just being kind of what it was last season. But yesterday, I believe this was, Devin, Aaron Boone was on the Michael Kay show, and we know that's the Yanks guy. They do all their stuff. Boone used to work for this network. I like Boone. But here's what he said about the Dodgers winning the World Series over his team last season.
I'm not going to lie and say I liked it, and hopefully we're in a position to be where they were. They're the champs, and the reality is they have the right to say whatever they want as the champion, and hopefully we're in that position this time next year, and like you said, hopefully we handle it with a little more class.
Now, I'm not going to go crazy over one word, but I am going to talk about it. The idea that there was something that wasn't classy about the way that the Dodgers handled this, to me, is completely asinine. Here's the point of winning, is that you get to do and say what you want. And the other part about this that I think is really short-sighted for Yankees fans at all to be talking about, I'm sorry, when did the Yankees become the standard of class in Major League Baseball? Don't delude yourself into thinking that just because they have some ridiculously goofy old-school policy where guys have to have short hair and can't have facial hair. This is a whole other discussion, by the way. But in 2025, a team is still operating with those kind of arcane, idiotic rules, to me, is the opposite of what class is and what it shows, personally. So to imply that because players were talking about what actually happened on the field, their actual game plan, their actual scouting reports that actually worked, is somehow without class makes no sense to me whatsoever. I was at that series. I covered that series. I was at every game. And I can tell you, walking around Yankee Stadium is not exactly what I would call a classy experience just because the entire place feels like an airport lounge. Reminder, 2 dudes got thrown out of a game and banned from parks for life for grabbing Mookie Betts' arm in right field from the stands during play. You trying to tell me about how to win in a classy manner, and the very fans in your ballpark are now going to be subject to all sorts of AI security, facial recognition because they can't keep their hands off of people? I mean, let's get real. I just don't understand this. To still be thinking about what the other players said about how your team threw it all away, I just don't get that. If I'm a Yanks fan at that point, I understand he was asked about it. I totally get that, but that's got to be in the past. That can't be something you're thinking about still. Sure, you should be thinking about it in terms of what you could have had, but talking about podcast comments, that's got to be behind you. And I think Booney is a smart guy. He's obviously a baseball guy who comes from a baseball family, generationally. But this feels like it's beneath him to be discussing that kind of stuff. It's really strange to me because it's not as if the Yankees are anything other than, I mean, to me, yes, they have the big name. Obviously, the brand recognition is huge. But also, like, I remember what happened after that World Series in the press conference. I remember. They took like an hour to come out of that locker room. People just sitting around waiting. Not really what you're supposed to do. I get it. It happens. Tough loss. But focus on the baseball. What's this team going to look like is something I genuinely wonder. You lose Soto. Things didn't end well. They got talent. They got popular players. I like quite a few of their players, to be clear about that. Jazz Chisholm being one of them. But if this team is still worried about what the other teams that they played against doing or chirping in podcasts from last season, that doesn't bode well for me. Doesn't bode well for me at all. I'd like to think that the Yanks are going to find a way to clean some of this stuff up because that was what you heard all World Series. Well, this is what you've seen all season. Well, Booney doesn't really get after anybody when they make mistakes like this, so they're showing up in the worst parts, worst times of the game. There are stickers that were made about that Game 5 that point out exactly when everything went wrong. If we have that picture, if we can get it up, I don't know if we have it or not on the feed, but the stickers say Yanks 5, Dodgers 0. And if you watch baseball, you know 1-0 count. You know what happened after that. Kike got a hit. There they are. 2 outs. and the 2-out rally that forever changed the fate of Dave Roberts' career, Dodgers manager, kicked off right then. It was one of the most stunning meltdowns I've ever seen in my life, of any sport, in any league, anywhere. You can throw in your 28 threes from the Super Bowl. I understand this is a little different because it's a series. It's not one game. But, yeah, what was said about the collapse of the Yankees was true. I know because I saw it with my own eyeballs. It was stunning. So the Yankees got a tall order for them this season. But the Dodgers, on the other hand, they do too. Because repeating after that glory is going to be difficult, but I don't need comments about being classy when you're managing the New York Yankees of all franchises. Guys can't have beards. The fact that we're still doing that in 2025, Devin, makes me crazy. I still cannot believe that is something that they have upheld since the late George Steinbrenner.
And the players have to be in the locker room being like, what is this, man? What are we doing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It is a non-private matter that a lot of guys will say. Ken Griffey Jr. famously said he never wanted to play for the Yankees. He'd retire before he played for them. But, yeah, this is a known fact for them. So my only point here is that this idea of what's classy and what's not classy, I mean, come on. It's 2025, guys. Get it together. Anyway. Looks like we got a call here. We got a fashion question from Mark in Canada. What's up, dude? Welcome to Clinton and Friends.
Hey, Clinton, thanks for having me on. I love the fact that you're part of my midday routine now. I know you guys got to go to break, so I'm going to make this quick.
Okay.
I am not the most fashion-forward person, but there's one trend out there that I don't know whether or not I'm the crazy one, or should I go socks with dress shoes drive me up the freaking wall. You might as well wear socks with sandals if you're going to do that. Am I the crazy one, or does this trend have to go?
Thank you for the phone call. It's not the greatest look. No socks with dress shoes. We almost lost him there, but see what's going on with the Canadian phone lines. I don't hate it. I mean, I'm also kind of typically I'm not a no socks, but a no show socks kind of guy. Little ankle. The ankles be out, dog. Those of you who have seen me on television know that that's a regular part of my look. So I'm not going to knock it, but I also don't wear suits unless it's a wedding, a funeral, or a red carpet. So I don't really know. I don't know. It doesn't bother me that much. I don't pay attention necessarily for me on that one because I don't really wear them. But the last time I wore a suit, come to think of it, I didn't have socks on. Coming up, the Four Nations face-off is getting underway tonight. What is that? And what is it for the future of hockey? We'll ask someone who knows, and a friend of mine. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
It would be wise for you to put the weapon down.
Who the f*** is this?
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people. What? I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead.
With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one?
We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery?
We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, White Sox fans, cover your bases with the all-new Ballpark Pass. For a limited time, get access to every home game in March, April, and May for just $125. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Your Ballpark Pass includes tickets to opening day on March 27th and exclusive giveaways celebrating the unforgettable moments, legendary players, and iconic eras that have shaped the White Sox 125-year legacy. For more information and to secure your Ballpark Pass, visit whitesox.com/ballparkpass today.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by My Guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
More than 6 million kids in the U.S. have ADHD, and many aren't getting the support they need. At understood.org, we can help. Sometimes in class, the only thing your child can focus on are the thoughts racing through their head.
Why am I always falling behind? Why do I feel so alone? So different.
Your child is looking to you for answers. But as a parent, you probably have a lot of questions too. What should I do next? Where do I even start? At understood.org, we provide parents with the resources they need to help kids with ADHD thrive. Your child wants to thrive. Be the reason they do. Visit understood.org/the reason to get started.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at SCORE.org.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Cops caught him sneaking TV sets out the back door of a J.C. Penney. Young punk, Mr. Rock and Roll, cocky as hell.
Hey, come on, old boys! Move it like molasses! Making me look bad!
We liked him immediately.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Joining us right now is my friend, my podcast colleague, 1/3 of the Never Tell Me the Odds podcast, ESPN's official Star Wars podcast, and of course, an ESPN host for the NHL, SportsCenter, UFC, all that stuff. Arda Ocal, what is up, Arda? Welcome to the program for the first time.
Buddy, I am so thrilled to be here. I will forever be part of the And Friends gang. And you know that, first of all, I just want to say congratulations on the new show. Clinton and Friends already blowing up, and I love to see it, buddy.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate that. We actually got a phone call from Canada in our last segment, which I thought was a nice segue into you appearing on the program. But the reason why we have you on is to ask about the Four Nations face-off. It gets underway tonight. We've got a game on our air on Thursday. What is it? What is happening? And why is this a thing, Arda?
The best way I would categorize this is essentially an appetizer, a soft launch, a return to best-on-best competition in men's hockey. The big marquee matchup in this tournament will, of course, be Canada versus the USA, which is happening on Saturday night on ABC. This is essentially a precursor to the Olympics. We haven't seen best-on-best competition on the men's side since 2016. We're finally getting it back. This is essentially a test run, an amuse-bouche, an appetizer to everyone truly looking forward to the Olympics next year. But there is still a lot at stake, and clearly some players that are at the top of their game that want to play in this tournament and win.
Let's break that down, though. What does best on best mean for those who don't understand and how that relates to the All-Star game and the NHL, et cetera?
Yeah, so the best on best meaning NHL players are finally participating and playing in international competition. They hadn't played in the Olympics since 2014 and haven't played in a tournament like this since the World Cup of Hockey in 2016. Almost at the Olympics a couple years ago in 2022, there was a COVID variant that derailed those plans. The NHL pulled the players. So essentially, the NHL Players Association and the NHL came to the table. It's clearly important to the players to play for their countries, to play for Team USA, Canada, etc. They want to play at the Olympics, and the NHL said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have this alternating every 2-year schedule where you players can go play in the Olympics, but we will also have a tournament that the NHL organizes every 4 years in alternating fashion. So that's why we're getting this, what I call the soft launch with the Four Nations face-off, that essentially leads into, it's almost like an audition for a lot of these players to end up playing for their Olympic teams next year.
Arda O'Cal joins us on Clinton and Friends. Is this a better idea than the All-Star game? Like, how do these sort of ideas come together in terms of what, frankly, the goals are in general of growing the game?
Oh, absolutely. I would say that the fact that we're foregoing the All-Star game this year, there's a lot of business case for the All-Star game. That's where you see a lot of the sponsors and a lot of deals made. It's basically one of the big reasons the All-Star game exists is not only because kids love seeing the best players come and have fun playing against each other in the skills competition, but also a lot of the sponsors and advertisers come together in suites and parties, and that's where a lot of the deals are made. But when you have a tournament like this, people really get invested in the cheering for their country, and the players get invested in playing for their country. Like, you often hear it, like even Matthew Tkachuk said, you know, I'm really proud to wear this red, white, and blue. I haven't had the opportunity at this level, and it means a lot to me. And you have a guy like Sidney Crosby that missed his last 2 games with the Penguins before the break and said, no, I'm good enough to play in this tournament. Like, I'm healthy enough. It's important to me. I have to do this because that's how much it means to me to play for Team Canada and wear that maple leaf.
Yeah, I think people forget about how much national pride becomes a thing, especially when it comes to hockey. I mean, TJ Oshie in the Olympics was still one of the coolest moments I've ever seen shootout-wise or in general in terms of, you know, people playing for their flag and not playing for their clubs. That being said, how did they pick who was going to be in this tournament, and why did they keep it to just 4 teams? Is there anything you know structurally about why this is these 4 nations and not, say, more?
Yeah, so obviously the big elephant in the room is, why is Russia not participating? They clearly would be able to field a team in this tournament. The reason, obviously, is that the NHL is complying with the IIHF's ruling, the International Hockey Federation's ruling that Russia would be banned and Belarus would be banned from international competition due to the war on Ukraine. So what the NHL essentially said was, we could, for example, bring in a team from the Czech Republic, but that would bring it to 5 teams, and to make it as clean as possible, let's just stick with 4 for this particular go-around. Now, the ruling came down that Russia will not participate in the Olympics next year as well. The ban will stay intact. That will be up to the IOC if they comply with that and if Team Russia is part of that tournament. So though that sort of hangs like a cloud over the tournament, and certain hockey fans will say, well, it can't really be called the best on best if players like Alex Ovechkin and Leon Draisaitl and David Pastrnak are not participating. The fact is you're still seeing the best players in the world, by and large, playing in this tournament and caring about this tournament. You're still going to see Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews on the ice. You're still going to see the Maple Leaf going against the red, white, and blue, and that's exciting to a lot of people.
Arda Ocal joins us here on Clinton and Friends talking Four Nation. What is actually the name of this tournament? Four Nations Face Off. Okay. That's a little bit of a mouthful. I'm trying to get that right. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue for me just yet, Arda. But that said, obviously Canada is going to be a favorite in this. But, I mean, what are you looking at this in terms of actually breaking down the hockey? Who do you think is going to win this tournament, and what's it going to look like?
Not as easy to say as the Boone to Eve Classic. That rolls off the tongue a little bit more.
Yes.
In terms of favorites, look, Team USA right now, I would say, is the people's favorite. It's probably neck and neck, USA and Canada. Canada is the most top-heavy team in the tournament by far. You have the best player in the world, Connor McDavid. You have the second-best, arguably, player in the world, Nathan McKinnon. The best defenseman in the world, Cale Makar, especially now that Quinn Hughes, who will probably win Defenseman of the Year in the NHL this season, is out of the tournament due to injury for Team USA. That power play that Canada's going to have is probably the best 5 players in a man advantage that we've ever seen in hockey. With that said, though, Team USA has their own firepower with the best goal scorer in the NHL today. When Alex Ovechkin retires, Austin Matthews is already built in to assume the throne. You have players like Jack Eichel, the Tkachuk brothers, Jack Hughes, wealth of talent, wealth of strength, wealth of offense on that team. But the key for Team USA, I can confidently say they have the best goaltending that we have ever seen the red, white, and blue field in a hockey tournament ever. We have Connor Hellebuck, who's going to win goaltender of the year. He won it last year. He's far and away the best goaltender in the NHL this season. You have Jake Ottinger, who is elite-level goaltender, and Jeremy Swayman, who hasn't had the best season so far, but just signed a big deal, and he was one of the better goalies last season. That trio is often an unstoppable force between the pipes. So Team USA has a lot to look forward to.
Where are they playing these games, Arda?
So the first half of the tournament will be played in Montreal. Canada-USA will be played in Montreal. If the rematch is Canada-USA in the final, that's where it will shift to TD Garden in Boston.
Okay. All right. You've named a lot of people. Last thing I'll ask you, Arda, who are you as a singular player looking most forward to seeing, or a storyline in general?
Team USA hasn't won best-on-best competition since 1996, the World Cup of Hockey. Team Canada has really dominated at that level. What my big storyline is, can Team USA rise to the occasion? On paper, that's a team that should win a tournament like this. That's a team that should win a gold medal at the Olympics. This is a stacked roster from top to bottom, 4 strong lines, excellent goaltending. They should win. A big storyline for me, Clinton, is can they get the job done? Canada has the Stanley Cup pedigree. They have 16 players on their roster that have raised Lord Stanley's mug. But Team USA, on paper, has the more depth. They have a talented squad, and they have the goaltending. Can they get the job done is my big question.
Arda Ocal bringing the heat and referencing the Bunta Eve Classic, which allows me to say my favorite Anakin Skywalker line of all time. It's working! It's working! If you don't know what that is, watch more Star Wars. Thank you, Arda.
You're the best.
Appreciate it. Clinton and Friends is brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Oh, yeah. All right, got the little NFL music. So do you guys have any idea what the Bunta Eve Classic is, by the way? Sidebar.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Guys.
I'm sorry.
So the pod racing scene.
Oh, okay. Now that you say that,
is the Bunta Eve Classic.
That's a classic
That's
scene.
what that is. So when I was fumbling over the name of this hockey tournament, Arda, who knows full well how much I love the pod racing scene, said it doesn't just roll off the tongue like the Bunta Eve Classic. That is what that was about.
That's why they need to listen to the podcast.
Yeah, exactly right. That's a good point. It's still there. So season 2, loading soon. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We've had a lot of moving around in the NFL coaching world. I still got hockey on my mind because obviously the season just ended. This is the time when coaches make decisions on whether or not they want to go other places. People get hired, people get fired. That's before. But Kellen Moore just recently took the job with the New Orleans Saints. He comes off of the Super Bowl winning Eagles as an offensive coordinator. And, you know, some people looked at that as a very interesting move because leaving a Super Bowl contender is not always the best career decision to go for a team that historically hasn't done a whole ton outside of one particular stretch with Sean Payton, a guy who is back in the league with another team. The question is this for y'all. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Do we think NFL coaches are given enough time to turn around their rosters in general? Guys get hired and fired constantly on a cycle that makes taking one of these jobs such a high priority for them because they don't necessarily know that they're going to get another one, or rather, if they get one, will they get a second chance? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let's hear from Dan Graziano, who was on Amber and Ian, talking about why Kellen Moore made this decision.
Great talent. He's done a lot in the league, and what he did Sunday night and this year certainly deserves all kinds of praise. You know, three different teams in the last 3 years, and he has interviewed for a lot of head coaching jobs. And I do think there's a sense that if you continue to do that, if you continue to be the guy that interviews and doesn't get the job and or doesn't take the job, at some point people stop looking. So I think there was probably a little bit of a now or never situation confronting Kellen Moore. And this was the job he was offered. It's, you know, if you go back to the beginning of the cycle, it probably didn't rank as the most obviously appealing job. They have a big project in terms of roster construction, and it's not going to be an easy one. But, you know, it's his shot. It's his time. He's certainly a guy that, you know, when we look at who gets these head coach jobs, he's as accomplished as anybody, and we'll see.
Now, I don't want to get into a whole conversation about pipelines and who gets hired for what. I mean, that's part of this. But I do think that there is something so uniquely weird about the way that NFL head coaching cycles work in terms of who's considered the hot guy, who's considered the hot coordinator, who's considered an also-ran, who's a retread. Kellen Moore's 36. It's now or never for a 36-year-old guy? That strikes me as very bizarre when a large amount of coaches in this league are well over that. I mean, I understand that there is a certain trend that will always take over given who's good in the NFL at any given moment. But 36 now or never? That just seems so bizarre to me that he felt that he was potentially desperate to go to a gig like the Saints. Let's hear what Jeff Saturday had to say on the same show, Amber and Ian, about what the Saints need to do with Kellen Moore when he arrives in the building.
Well, I think he's a good fit, but I think this is a tough job. I don't care who took the job, right? They're well over the cap. They got cap issues. They have aging veteran issues. You could consider their quarterback situation kind of in flux as well with Derek Carr. And does Kellen Moore want that? So you're going to want to move forward. So there's a lot there. I'm hoping it's a long-term offer with a lot of patience. The one good thing you could say, though, they're in a division where they can compete, right? You got the Falcons. You got Tampa, who's obviously won it the past few years. But you can compete in this division. And so hopefully Kellen Moore, that'll be a good fit for him.
Don't get me wrong. I don't want to speak for Kellen Moore or act like I'm in his head. I wouldn't have done this, personally. But I do understand for a football mind like his. By the way, I used to love Kellen Moore. He was so much fun to watch at Boise State. That's a separate matter, but, like, that dude was really cool when he was in college. He was a fun player to watch. So I like him as a general matter, of course. But you were on a Super Bowl winning team that was, like, arguably the best team that franchise has had in its history. You were dump trucking people on the way and through the Super Bowl. To go take a job like the Saints job with all of the layout, the myriad issues that Jeff Saturday laid out, like, I don't know, man. That's just not necessarily something I think I would do. Now, I'm just Joe Blow from Kokomo. That's not the point here. My point, though, is that there were other guys that said, no, I think I'm good. Cliff Kingsbury of the Commanders, a team who the Eagles beat soundly. He said, I don't think I want to interview there. I didn't want to take interviews. Never mind dealing with potentially getting the job, which I found fascinating. How some guys look at the tracks of their careers, what they need to do versus what they don't need to do. Ben Johnson did this for a long time with the Lions. Finally went to the Bears. But it's interesting to see how different guys rate what they feel that their overall marketability is when it comes to getting an NFL head coaching job, because there's not many, and they don't come around that often. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Gregory in Maryland. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, what's going on, family? I'm a first-time caller. What's up?
What's going on, man?
All right, okay. So I think that, you have to take, as a coach, you have to take that opportunity when it shows itself, because it's really not just about the opportunity, but it's also about the synergy between what type of talent is on that team and if they match your scheme, what you like to do and how you like to do it. And so if you find that there's a place where that type of talent is something that could match what you do, you got to jump on that as soon as possible, because the fact of the matter is that the longevity for athletes isn't long, and we still have new coaches coming up from the college ranks that are looking to get in there. So you got to take it if it's going to present itself and just prove yourself at that point.
Thanks for the phone call. I mean, okay, sure. There's the scarcity element. I get that. But Kellen Moore is not some old man. Kellen Moore has not been hanging around the league for 25 years waiting for his shot. He's interviewed a lot. But you just got through being the coordinator on one of the best teams we've seen in this league in a long time. I would like to not believe that all of a sudden his shot is gone because he's interviewed with a couple franchises here and there. That seems crazy to me. And that seems crazy to me from the context of being an owner looking to hire talent, not from the general idea of what just may or may not happen. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. James in Ohio, you're on the air.
Hello, my friend. Obviously he's going to a depleted team. All the reasons that Jeff Saturday mentioned are real. But the reason why you take the job is, one, it's one of the greatest jobs in the United States of America or the world. And if you're afforded that and the money that comes along with it, I say jump on it. Number two is that if you get hired as a coach and you actually turn the program around, you are beloved forever. I went to Northwestern. I graduated in 1990, and Gary Barnett came in and said, we're taking the purple to Pasadena. He took a winless team and took them to the Super Bowl, to the Rose Bowl. And so having that on your resume, your track record of turning a clearly not good team around and doing something is something that you can't replicate.
That's fair. Thanks for the phone call. I do think that indexes differently in college than it does the pros. I think the chances of being that guy, the savior, the big man on campus for the rest of your life applies in a very different way to the college game, even as the college game gets to be more like the pro competition. But I also just feel like it's the Saints. Like, the glory of when they were good is still highly relevant in our lives because the guy who took them there, coaches the Broncos. It's not like it was forever ago. They're not generations of people who don't remember when the Saints were good. It's not quite the same thing. I understand the concept in general, which is, yeah, you turn it around, people are going to love you. Of course. That goes for pretty much any job anywhere. But in the NFL, when you're already at a great situation with an incredibly popular fan base, just seems like something that maybe, I don't know, maybe that train could have gone by. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tyler in Utah, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
I'm good.
Hey, I just want to say, as an Eagles fan, go Birds, first of all. Two, I just don't think that the immediacy was there for Kellen Moore to take this job, to go to a much lesser of a team. Coming off arguably one of the best seasons as an offensive coordinator. I think you should have run it back with the Eagles. Plenty of opportunity there. Didn't think you needed to take that job so quick with the Saints. But, again, coming from an Eagles fan, hard to see him go. But I wish him all the best. Just wish he would have stayed at least one more year, run it back with the Eagles, see what he could do another year.
Appreciate it. And I don't disagree with that either. If you're an Eagles fan, you're looking at this like, bro, we just got this thing really going. You see how good that team is? They got guys under contract. It's not like they're going to get broken up. You'd think, with all this three-peat talk that we just got through dealing with the Chiefs all over the place, Steele's boys, that if you just got through pumping them in the Super Bowl, you might consider yourself to be on a similar kind of level. And keeping your coaching staff together would be a big part of that. Turn around the Saints, be a part of a dynasty. Devin, which would you choose?
Man, I think I would go with what Ben Johnson did. He knew he was going to get a good job. And like you said, it's very important to remember that he's a very young coach. It's not like the Eagles are going to be bad all of a sudden next year. They might be the front runners to win again. So he can get his pick of the litter, I would think, next year. So, yeah, people are saying you got to take the job when you get it. I think you got to take the job when you think you can most prolong that job for the rest of your career.
I agree. I totally agree. And with the lack of patience from NFL owners, something we can get into later, I mean, the Eagles averaged 27.2 points per game in the regular season and 36.3 in the postseason. The first number was 7th in the NFL. The latter, first, kiddos. They were crushing fools. I don't think Kellen Moore made the right decision. Personal opinion. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Coming up, Panthers legend Cam Newton made some comments that another Panthers legend did not like. You can hear what he said next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, live from Studio 5 in Los Angeles.
Honoring Black History Month on ESPN Radio.
Few have impacted women's basketball quite like Dawn Staley, a trailblazing player at Virginia, a two-time Naismith College Player of the Year, and the most outstanding player in the 1991 NCAA tournament. After 8 years as head coach at Temple, Staley took over the South Carolina program in 2008 and continues to set a standard of excellence. Since 2013, her teams have won 8 SEC tournament titles, played in 6 Final Fours, and won 3 national championships, including 2 of the last 3. Staley, now the highest paid coach in women's basketball, follows in the footsteps of black coaching pioneers such as C. Vivian Stringer and Carolyn Peck. But Staley's charting a groundbreaking path of her own, all while utilizing her platform to uplift and advocate for the next generation of black women coaches.
Honoring Black History Month on ESPN Radio.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit TMAIllinois.org.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the Spelt Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturers' websites as of 10/20/24.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent. Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, healthcare, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent. Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10,
present. Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants.
You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most.
Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of the nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I don't have any hobbies, actually. This isn't a hobby. This consumes my entire life. A hobby is something you do on the side. This is not a side project. I'd say eating is my hobby.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You're listening to Clinton and Friends. I'm Clinton Yates. So we've been talking about the NFL and Kellen Moore taking the New Orleans job, coming fresh off of a Super Bowl win with Philly. I got a quick question for you guys up there. So I just read a story that said that Philadelphia's school systems are taking Friday off so that kids can go to the parade, which is always a smart move. Does Kellen Moore go to the parade? Like, how does that work? Do you, as a coordinator who took another job, what is the etiquette on celebrating with the town and the team that you just won with? What do you think?
I think you do, and I also think if you're Kellen Moore, if the Saints are kind of like, oh, man, are you going to go? We expect you to. He's like, listen, look what I'm going to do for this in this parade. This is what I plan on doing for you, for the Saints.
Okay, but that's an awkward start if they got problems off the rip with him going to his own parade. I mean, that just seems like a weird bit. I don't know.
I think they want to make him happy, too. So if he wants to go, I don't think they're going to be like, oh, you can't go. You got to start working for us now, you know?
I mean, they already waited until after the Super Bowl to hire the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're talking about whether or not coaches are given enough time to turn around NFL franchises. Matt in South Carolina, you're on Clinton and Friends.
What's up, guys? I do think it was a little weird that those other coordinators just took their names out of the hat. You're like, what is going on down there? But my question is, do you not think Kellen Moore can do anything with Spencer Rattler? I know everybody says that the big need is a quarterback, but the kid started 6 games this year and broke Archie Manning's passing rookie record. I know Archie ran a lot, but
yeah. All right. I mean, listen, I think Spencer Rattler is a fine player. I don't think he's remotely on the level of a Jalen Hurts. Do I think that, sure, he can be coached up, schemed around to the point that they just all of a sudden start winning Super Bowls? I don't know if the ceiling is that high on Rattler's talent. I mean, we got to remember that Jalen Hurts wasn't just some dude. For all the doubts that people had about him, he started at Alabama, lost the national championship game. I mean, like, he was a big-time player. Not that Rattler wasn't. Don't get me wrong. But I just think that you're talking about two different calibers of players when you're thinking about Rattler versus Hurts, for sure. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tyler in Kansas, you're on the air.
Clinton, why are you saying that he should have waited? I mean, here's the deal. Kellen Moore has been, I think, twice cast off as an assistant coach. They had a phenomenal season, won the Super Bowl, and you need to strike while the iron's hot. Are we sitting here saying that Kellen Moore is Ben Johnson? And that's my question. Is he Ben Johnson?
He could be better. Thanks for the phone call. I mean, that's the whole point here. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see Ben Johnson winning the Super Bowl. That did not happen. You know who did win the Super Bowl? It's Kellen Moore. That's what I'm getting at here. When you have a proven level of success, there's nothing wrong with staying with that. I'm not saying that it's a bad decision. I'm just saying it's one that I would not have made. Coming up, we got a big doubleheader in the association tonight. We're going to talk about it, hoops. It's Clinton and Friends.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text Rocky to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCKY to 321-321. That's Rocky to 321-321.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Lover's Lane, can I help you?
Hi, I need to talk to a romance specialist.
Hi, Neil. What's going on?
I can't get a dinner reservation for Valentine's Day.
We talked about this last Valentine's.
That's what she said.
Just give her the gift before you go out to dinner.
Out to dinner where?
Relax, Tiger. Once she opens that gift from Lover's Lane, you won't need no stinking dinner reservation.
This Valentine's Day, all you need is love. Find a store near you at loverslane.com.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
There are many times I thought, I can't do this. I mean, what parent isn't worried about? What am I not doing right? What am I not doing enough? And then I realized, wait, that's being a parent.
Don't worry about being perfect. I've had around 3 other mother figures in my life, but only one of them has taught me how a mother loves.
The greatest reward for me is he makes me better every day.
I would tell a family considering adopting a teenager that teenager, whoever it is, needs you, and they need what you have to offer.
Taylor's given me hope. He's our son, and that is what he will always be.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You know a thing or two about the moments in life that matter. You've seized those moments to embrace joy, accomplish great things, and build meaningful relationships. Is it time now to sit back and reflect on a life well lived? Maybe. Or maybe there's more to be done. Maybe this is the most important moment you've encountered yet. By volunteering with AmeriCorps Seniors, you can seize the moment, lend a hand, and get back more than you give. We connect you to local volunteer organizations with opportunities that fit your schedule and match your interests. Through AmeriCorps Seniors, you can support people in times of need and make your community stronger. You can become a companion to your older neighbors, brightening their days with friendship. You can even become a mentor for young people, serving as a role model and enriching their lives. Are you ready to seize your moment? Visit AmeriCorps.gov/yourmoment and get started today.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name.
Yes. Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Wednesday, kiddos. Hour 2 here on Clinton and Friends. Talking about the NFL, talking about coaching changes, talking about patience or lack thereof for some franchises, and whether or not Kellen Moore made the correct decision. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The last caller before the break basically sort of asked, well, is Kellen Moore as good as Ben Johnson? Well, I don't know that. Last time I checked, Ben Johnson didn't win the Super Bowl. So I'm not just going to sit there just because we've talked about Ben so much longer and say that it's not possible that anybody's better than he is. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I also don't know if I would have gone to the Bears. That being said, Dave in Indiana, you're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, guys. I think you guys kind of touched on it earlier. Kellen Moore probably going to be one of those guys that's a great offensive coordinator. But the job with the Saints, depending on the aging on the roster, the money, on the cap space, and who are willing to go down there as a free agent, he's not going to build like Detroit and Washington did. So he's got a mess on his hands.
Yeah. Thanks for the phone call. It's a tough job. That's also not to be forgotten in this entire discussion, is that not every NFL job is built the same. In that particular division, sure, competition might be weak. It's easy to make it out of it, but some things are harder than others. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're talking NFL coaches here on Clinton and Friends on a Wednesday. Chris in Florida, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me. Yeah, I think the people that say, and I know you guys are saying a little bit too, it's probably not the right decision at the right time, I would just say, hey, let's look at a couple examples. Maybe look at Eric Bieniemy. Maybe he stayed a year too long, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even Ben Johnson. Maybe publicly he was saying, hey, I want the right fit. I want it to be the right place. But maybe he knew after the interviews that he wasn't quite ready for what it entailed to be a head coach. So to sit there and say that you don't want to take one of the elite 32 jobs that are out there, man, that's a tough call. And I just really think that he made the right move, and he'll be just fine. Obviously, I think he needs to really solidify a 3 to 5 year contract and, have some of those things in place. But you can't turn that down, man. You got to go for it.
That's fair. I don't disagree with that. Eric Bieniemy is a great example on the other side of that, because he never got an offer that really was any substance. Ended up back in college, coaching right up the street from me here at UCLA as a running backs guy. I believe I have that right for a little bit. Now he's back in the pros, but yeah, things can pass by you quickly. I do understand that. But Eric Bieniemy is also a lot older than Kellen Moore is. Kellen Moore's only 36. If he plans on doing this for a while, he's got some years. At least I would think so. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. David, are you in Louisiana or are you in Los Angeles? It just says L.A.
Los Angeles.
Nice. What up?
The previous caller beat me too, and I was going to make the same comparison to Kellen Moore as Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy didn't get any head coaching jobs when his iron was hot. The opportunities weren't there for him, and then he ended up at UCLA being not even a head coach, but an offensive coordinator. So he really had to take a step down in life to kind of get back, to the NFL level. So I think Kellen Moore had to make this decision, had to go and be the coach of the Saints. Otherwise, who knows where he ends up next year.
All right, thanks for the phone call. All right, a lot of you guys agree with Kellen Moore. That's fair. It's his decision. I wish him well. I think the NFL is a better league when the Saints are a good organization. I'll say that. It's a little bit of a tired trope, but it's true. New Orleans is a fun place. Heck, they just played a Super Bowl there. Anyway, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. We got a big NBA doubleheader tonight. 7 o'clock Eastern, the Spurs take on the Celtics in Boston. And at 9:30 Eastern, the Warriors are in Dallas taking on the Mavs. There's a couple things with that Warriors-Mavs game that are fascinating. Number one, and we talked about this a little bit on the television program yesterday around the horn. I mean, the Mavs are just doing things that I do not understand. Throwing people out of ball games for having a Fire Nico sign? Little excessive, guys. Like, I understand that you don't want to have some sort of culture where people are just openly antagonizing the GM. But at the same time, y'all are the ones that made the move to get rid of Luka. You had to know that you were going to have to wear this in front of your fans for an extended period of time. On top of that, Daniel Gafford's out in a couple weeks with a knee sprain. Anthony Davis is also out for an indeterminate amount of time. I mean, this could get bad for the Mavs. And if they sit there and try to squash and quell the voices of their fans in that very building, that could go from bad to much, much worse. Because there's nothing I can't stand more than a franchise that makes decisions and does not stand on business. Because this would not qualify as standing on business to me. Muting your fans is not what that is. After you took away a generational star, somebody that people grew up with, young fans had attached themselves to, a couple of guys get on the big screen and say, fire Nico, and all of a sudden they got to get tossed from the game? Are we serious? Like, what are we doing down in Dallas? Forget about the basketball. Put that to the side for a second. In terms of how you're treating your fans, that's almost going to make Dallas games a must-watch, at least in Dallas, every night. League Pass special, forget about the basketball. I just want to see what people do because folks are upset, understandably, about what's going on. On the other side of that, of course, is the Dubs, the Warriors. Now, the Warriors are in an interesting situation for a couple of different reasons. As a franchise, they're trying to get the best they can out of Steph Curry's last years. And, you know, that task in terms of how you do that in a way that keeps the team together is still pretty good and is still somebody that is still a unit that can compete is difficult. I mean, this Jimmy Butler stuff did not come without a lot of consternation. Let's not forget, they tried to get Kevin Durant back. Man said, I'm good. I don't need to return, which in itself I thought was a very interesting sort of light on what's going on with that franchise and what the personal relationships are between the different players involved there. But the Warriors have looked great since Jimmy got back. You know, a motivated Jimmy, a clear-headed Jimmy, is an asset unlike any other in the NBA. That's the thing about Butler, is that you can't really, I mean, yes, you can quantify what his presence means. Don't get me wrong, they have advanced stats for everything, but you can't quantify that kind of drive when it comes to how it's going to motivate other players on your team. So they said that 6th is the goal. They're currently at 10th. Okay. I mean, that seems to be a fine goal. I'm not necessarily sure why that number needs to matter for the Warriors. I think that the West, I mean, at this point, I think all of the NBA is still a very much, if you're in the tournament, you got a shot. Especially looking at the West in that experience versus youth is going to be a very real element of these NBA playoffs. You got teams like the Rockets. You got teams like the Thunder. They're younger squads. You know, the way that they're constructed is different from some of these older teams. But if you look at the Warriors and you say, oh, well, we've got enough experience, this is doable. Just get in. The Nuggets obviously have a lot of experience as well. But I'm not looking at the Warriors as some sort of a long shot in any stretch if they happen to get in it. That's the whole point of having Steph Curry. That's the whole point of having the championship experience. I think they can do this. I think they can get in, make a run, and beat somebody. And depending on matchups, if you beat one team, well, you know, that's called making a run. We've seen it happen before. I'm very interested as to how this works. Because Butler is at an interesting stage of his career. If it doesn't work here, and I don't mean this season alone, but if it doesn't work in Golden State, at some point we start thinking, well, what do we make of Butler's career overall? I love Jimmy Butler. I think he's one of the most entertaining people in the history of the NBA. Some of you might remember that I dressed up as Jimmy Butler on Halloween, complete with wig and painted black nails. That's how much I enjoy Jimmy Butler's work. But him fitting in with the Warriors, I think, is vital to, I hate to say this word because I don't say it a lot, I think there's a legacy element to this, for sure. A group of guys trusted him with being the steward for the last final years of Wardell Stephen Curry's career. That goes busto. That's going to be a problem. Especially because other people who you knew already did not want to go back to that team. Let's hear what Draymond Green had to say about Butler being a presence on this new team.
We're excited to get Jimmy here. We know who Jimmy is, what he's capable of, and we need that type of fire. Definitely looking forward to him bringing his toughness, his leadership, his scoring ability, getting to the free throw line, defense, just everything he brings. I think it'll be the perfect fit and just a good boost. But even more than just a boost, like, this is who we are moving forward, so we need it. Like Steph said, you just kind of want to compete with expectations and be in the mix, and I think this move gives us the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so Draymond's in. Devin, that's obviously a critical part to all of this. Do we think this is going to work out, and what do we think working out even is right now for what the Warriors are?
I think working out is that they don't come to blows in practice, honestly. If they can get on the court without punching each other, because I think it's all rosy now. They're 2-0, but if they hit some adversity, Draymond gets a tech. Jimmy Butler is looking at him like, "What are you doing?" Because I saw the other night, Steph, he got a tech, and Steph was like, "Come on, man, what are we going? Like, how much longer are we got to deal with this?"
Right.
I think it's rosy right now, but Jimmy Butler and Draymond, they're two alphas. They got big personalities. I don't know. We'll see. I hope it does, because I think the Warriors making a push is going to be great for the NBA if it's possible.
I would agree with that. But combustible does not even begin to describe this situation. I mean, this is like, if it goes wrong, it could go very wrong. And I would hate that for Steph. I would actually hate that for everybody involved. Let's be clear here. I have not written off anybody in terms of what I think about them. But I do know, obviously, that Draymond has a reputation, and so does Jimmy Butler. I don't even think this is about anything that happens, like, on the court. The question is whether or not, when it comes down to some of these late-game situations, who trusts whom in general. Obviously, Steph is a killer. Steph's my last shot guy every time. But Butler's, good option on that. Butler's hit some big-time shots. It's fascinating. For two very different reasons, Warriors-Mavs tonight is going to be great. The Mavs are in what I'll just call complete free fall from a PR standpoint. They're throwing people out of games for holding up signs protesting the GM, which is just so craven and cowardly. And the Warriors just added one of the biggest motor guys in the history of the league to a team that's got one of the biggest hotheads in the history of the league. It's going to be a fascinating one. That was the Progressive NBA Snapshot. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. Quote today at progressive.com. Coming up, the Champions League is heating up. If you watched that match yesterday, you know that one of my friends, he goes by LME, he's got a lot to say about it. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Do you understand what this means? Those stupid idiot jackasses are not going to ruin my station. Get the plane ready. I'm going to L.A.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EXIT25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get in all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Now. We tend not to think about now. We dream about tomorrow, relive yesterday. But sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us. Victory over cancer is in front of us. Right now, cancer research is saving lives. Cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to new discoveries and new treatments, and ultimately, one day, victory over cancer. Right now, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will get cancer in their lifetime. Now is your moment. You may save someone you love. The V Foundation has the skill, the speed, and the strength to achieve victory over cancer. Because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory. Learn more at v.org.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
A dog? I'm not. I was born for a purpose. To bring you hope. To guide you out of darkness. To stand by you as you rediscover life. When past battles cloud your mind, I push them away. You tell me I'm your hero, just as you are mine. You hold me when you're afraid. Whisper that I saved you. With me by your side, no challenge is too great. No night too dark. I'm your guide, your companion, your friend, your light. A dog? I'm not. With me, you see the world again.
Discover hope at Dogs Inc. Visit us at dogsinc.org to learn more.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
So, expelled. That's right. What for? I suppose
Smoking?
Drugs or cigarettes?
Both.
Well done. Proud of you.
So your mum sent you here in the hope that a little bracing sea air would sort you out?
Something like that.
Spectacular mistake.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. If you don't like football or soccer, I don't know what's wrong with you. It's the world's game. To discuss what's happening in the Champions League, we're bringing on my guy, Luis Miguel Echegaray, ESPN FC analyst, a.k.a. LME. What's up, man? How we doing this morning?
CY! What's up, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. So we talked about this on Daily recently, but I do want you to break this down for the radio audience. The Champions League, obviously the biggest club tournament in the world. They call it a league. It's a tournament. It's a lot. But can you quickly explain how the format is for this and how it changed over the last year?
Oh, man, I really hope everybody listening has got their notepads out. They've got their third coffee going because it takes a lot to describe it. But let me give it a shot, see.
Okay.
The Champions League, as you mentioned, is the elite club competition, the best club competition in Europe by the governing body of UEFA. You have to imagine the best teams from all the best leagues in Europe get together in one tournament and they compete to see who can be the champion. Now, originally, it was in the format of the World Cup, where you have group stages, 4 teams in each group, and you try and make it into the knockout stages to become the winner. That's always been the bread and butter of the Champions League until this season, CY, when they completely turned it around. They expanded it from 32 teams to 36 teams. So now you have this huge table. It was called the league phase, and the top 8, you still with me? The top 8 have to make it to the round of 16, and then from 9th place until 24th, you're fighting to get into the round of 16. And this week began that specific window, which if you imagine it like the NFL wildcard weekend, that's exactly what it was this week.
Gotcha. Luis Miguel Echegaray joins us here on Clinton and Friends. That being said, Real Madrid and Man City meeting this early in the competition. This was a huge buildup between two very legendary clubs yesterday.
Oh, man, it was like having the Super Bowl in the wild card weekend. It was like that big. You're talking about two giants of the game. You've got Manchester City, the Premier League champions, the 4-time straight Premier League champions, with, of course, Pep Guardiola, who is regarded as one of the greatest managers in the history of the game, against Real Madrid, the defending champions of Spain, who have won the Champions League 15 times. Kylian Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. So it's just an all-star power matchup. And as you mentioned, it's so surprising because they have struggled in this Champions League competition. And they just about made it into this very setup, into the playoff knockout stages to make it into the round of 16. So yesterday was game 1 of 2, leg 1 of 2. And it was a ridiculous game. It was 3-2. To Real Madrid, unbelievable stuff. Cinema, CY. It was cinema.
Let's get into that. I mean, my old soccer coach used to call it a hell of a kickabout. I mean, that was a match, dude. Like, back and forth, everything you wanted, you know, Mbappe getting on the board, you know, PK's called and everything. I had not seen more crossbars hit in a long time in a match of that caliber.
It was unbelievable. And the thing is, like, you know, it's not the first time they've come together. In fact, you know, this is the 4th straight time they're doing it. I think in 5 out of the last 6 seasons they faced each other, you know, and last year, the first game, like, so this version last season, but obviously later into the competition was like my favorite game of the year. And like you said, like, it was just insane. And part of it is because you have so much star power. It's just, you cannot not have a good game. It's like, you know, it's like one of those great NBA finals, right? Where you just have so much star power, you have to have talent. You mentioned Kylian Mbappe, right? The French World Cup champion who came from PSG. He was in it. Jude Bellingham, who's this English all-star, he's there as well. Vinicius Jr., who was the second runner-up in the Ballon d'Or. And then you've got on the other side for Man City, Erling Haaland, this Norwegian Viking, who last night scored 49 goals from 48 Champions League matches. He's closing in on Thierry Henry's record, which is just insane.
So, you have all this talent, all this, pressure, and it delivered. Once again, it was wonderful.
What do we think of what some of the other big clubs who people are large fans of in America, how are they going to do from other places, not just the Man Cities and the Reals, but, some of these other clubs that have come to be so famous in the last 5 to 10 years?
Well, you've got, teams like Barcelona, of course, Messi's, former club. They're creating this rebuild these days, and they're pushing hard in the Spanish league, in La Liga, which obviously we at ESPN and ESPN Deportes have the rights to. And they have Lamine Yamal, and if you don't know who Lamine Yamal, please go anywhere near your nearest computer or YouTube and look at this kid who's 17. He won the Euro Championship when he was 16 years old on the eve, just when he turned 17. Barcelona is now rebuilding themselves. They're a very, very good team. And Liverpool, who, LeBron James's Liverpool, who are leading the Premier League table. They led the Champions League phase group, so they didn't need to be in this phase right now, and they're looking to as well win. So there's a lot of really good talent here, and not forgetting, by the way, CY, that the likes of AC Milan and Juventus, they have American talent as well, pushing for the Champions League. In fact, Christian Pulisic will be in action today for AC Milan. So there's a lot of excitement going on specifically for this new format, and that's one of the reasons why Man City and Real Madrid have struggled, because all these other teams are getting better coaches, better talent, and the competition is getting hotter.
Well, this is the last thing I'll ask you, and it was what I was going to follow up with, which is, there are Americans, obviously, that are playing in various teams across this tournament, but how does this bode for the development of that team, a team that's been the U.S. men's national team, that's been disappointing for the past couple outings in terms of major tournaments?
Yeah, of course. And last year, we know how horrible it was for the United States men's national team hosting Copa America to not even get out of the group stages. It was embarrassing, not to say the least. That's why obviously Berhalter lost his job, and Mauricio Pochettino, a very well-experienced manager who managed PSG and Tottenham and other teams, is now in charge. And, this is a good thing for American male players to be playing in the Champions League. Christian Pulisic is killing it with AC Milan. Yunus Musa is with him. Weston McKennie, Ricardo Pepi, who is injured right now with PSV, but he's a very, very good striker. And it's important for them to play in the best competitions possible in the best leagues in Europe, because the U.S. is co-hosting the World Cup in 2026, the Men's World Cup. And guess what? They don't really have that many competitive matches. They've already qualified for the World Cup. And that may seem like a blessing for, the naked eye, but really it's a problem, because the USMNT, who are still relatively young, need to test themselves against the very best in order to do well in this competition. There's no doubt that hosting the World Cup is going to be such a motivator for them. But I still worry about the fact that when you have to face the likes of an England or a Germany or a France, are you doing your best in the lead up to the World Cup? So that's going to be very important for these American players to continue to develop in the Champions League, in the Premier League, in Serie A, wherever you are, in order for Mauricio Pochettino to really feel confident that the U.S. can do well in the World Cup.
Luis Miguel Echegaray, the kids call him LME. Gracias, amigo.
Gracias, brother.
All right, talk soon. Appreciate it. Little footy talk here. LME is my guy. That dude knows more about various leagues across the globe. And I'm more of a national side guy personally, so I prefer the continental tournaments to this stuff. But I do like watching the match. And yesterday, bruh, a banger. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Hello, sports fans.
With round-the-clock coverage from the worldwide leader.
Around the clock, sports all the time. That's never going to work.
Some takes need more explanation. It's time to sound off.
All right, now, sound off.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, so how's this going to work, Devin? Let's lay out how this particular segment is going to operate.
All right, so we're gonna set up some clips from our ESPN friends. Mm-hmm. We're gonna have everyone listen, and then I'm gonna ask you a question about Clinton, and you're gonna react. Sound good?
Okay. Yeah. Sounds
All right.
Good.
Let's start off. First off, Ryan Clark was on First Take talking about Jalen Hurts after his performance in the Super Bowl and said he's in the conversation for a Hall of Fame career. Listen up.
There's two ways that quarterbacks get into the Hall of Fame, right? They're either so individually talented, have these astounding stats that their individual play and the fact that they allow their teams to continue to be competitive gets them in. Or they're these very good players, these incredible leaders with the clutch genes that have these intangibles that show up in the biggest moment. Let me tell you a little something. Jalen Hurts is 46-20 as a quarterback in the regular season, 37-10 since 2022. He's 6-3 in the playoffs. He has 2 Pro Bowls, a second-team All-Pro, and he was second in MVP voting, and he's also now a Super Bowl MVP. So in his 5 years in the NFL, he's gone to 2 Super Bowls, which means he has two AFC championships, and he's won a Super Bowl. He's also outplayed the best quarterback of this era 2 times on the biggest stage. That's the start to a Hall of Fame career.
All right, Clay, I'm not going to necessarily ask you if you agree with the clip, but do you think he's still 25 years old, I think? Is it too early to be talking about this with this guy right now?
Yes. And this is no knock on Ryan Clark. I understand what we do in this business. We talk about different things, but dog, can the guy celebrate a Super Bowl win? We haven't even had the parade yet. And we're talking about Canton. Look, and this is going to sound a little weird, but the fact of the matter is that part of the reason why I like sports is because they are constantly happening in front of our faces, live and in the moment. If we can't find a way to enjoy the actual moments because we're too busy arguing about enshrinements well down the line, then, like, I don't really understand what we're doing. The point is that right now, Jalen Hurts and how they're doing it is incredible. I am not worried about a bust 10 years, 15 years away. I'm just not. I understand what Ryan is saying. He's pointing out that in a world in which, let's just say, that right nowness has him lower ranked than a lot of other people, your Burrows, your Allens, your Jacksons, and whomever else, that he actually does have a resume for this, and this isn't some flash in the pan situation. I understand that point. But overall, I mean, dog, I'd like to celebrate these Eagles for who they are, not because they are the Philadelphia team. I don't care about that part. I'm saying as a football squad, the way that they have been dismantling people is what in the present I am enjoying. Never mind who might be where in Canton in 2 decades. My kids graduating high school. What's next?
All right, next up is Evan Cohen, host of Unsportsmanlike, talking about the Lakers and why he thinks they can make a run in the playoffs.
What the Lakers have, which is very rare, 2 guys who can win a series, quote unquote, by themselves. Like if you're like, hey, LeBron, get me out of the first round. Got it. Well, I'm exhausted. What do you want me to do in the second round? Luka, get me out of the second round. LeBron, you good now? You caught your breath a little bit? Luka, you're good? Then get us to the finals. Like, that's kind of where they are, because if you look at other teams, they may have multiple great players, but not guys that can single-handedly win a series. That's why the Celtics are so great.
Yeah.
Tatum, you got this one? Brown, you got that one? We're good. This is why if you told me this Lakers team went on a big run, I'm not going to be surprised. I am very impressed with what has happened here with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Clinton, we talked about what the Lakers can do on the offensive end. I don't think that's a question, but we've also talked about the lack of a defensive identity with no AD. Yeah. Is that your biggest concern with them right now?
It is my biggest concern with them, but I think that his point, Evco's, who we love, they're on the Sportsmanlike before us, I think he's right. I mean, and I think this is why this season, even though you didn't get Mark Williams, and I understand that the Lakers just picked up Alex Len as, sort of another body, former Maryland guy, by the by. But yes, they can make a run. Like, I agree with this on a lot of levels because look at the matchups. If the playoffs begin right now, they face the Rockets. I mean, the Rockets are good. The Rockets are arguably the most upstart team in the league with Ime Udoka, who's got them playing tough, hard-nosed basketball. They got a lot of youth, and they got a lot of depth. But experience matters. I've said this before. I feel that any LeBron team at this stage of his career is built for the playoffs based on experience and basketball IQ. He's got tons of it to go around. Luka's got tons of it to go around. For that matter, JJ Redick has a lot of it to go around. So if they face an opponent in a series and can make adjustments per what they know they can do, they got a better chance than they do night in and night out against random teams that happen to be coming to town or them going to them. So if you look at the path, the Lakers could make a little bit of a run here. Now, the defense is an issue, but the defense is always an issue. And also, like, Luka is Luka. If he could do it with the Mavericks last season, I fully believe that it could happen this season, health provided, not being an issue for the Lakers, 100%. I mean, that's the whole reason why you're doing this. You got to believe you got a shot. And with the West as up and down as it is, hey, why not them?
All right, next up, our very first friend who appeared on the program, David Dennis Jr., Anscape senior writer, was on Game Night hosting, and he talked about Joel Embiid, who admitted that he might need to get another knee surgery. He thinks they should shut him down, the Sixers.
You can't get rid of Embiid right now. Nobody's taking on that contract. And if you're Philadelphia, you don't want to trade that contract because you're selling Embiid at the absolute lowest possible, what you can get from him. You're not getting 4 or 5 draft picks for a guy who don't know if he's going to play. I think you shut the guy down right now, no matter what. Now, there's NBA participation rules and all this stuff that you have to figure out. Shut the guy down right now. Get him the surgery if he needs it. Try to get him back as quickly as possible next season, because what you don't want to do is have a dead-end season, go into the offseason, then give him a surgery. He misses half of next season for recovering from this, and now you have 2 lost seasons with Embiid on your belt, and you have draft situation where you may not even get the pick that you have at the end of this season.
Clinton, simple enough, man. Where do you think this goes with the Sixers and Embiid?
It's so unfortunate. Like, this guy is a mega talent. He's quite the personality. He brings so much to the table in terms of his skill set, but he can't stay on the floor. And, like, that's so disappointing. He's had MVP years. You really hoped that whatever they were going to be, at some point it was all going to come together for Philly. And I hate to say this, but it feels like that's just not in the cards anymore. I would shut him down. I mean, it's not like you're going to get rid of the guy. Contract aside, you don't want to put yourself in a situation like, I don't know, the Mavericks, where, okay, if the winning isn't there, at least the person that people like watching on the court is there. You don't want to reverse that and say, oh, well, he was hurt, we're doing this, we're doing that. And people say, well, we kind of wanted him anyway. The championships were going to be a 50-50 proposal as was, because that's just kind of how it is. Getting rid of Joel Embiid would have been will be a horrible idea if they choose to go that route for the Sixers. Personal opinion. As for shutting him down, yeah. I mean, there's just no reason at this stage to try to salvage something if he just can't be out there and you know it's pending. I hate it for the guy. I hate it for Philly. I have a lot of weird Philadelphia sympathies this morning for some reason. But it's true. I think one of the greatest players of our generation is going to get robbed as a result of injuries from a real chance to show what he ever could have been. And that stinks for NBA fans, never mind Sixers ones.
All right, this last sound, I want to apologize to James Steele, who's a big Chiefs fan, in advance. I'm sorry, James. Dominique Foxworth was on Get Up, and he was talking about the Chiefs and them losing their invincibility after that defeat in Super Bowl 59. Listen up.
Does feel like a bit of the psychological impact that they had and like aura that they had is knocked out of this a little bit, because last year there was no chance that they were supposed to win the Super Bowl last year, and they went and did it. They were getting beat up in the game and they managed to figure it out. The same thing with the Eagles Super Bowl. We were starting to get to a point where we thought about this team as somewhat magical and invincible. And we saw, what beats magic? Physicality, because it beats everything. And so everyone who's watching this tape, all these AFC teams are looking at this like, we can do that too. We should have done it all year.
Listen, he used the word that all the kids are using, aura. Have the Chiefs lost their aura, Clinton?
I do think so. He also used the word physicality, and I love that there are certain words in the sports world that we only use for sports, and physical is one of them. There's no context in the English language in which you would ever say anybody got out-physicaled, or you would refer to their physicality. It's fantastic. I think he's right. I don't necessarily know that they were invincible, but the aura was a factor. I mean, they did lose to Brady and the Chiefs in a Super Bowl, so it wasn't entirely invincible. I think it was just a matter of inevitability as much as anything. And yes, the way that game happened, the simple looks on Patrick Mahomes' face, the kind of tail-tucked vibes that Kelsey brought to the table after he showed up looking like an extra on Boogie Nights. Like, yeah, everything has changed with that team by a lot. And I don't think that's bad for the NFL. Not at all. It's actually probably a pretty good thing. Anyway, coming up, it's time to check my social media, my favorite part of the day. Listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
You're going to be part of the problem or part of the solution? I'm going to be the whole problem.
Clinton and Friends. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Steinhaffel's President's Day sale is happening now. Find great deals on amazing bonus buys throughout the entire store. Then take an extra $100 off every $17.99 you spend. Plus, get a $100 MasterCard for every $17.99 you spend. See store for details. Or make your new room more affordable with Steinhaffel's 36-month 0% financing. Get in today because these deals won't last long. Shop in-store or online at steinhaffels.com.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Cap and Jay Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Cap and Jay Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Vision loss is not something that you feel until it happens.
Most people lose their vision from diseases like macular degeneration and glaucoma, not at birth.
With macular degeneration, you lose your central vision.
You have a blind spot right in the center of your face, so I can't actually see your face.
So even that little circle in which I could see became a big blur.
I was 65 when I first was diagnosed with glaucoma.
There were no symptoms,
I had no headaches.
3 million Americans have glaucoma, and half don't even know it.
11 million people in the United States have macular degeneration.
You lose mobility, independence, changes your entire life.
So many eye disorders can be treated if caught early.
My husband tells me that I have beautiful brown eyes, and I don't want to lose that.
Make a plan today to get your eyes checked.
Visit brightfocus.org to learn more.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at EasterSeals.com.
Cap and Jay Hood. Morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Last seg of the day, we were talking about James's shoes earlier, the Ecto Coolers, as I called them. And you mentioned that you're such a big Ghostbusters guy that you have a poster in your basement as well. And the only reason I bring this up is because we talked to Arda earlier, Arda Okal, who's one of my co-hosts alongside Ryan McGee of the Never Tell Me the Odds Star Wars ESPN podcast. And, like, to be a Star Wars super fan, which I am, there's a lot of meat on those bones. There's a lot of movies. There's a lot of TV shows. There's a lot of stuff. James, I feel like Ghostbusters is a touch niche as far as, like, franchises are concerned to have a ton of stuff of. I mean, how much content is there really to be consumed around Ghostbusters?
Well, there were only the 2 movies, and then there was the cartoon from the 80s for a long time. They just put out 2 movies recently, 2021 and I think last year, which I love. But, yeah, I mean, it's just I've just always loved it. I was telling you, for my 40th birthday, my friends got me a poster of Vigo the Carpathian that's hanging. It's the bad guy in Ghostbusters too. That's hanging in my basement now. So, and I have all the action figures. I have the Firehouse play set from whenever I was, like 5 or 6 years old or whatever, still in my basement that my kids play with, which is kind of cool.
That's dope.
Yeah, so I'm like an action figure guy also. And Ghostbusters, I have a ton of stuff that I've collected over the years.
Do you have an interest in the paranormal or supernatural outside of the Ghostbusters franchise?
Yeah, I kind of do. I was big into the Ghost Hunter show back in the day.
Okay.
I was like probably like a decade or so ago. But yeah, it kind of, like, I'm a Stephen King fan. Like, I read, if I'm reading a book, it's usually a Stephen King book. I am kind of. But I think Ghostbusters pushed me in that direction too.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad we got back to that. I'd like to get to know, and the audience to get to know. Not that nobody knows who you are, because obviously you guys have been on other shows before. But I like to delve into these sort of things for our audience to have a better idea of who's talking behind the mic. Now, okay.
Do you think, Clinton, real quick?
Yes.
We talked about ghost hunters. James, I don't know. James kind of looks like a ghost hunter. I mean, see him being a ghost hunter.
I didn't want to say this, but
I'll say
it tracks, okay? If you had walked into this room and said, guess what I do on the side? Well, I hunt ghosts. I'd have been like, I wouldn't have batted an eye. Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, I can see
This is the
that.
vibe.
Yeah.
This is the vibe. For those who don't know, James has a big beard, if you're listening, and a ponytail. So there's a lot going on there in terms of the look that we like a lot. Now, okay, so coming up, what we're doing is something that I happen to love. We did it a little bit earlier in the program, not in the program, in the week, where we read mean tweets. But we do have a piece of production that I'm so happy about. I made it myself. I made a decent amount of these myself, but hit it, Devin.
Time to check my social media, y'all. To see who loves me online.
Some of you might recognize the dulcet tones of the Circle of Life after that lovely rendition of the opening of The Lion King, arguably the greatest Disney movie ever made. Simba, take Nala home. I could quote that movie all day. I'm not going to do that. So instead, this is going to be a regular segment in which I basically just read the stuff that you guys say about us. At Clinton Yates, at ESPN Radio, talking about the four nations face-off, not having the best Russian players, and they don't even mention Kucherov. Pathetic. That comes from some guy named Stammertime, who's obviously a huge Bolts fan, and he's not happy about that. One guy says, can we get a morning roast reunion since you're back on the radio? I love the show. Absolutely not. That's not going to happen. I'm kidding. I'm hoping it was going to happen. That's what we were trying to do the first day of the show when we had Mina on and Dominique. I would love to do that. I was really just messing around. All right. Now, see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through some of these comments on my IG. A lot of you all were very upset that I was not the biggest fan of the Super Bowl. Thought it was a boring game. This one person says, Ange Wills says, you're a hater and corny. One thing I am not is a hater. Corny, I'll take it or leave it. Here's another person that says, this is a take by a casual fan, _JD Real. People who actually watch football because they like it know that almost any game is good football. Sorry it doesn't look how you want it to look. No, I'm going to disagree with that. That's the whole point of watching football, is that some games stink and some games don't. Let's be real about this.
I hated that game.
That game was awful, yeah. And I might not love football, but I've covered the game. I studied the game. I like the game. The game was boring. Here's another one. How do you say you don't know football without saying you don't know football? Okay. Now, here's another thing. The ball knowers group, these people that claim that if you don't know ball, they're not listening to you. This is the worst subsect of people that have come out of social media in years, Devin. The ball knowers.
Oh, you just don't know ball, Clinton. That's all.
I mean, it's like it is incessant and stupid. It is almost like these NBA people that like Twitter transactions more than they like watching actual basketball. It's very annoying. You don't know ball. It's funny to say in jest, but it's like the most ridiculous thing. I saw this TikTok the other day that said saying that you don't know ball is like a declaration back in the day that you would have to challenge a guy to a duel. You know what I'm saying? It's like that big of a deal. Anyway, just let the soft sounds of The Lion King take over you. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. I want to thank Luis Miguel Echegaray for coming on the program. I want to thank Arda Ocal for coming on the program. We talked about a lot of different stuff. Joe and Q is next. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Remember, I'll see you on the internet, kiddos.
Carmen and Jurko coming up next. Shay is in for the good kid.
Big shoes to fill.
Big shoes to fill.
Big shoes.
Can you do it? Are you capable?
Listen, Kevin Zipak behind the glass told me that I can't even lace them up. So
yeah, there was a little. I thought maybe you guys were going to come to blows before the show a little bit there. I've heard some crazy things around these parts, like in the last, I don't know, not even 24 hours, like the last 22 hours. Got to address all of it, I think.
In the last few minutes, maybe.
Quarterback play and tight ends, and yeah, maybe even in the last few minutes. Adam Schefter kind of hinting at the Bears being on opening day. I love how we're already talking about opening day 2025. We're going to have some fun. Plus, Jesse Rogers will join us live in spring training at 2. Join us at noon.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone, up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard, so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Lover's Lane, can I help you?
Hi, I need to talk to a romance specialist.
Hi, Neil, what's going on?
I can't get a dinner reservation for Valentine's Day.
We talked about this last Valentine's.
That's what she said.
Just give her the gift before you go out to dinner.
Out to dinner where?
Relax, Tiger. Once she opens that gift from Lover's Lane, you won't need no stinking dinner reservation.
This Valentine's Day, all you need is love. Find a store near you at loverslane.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. I just picked up my brand new 2025 Land Rover Defender from Howard Orloff Motors, and I couldn't be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at the fancy restaurant when it's parked out front. My kids absolutely love riding it. Howard Orloff Motors has the full lineup of 2025 Land Rover Defenders ready and waiting for you. So visit them today just off the Kennedy in Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit TMAIllinois.org.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The snow has started to fall, at least here in the city, at the corner of State and Lake outside of our ESPN Chicago studios. We are going to be your companion for the next 3 hours. Then it's Waddle and Silvy with Meller in for Silvy. Traffic's going to blow. Buckle up. We're here for you. Shay's in for the good kid. Working overtime today, my friend.
Yep.
Fresh
Used to
coffee. Ready to go?
Thank you, by the way,
You're
for
welcome.
the fresh coffee.
You're welcome.
I needed this. If I'm going to get through the next 3 hours of my life, this is going to be necessary. I'm running on fumes, man.
I know you are. You've been up since the crack of ass. I get it.
I didn't sleep well last night. It's got nothing to do with you.
Anything to do with the Bulls loss to Detroit? Is that why you didn't sleep well?
No, it's more the Michigan State loss to Indiana.
How about that? What happened?
My God.
I was watching pro basketball because I'm a knucklehead. Shay was watching his beloved Spartans. They lost. And what was Izzo? Is Izzo going to set the record? He tied the conference win record,
Knight.
right? Yeah. Kind
Lost.
of fitting that Indiana prevented him from breaking it. And it's a fait accompli anyway. But
Sure. Fitting, sure.
Already. It's going to be a salty
Sure.
3 hours. He's all ready. He didn't sleep. Michigan State lost. He's a little ornery. They're talking about cutting tight end earlier today, cutting Cole Kmet earlier today. It's going to be something with him the next 3 hours. I said to Shay this morning, first of all, I don't what is basketball? Is the NBA all of a sudden baseball? Like the Bulls and the Pistons are playing again tonight?
I know.
Now we're doing back-to-back. I've heard of sometimes, just because the way they have to do the schedule, back-to-back like home and home. Like if you were telling me they were playing but they're playing at the UC tonight again,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Well, what is this? Back to back. We have to watch Bulls Pistons again? You don't have to do anything. I said to Shay, I go, dude, we got to bet the Bulls tonight, right? He goes, well,
no.
He goes, you don't have to do anything. He's like, I could. What did you say?
If I told you that you could sit on your couch tonight, or I could hit you with my car,
he goes,
which would you choose?
Like, I'd rather just sit on my couch. He's like, I don't have to hit you with my car. I could. I was like, no, that doesn't sound good. The Bulls are getting 7 tonight. I kind of feel like we have to bet them after you lose by 40. How do you not come out with a spirited effort and cover a 7-point spread tonight against the exact same team?
Does Nikola Vucevic looks like he cares?
I'll tell you, there were a couple of plays I watched. There were a couple like moments in the first. Believe it or not, I really am. I should have my head examined. I did have the game on. I didn't pay much attention in the second half. I was more like getting a kick out of it. I'm sorry, Bulls fans. Oh, you suck, Carmen. You're a crummy fan. I'm sorry. I was getting a kick out of it.
If you can't laugh,
sorry, C. Red Fred.
It's 71-29 at halftime. If you can't laugh,
it was like at one point in the first half, it was 43 points. I'm sorry. I got a kick out of it. Okay. You don't like me. You don't like me. Okay. I got a kick out of it. And that's really the only reason I had it on with the sound up. Believe it or not, the sound was up on that TV. It's always TV 2 because that's where I put the stupid antenna. So I have TV 1, TV 2. It's TV 2, but the sound was up on TV 2, and I'm like, this is too good, dude. I'm like, this is too good. They're down 43, and there were like 2 plays on defense, and Donovan called the timeout after one of them. Where Vooch is, it's just like you might as well have us out there. Seriously, you may as well just. Just there's zero awareness. I don't even know if it's effort. I don't think, I think it's just zero awareness. Well, and I mean absolutely zero defensive awareness. And Donovan called a timeout after that one, and I'm like, this is just too much. They're down 43. I'm like,
so good.
No, but they've got to be better tonight.
Do they? How about his post game? We can't control shot making. If we could control it, then we'd hit all our shots. Well, no, you can't totally control it, but can you do better than 1 of 23? Is that possible?
Coach, can you do better than losing on your home floor by 40?
We can't control opposing teams hitting shots. If we could, they'd never make them.
Right, exactly.
What are you talking about?
What does that mean? I saw it was the largest halftime deficit ever for the Bulls. Yeah, largest halftime deficit in franchise history. It was, what was it? Was it 42? I think it was as high as 43 in the first half, and it ended up being
71-29.
Yeah, a 42-point deficit.
29 points in the first half. That's a college game.
So we get
Michigan
that's a
State had
college
29
game.
points in the first half of their game last night.
That's like some high school games. Like, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But we get it again tonight, folks. And I will be watching on Chisin. Now, there's snow, so I don't know if the signal's going to be great tonight. We'll see. Because it sounds like the snow's going to be here through the evening. Oh, Shay, when it snows, I might not have a clear picture of Bulls.
You're going to be watching
tonight.
snow on your TV.
I might be. In the second half, I did turn the sound down, but I had Knicks and Pacers on TV1, and I left the Bulls on just to see how bad it would get. I was like, let's see if we can get to 50, maybe 52, maybe 55. I'm like, you might as well go all in. But I am toying with the notion of betting the Bulls tonight.
You don't have to do it.
Call the number.
Seriously. Trust. I'm trying to be a friend to you.
The funny thing is, like, I never bet outside of football season. Between now and September, I might I'll make some MLB futures wagers. I'll have a few, maybe a handful, just a couple. In terms of games, I'll bet maybe a few games. I'll listen to you and Tyler come tournament time. Maybe I'll bet a few things for the NCAA tournament. I might make 12 bets on actual games between now and September. I just don't. I gamble on football and some baseball futures. I might bet the Bulls tonight.
Do not make one of your 12 bets the Bulls tonight. Don't do it.
I might do it.
Don't do it.
Like, come on, it's worth
There's no reason.
It's worth a half unit.
You won't feel good if you win the bet. If you win the bet, you're not going to come out of it and go, wow, that was real sharp
by me. 10 G's on it.
No, you're just going to make it frustrating to sit and watch this stupid-ass game tonight.
So stupid. Back-to-back with the Pistons where you might get your asses kicked
You
again.
could do anything else in the world. You could just eat dinner and watch a TV show.
I know.
You could put a movie on. You told me you haven't watched Aurora yet. You'd like to do that. Instead, you're going to wager American dollars on the Chicago Bulls and then watch the game and sweat it out. There's no reason for that.
Maybe I'll watch Aurora tonight because I actually heard that was one of the good ones to watch ahead of awards season here. I haven't seen many of those movies that were nominated. I'm catching up. Not even catching up. I'm late to Severance, so I'm still in season 1. I'd heard Silvy mention this show for over the last couple of years, and then it took this huge hiatus, and then season 2 came out about a month ago. And on a Friday, he and Waddle during What to Watch For were talking about it. And I was like, oh, yeah, I remember Silvy talking about that, and I've heard good things about Severance. So as football winds down, like, there is more free time, and I started watching. I'm 5 episodes into the first season of Severance. Very good. I got a long way to go, obviously. You're all the way through season 2 now. I think most are, right? Is season 2 fully released?
Yeah, no, it's just the first 4 episodes.
First 4.
It's episodic,
okay. But you're all,
week to
you're
week.
all caught up. Okay.
Yeah.
I know, I think a lot of people are. So maybe I'll throw on an episode of Severance tonight. Yeah.
Just don't worry about the Bulls. Don't let the Bulls affect it. Because if you won't feel good if you win that bet. If you lose that bet, you might just break your television.
Sever from the Bulls.
There's
Sever
no
from
reason.
the Bulls.
I'm telling you, sports severance is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
If somebody sold that, how many Bears fans and White Sox fans would pick up sports severance? That you can fast forward to the end of the rebuild and then clock back in.
That's a great question. Like, would you, for people who don't know what the show is, it's, they are, listen, I'm only 5 episodes in. You know more about it than I do, obviously. But they are willfully signing up in their lives to go to work for some very mysterious multinational, like, corporation that God only knows what they do. I haven't even gotten that far yet. And whatever they're doing is so secretive that they sign up to have, like, a device implanted into their brain that makes them live their outside life and remember their life, their childhood, their family, their friends, day-to-day activities. But the minute they go to work, they get in the elevator and they go down to this floor in which they work. Their minds are erased and they don't know who they are outside of work, right? Is that the best way to sum it up, Shay? Like,
yeah.
They don't know that they have a brother or sister or wife or children, or they're right. They know none of it.
No recollection of their outside life when they're at work,
right,
and no recollection of their work life when they're outside.
That's the most succinct way. So, sports severance, would you sign up? Like, skip ahead. And like, I walk out of the building today and then I come back into, how would this work? I walk in tomorrow and it's like 2029 and the Sox are world champs? How does it work?
You just would have
a little later than that.
Like, you sit down to watch a White Sox game and it gets through the anthem and it's like first pitch, boom, lights are off, and you wake up at the end of the game, and you have no recollection. You don't know what happened, nothing.
I think I'd sign up for that right now.
Like, eventually, down the road, you'd start hearing people in your real life talk about, the White Sox, man, they're exciting. I think they're going to do it this year.
So
You're like,
good.
I'm going to deactivate now. I'm ready to come back.
Can you deactivate an off season? Like, can you shut it off anytime there's news that's just going to infuriate you?
Severance for non-football season.
Yeah.
So the Super Bowl ends, and you have little gaps. You come
wake up
back
in the draft.
You wake up during free agency, and you wake up for the draft, and then you're out until kickoff.
Would you sign up for sports severance? That's a good question. 312-332-3776. I like it. I might throw Severance, an episode of Severance on TV One, and maybe Spurs Celtics on TV Two tonight. That should be a good one. We'll ignore Bulls and
I can't. How are you watching out of market NBA games?
I like the
can't do
NBA.
it, man.
I know. I'm in the minority. It seems like now, but I like the NBA. So
I used to be you. Like, I'd stay up back before I worked mornings. I'd stay up. I'd have League Pass. I'd be watching Sacramento Kings, Light the Beam. All of it.
Light the Beam.
I was the League Pass guy, and now it's like I could count on one hand how many out-of-market NBA games I've watched this year. I just don't have any bandwidth for it.
I think I am very much in the minority. I think more people are gravitating towards your viewing habits, and you'll probably ramp it up when playoffs come around. I mean, Monday night I was watching the Lakers. What was that? Sunday night or Monday night? When was the Laker game with Luka? That was Monday night, right? Yeah, not Sunday night. Sunday night was the Super Bowl. I was up till 11 o'clock into the fourth quarter watching Lakers and Jazz like a knucklehead. And that game was a blowout.
Bless.
I just kind of wanted to see Luka. But, yeah, I don't know. I just choose pro basketball over college basketball. I don't know why. I can't really explain it to you. I can't. I just like the pros better. I know the game's flawed. I know it's not perfect. I know it's very different. They're still – to me, it's just a – how do I say this? Because I'm going to take crap for this. I don't know that it's a better product. To me, it's just a more appealing product. The players are better. They're not college kids. They're just better. The athletes are better. They're better players. Like, Jurko always says, Jurko doesn't watch college football. This is funny how we're totally reversed on this because he's like you. He watches way more college basketball. He always says, why would I watch college football? Send me your best. He's like, I want to see the world's best players. I watch the NFL. Maybe this is not the best apples-to-apples comparison, but I've always sort of gravitated towards, if I had the choice, why would I watch an 18-year-old college kid versus Jason Tatum? Or Wemby. And Wemby's a kid, but he's awesome. To me, it doesn't compute. I would much rather put on Wemby tonight than any college player, maybe other than Cooper Flagg. I have gone out of my way to watch Cooper Flagg. I'll admit that in a few college basketball games here and there. But given the choice, 10 times out of 10, I'm watching Victor Wembanyama over anybody playing college basketball. Sorry.
My problem with the NBA, though, like the three-point shooting, I never used to have it as an issue. I never thought of it as an issue. It has become one for me. Because if you tune into an NBA, you might see what you saw last night and get the Bulls 1 of 23. Yeah. And you've got 50 missed threes a night. It's just not aesthetically pleasing.
That's true.
Because the game is, like, the players are so good that they've allowed the game to become a math problem that somebody has solved, where it's just, you're more efficient from X part of the floor. Only take your shots there. And that's a problem. The effort level, night in, night out, is an issue. Teams that know they're good can coast. Teams that really suck just aren't trying at all. You basically have to be a fan of like a young, scrappy team in the middle, like the Pistons.
Yeah.
If you're going to get enjoyment out of the regular season, then you got the stars don't want to play. They're bitching about where they are playing, what position they're playing, how many shots they're getting. It's like, dude, you make $50 million a year. Why are you complaining? What could possibly be wrong?
You bring up valid points. I don't even have any real way to argue back other than I still just like it better. The Bulls missed 37 threes last night, to your point. 37. They missed 37 three-point attempts. So
you turn on any NBA game, you're going to watch 50 missed threes.
I know, and I have to admit, the players sitting thing that's probably my biggest issue with the NBA. Like, look, I get that the unintended consequence of the minute 40 years ago they drew that three-point stripe on the line on the floor. Like, we have arrived. and maybe it took longer than anybody thought, there are always unintended consequences. And finally, people realized the way we're playing is not super efficient. And so what happened, little by little, it's gone to what we see today, okay? And the pendulum has probably swung too far the other way. And so it doesn't maybe make the game as aesthetically pleasing. I get all that. I still can sit and watch and enjoy it. My biggest issue would be the way these players in this league, more than any other, not even more than any other, no other league does it, period. The idea that you have to miss a certain number of games for rest and you're only going to be healthy come playoff time if you miss said number of games, first of all, is totally unfounded, totally unproven. And I do think it's basketball's biggest issue. This doesn't happen in football. It doesn't happen in hockey. It doesn't, as I understand it, I listen to what Bleck and Abdalla and Jurko say about this. It doesn't happen in European soccer. It doesn't happen in baseball. Talk crap about baseball you want. Those players play every day. The only sport in which this has run wild is basketball. And all of those other sports have elements to them that are physically demanding and challenging, and players can get hurt and have to play through injury. But somehow in the NBA, it's just become a thing. I don't want to say it's been accepted. I think fans push back at it quite a great deal. But it's just sort of like the part of the rhythm of the basketball season, and the teams are just as much to blame as the players. They are 100% just as much to blame as the players. They've allowed this to happen. They structure these days when this. I know it for a fact. I've talked to people that work in front offices. When the schedule is released, they start mapping out days of when they're going to rest certain players. In no other league that I can think of does this happen around the world. Somehow it happens in the NBA. I don't know why.
I also kind of think the teams are, I don't want to say it, but powerless to stop it because the players now, the union has worked in such a way where these guys get paid out of through the nose to play basketball. Max contracts are insane.
Insane.
And if you're a max level player, what is a team going to say when their options are, we need you to commit, or the player's going to say, trade me then? Like, why did the Mavs trade Luka? Because they got drugged to the finals by Luka Doncic, and then he couldn't move. We all watched him in the finals. He could not move.
He was terrible. No.
He was awful. And if you're the team, you look at him and you're like, well, we don't really trust your commitment level to this, and we don't know that we can rely on you to be available. They traded him for a guy whose nickname is Street Clothes.
That's the most amazing part.
Their best player traded him because they can't trust him to commit to basketball for a dude nicknamed Street Clothes who is now out for an extended period of time.
So that's the NBA.
How do the teams stop it, though? You make so much money, you pay these guys so much money, and well, I don't want to be here. Or you don't trust them to be there when you need them. Well, get out.
It's completely run amok. All right, if you got a thought on it, you can ring us up at 312-332-3776. Got some NFL stuff I want to talk to everybody about today. A few things with Shea. It's perfect to have Shea in here. We got to have the Brock Purdy conversation today because there's some growing sentiment that, indeed, he is going to get paid by the 49ers. I'm going to read you some quotes from the owner here in the last couple of days. Got some good Schefter sound to play about the opener, the NFL opener, even though we're 48 hours removed from the season ending, 6 months from now, 7 months from now. 312-332-3776. That is the phone number if you want to ring us up. Shea's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Host Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tonight at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
College basketball is
Gearing up, fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Steinhaffel's President's Day sale is happening now. Find great deals on amazing bonus buys throughout the entire store. Then take an extra $100 off every $17.99 you spend. Plus, get a $100 MasterCard for every $17.99 you spend. See store for details. Or make your new room more affordable with Steinhaffel's 36-month 0% financing. Get in today because these deals won't last long. Shop in-store or online at steinhaffels.com.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free fix finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right. Printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
New car dealer lots are full again, and that's good news for consumers. Where's the best place to shop the biggest variety of new cars, trucks, and SUVs? The Chicago Auto Show, February 8th through the 17th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets online at chicagoautoshow.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
By the way, I don't know if you're aware of this, Shay, but now that McKnight at the Movies is no more on the Carmen and Jurko show because Connor is over at Chizen, we have a new segment. We debuted it last week. People did not like it. I already don't think I like it.
Was it Pimp Your Parlay again?
It wasn't Pimp Your Parlay.
That was terrible.
No, we need. First of all, it's not terrible. We need to commit to that.
Pimp Your Parlay is horrible. It's so bad. You know it's bad. You know it's
bad
not
like
good.
Nobody wants to hear about anybody's parlay anyway.
It's like the most annoying person.
That's right.
At least you got the song out of it.
You did get the song out of it. Who knows? We might bring back Pimp My Parlay for 2025. We'll see. This we debuted a game last week. It was not met with great fanfare. Jurko kind of liked it. The audience did not. Big shock. We're gonna listen. We got to keep trying it.
This is a great promo so far.
We got to keep trying it just for a little while.
I know. I'm like on the edge of my seat. Shay, we tried a new segment last week. It was terrible.
They didn't like it.
Listen, everybody loves a train wreck, right?
It's sort of it's like a combination of it's got elements of a little McKnight at the Movies, where I give you clues, and it's got like a little bit. Abdalla calls it, instead of the Immaculate Grid, the Immaculate Carm, because basically I'm giving you clues about a certain. It could be an athlete, could be a celebrity. I'm going to try to keep them very timely. Like, for example, last week with the Super Bowl.
I have to tell you, I like the concept.
Well, the fans did not like it. And the guy who won liked it. I mean, he got a $50 gift card to one of our great places in Elmwood Park. So I will give you clues kind of like Connor used to do, and then the first correct caller that can identify the person I am talking about will win. And like last week, since it was the Super Bowl, last Wednesday, right before the Super Bowl, I decided to highlight Richard Dent. So the clues were like, military rank. Okay, that was the first clue. I think the second clue was only of his kind in the decade of the 80s. So Richard Dent's nickname was the Colonel, military. Richard Dent was the only defensive player to win Super Bowl MVP in the decade of the 80s. So that's the kind of thing about. One of the clues was 8th round pick. And so then eventually somebody's like, wait a minute, military rank. He did something that nobody else did in the 80s. He was an 8th round pick. It's Super Bowl week. Oh, I got it. It's Richard Dent. Jurko got it on like the fourth clue.
Of course.
So that's the idea of the game. Again, it was not met with, as you can imagine, the YouTube and Twitch chats, because it's just, they're so friendly all the time. It was not met, but with great enthusiasm. But like I said, McKnight at the Movies took a little while. Like, sure. I remember the first time we did that, people were like, that's lame. And then it became one of the most popular things we've ever done. So we give it a little time. It's never going to be as good as McKnight at the Movies.
I am a big believer in commit to the bit.
We're going to commit for a little while, and maybe it'll evolve and it'll get better.
Pimp your parlay. I was a big believer in throwing the trash.
Throw in the garbage?
Immediately.
What about when we did Map It back in the old days? That's when we had
I never heard it, but I know the concept, and I have to tell you, I love it.
We did. It was fun. I think it ended the day Jurko threw a cup of coffee at the map. It. There was a map of the United States, and Jurko or Harry would take a dart and close their eyes and throw the dart at the map, and wherever it landed, we had to talk about what that town's or like closest major city was talking about on Sports Talk Radio that day. That was mapping. What a dumb idea.
I actually really like that. It forces you to be on your toes.
We did that for a little while. It was good. Let's grab some calls. Let's say hi to Larry and Skokie. What's up, Larry?
Hey, fellas. Hey, that Map It sounds pretty good. You should bring that back.
Should we try that again? We can dust that one off if you want.
Yeah, commit to the bit. Give it a couple go-rounds, see what happens.
I love it.
And, Shay, it's good to hear you. I look forward to when you got a full-time show here because you got the goods, my man.
Thanks, Larry.
He does have the goods. Larry, let me ask you something. Let me ask you one question before you make your point.
Yes, sir.
Are you calling? Is your mobile subscriber T-Mobile?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the only reason and I'm not busting your balls, Larry, but there's a crackling on the phone. And we realized that anybody that apparently we've done some survey of this here the last 24 hours or so on ESPN Chicago. Apparently anybody that has T-Mobile service, their phone is cracking when they call in.
Yep.
And I don't know why. Yeah, it's a little weird. Go back and listen on the podcast and you'll see what I mean. But go ahead, make your point, Larry.
So I really enjoyed your basketball chat from before the commercials. I have gone from Bulls season ticket holder, fully committed, adored that team, to I literally don't watch, don't think, don't care.
Jeez. And
I had this revelation last week that I don't have an NBA team anymore. It's gone for me. The NBA is gone for me. And so that started here because of how the Reinsdorfs operate, and just AK is terrible. We all know that. Garpax were a disaster. But then what also happened is I've lost the entire NBA for the reasons you discussed. There are moments of greatness. The talent is off the charts a lot of times, but it's just an unwatchable league, and that's exacerbated here in Chicago because it is an unwatchable, just horribly incompetent, not even team, but business. And it's over for me, and it's a bummer because I like basketball, but it's gone.
It is. It's sad. And Larry, thanks for calling, buddy. It is sad. I mean, it sounds a lot like Silvy, like just sort of done with it. Silvy's as diehard of a Bulls fan as I've ever known in my life. I'm telling you. There's nothing fake about it. There's nothing artificial about it. He was going to that building in the 70s when nobody went with his grandfather. Silvy always jokes they had courtside seats, not because they were rich, because nobody went. They cost nothing. His grandfather, the Bulls didn't come into existence until, 67, I want to say? The NBA wasn't wildly popular here or really anywhere in the country, maybe outside of Boston and a few small pockets. Indiana, of course, college and high school basketball is very popular. The NBA wasn't popular. And when his grandfather decided to start buying tickets to the professional basketball team, you could buy courtside tickets because it was like sitting in the nosebleeds. He's as diehard as anybody I've ever met, and it means the Bulls mean more to him than any team. And he's just sort of like, I'm done. No antenna, doesn't watch the games, doesn't care, won't go.
Well, that's the problem, though. It almost feels like the people who are the diehard Bulls fans, they've had their team taken from them. Nobody signed up to be a part of this. It just, you're not on TV every night, not in a way that's easily accessible for the majority of people. And the product you are served, if you do have access to it, is atrocious. If you were going to pick on any given night, watching between the Blackhawks and the Bulls, who would you choose? Typically, you're a basketball guy more than a hockey guy, but you're a hockey guy.
I love hockey, so I'd probably lean a little bit more Hawks. They're a tough watch too, though. They're almost impossible.
They're both are terrible. But
believe it or not, tonight I might watch the Four Nations thing. And I just remember.
Are you really going to watch
first game is tonight? I think so. It's better than an All-Star game, Shay. They're actually going to play. Tonight I think is Canada-Sweden, right, to kick it off? And then I think tomorrow's Finland-U.S., if I have the schedule right. I might have the matchup wrong, but Canada plays tonight. I'll watch that. But I'm Looney Tunes, so.
I think my point is more, if I'm watching the Hawks, they suck.
Yes,
but
they suck.
I know they're trying.
Are they?
Yes.
They're just doing it wrong.
Maybe. I feel like hockey players, it's rare that you see them just sell.
That's true.
An NBA game, I might tune in and see a team actively just not even care.
That's a fair point.
So I have a harder time with it. And I think that's true for most basketball fans, certainly Bulls fans. You tune in, you do the work it takes, whether it's an antenna or switching providers or finding a workaround to watch the game, and you might not even get a respectable effort.
Yeah.
Forget it.
All right, we have more people want to talk about this, so ring us up. Even if you're a T-Mobile subscriber, the phone might crack a little, but what is going on with that, you think?
I have no idea.
It appears
I'm glad
to only
we diagnosed it. Yeah.
Because when I call, and you guys were doing it on the air this morning.
Yep. I have T-Mobile, it cracked.
And see, I have Verizon. I don't think mine will crack.
Yours will be clear as day.
Weird. 312-332-3776. Abdalla says Aurora is great, by the way. He says I should watch that tonight. It's Four Nations, Abdalla. Come on, Puck Dollar. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Chicago, it's time to feel the blue and red pride. DePaul Blue Demons basketball is back and better than ever. Come experience the fast-paced action, the electric atmosphere, and the roar of the crowd at Wintrust Arena. Don't miss your chance to see Big East battles and rising stars lighting up the court. Bring your family, your friends, and your school spirit to the heart of the city. Tickets are on sale now. Visit DePaulBlueDemons.com to secure your seats. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com. DePaul basketball, where Chicago plays. See you at the game, Blue Demon Nation.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Talk to Jesse Rogers in about 90 minutes. Crosstalk a couple hours away. It'll be Meller and Waddle again today as Silvy's out on vacay the rest of the week. Good Kid's off as well. Shay's in today. Barstool Eddie was hanging yesterday. It takes a cast of thousands to fill in for the Good Kid. And then Abdalla is in with me on Thursday and Friday. But thank you for sticking around extra to do the show today, Shay. It was nice of you. So Shay's hanging. Z-Pack and Charlie on the other side of the glass. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. Paulie in Palm Beach. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
You make a good team.
Appreciate
it. So let's talk a little bit about the NBA, if we could, please. And this isn't why I called about the NBA, but the guy before me is bringing this out in me. Right? You know I'm a book, Carmi.
Yeah.
We haven't taken bets in the NBA for sure. First of all, we put a limit on the game for the last 3 to 4 years. And we do not take over-unders because we know they're fixing them. I don't care how you look at it. They are fixing the over-unders. It's totally out of control here. There. But let me go to my NBA discussion for today.
How are they fixing the over-under, though? Like, do you mean the league is fixing it?
No. The players are. The players are messing with the lines, Carmi. Seriously. I mean, come on. You got to see it. Watch the games. Especially the over-unders. Street books are not taking plays on over-underers. We're just not. We just know it.
And so players are missing on purpose at some point to hit unders? Like how, if I were to watch, what would tell me, like the Bulls missing 37 threes last night, is that because they're fixing the over-under or it's because they blow?
No, but it happens more near the end of the game.
Okay.
Okay. And this betting within the game has really increased the ability to fix it, the incentive to fix games.
It's it's a total tangent, but I find it more believable that they fix their player props, which we have evidence having happened.
Right. Yeah.
The full game total, I have a hard time believing they're fixing it.
All right. Go ahead, Paulie, though. Continue.
Okay, so let's go forward with the NBA because it's mirroring what's going on with Major League Baseball, right? They're about to take a huge revenue hit. In baseball, the RSNs got crushed.
Yeah.
In basketball, and nobody has really considered this right now, they get almost 40% of their revenue comes from China through entertainment licensing and merchandising, right?
Yeah.
Those areas, and I'll connect the dots after I tell you this with the owners in the NBA. They get 40% of their revenue roughly from China. Well, these tariffs are going to heavily tax any entertainment you sell. I mean, they're doing it to the chip companies, to China, and on any merchandise you have that you're buying from there. They want you to manufacture here. Now, it costs $2 a month for an employee in Malaysia, where it costs $20 an hour here, right? So they're about to have a huge revenue hit. Now look at the guys that are reacting to this, that know what's going on with tariffs, right? The owner of Dallas, it's the wife, but the husband made gazillions in gambling.
Mm-hmm.
People have to understand, and the players have to understand this too. You know, my brother's an agent. The players have got to understand they are not 50-50 partners anymore. They're about 16-18%. The partners in sports is gambling, right? So look at Adelson, made his fortune in gambling. The wife's still very active, 79. They know that it's gambling is more important than the players. And these long-term contracts are just stupid. They are stupid because they are not 50%.
So what are they doing exactly, Paulie? This is why games are being...
Well, they're going to take a huge revenue hit. So the owners, just like in baseball, they're going to do a salary cap before they have this strike in 2027.
Good
right?
luck.
Yeah,
and
good luck.
That's why the smart owners aren't going with long-term contracts in baseball. So look what happens. Adelson dumps immediately. This guy doesn't want to pay him his max contract. And who follows suit? Who's in the back seat of the country squire? But Jerry Reinsdorf getting rid of his biggest guy, his most expensive guy. He trades him for his own draft pick.
They've been
That's
trying
how
to do that
badly
for
he
but
wanted out
Paulie.
of
They've
the
been
money
trying to
part.
do that for a year and a half. They've been trying to trade Zach.
But they know that. They know what's happening with China. Now, there's
But,
seven
Paulie,
owners.
why'd they pay him then? They gave
Yeah.
Zach LaVine a max deal. Your assertion is only right if the Lakers don't give Luka a max deal. And I got news for you. They're going to give Luka a max deal.
Of course they are.
If you want to talk about the darkness behind the Adelson's decision-making, we can do it. But it's not that they don't want to pay players max contracts.
Look, we're trying to connect a lot of dots here.
They want to legalize gambling in Texas. And
yes. Yeah, well, that's true.
Like, isn't the easiest explanation at the end of the day that sometimes guys miss a lot of threes and that
Well, no,
the Bulls didn't want
I
to
sometimes
have
I get
Zach
lost in
LaVine
all.
around,
Paulie's
like-
always trying to connect all these dots. I get a little confused. I can't speak to what's going to happen with the tariffs. That's out of my realm. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be I'll just come out and admit it. I'm too dumb. Okay. It's like the Dennis Miller bit. About, the deficit. You don't want to admit you don't really get it because you seem stupid. But, the deficit. What is it? I don't know. Do we owe somebody that money? I don't know. The tariffs. Yeah, boy. So people bring it up at parties. How about these tariffs? Man, I tell you, the tariffs. Well, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it's going to affect me.
China.
I'm too dumb. China. Go ask China.
It's the Norm Macdonald.
Okay.
They said the stock market was up today.
We're going to crush the NBA
up.
with these tariffs. We're going to kill the NBA. It's a sissy sport. They don't try. They rest their players. The tariffs are going to kill it. I don't know. What are the tariffs? I don't know. I can't speak intelligently about. I can't speak intelligently about most things. I certainly can about the tariffs and how it's going to affect the NBA. Are the NBA's revenues going to suffer? I know they just signed a new TV deal. I know that. I know that they just signed a new TV deal for many billions of dollars. I know that. I don't know all the other connect the dots here, and here, and watch the gambling and the tariffs on China. I don't know. My head's spinning.
Yeah, but Paulie's been saying this. He's been saying this about the White Sox. God knows he calls the morning show, and I talk to him as much as I can stand about Jerry Reinsdorf's lack of willingness to spend money, and it always comes back to he sees the way it's going. He sees that they're not going to make money on the TV deal, and they can't afford to be spending on these players, so he doesn't need to spend $100 million on a second baseman.
He's
never spent money.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the more likely outcome is that he's just bad at running a baseball team.
Yeah, well,
and
he doesn't care.
That's where all of this new stuff about the TV money and the revenue hits I don't care. They weren't spending money when the revenue existed.
Right.
So why do I think it's different now? Because finally there's a convenient excuse. It's been true for 20 years.
Yeah, like Jerry has basically told you the way he feels. It's not about the RSNs and he sees this or that. He doesn't believe in paying players. He caused a strike because of it. 2 years ago, he's on a panel talking about how baseball and professional sports are irrational because of what they pay their players. He doesn't believe in paying players. I don't think it's got anything to do with tariffs or gambling or RSNs or anything else. He's never wanted to pay players, ever. And the only time he did it was Albert Bell, because this is Jerry Reinsdorf and who he is, as a big FU to all the other owners coming out of the lockout. That's the only reason he did it, was to drive up salary to piss off every other owner who went against him. The only reason. So this is what he's always done. He's worried about the tariffs? I doubt it.
Well, it's the silliest thing, man. And it's what I've said. It's like I'll draw a parallel line to Tom Izzo in college basketball because that's my emotional attachment mostly right now. And he's a guy who's always said, I don't believe in the transfer portal. I don't believe in the NIL. I don't think it's the way to build a championship team. Well, newsflash, it is.
Good luck to you.
I don't need you to believe in it, and I don't need you to like it. I need you to participate. It's the same thing with Jerry Reinsdorf. You don't have to believe in paying players. You don't have to like paying players. But if you want to win, you have to participate, period.
What about those tariffs, though, guys?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you guys understand the tariffs? I mean, I don't know. Like, okay, the tariffs. I mean, I know my eggs are expensive. I think that's because there's bird flu everywhere. I don't know. Is bird flu involved, too? The NBA knows bird flu's coming.
Jeannie Buss is going to let Luka walk because the tariffs. China.
China.
Can't pay Luka. China.
Okay. I mean, help me. The tariffs. Get Waddle in here. He's a smart guy. Maybe he could tell us about the tariffs. I don't know. I just want to talk about basketball and football. I don't know about the tariffs. Is it going to cost more? Thank God I don't drink scotch, I guess. And I drink American whiskey.
Tequila's going to take a hit.
Tequila, I've heard. Good thing I don't drink too much tequila either. Wow, these tariffs. More of your phone calls coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Peggy and Dion. Saturdays from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville. Brought to you by Zazu Salons.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Steinhoffel's President's Day sale is happening now. Find great deals on amazing bonus buys throughout the entire store. Then take an extra $100 off every $17.99 you spend. Plus, get a $100 MasterCard for every $17.99 you spend. See store for details. Or make your new room more affordable with Steinhoffel's 36-month 0% financing. Get in today because these deals won't last long. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/24.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Final countdown. Shay's in for Jurko. It's snowing hard now. Just took a peek outside.
Oh, I haven't looked.
It's snowing pretty hard, yeah. Well, we're here for you. We're going to keep you company. Drive safe.
Those roads, man, they're going to be brutal.
They're going to be. I trained it today. I'm going to have to walk back to the train in a blizzard. But
That'll
that's all
suck.
right. I figured it'd be better than sitting in rush hour. It sounds like it's going to be the worst later this afternoon. So, Jerry's in Uptown. Jerry, you're a T-Mobile subscriber, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I knew you were. The phone's crackling again. What up, Jerry?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I was at the Bulls game last night. Obviously, extremely disappointed. I've been a Bulls fan my whole life. I'm in my 40s, and I just had a couple comments to make about Reinsdorf, and I appreciate you guys being some of the few media members who are willing to publicly criticize him, and especially giving your audience. So that's great. This obviously, I feel like the Bulls are a lost cause, and I compare them a bit to the White Sox, but at least with the White Sox, fans don't go to the games. The Bulls obviously still draw great, and the only thing, and I don't know if it's that the fans that go don't realize or don't care, but the only way to at least try to get some retribution for how poor of an owner Reinsdorf has been is to stop renewing your season tickets. Like, if fans want to go to a couple games a year to see the team and the players they like, that's fine, but the only way is please stop renewing your season tickets if you're a Bulls season ticket holder. That's what I have to say, and that's it.
Were there a lot of boos last night, Jerry?
Yeah, there were also quite a few Pistons fans there, including a couple I was with, and they were cheering a lot. You could hear the Pistons cheers near the end of the game. The Detroit basketball fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the Reinsdorf has spent some money on the Bulls, but like Patrick Williams, he paid the guy. He's not even starting for the Bulls right now. He is so overpaid. And Levine, obviously, I know max contracts are a complicated thing in the NBA, but the Sox, he never pays anyone. Then he does with the Bulls, and it's with guys who don't deserve it.
And, Jerry, because he has to. Let's face it. This is where the NFL screwed up, quite frankly, too. But not the NFL. This is where MLB screwed up. He doesn't have to spend money in MLB because there's no floor.
Yep.
They've got to spend some money. Like NFL owners, you have to spend. I think it's within 80%. You can go up to the top of the cap. You have to spend within 80%. There are mechanisms in place that hopefully keep everything competitive, and you have to spend money. There's some similar rules in place in the NBA. There's not in baseball, so he can get away with it.
But the White Sox also, they speak for themselves. Like, the biggest contract in team history is $75 million.
Which is insane.
It's ridiculous. The NBA side, it's really just, they've been in the luxury tax once, I think, in the last 20 years.
Maybe a couple times, maybe twice, not often.
That's it. The good teams, like the Celtics, are going to be in the luxury tax for the foreseeable future. The Warriors, it feels like, have been in the luxury tax for a decade.
Yeah.
So if you're not getting into the luxury tax, you're just not going to compete at the top of the league.
Even the A's are approaching a $100 million deal. I mean, I think they gave Brent Rooker like $90 million. I mean, so even the A's have handed out a big.
And the Royals did with Bobby Witt.
Royals gave Bobby Witt $200-something million. The Pirates the Pirates now have two players that are over $100 million that they've given out. So, he's just a dinosaur. Ed's in Plainfield. What's up, Eddie?
I'm a dinosaur, or Ryan's?
No, not you. You're definitely not a dinosaur, buddy.
No, I am a dinosaur. Hey, Shay was right. Pimp My Parlay is terrible. I'm glad someone had the balls to say it. Terrible. I
Solidarity,
love you, Carmen, my guy. It was terrible. I was actually on hold one time when you introduced that, and I wanted to get on so bad and say I'll never get back the 2 minutes of that guy talking about his bet. It was ridiculous.
That's awesome.
Anyway, Severance, by the way. I have no idea what the hell's going on, but I'm entertained every episode.
Yeah.
It's like Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
when I
me
was
too.
dating my wife at the time, I caught up on one season to watch season 2 every Sunday.
Yeah.
She goes, "Who's this? Who's that?" I said, "I have no idea. There's dragons, and sometimes they show boobs." The only thing about Severance is there's no nudity.
There's only no nudity yet. That's the one disappointing
thing. I have no idea what's going on.
No clue.
Anyway, quick thing. Paul Bissonnette, the Chicago Blackhawks official Instagram post, took him to task in a ridiculous manner. I couldn't wait to read the comments, and they got flamed like they should have.
Good.
Because he shared his opinion.
Yeah.
And their point, his role was to be an enforcer, not to be a goal scorer. I mean, it's going to happen, but it was so ridiculous and thin-skinned by the Blackhawks. You would have thought maybe Jay Hood or Cap wrote it. But
I'm
anyway,
so with you
that's
on
a
that,
shot.
by the way, and I haven't. We came off the Super Bowl, and it happened. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, really? That's where you're going to focus your attention now if you're the Blackhawks, on going after Paul Bissonnette, who's a paid analyst? I might rant on it a little bit more because I kind of forgot about it. I think I'm glad Ed brought it back up because I couldn't believe it.
Can we talk about the stray bullet that just hit Jay Hood and Cap?
I was waiting for that, Shay.
My God, Ed just submarined my guys.
I love when you and Aki are together, but let me get to the reason that I call, and then you can rip on me for my thoughts on the morning show. Dan Patrick never sounded better. But anyway, my interest in the NBA has been rekindled by my 7-year-old. He watches 5-minute YouTube clips every morning of various games that went on the night before. He watches Rodman videos, MJ videos, Kareem videos. The kid is 7. He's getting me into it, and he asks questions about the difference in the game. We'll throw on a Steph Curry, montage, and I'll explain how he's really kind of the reason or the way people shoot now is directly related to wanting to be like Steph. Now, he's in a 7-year-old basketball league, and there are kids that are hoisting up shots that shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing it at a 7-year level where it's kind of already getting out of hand. But I'm enjoying the NBA and following good teams. Like, he's not going to be a Bulls fan because they're not worth following. So I appreciate the time.
Thanks,
Have a good
Eddie.
day, guys.
See you, buddy. Yeah. That's the way most young kids watch things, too. They consume it on YouTube and they consume it in clips, believe me. Getting a young kid these days to sit down to actually watch live programming is a challenging thing. As the parent
Even football?
Even football. I mean, and look.
But like Red Zone, right? Like that's kind of
Red Zone. They'll watch. They really kind of just want to watch highlights the next day.
But even that is basically real time highlights just happening in front of you.
Right.
Some kids are probably different than others. Look, like my son, for whatever reason, is not nearly as obsessed as I was as a kid. He likes playing sports. He just doesn't like sitting down watching them. He doesn't. He really he's got a short attention span for everything. And he gets bored with it. I mean, but he'll watch highlights. He'll watch Ellie De La Cruz highlights for an hour. He'll watch on YouTube. He'll watch some guy talking about what made Barry Bonds good, what made Ken Griffey Jr. good, what made Roger Clemens good, what made Greg Maddux good. He'll watch that on some YouTube channel in 6-minute snippets. But if it's, hey, let's sit down and watch the White Sox game, he's like, nah, maybe that's a bad example because the Sox stink. But even the Dodgers, he'll go to the game if I say we're going to go see Shohei. That's cool. You're in the park.
Yeah.
You're live. You're seeing it. Let's sit down and watch Dodgers Padres. He'll watch for an inning and a half and be like, okay, I got my fill. It's kids are different,
People have always been that way, though. Like, not everybody's a freak like us.
That's true.
When I was in whatever year it was, Giants, Patriots, the first one, when the Patriots were undefeated.
Yeah,
08.
Yeah.
I sat next to my dad on the couch with his laptop, and I was like such a nerd. I was writing a game recap that was never going to be published ever, but it was just I was into it, and I wanted to do this job.
Not a lot has changed, huh?
No, nothing's changed. And like, not everybody's that way. My wife has always been the sports fan who will go to a game, but she's not locking it. If I'm putting a game on, she's like, "Can you go in the other room, please? I have other things I want to do."
Bored with it. 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and York. Back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Jurko here with Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch, planning for retirement isn't all that different from football, is it? It really comes down to the X's and O's.
You're right, Jurko. We both know from our days in the NFL, doing the basics well, like blocking and tackling, wins games. In retirement, it's protecting your nest egg from the Wall Street roller coaster and creating guaranteed lifetime income so you don't have to sweat retirement.
Right. In retirement, every day is Saturday, so you need protection and a reliable income to enjoy retirement like a champ.
So true, Jurko. If you're nearing or in retirement, the game changes. You can't afford to suffer market losses and take pay cuts.
Kind of like a retirement red zone, huh?
Exactly. We help people create a retirement of steel to protect what they've spent their lifetime saving and generate more income than they thought possible.
Call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. That's 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Hey, White Sox fans, cover your bases with the all-new Ballpark Pass. For a limited time, get access to every home game in March, April, and May for just $125. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Your Ballpark Pass includes tickets to opening day on March 27th and exclusive giveaways celebrating the unforgettable moments, legendary players, and iconic eras that have shaped the White Sox 125-year legacy. For more information and to secure your Ballpark Pass, visit whitesox.com/ballparkpass today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I didn't think we'd talk as much NBA as we did the first hour. It all stemmed from the Bulls getting waxed last night by the Pistons, and they have to play them again tonight on the West Side. But it more turned into a big picture, sort of like NBA basketball, the future of it, the future of pro basketball kind of thing. And somehow we got to rant on Reinsdorf a little and talk about tariffs. So interesting first hour, my friend.
China.
We're talking more football this hour. I mean, there's just like some craziness in the air the last 24 hours or so. I mean, yesterday, Meller and Waddle really got it going, talking about Jalen Hurts and what he is or isn't. And, I just knew it. I knew at some point it's going to get full on crazy. I could feel it. I'm in the car and I could feel it. I'm like, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. The countdown is on. And then sure enough, back-to-back calls. Jalen Hurts is better than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. And I said, I knew it.
Yeah, not true.
People just can't be rational. Jalen Hurts is better than Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I'm not sure in which world, but I knew it. I knew it was coming.
I do think Meller and Tyler have to give it up, though, because those two talk about Jalen Hurts, and I was more on their side pre-Super Bowl. It's just once that game happened, and he's been to two, and he played his ass off in both, and now he's won one. Do we really have to fill the airtime with, well, Brock Purdy could have done it, Jared Goff could have done it? They haven't done it. He's done it. Can we just say Jalen Hurts is elite now? We don't have to go crazy and say he's better than everybody who doesn't have a ring, including Burrow and Mahomes, or Burrow and Allen and Lamar.
I mean,
but we can say he's an elite quarterback.
He's in that. He is certainly near the top of the list of that next group after the players that are. To me, elite is maybe a little bit of a reach still, because I think elite is reserved for Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, and Allen. I don't think there's another elite quarterback in the league. I think those players are elite. I don't think you can have 8 elite guys. There's only 32 of them. You can't have over a third of them be elite. So I don't think he's elite. This is like a cap argument now. And maybe we're splitting hairs and we're talking semantics, but I guess maybe I view that term a little differently. He certainly is not better than Lamar Jackson. He is not better than Josh Allen. He is not better than Joe Burrow. And you say, if we're just going to count, I mean, listen, it's like doing power rankings and then just looking at the standings. Like, you can count, and I guess that's fine, or you could, like, have some nuanced discussion and, like, really watch and really analyze and really have a thought about what makes quarterback play elite or next level or what is great or what you'd want for your team through 17 games, 18 weeks, year in and year out. And if you think that's Jalen Hurts over those other guys, okay. I'm not sure what you're watching, but okay. Now, I don't agree with Meller and Tyler's assessment that you could maybe find 12 guys that are better or 12 guys to do exactly what he did in Philly's system. I wouldn't go that far either. I don't think I could find 12 guys that I'd rather have over Jalen Hurts. There's no way I could find 12 guys. I could find probably 6.
I think 6 or 7's probably the number.
Yeah, I agree with you. I could probably find 6.
I think Goff could have replicated in that system, not the rushing upside, but I think he's better from the pocket by a little bit. So in that offensive line, with that offense, I think he could have done it. Purdy, I don't know, because Purdy's had 9 All-Pros and couldn't get it done.
We're going to have the Purdy conversation in a few minutes.
Goff had, like, his meltdown against Washington, though. Like,
Yeah,
Hurts
he did not
didn't
play
have
great.
that.
Yeah, so maybe not. Maybe it's just Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar.
I think we could have some sort of discussion about a few other guys.
Tyler was telling me yesterday that Tua could have done what Jalen Hurts did with the Eagles, and I was like, come on.
No. That I disagree with.
I like Tua more than most people, I think, but I don't think that's true.
Unless his coach was too mean to him.
All right, there we go. Take a shot at Tua now, too. All right, a couple shots across the bow at Tua. There you go. No, I don't agree on Tua. I'll buy anybody's C.J. Stroud stock. I know it wasn't a great year this year. I'll buy anybody's C.J. Stroud stock. And I think when you watch them play, you see some processing / physical stuff with the arm that I'd much rather have every day of the week. Every day of the week. And so, like, not everybody's going to agree with me on that. And that's fine. Like, I think you could at least entertain some level of discussion about it. I've been a huge Justin Herbert fan. I'm not even sure I'd put Justin Herbert over him at this point, though. Like, maybe just because Jalen has, like you said, he has done it now.
Yeah.
A little bit more. And Herbert hasn't won a playoff game. I think from the skill standpoint, like, I love the things that Herbert is, but there's something missing there that's kind of held that offense and that team back a little bit with my guy Herbert. So
I get it with Stroud. I would not play Stroud ahead of Hurts right now.
Okay.
I wouldn't. I can't.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't either, but I think I could at least, I'd still buy all the C.J. Stroud stock that anybody wants to sell.
I would too. Going forward, they had a horrible offensive line that was coached horribly.
Horrible.
And if you think the Bears' offensive line was among the worst in football this year, and I'm not saying it wasn't, go watch Houston tape.
Terrible.
It'll blow your mind.
Yeah.
They were awful. I get buying the stock, but he also had moments of like, what the F are you doing?
I agree. It was a step back of a year in general, but there's still so many things that you can see where I'd still bank on a lot of the upside and some of the stuff we saw from the first year.
I know that the Charger game ended up lopsided, the Texans-Chargers playoff game, but that first half, there were like 3-4 plays.
I know.
Stroud threw the ball, and I'm like, what are you looking at?
I know.
What are you seeing that's leading that to be your decision?
I think some of it just became like forced desperation maybe at times. I don't know. We'll see if he can get back and look more and, get back on the trajectory that we saw more through that first year. I also don't think it's any great insult to Jalen Hurts to say, okay, so, maybe he's not a leader. Maybe he's not one of the 5 or 6 best quarterbacks in the league, but he's certainly in the conversation for somewhere right around 7 or 8. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a top 10 quarterback. He has performed well in the Super Bowls, too. I'll give him credit. In this last week, he made some big-time throws. They also operated like in a script that is good for them and comfortable for him, where he didn't have to throw the ball a ton. I'll give him credit. The throws he did make, some of them were big-time money throws, but he didn't have to throw the ball a ton. They played with a lead. I talked about this with Jurko last week a little bit. They're like, think of any great team you throughout the years. If you're a baseball fan, you go back to like the early 2000s, late 2000s, before the teens, Houston Astros teams. that had that unbelievable bullpen, or some of the Mets teams from yesteryear where after the 6th inning, the game was over. That's the Eagles. Eagles get a lead, game's over. They're just, when they operate in that script, and he can operate in that script, and they can keep running the ball, whether they're having success or not doesn't matter. The big touchdown to Devontae Smith was on play action. Did it matter that they were running the ball for a 2.3 yard per average clip? No, of course it didn't. But they were able to stay on their script. They were able to run the ball. They were able to hit a big play action play down the field and score the touchdown that, for all intents and purposes, really did end it. That was the one I think that made it 34-0. So when he can operate in that world with that offensive line where they're on script, they're not behind the sticks, he's going to be good. And to your point, I think you could probably find a good handful, maybe a half dozen of other quarterbacks that you could put in that moment, in that system, that would be good and that would thrive. It's not bashing Jalen Hurts. It's just an acknowledgement of the way the game went, the way he plays, the way the Eagles generally play. When they get a lead, they're almost impossible to beat and it's mostly a testament to the roster they have.
And really the way their season went, because Kellen Moore, if he had his way, Jalen Hurts would have never thrown more than 20 passes in a game. Like, they were just going to live off their offensive line and their running game, and Saquon.
What do you think that tells people? What should that tell people?
It should tell people that to an extent he's limited. But there is the question also, is it we don't trust Jalen Hurts to do it, he's incapable of it, or we don't need him to do it because we're so well built, we can do all of these other things? Because in the Super Bowl, when they couldn't run the football, it was Jalen Hurts that came through for them. So I think both sides can be true. The one thing I can comfortably and confidently say, he is incapable of doing what Josh Allen did in Buffalo this season, which is provide 80% of your offense on a team people thought had fallen apart and lost all of its meaningful, talented players on the offensive side, and still win 13 games.
There's no question. People can't really believe that he's better than Josh Allen because of what you just said. There's no chance. It's not knocking Jalen Hurts. And the other thing I like about him is and this has always been a very hard thing to quantify, is the whole idea about a person being clutch. And Bill James used to always say that he would argue with anybody about the idea that a player could be clutch until he went to work for the Red Sox and watched David Ortiz. And Bill James was like, you know what? Maybe it does exist. I don't know how to quantify it. We'll never be able to fully quantify it. But I can also watch something and say, David Ortiz is clutch. Kyle Schwarber's clutch. Jalen Hurts seems to have that clutch gene.
Bryce Harper's clutch. Like, some guys can just do it. There's got to be some DNA thing that exists within some people or some mindset that allows them to perform at that level. And I'm not so sure that everybody does have it. Again, how you quantify that is very hard to do. And Bill James's point was always that through data, it's hard because you're talking about very small sets of relevant data. Yeah. And there's high variance. But he, famously said after many runs through the postseason with David Ortiz, he was like, you know what? Maybe it does exist. That's for like an evolutionary psychologist or biologist to figure out, I guess, and not a mathematician who's looking at baseball statistics. But I can look at Jalen Hurts and go, I wouldn't be afraid. And with that guy's my quarterback in a big moment, he's not going to cower. That I'll give him credit for. Guys like you and I, we're both numbers people. We're both data people. We appreciate that side of it. I think at some point we just have to trust our eyes. And I think when I watch Jalen Hurts, his calmness is maybe his best attribute. Yeah. Twice on the biggest stage, he seemed completely unbothered by how bright the lights are, the magnitude of the moment, and he has played his best football in those moments. That does matter to me. Yeah. And I also think, going back to the conversation about, okay, in a perfect world, they would not ask Jalen Hurts to do very much. There is another side of that coin, too, of it's tough probably in this league for a quarterback to accept my role in my offense is going to be limited, and that's not an issue with him. I think that plays a part as well.
Yeah. So, well said. All right, let's we'll grab a couple calls here real quick because we're going to do We're going to do Immaculate Carmen.
Can you take line 2? Because that's just not true.
Line 2? I was going to go to line 1. Hold on,
line
Daryl.
2, some on line 2 is making me angry. It's just
Lewis
not true.
in Homewood. Okay, Lewis, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Good.
You said somebody in line 2 is making you angry?
Angry is not the right word. It's just that what's. Why don't you tell us what your point is? Because the way it's written on the screen, I don't agree with, and I don't think it's true.
Okay, I just want to say when it comes to the playoffs, Jalen Hurts is a far superior quarterback to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
and the reason why.
That's the part that's not true. Go ahead.
Okay, Lamar Jackson is horrible in the postseason. He doesn't get it done. We know that. He always fails in the postseason. Josh Allen couldn't get a yard against Kansas City. You put Jalen Hurts in that situation with the tush push, he will get that yard. So, and we've seen him be superior than Mahomes in 2 Super Bowls.
You can't be serious, Lewis. You can't be serious, Lewis. You can't be serious. The tush push is why Josh Allen is not as good as Jalen Hurts.
No. I'm just giving an example. Come on,
Lewis. I'm not.
What do you mean? You just said he couldn't get a yard. You don't think Josh Allen has maybe played better than any quarterback in the league the last 3 years in the playoffs? Like, seriously, have you watched the games? I mean,
factually, he has.
Yeah, like he's been better than probably any quarterback in football.
When Josh Allen needs to come up big, he didn't.
Because he can't get a yard in the tush push?
But, Lewis.
Lewis, you can't be serious.
I'm just giving an example. That's all. I'm not using that as my main point. Go ahead.
Lewis, can I give you some numbers? Because, and I might inaccurately cite them. I apologize. It's been a couple weeks since we talked about this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's cool.
The Lamar thing, I'm not going to fight you. I am the little game Lamar guy. There is something about when you get to the divisional round. He just, I'm not going to say sucks, but, he becomes a turnover merchant a little bit.
He does.
The Josh Allen thing, for your awareness, he's number 1 all time in playoff passing yards per game. Number 1 all time in playoff completion percentage per game. Number 1 all time in playoff EPA in these games. Number 1 all time in playoff touchdown to interception ratio. He is phenomenal.
He's been the best quarterback in the league the last 3 years in the playoffs.
It's not his fault that his defense has nobody on the line that's a difference maker, except for who am I trying to think of?
Dawkins, Deion Dawkins.
No,
his offensive line.
line.
Oh, defensive line. Who? I mean,
Oliver?
Oliver
Is
or
he the
Rousseau?
one?
Or I mean, Von Miller's a shell of his former
They've
self.
gotten the corpse of Von Miller. Ed
Oliver's fine.
He's not Chris Jones. He's not Jalen Carter.
I would say Rousseau is just sort of fine as well.
Is Matt Milano their best defensive player at the least valuable position on the defense?
I would say, I don't know. I mean,
do they have a game-breaking corner? No, they haven't had one since Trey White left. And even he wasn't like a CB1.
They don't have their biggest problem is that they don't have a pass rusher that they could, really rely on. Who did you say, Charlie?
Christian Benford, their corner. That was the only other one I could think of. But
Benford's probably their best.
And even for that, it's more just he's so clearly exceeded expectations. But it's like, what does that actually mean?
But they don't have a defensive line difference maker.
They don't have a Quinyon Mitchell. They don't have a Jalen Carter. They don't have a Josh Sweat. They don't have any of that. And their offensive line, it's Deion Dawkins and a bunch of guys.
Yeah, it's mostly Dawkins. And I'd say, you've got your average probably I'm trying to go through all their guys on the top of my head.
Spencer Brown took a big step on the right side.
A little bit.
But that's the nuance of the conversation, because you watch the Eagles and you have to bring up the fact that they have multiple Hall of Famers on their offensive line. They likely have multiple Hall of Famers on their defensive line.
It's the best roster in football. Them or the Lions, probably. Jurko said, don't forget about the Lions. And he's right. I think it's probably the best roster in the league, top to bottom.
You'd rather have
that's why they went 16-1.
You'd rather have the Eagles pass rush, even with a healthy Hutchinson, than Detroit's, just because it's so overwhelming.
Not probably, definitely.
And the roster will look different. They can't keep everybody. I get it, but they've got the best roster in the league.
How many defensive lines in history would you take over this Eagles defensive line?
I'd have to think about that.
That's
the Steelers,
hyperbolic potentially,
70 Steelers.
It's a legitimate question. 85 Bears.
85 Bears. 70 Steelers for sure. 85 Bears for sure. Now I got to go through them now. Jeez, you're putting me on the spot.
2000 Ravens, maybe?
The Broncos with Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware was
a
pretty
good one.
What about the 90s Washington team?
Yeah, that was good too.
Was that 95?
No, before that, because it was like
91.
It was more
Might
like
have been
Prime
91.
Wilbur Marshall was part of that pass rushing core, and Dexter Manley. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. That's an interesting one.
07
probably not
Giants.
Some of the Vikings lines like in the 70s,
The Purple
early
People
80s.
Eater
yeah.
teams. The point
the
is,
Jets from the early 80s, maybe.
There can't be more than 15 teams all time.
Probably
I'd
not.
rather have their D-line than this Eagles team.
Probably not. Just going off the top of my head.
They need a nickname.
Yeah, they do.
Orange Crush, New York Sack Exchange.
Yeah.
They need a nickname.
Purple People Eaters, Steel Curtain. They do need a cool nickname. The problem is guys stayed together more back then. With free agency, it's hard. Like
They'll lose two guys.
They're going to lose Sweat. They might lose Milton Williams.
Milton Williams, yeah.
Like this line looked different than it did 2 years ago when they were Super Bowl. So it's hard to make names for them now because they leave so often. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Free agency is good for players. It's good for the league. But like back then, you had a group of guys that would be together for 7 years so you could name them. It's a little harder to do now because they might lose two of those guys in free agency in Sweat and Milton Williams. All right, we got to take a quick break. With Daryl, hold on. I know I said we'd get to Daryl too. And then we're going to play our new game that is just sweeping the nation. We'll do that coming up next.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Listen, McKnight at the Movies is no more. You have to accept it. So on Wednesdays, and I know people are probably used to McKnight at the Movies on Thursday, and that'll be the case for our new game, even if this one continues to suck and we replace it with something else in a few months. Probably during football season, it'll be back in the Thursday spot, but with baseball coming up and a lot of White Sox getaway day games on Thursdays, we have a lot of short shows on Thursdays during the summer, so we figured as we look ahead to spring and summer, even though it's snowing like buckets outside right now, we're going to do this on Wednesdays. And it's like, I don't know what it is. It's a little bit of a cross between Immaculate Grid and McKnight at the Movies. Abdalla thinks we should call it Immaculate Carm. I'm not so sure if that's the best name. Maybe we tweak this. Maybe it gets better. Maybe you give us some suggestions. How about some constructive criticism instead of just, it sucks.
Good luck.
I give it some constructive criticism on how we can improve it. But
have you talked to people in the real world recently?
I have. I
know. Can't get them to tell you pepperoni's good on a pizza.
I actually don't like pepperoni on a pizza, but that's okay. To each his own.
You know what? But you're so picky with pizza, dude. It's like ridiculous.
I'm not that picky.
I told you I was ordering a Domino's pizza, and I thought you looked at me like I shot your dog.
Well, living in this city and ordering from Domino's is like a war crime.
Yeah, I kind of.
What do you have a coupon?
Yeah, I get a deal.
That's no.
What are you gonna do?
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you guys clues one by one. You have to identify the person I'm talking about. Could be a famous athlete. Could be just a famous celebrity. Shay could play along with you, too. He doesn't know. It's like the old days when we did McKnight at the Movies. Jurko and I never knew. We played along with you. When you think you know the answer, you have to be the first correct caller, and you're going to win what is it? Today it's a $50 gift card for, Red Bottle. Very cool cocktail bar with good food in Elmwood Park.
$50, too.
$50 gift card. Yes. We don't skimp around these parts, Shay. It's brought to you by our good friends at the Village of Elmwood Park. We love the folks at Elmwood Park. So many great restaurants, including Red Bottle. And the winner today gets a $50 gift card. So when you think you know, 312-332-3776. And the only thing I will continue to tell you is that each and every week I will definitely try to make it somewhat relevant. So think about what's kind of going on. We're not talking about tariffs, as we were an hour ago with Paulie. Think about what's going on, all right? And I'll even give you a little hint in the world of sports.
Today it James Madison?
It's not James Madison. It's a good one. It's very good. It is in the world of sports, all right? So here we go. Here is your first clue. Your first clue is the password is nipple. No, your first clue is, look at Charlie. You've never seen Cable Guy, Charlie? Come on.
No.
Oh, come on. You got to see Cable Guy. The password is, here is your first clue. 5-time champion. 5-time champion. Kevin, please let me know if anybody in the Twitch chat has it or when they do. Any idea, Shay, or no? Don't blurt it out, but 5-time champion.
I got a few thoughts.
Oh, you do? Okay,
yeah,
good. You want to write one down?
A few people. Can you actually hand me a piece of paper? Because
Yes,
I would
will.
like to write this
Hold
down.
on. I'm going to give Shay some paper. The first clue is 5-time champion.
I don't know where I put my notebook.
Here, take that.
Thank you.
Okay, here's your second clue today. Your second clue is led the NBA in a particular per-game stat for 7 straight seasons. Led the NBA in a particular per-game stat for 7 straight seasons.
What stat?
I'm not telling you what stat. That would make it way too easy. If I gave you the stat, everybody and their mother would know instantly off those 2 clues. Instantly. Next clue. People are like, this game sucks, man.
Yeah, it's all the calls
Does the
that
Twitch
he's
chat
getting
have
right
it
now.
yet?
No, not yet.
Oh,
They're
the
still
Twitch
guessing.
chat doesn't have it. They're still guessing?
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit in the right ballpark.
And this is going to be the one.
Twitch has it now.
Twitch has it?
Yeah.
Good. See? Somebody in Twitch has it off of those 2 clues. Who is it in Twitch? Give him a shout out. Good job.
The general manager of the Bears.
Yeah, Ryan Poles, that's his Twitter handle? Or his Twitch handle? I like that. All right, your clues are 5-time champion, led the NBA in a particular per-game stat for 7 straight years. Your third clue is father of a pro athlete. father of a pro athlete. Shay, you getting closer, Shay? Do you think you know now? Let me see. Shay, have a good guess? I'll continue if we're still looking for a correct caller. Oh, there we go, Charlie.
I was going to say, I think what this is missing is production.
You got it. Shay got it. See?
How about that?
Twitch has it. Shay has it.
This could be fun, but I think, Charlie, good call. We need a little music underneath.
Okay.
And I think it needs an open.
It probably needs an open.
Spice this thing up. So you got to settle on a name.
The callers don't have it yet, even though Twitch has it and Shay has it. Here you go. Clue 4, Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. And you know it's the Basketball Hall of Fame because I told you he led the NBA in a particular per-game stat for 7 straight years. He is the father of a pro athlete. He is a 5-time champion. And yes, he is in basketball's Hall of Fame. Oh, and I do believe we have a winner. All right. We don't have to give the 5th clue, which would have definitely given it away. Greg is in Lake in the Hills. Greg, please tell us, who is that athlete?
Dennis Rodman.
It is the Worm, Dennis Rodman. Greg, nicely done. After which clue did you know you had the answer, Greg?
The second one.
The second one, and you got in after a bunch of callers were missing. Good job. Greg, hold on. Make sure the guys have all your info. They will send you the $50 gift card to Red Bottle. Thanks to our friends for the Village of Elmwood Park. And just like McKnight at the Movies, here is the reveal.
A little absent for a while. Saw it on Sunday. Lob pass inside. Rodman knocked it away. Good defensive play off Kevin Garnett.
First hand. Ewing got the step. And rejected by Rodman. Brilliant play by Rodman. Providing help, coming over to make the block.
Well, he may not defend well out on the perimeter, but he certainly does around the basket.
And right there giving him trouble about it.
Dick looks like the house mother, doesn't he?
Jason Kidd, long deuce for Jason. No.
He didn't want any part of it. He got his 20th rebound. Watch this.
For 3, Dennis.
Oh, man, this crowd would have just exploded had he made that.
3 way off. Dennis with a rebound.
21.
All right, Dennis Rodman with the Bulls playing the second game in as many nights against the Pistons. Was a 5-time champ. The NBA stat he led per game was, for 7 straight years, was rebounding. The guy led the league in rebounds per game from 92 through 98 every single season. He is the father of a pro athlete. His daughter Trinity plays for, forgive me, is it the Washington team? I think in the MLS. I hope I have that right. She's on the national
team. I knew she was in MLS.
Too.
I wasn't sure which team.
The Washington Spirit.
That's
there
what I thought.
Good,
Washington
well
Spirit. He is the father of Trinity Rodman. He is in the Hall of Fame. And the final clue would have been traded for Will Perdue, which I think would have given it away easily.
I
Shay,
thought
good
it was
job.
going to be best buds with Kim Jong-un.
Touche. Shay got it. Good job. That's immaculate, Carm. Come on, it's not bad, right? It's not bad. The lunch rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Did you know the Chicago Auto Show offers much more than just cars? Every year there's something new to experience, and 2025 is no different. This year, take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest electrified vehicles on 2 indoor tracks where you'll feel the power and performance. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Get behind the wheel to test drive vehicles on city streets. And don't miss new exhibits at the show, like Overlanding Chicago or the Family Zone. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, career day, and so much more. It's an experience you won't forget. The Chicago Auto Show, February 8th through the 17th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets online at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Hi, it's Cap, and I've got a Valentine's tip for you. If snoring is causing sleepless nights, don't wait. Do what I did. Visit Sinus and Snoring MD. They've helped patients like me breathe better and sleep soundly. Their independent practice offers in-office treatments from removing nasal polyps to fixing deviated septums. Call 414-441-4544 and give your Valentine and yourself the gift of better sleep. That's 414-441-4544 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
The Paramount Theater in downtown Aurora. Their shows continue to wow audiences with amazing staging and talent. Now is the perfect time to leave your couch and make a date night with Waitress. The Tony-nominated Best Musical features music from Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles. The show runs now through March 30th. Go to ParamountAurora.com for tickets and use code ESPN at checkout for a discount. So, order up! It's Waitress at Paramount Theater in Aurora. Visit ParamountAurora.com now.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40. So I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina is way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text CUT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text CUT to 321-321. That's CUT to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Working from home?
We're back in the office.
Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Shay's in for Jurko. It's Carmen and Jurko. Drive safe. A lot of snow coming down. Lots of it, like buckets on our head. Jesse will join us from, I don't know what the weather's like in Arizona. We'll say sunny Arizona, but
I imagine nice.
I bet it is. This time of year, it could still be a little iffy out there. Let's look. Jesse's going to join us at 2. We'll talk about Bregman, if he's still in play for the Cubs. Shay kind of wants his Tigers to go sign Bregman. I don't blame you. But at the same time, you found some website about the Anthony Rendon stealing money tracker, and I'm like, well, there's the cautionary tale for signing 31-year-old third baseman.
Someone in our Twitch chat post, didn't even know this website existed. I've been on it for, I don't know, half hour now, and Anthony Rendon has earned $604 and counting in the time that I have been on this website.
That's amazing.
Anthony Rendon, thefttracker.com. He was injured today, so it was relevant to bring this back, apparently.
And he fell off a cliff.
Did you see all those jokes that were like baseball season starts in however many days, and every tweet was like awful news for Anthony Rendon?
Isn't that sad? I mean, his first year there was okay. I mean, he didn't play a lot because he got hurt, which has been the recurring theme. But at least like from a production standpoint, even though he only played 52 games, he was still he's still a viable hitter. But since then, not only has he missed games, he's just fallen off a cliff. I mean, he's got an ERA, got an OPS plus well below 100 in the last 4 seasons. And there's your cautionary tale because he's about the same age as Bregman was. He actually might have been a year younger because this is going to be Bregman's age 31 season. But I can revisit some of the stats that I talked about with Barstool Eddie yesterday. Maybe we'll do it when Jesse comes in, when Jesse pops on. Talk about some of the things that maybe give you hope that Bregman still has a few really good offensive years left in him. By the way, it is mostly sunny, or at least partly sunny, it's saying here, and 62 in Phoenix. So
that's way better than what it is outside.
Way better than here. All right, Kevbo, you doing lunch rush with us?
No, I was going to do all White Sox stuff, so Charlie said he was going to do it instead.
All right, Chardog, let's go.
All right, let's do it. New mailbag today from Brad Biggs in the Tribune, talking a little bit of free agency preview stuff, some draft nuggets. So 2 things that jumped out. He said that he's hearing there's a good chance Trey Smith is going to hit free agency.
Yeah.
I've been kind of bracing myself because it seems like every year you get excited about all the free agents and then half of them end up signing or getting franchise tagged anyway. It sounds like he's going to hit the market, but basically by every report out there.
I would. I don't know. I don't know the inner workings of their cap, what their plan is. You think they can't afford to lose a good offensive lineman, but they might have to focus more on left tackle. I don't know that they have a good answer there. They've got a couple of young guys, a rookie and a second-year player, but they tried both of them. It didn't work. You saw how desperate they got. They took a flyer on DJ Humphries. That didn't work. You got to bump Joe Thuney out, and it all goes to crap in the biggest game of the year. They got some issues there. I think it does sound more and more like they're not going to be able to keep him, considering just the situation of their finances. So I think he's going to be in play for the Bears and a lot of teams. Look, he's going to reset the guard market. It wasn't great in the Super Bowl. I gave Eddie some of these stats yesterday. I wouldn't judge off of one data point. Don't get me wrong. If I'm the Bears, he's a target.
Especially not one data point that is effectively solo blocking Jalen Carter for an entire game.
He finished with the worst pass blocking grade on true pass sets, according to PFF, among all the Chiefs. Kelsey was actually worse, but that was like 2 pass sets. So we'll talk about the linemen basically.
And again, he was facing the toughest competition in true pass sets.
He did have the best run blocking grade in the game for all the Kansas City Chiefs. It was number 1. And in the regular season, he was fringe top 25 in pass blocking. He was 8th in run blocking, and he had the 11th best grade overall out of 81 qualified guards, according to PFF. So 11, top 11. I'd be looking at him. I think he's a big upgrade for the Bears. Is he the best pass blocking guard you're going to find? No, but he's a big upgrade, I think, entering his prime for the Bears, and I'd be all over that, and I would not let the Super Bowl deter me one bit. So,
what does resetting the guard market look like? Not that I care.
$20 million?
So if he's going to make $20 million, then he's going to go to the highest bidder, and I don't think it'll be the Chiefs because they have so many other concerns. Even if they pull off the cap gymnastics of restructuring Patrick Mahomes' deal so that you lower his cap hit by up to $30 million.
Which I would think is in the cards for them.
I'm sure they'll do that. I'm sure that they'll figure something out with Chris Jones and with Travis Kelce.
Away. Yes, you probably save some money there.
And I think maybe a Jones restructure, too, frees some up for them.
Turn the back half of his deal into void years and get one more year out of Chris Jones, and it lets you address other things. I doubt that includes Trey Smith. I've said basically all offseason, as short as it's been, my dream is you come out of free agency with Trey Smith and Drew Dalman, the center from Atlanta, because I think it opens you up to be very flexible elsewhere this offseason, and especially at the top of the draft.
He was a first-round pick, Trent McDuffie, so he's got the 5th-year option, but he's, they're going to be thinking about an extension at some point from Trent McDuffie, too.
Right.
So,
there's even the 5th-year option is going to be $25 million,
yeah, that's
probably.
True. It's going to be, it'll be a big number, whatever it is. It'll be a big number, as he's through year 3 now. So they got, when you draft well, these are the problems that you do have, and they're good problems to have, but it sometimes means it costs you good players, just like it might cost the Eagles Milton Williams. It might cost the Eagles Josh Sweat. That's just the reality of the business when you're drafting well and you've got a lot of good young players that then hit the market. All right, what else, Chardog?
No mention of Cole Kmet in this article, but there was a question about Tremaine Edmonds potentially hitting free agency. He doesn't think that'll happen. He said he would be surprised if it did. I didn't like the contract when they signed him to it, but like you said, Carm, he's still a decent football player.
Yeah, I pushed back when Jurko had said that. That's when Jurko thinks he would cut him and take the savings. First of all, the savings, by my count, was $4.312 million, okay? That's not a huge savings. You know when it's a huge savings? You know when it's like $14 million? Next year. If you cut him after next year, you save the dead cap next year is like $700,000. That's when you cut Tremaine Edmonds. Not now. He's still a good enough football player where I don't know that the savings is really necessary or worth it. Your savings comes from cutting DeMarcus Walker. You save more by cutting DeMarcus Walker, about $1 million more. You save you'll go from 4.312 to about 5.3 million by cutting DeMarcus Walker. That makes sense to me. Not cutting Tremaine Edmonds. That's not to say that they won't. I have no idea. Jurko's been on that. He thinks they should cut him, but a $4.3 million savings, I don't know. I don't see that happening. I would think after next year, with such a low dead cap, that's when you cut Tremaine Edmonds.
I always had a problem with both contracts, and not that I think T.J. Edwards is a bad player. I don't. T.J. Edwards was a very good player. I just never understood investing that heavily in off-ball linebacker twice in one offseason. It was like, what are we doing? And the Edmonds thing is bitten him a little bit. I would let Dennis Allen make the decision.
Yeah,
if Allen thinks Tremaine Edmonds has a role in this defense in the way that he wants to call it, then you keep him. If Dennis Allen doesn't believe that Tremaine Edmonds has a role in this defense, then you cut him and you take the $4.5 million.
Maybe it comes down to that. You trust the guy you just brought in, who is a very well-regarded defensive coordinator with a understanding of what he wants out of his guys in his defense. It's a good point. Maybe you just lean on Dennis Allen and you say, tell us. Dennis Allen might say, I like him. I want him. That's a good point. Don't know how that one's going to go. I would guess Tremaine Edmonds stays. And, I mean, there are other cap casualties we could talk about, too. Like, there are a few inevitable ones.
Ryan Bates is gone. Gerald Everett's gone.
Gerald Everett's another one.
I think DeMarcus Walker is gone.
And I think he's probably gone. Again, you're going to save over $5 million.
I think Kevin Byard's probably gone.
That's going to be an interesting one. I haven't looked at what that savings would be yet, but that's going to be an interesting
one. And I know it's limited savings. I would launch DeAndre Swift out of that building just to get him out of that building. That's going to be tougher. It's what you save like $1.8 million, something like that. It's limited.
That's a tough.
But it's the easiest position to replace.
That's a lot of dead money to carry, though, if you're not.
There are so many running backs in this draft. It's a very easy position to replace. I can probably do it in the 3rd or 4th round. I know that the head coach had this player as a running back on a previous team and did not use him. And he's just not that good. I'm saving. I know it's only $1.8 million. If it's me.
Yeah, it's about, you're exactly right. That's a lot of dead cap to carry.
What is it, $9 million?
8.78.
It doesn't matter. If the dead cap is less than the cap
hit. Oh, it is. It's less.
It doesn't matter how much the dead cap is.
You're right. It's about $1 million something, and it's about $1.5 million in savings.
If I'm replacing him
with $1.4 million in savings.
If I'm replacing him with Cam Scatabo in the 3rd round or whoever in the 4th round, like Bucky Irving was a 4th-round pick.
Yes, he was.
And he was wildly impactful
Where
for Tampa.
Where was Isaac Guerrero drafted?
What, 7th round?
So, I don't know, something like that.
Pacheco was the 7th round. I know Pacheco's a sour name right now, but he was productive for a time.
Yeah, and he was hurt this year.
And when he left, they got UDFA Kareem Hunt.
Guerrero was a 4th rounder, forget
UDFA, but free agent sitting on the couch, Kareem Hunt.
Yeah.
You can replace running back easily.
I don't love their running game, but Guerrero was a 4th rounder, excuse me, but that's the point. Like Bucky Irving was, what'd you say, was he a 3rd or a 4th?
4th, I think.
Bucky was a 4th?
4th or 5th.
Yeah.
Shortly after Torrey Taylor.
What's that?
Yeah, he was taken after Torrey Taylor.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We talked about that. Was he taken right after the
something like that?
Oh, yeah.
That's a weapon, by the way. Tampa got a weapon.
Bucky Irving. I mean, you're signing DeAndre Swift and drafting a punter when the other team is the team that goes to the playoffs drafts Bucky Irving. Jesus Christ. I mean, and I don't know what to say. I mean, he was taken.
Weapon card.
It was a few picks after, it looks like here. Let's see, where was the punter taken? Oh, yeah. It was 3 picks after. Oh, and then Isaac Guerrero was like 7 picks after. But you don't want Isaac Guerrero or Bucky Irving. You want a punter in the 4th round.
God forbid.
He's a weapon.
Lord help us. It's all genius move. You don't know what you're talking about. It's brilliant to draft a punter in the 4th round. You don't know what you don't watch football. It's a brilliant move.
They can draft another.
$8 million. Let's spend $16 million on DeAndre Swift and draft a punter over Isaac Guerrero and Bucky.
Wait, Ray Davis was taken after Torrey Taylor? Braylon Allen was taken after Torrey Taylor?
Who's the guy the Giants drafted?
Tyrone Tracy?
Yeah, he must have been taken.
Yeah, after. Tyrone Tracy was a full round after.
Look, the Bears are they can draft another Iowa player this year, and it could be a running back
because
they could have Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, draft Caleb. I'm all in for that. Sure. Anything else, Charlie?
That's it for the lunch
punters.
This is pissing me off. I keep scrolling and seeing these running backs that got play taken well after Torrey Taylor.
That's just one position. I bet you we could probably find some other useful starters.
I'll bet you I could find a wide receiver who caught a touchdown pass.
I'm pretty sure we could probably go through and find some other starters that were drafted after. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Can't miss radio. Today at 4 on the Waddle and Silvy Show. Hear the one and only Barstool Big Cat. This is ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to car spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Enkin, 312-6000000. Howard is our lawyer on the Kappa J. Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Getting all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 at bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Empower. Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risks. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really good guitar solo.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We just found something else to argue about. We'll do that in a second, though. Leave it to Kevbo. Kevbo's always got good hot takes that we could argue about. I like it.
This feels like an Orlovsky hot take. This feels like
we told Daryl
inventing an opinion.
Oh, wait a minute. Daryl, is your phone cracking a little bit there? Daryl?
No, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, there you are. Do you have T-Mobile?
Yes, I do.
I knew it. Okay. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, I think I should get something free, man, to give. I've been on the air for like 41 minutes.
All right. We'll give you, maybe we'll send you a T-shirt or something, all right?
That'd be cool. I was listening to what you all were saying when y'all talking about Jalen Hurts and if another quarterback was in that system. It's all, it is. It's a saying. Nobody can do it like you can do it. And there have been teams who got rid of their quarterback and brought another big-name quarterback in, but he just could not operate that system just because he wasn't the other previous guy. When you think about Baltimore, when they got rid of their quarterback and brought in Irvis Grayback and other quarterbacks, nobody could run that offense. You ain't got to be a superstar quarterback. You just got to be able to win, and that's what he did. He won a Super Bowl, and he's done something that Josh Allen has not done. He's done something
but you don't think that he's better at quarterback than Josh Allen, do you?
No, I never said he was better, but I'm just saying you just can't plug another quarterback that's better than him in that system and think they're going to get just as well as results.
And not the system even as much. Oh, hold on, Daryl. Get Daryl's address. Send him a shirt, Kev. We'll send him a T-shirt. We know the T-Mobile phones now, though. But not so much the system. It's their talent level that we're talking about. He is playing on the team with the best roster in the league. And I just think there are a handful of guys. I don't think it's any sign of disrespect. I think there are a handful of guys, maybe 6 or so, that are better quarterbacks than Jalen Hurts. Maybe 7 even. I just believe that there are guys who play that position better than he does or ever will. That's just my thought on it. I can't believe anybody would look and watch, year after year, big data sets here and think that he's a better quarterback than Josh Allen. And I know Daryl said he's not saying that, and I appreciate the fact that he's not saying that, but it works for Jalen Hurts right now. It works for the Eagles. They have an incredible roster, and that's why they win. And he certainly contributes, and he's certainly a good quarterback. There's no doubt.
And it's the talent for me, because if you have a system of offense where you couldn't make an offensive line with Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson and Lane Johnson work, you need to change your system of offense.
Probably.
Like that's just it. But it's the same thing as like Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls. Is he a better quarterback than Phillip Rivers?
No.
I watched both players. He's not.
He's not.
He's just accomplished something Phillip Rivers couldn't accomplish.
Yeah, that's like the best comp maybe. He is not. Does he have 2 that he always gets to brag about? Sure. Absolutely. Poor Dan Marino didn't get any. Is Eli Manning a better quarterback than Dan Marino?
No.
I dare you to call and argue and say that Eli Manning is a better quarterback. Can you count some rings and say, hey, he got his? Okay. Yeah, you can do that. But I would love to have anybody try to debate that Eli Manning was a better quarterback than Dan Marino. It wasn't even better than Phillip Rivers. You're right. Phillip Rivers was the better quarterback, but that's the point.
Don't you kind of think like the difference is like I keep hearing system. Isn't the difference then like Josh Allen is the system and Jalen Hurts is like he thrives within what the Eagles are doing?
Yeah, he thrives because
I feel like it's easier. It's easier to. I feel like you have a lot more flexibility when building around Josh Allen than when you do around like a Jalen Hurts.
Of course.
Like that. And that to me is the difference.
You can build almost any type of offense around prime Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or even Lamar. I know that originally it was sort of tweaked to cater to kind of some of his strengths, but I think he's proven enough over the years that he is dynamic and electric when he has to be in sort of the old confines of how we think you have to be most successful throwing the ball in the NFL. Like, he's proven that he can do that. And so those guys you can build almost any type of offense around, sure.
But it's one of those hypothetical conversations that we're never going to get a concrete answer unless the Eagles, personnel-wise, have a significant drop-off.
Right.
I can't concretely say Jalen Hurts can't carry the Eagles until I see him have to carry the Eagles.
Right, we haven't had to see it yet.
We may never see that. I've seen Josh Allen carry the Bills.
Yes.
I've seen Lamar, to a lesser extent, carry the Ravens.
Yes. Lesser extent, I agree, but I've seen him play elite-level quarterback.
I haven't seen it with Hurts. So is it Hurts is incapable of doing it, or is it Hurts doesn't have to do it because they have all these other things?
Maybe we'll see.
And if the Bills were built the way that the Eagles were, would we look at Josh Allen and go, oh, boy, his team's loaded, so how much of it could really be on him? Instead, we've seen him with nothing operate at the highest level. We haven't had the opportunity to even watch Jalen Hurts do that. Every year he's spent as a starter has been on a loaded roster.
Loaded roster. Absolutely top to bottom loaded. 312-332-3776. We'll continue the conversation. Want to play Adam Schefter talking about NFL opening night already, 7 months away, because it's somewhat Bears related. And we're also going to talk to Jesse Rogers live in Arizona coming up next. Back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand, financed on select models with approved credit.
Steinhaffel's President's Day sale is happening now. Find great deals on amazing bonus buys throughout the entire store. Then take an extra $100 off every $17.99 you spend. Plus, get a $100 MasterCard for every $17.99 you spend. See store for details. Or make your new room more affordable with Steinhaffel's 36-month 0% financing. Get in today because these deals won't last long. Shop in-store or online at steinhaffels.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Here's Alex Bregman. He's homered in each of his last 3 games. Has a 7-game hit streak.
Alex drills one deep to left field. He's done it again. 4 consecutive games with a home run, and the Astros take a 2-1 lead. Breggy is hitting bombs on a regular.
Breggy bombs showing up here. The trap. You can change all those numbers. This one getting out of the park. Alex Bregman surging in August.
My goodness, is he hot. A Breggy bomb. Will he be hitting them for the Tigers, for the Cubs, for the Red Sox? Let's see if Jesse Rogers knows. Shay's in for Jurko. It's Carmen and Jurk. Drive safe out there. Snow's coming down pretty good right now. No snow for Jesse. No. Well, maybe later tonight. No, just kidding. Jesse is out in Arizona, and he joins us now with a spring training report. Hello, Jesse.
Hey, boys. Good to talk to you. What's happening?
Good to talk to you, my friend. Good to talk to you.
We're back again.
We're back again. Back in Arizona, another year. Everybody seems to still be just kind of like keeping their eye on what's going to happen here with Bregman. I mean, the Cubs are definitely one of the final very, small handful of teams here, right, Jess?
Yeah, they are. It's incredible. It's Bellinger all over again. It really is. It's, hey, Scott, Boris, if you want a short-term deal with opt-outs, we are here for you. We're not backing up the Brinks truck for you, though. So that's where we're at. And I think that the longer this goes, the better the chance the Cubs have. Now, everyone's keeping things close to the vest. I texted with Boris yesterday. He texted back a classic Boris, deflecting my question and saying something about owners are in a gold rush for Bregman, and whoever jumps will potentiate championship value. Some crazy Boris thing that didn't tell me anything about what he's thinking about. So, look, Bellinger signed at the end of February. Wouldn't shock me if Bregman took that long. But, of course, it could happen at any moment. Players report on Friday for the Cubs, Sunday and Monday for other teams. The Cubs started a little early. The longer it goes, the better I think it is for the Cubs. I think, honestly, this is not inside sourcing or anything, my own guess. It's the Cubs or Red Sox, to be honest. If he's thinking about going back into the market, I think the last place you want to hit is in Detroit. You do not want to attempt to put up a career year in Detroit in that ballpark, unless you want to hit 50 doubles and 10 home runs, which you could do in that ballpark. So I think the big the Red Sox Fenway Park would be, as good a place as any to hit for a right-handed hitter. Wrigley can be if the weather cooperates. So I think it is a 3-year type deal, maybe 4 at most, with opt-outs for him at this point. I don't think he's getting 6 or 7, though we always got to give Boris credit. He can pull a rabbit out of his hat and end up with something. But that hasn't happened recently for Boris. So the longer it goes, the better for the Cubs, in my opinion.
This whole thing's just exhausting to me, though. I mean, it's February 12th, and a player of Alex Bregman's caliber remains unsigned.
Because he's going to be 31 in a couple months.
I understand, but it's not different than last year with Cody Bellinger. Granted, the age is a little different. This has been happening year over year. Jordan Montgomery last year. One thing all these guys have in common to me, and it remains to be seen if it'll happen with Bregman, the players who take this long to sign and get a late start in spring training typically don't start the season very well. It was true for Cody. It was true for Jordan Montgomery, certainly. It was terrible last year.
All year.
And I just wonder, at this point, are you going to get a productive Alex Bregman no matter who you are? He had a slow start last year.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Shay. I really do, especially if you're switching teams, switching leagues. Now, again, players report on Friday, so if it happens really soon, no harm, no foul. But if it is late February, then you're right. You start to worry about that, especially with a team that's going to Japan and breaking up their whole spring. Bellinger came in late, but he was coming back to the same team. So I agree there's some things percolating there that aren't great under the surface. He is a veteran. He knows how to get himself ready, so that's the positive side of it. I think it's exhausting because in this sport, free agency begins November 1st, essentially. It's 5 days after the World Series, and it's February 11th or 12th, and free agency is still going on. No other sport has that. So it's exhausting, but at the end of the day, they're all going to sign probably by March 1st, right? And everybody's team will be set. And if it's not March 1st, it'll be soon after that. So the word I use is just exhausting for a reporter, especially, but as fans also, just waiting and waiting and waiting. And again, he's just waiting for someone to blink. Last year, the Cubs did not blink, and they got Bellinger, what turned out to be, at first, a team-friendly deal, and then they, I think, thought he was overpaid and ended up moving him. So you never know what you're going to get. But I think the Cubs a month ago and even today are ready to go to the season without Alex Bregman. And so if they get him, it's certainly going to be on their terms.
So after 23, when Bregman did the 1-year deal, and then he comes to the Cubs, and he had a good 23, just slash line wise. He had 26 home runs, 307, 356, 525 was the slash line. Those are good, productive numbers. It took a while, though, and he's 3 years younger. It took a while, and I remember talking about this a lot a year plus ago with you guys. Like, there were some things that still scared teams. Some of the pull numbers were down, and some of the hard hit stuff, and the exit velo, and you started to pour into these, just the advanced analytics that we have available to us, let alone whatever these teams use, some of the proprietary things that they use. They were very worried about him sustaining or maintaining big-time levels of offensive production. Is some of the same stuff going on with Bregman? I mean, I can just look at Fangraphs and see that he didn't have a significant dip last year. He still had, slugged for a bunch of extra base hits. His exit velo and his hard hit percentage were actually slightly better than his career averages last year. The bat to ball stuff is still pretty good. His walk rate was down, but there's nothing overly alarming in just the data that we can look at. Is some of the same stuff going on with Bregman, or is it just his age that gives everybody pause, Jesse?
I think it's a combination of some things plus his age. Scott Boras talks about age a lot, and he did that with Bellinger. So you got to look at it the other way as well. It's got to work against guys also when you're past 30 years old. You mentioned the on base that really did drop 315 last year, but you're right, some of the other numbers were decent.
Yeah.
He won his first Gold Glove last year. The question isn't if he's good and if he won't age well. It's just how much is he worth?
Yeah.
And that was the same thing with Bellinger. That contract looked pretty good, and then all of a sudden he looked overpaid because he wasn't as dominant in 24. So I think there's guys that you can count on at a high level with a high level production. But maybe Bregman at his age, 31 on opening day, 32 on opening day next year, if you're thinking about opting out and getting a big deal. That doesn't happen often. Marcus Semien might be a comp for Boras. Boras is his agent. He got a huge deal at around that age. But they're few and far between, and front offices are getting smarter and more, tight with their money. And, Boris can't pull the tricks that he's pulled in the past with many guys. So, look at Anthony Rendon with the Angels. Announced he's out again. So, these GMs, these Ivy League GMs, they don't like to lose deals. And, I think the Cubs thought they lost on Bellinger by the time, last year was over. He was overpaid. They're not going to do that with Bregman. I think there's some declining skills there that don't warrant a $180 million contract. They warrant maybe $150, which is what Houston offered him. So it's not so much about, is he a bad player? It's just how much is he worth?
Yeah, it feels like Houston started talking about him in the past tense. Detroit, there are rumors out that they've offered a 6-year deal, but you might be onto it that it's $6,150, and Boris is scoffing at it. I know the plate discipline is the one thing that concerns a lot of people. He chased more pitches last year than ever in his pro career, which was his primary skill.
And that's why the walk rate was so down.
The walk rate was great. Last year he was chasing a lot of stuff, which people think he was pressing. He's getting older. Feels like he needs to do more with the bat, whatever it is. Jess, I kind of feel like Boston's out of it. I know you're saying it's between Boston and Chicago, but for me, if it were Boston, I think it would be done by now. It's the perfect ballpark for him. It feels like the place he wants to be. I just view them at this point as a front office that's much more interested in being involved in negotiation than actually making the deal. And I think that bodes well for the Cubs.
And I think fans of the Red Sox believe that as well. But that's also why I think they might want to make that leap, like to prove to their fan base we're in it to win it. Now, they don't necessarily have an opening at third. They'd have to move people around. So are they maximizing value by paying top dollar to Devers and him and Cassis and these guys? Maybe not. Where the Cubs have an opening at third and would be that much deeper if Matt Shaw started at AAA or moved around the infield or played second while Nico Horner's still recovering from an arm injury. So there are factors you can make a case for the Cubs, for the Red Sox, maybe in the Tigers. Remember, in the Red Sox and Tigers case, he worked with Alex Cora. He worked with A.J. Hinch, so they have an edge there. But then again, Kyle Tucker's here. Ryan Presley's here. There's Houston connections here as well. So I'm not sure where it's going to go, but the longer it goes, I do think the Cubs are the team that would be most interested in letting him play it out, like waiting on him. I don't think they mind waiting on him because all they're doing at third base is breaking in a rookie. And as long as it doesn't break their budget, I think they'd wait it out.
There's that word, budget. It's going to break the budget. Yeah. The PECOTA projections are pretty bullish on the Cubs. The Zips projections as well. I was reading on Fangraphs how much the Zips projections love the Cubs lineup. Pitching staff, not as much, especially after maybe those top two. And even those two, they don't love. The projections do not love them in Imanaga and Steele. But the lineup projection, even without Bregman, very bullish. And, we talked about this going back a year. Like, it's kind of make or break for Hoyer, it seems like, right, Jess? Like, he's got to make the playoffs here. And I don't know what happened last year. It's hard to explain some of it. I'd be stunned if the Cubs get lapped by the Brewers again. I mean, I think the Cubs are winning this division. Not sorry to jinx some Cub fans, but, like, I almost feel like this year is the year they win it going away. I don't know. Am I crazy?
No, you're not at all. And this is the theme early in camp here. I know we use the phrase sense of urgency as a cliche, but it truly applies to this team. I mentioned this to Jay Hood yesterday and Dion. Like, you have to take a step back and look at what's happened since 21 when they jettisoned all those guys. They've been on a 3.5-year rebuild since then. And now, and I just talked to Council about this 10 minutes ago, right before I got on with you. Now they're in that moment where annually they should be competing. And, we kind of make fun of Jed when he says, contending team, year in and year out. And I would say, well, when does that start? Well, it's supposed to start right now. It's supposed to start. It would have been nice if it started last year, but here's the point. You finally got a star in this lineup. You have a group of veterans that have a track record, and now you have a bullpen that you've gone out and revamped with closers with experience and middlemen with experience. Like, it's not a young team. And you have your best prospects at AAA ready to contribute because every team has to have 30 to 35 guys helping you out. The one thing they probably don't have is what you mentioned, a true number one. Mm-hmm. So my point is, in terms of this version of the Cubs under Tom Ricketts, it's about as peak as they're going to get, right up against the luxury tax, not spending like the Dodgers or Yankees, but for who they are, it's time. And Craig knows that, and Jed was so honest over the weekend when he opened camp with the fact that he feels some anxiety because he's in the last year of his deal. And there is some pressure. He admitted that. And I was very surprised he did that. But it's clear there is some pressure. There's a sense of urgency. Craig knows it. Jed knows it. And talking to players early on here, we don't have position players just yet, they seem to know it as well. And that is a good thing because 22 and 23 and even 24, we didn't feel it in the same way.
Any White Sox nuggets?
Michael A. Taylor, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, the tweet I sent out from Chris Getz, we're going to win more than we did last year. Okay,
great,
well, that's
great.
a good start.
Low
right?
bar.
Awesome.
Look, forget about all that. If you were just looking at a rebuild without the 121 losses, you might get excited as a fan. Seven prospects in the top 100, all sorts of pitching prospects. They're going to maybe debut later in the year. Like, again, if you can get on board at the beginning, this is the time to do it. And you might get excited, but it just coming off of last year and how long this might take, and knowing that Jerry may not augment it with much salary down the line, that is all sort of depressing. But just on paper, the prospects are there. Time to develop them, just like we see a lot of rebuilds. And let's see what happens. But there's not much more of a nugget than that. I don't think any of those top prospects are going to make the team. Maybe Colson Montgomery, but even he's not a sure thing. So this is definitely going to take some time. My prediction, they have a terrible first half and actually a better second half, which is a reverse from last year because I think young players will contribute as the season goes along.
All right, Jess. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Be well.
Good
See
stuff,
you, Jay.
There's
See you, Jess.
Jesse Rogers, pitchers and catchers reporting across the bigs and the position players at the end of the week. 312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up. Crosstalk coming up in about 20 minutes. Want to play something from Adam Schefter about NFL opening night 2025, 7 months away. Coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
If I asked you how to keep your valuables safe, you might say a safe deposit box. But what if I asked you how to keep your parents or loved ones safe when you have to make the difficult decision to put them in a nursing home or assisted living facility? That answer isn't so easy. We know what to do with our birth certificates and jewelry, but the fact is that when it comes time to take care of the people who mean the most to us, we're often at a loss. The National Center on Elder Abuse recently reported that 44% of nursing home residents claimed to have been abused. And even worse, half of nursing home staff admitted to mistreating patients through physical violence, mental abuse, or neglect. To find information on recent violations in nursing homes, as well as a list of the best nursing homes, visit vlglaw.com. vlglaw.com. If you suspect your loved one is the victim of abuse or neglect at a nursing home or assisted living facility, call 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group, fighting for families since 1963.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons.
Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Pat Boyle inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk is coming up in a little bit. Meller's in for Silvy again. It'll be Waddle and Meller. Tonight, it's Tyler Rocky from 6:30 until 8. Abdalla's in with me tomorrow and Friday. Good to have Shay alongside today. Take a listen to Adam Schefter. Where was this from, you guys? I saw it on Twitter.
It's like he does like a sit-down thing with somebody from McAfee.
From McAfee, okay. Actually, Barstool Eddie sent it to me this morning because we were talking about it yesterday at the end of Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy about the possibility of, like, you know, the Bears go to Philly this year, but we were like, that probably won't be the opener, right? They're going to put the Commanders or the Lions in that spot. It would seem to make the most sense, the Lions especially. Take a listen to Adam Schefter, though, this morning talking. I love how we're already talking about the opener. The schedule release is usually mid to late May. We can't help ourselves. The opener for September 4th. What's it going to look like? Take a listen to Adam Schefter earlier today.
They're going to open the NFL season in 2025 at home. And here are the exact possibilities. The Commanders, interesting. The Cowboys, not bad. The Giants, the division foes. Then we have the Bears, Lions, Raiders, Rams, and Broncos. Now, this is interesting. The Broncos would be a compelling matchup. They came on this year, but I don't think the league will go that way. The Rams would be an NFC championship game rematch. I don't know. League could opt for that. Don't think it will. The Raiders, Pete Carroll's first game, probably not good enough to put on Thursday night. Not what the league is looking for. The Lions would be compelling, but I also could see the league saving that game for one of its prime time sweep ratings weeks where they need to get the big numbers. And so we had the division opponents, which are always in play, and the Chicago Bears. And the Chicago Bears, in my mind, become the matchup to watch for that Thursday night opener.
The matchup to watch for the Thursday night opener. Bears going on the road to Philly to open up the season. I'm thinking it's going to be Lions, but What do you think of the case that Schefter is making for the Bears being the most compelling one?
I think it's going to be the Cowboys.
Oh, you think it's Cowboys?
Yeah, I know that's brutal division matchup to start the year, but the idea of Philly Dallas on a Thursday night to open the season, I think is drool factor for the NFL.
Don't people drool for opening night in the NFL anyway?
Yeah, I think so. But they want a compelling matchup like they did the Chiefs-Lions thing when the Lions had come on really hot, were the darlings of the offseason.
That's why I still think the Lions are in play. The Lions got a lot of eyeballs from everything I read last year. Like a lot
the
of
last
eyeballs.
2 years, I think they've been the most watched team in football.
How about
but
that?
It's them and Dallas. So you get the division matchup. I would actually think it's a little unfair to put a division matchup as the opening week of the NFL.
And I'm trying to think, like, do you see that often? I mean, Bears-Packers did it a few years ago, but that was because it was the 100th anniversary of the league.
And it was the rivalry and the oldest rivalry.
Yeah, so, like, I feel like you don't see as many
happens
lifters as that opening night.
The reality is you set up 17 schedules for 32 teams. You're going to have matchups that aren't really that fair. There are going to be some that just naturally happen.
Yeah.
I kind of think it's going to be Eagles-Cowboys.
Viking Scott already wants to tell us that the Bears are going to get blown out on opening night. It hasn't even happened yet, for crying out loud. We don't even know if that's
you
the
guys
game.
brought it up. It's a snowy day. I just had to go shovel the sidewalks outside the office. And I'm thinking, you're going to open up that game and make the Bears, what, a 9.5-point underdog?
Oh, they're not going to be a 9.5-point underdog. Stop it.
Where are they making those improvements this year, Carm? Hey, no, let's get the other facts.
About a 7-point underdog.
The Chiefs get completely blown out, and we had said it before that even started with the playoffs, how bad their offensive line was, and for them, it was a miracle that they were at where they were at, and it comes to fruition in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, yep, it did.
I mean, pretty bad, pretty brutal. So, but I'm just thinking in this situation, then, Carm, as you move forward to the Bears next year, right now where they sit, right now, season's going to start, free agency, all that. If their win total 7.5, what are you playing for next year?
That's a tricky thing to ask me. I've sworn off betting Bears win totals. If you force me to pick, I'd probably. I'm just going to hang up on you. Damn you, Scott.
Come on. Carmen, you can't. This is like you betting the Bulls tonight. You can't possibly have a play on that right now.
No, there's no way.
If can't possibly.
No, there's no way. You can't before.
Because I know what's going to happen.
I'm done betting their overs, though. No matter how excited I get, no matter what I think Ben Johnson can fix a lot. I think Dennis Allen can help fix a lot. I think they'll improve. I'm not betting the Bears over next year. I'm just not.
I'm not either, and I'm not going to do the whole thing we all did last year. Where 10 wins, we're going to make the playoffs.
I'm done with it.
I think they should expect the playoffs, or their GM should be in trouble. But I'm done expecting anything from them.
I'm with you.
I don't. There's a world where at the end of this offseason, they get Trey Smith and they get Drew Dalman and
they get Micah Parsons.
They could trade for Micah Parsons. They could fall into Mason Graham in the draft.
Good luck. That'd be hard, I think. But
but
it's not
could
impossible.
Happen. You come away with a guard out of Bama, Tyler Booker, and you do all these moves that I've been wanting. And I come out of it and I go, boy, with the coordinator you got, the coach you got, all of these acquisitions, I feel like this could be a 10-win team. I can't possibly do that today.
No way. And even if all those things happen, I still don't know that I'd bet they're over because I'm sick of doing it. I'm sick of putting my faith in them. I'm sick of talking myself into a 9 or a 10-win season in a playoff team or a wild card like a lot of us did last year. I didn't pick 10 wins. I think I picked 9. Maybe I picked 10. I don't know. I think I picked 9. I can't remember. I think I said 9 and 8. But I'm done doing it. I am. I'm done predicting greatness and that they'll ever get out of their own way. I'm very encouraged about the way this offseason has started. And I like the coaching search and the hire. I like the process. I like the guy they got. But I'm done saying that the Bears are going to be. Go out and prove it to me. I've had it. It's 40 years of this nonsense.
My only take with them this offseason is going to be that I don't expect 9 wins. I'm not telling you they're going to win 9 games. They have to. And if they don't, then I think they move on from the GM next offseason.
That's going to be an interesting one to track if they finish below 500 again. Yeah,
it's not an option for them. They have to finish above 500.
And let's see what they do accomplish with free agency in the draft. But I feel like as we prepare and you model it, like my guess is it's going to spit out something like 8-point something, high 8-point, low 9-point something wins. And I hope it is that when it's all said and done. But would I put my faith in it as a diehard Bears fan? Is it a gambler? I'm not so sure I would. But I have a feeling the model will spit a number out like that.
Did last year.
Downtown Dean. What's up, Dino?
Hey, quick point before I get to the reason I called.
Hey, you have T-Mobile, don't you? You have T-Mobile.
I think I do.
Yeah, I think it's getting worse.
Yeah, you do.
Because everyone else in my family has something different. They're on the restaurant plan, but I got a couple of phones. So, but anyways, you guys forgot when Brady was playing. I think at one point he had Adalius Thomas, Richard Seymour, and Vince Wilfork all playing for him at the same time.
Yeah.
So that was a great.
Pretty good.
That was a great pass rushing trio that he had. So my point was, I know that clown show Paulie says some outlandish stuff sometimes, but once in a while he says something smart. And I heard him say a few months ago, or whatever it was last year, that Cuban was going to sell the Mavericks, that Cuban would rather have, 20% of a watermelon than 100% of a grape, or however it was that he phrased it. And it got me to thinking, do you think that he regrets selling it all? And how do you guys think the McCaskies, with all these people that they got to spread the money around? I think I've heard people say it's like 12 or 13 people, right?
More than that.
Like that. Yeah, so it's going to be harder to sell. Plus, the McCaskies just might be those kind of people that don't care that much about making that much more money. Obviously, Mark Cuban is. Like, he's one of those guys, you make $100 million, the only thing you care about is the next $100 million. That's all I got for you guys.
All right, Dino. Thanks, buddy. That phone stunk. Jesus. What's going on with the T-Mobile thing? I don't get it. I think it's like 30 McCaskies or something that have, a say in.
Yeah.
Remember, there are a lot of children. There are a lot. She and Ed, I think, had, right? Didn't they have
11?
Is it 11?
Right? Isn't it 11? Yeah, I think so.
I think it might be 11. It's a lot of kids. And then
the
they've
young
got
ones want
kids,
out.
and then they've got kids. I mean, there's a lot of people that have some stake to the claim there. So it's more than 12 or 13 people, right? And unless Dean's saying, like, how was the original trust set up? Like, were all of her kids born? They had to have been. All of her kids were born by the time the old man died. And, like, how was that trust set up? And I don't know. Those are things. That's like the tariff talk. I mean, you're getting into.
There's no way.
You're getting into. This is above our realm.
21 grandchildren. Apparently.
Yeah. But again, how that all relates to who's got a stake and who's got a claim, I'm not sure. That's way above my pay grade. But
if you just simplify it, if Ari Emanuel's right and if they could sell for $8 billion,
I think they would.
You can slice $8 billion a lot of ways.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's $8 billion. I mean, Washington went for 6. The Bears are going for 8.
That slices a lot of different ways.
It is. All right, coming up next. I'm sorry if we did not get to you on the phones. You guys can chill and hang on, though, too. We got more local programming, of course, coming up. Waddle and Silvy are coming up. Sylvie's out, Mellor's in. We're going to crosstalk with the fellas coming up next, and I've got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word on Carmen and Jurko.
I can't speak to what's going to happen with the tariffs. That's out of my realm. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be I'll just come out and admit it. I'm too dumb.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Hey, if you're looking for the best live music experience in Chicagoland, then you got to look to Joe's Live Rosemont. They've got an incredible lineup of country shows you don't want to miss. You can catch Parmalee at the end of the month on the 22nd. Locash. Is it Locash or Locash? Locash? I don't know. You know who they are, Tommy? Is it Uranus or Uranus? Locash.
Look out for the Locash.
Yes. On Feb 27. Landco on Feb 28. And then Jackson Dean on March 13th. And back-to-back nights with Russell Dickerson.
Uranus.
March 20th and 21st.
Landon Dickerson?
Not Landon. Russell. That's his brother. Get ready for an unforgettable night of music.
Not his brother.
This is nights of music, energy, and great vibes. Secure your tickets now at joesliverosemont.com.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Heard of the business loan interest tax deduction? Your CPA has. A certified public accountant can identify all your eligible tax credits and deductions this tax season. Before filing your tax return, call a tax expert today. Call a CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. Brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Cap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Thanks for listening, calling, and participating in today's show. Thank you to Jesse Rogers, and great job by Kevin Zepak and Charlie Bevins. Shay, thanks for working overtime.
Of course.
You're a mensch.
Happy to.
You are a mensch.
That's a lie.
No, it's not. Working with Carm is like a dream.
Working with Carm is fantastic. There's nobody more affable.
I laughed out loud this morning around 8:15. I took my son to his orthodontist appointment, and I hear Shay tell the story about how he walked into Brendan's office and said, I might take Wednesday off because of the snow. And Brendan said, or you could work with Carmen until 3.
Or you could stay.
That's even better.
It's actually a true story, too.
I believe it. Absolutely.
I'm not going to lie. When you guys came out to start the show, it sounded like Shay was in a dental chair. Like trying to get him to even say something at the very beginning.
I got him to open up. I know how to wind him up.
I was like, is Shay there?
I don't think that's necessarily true. I had to wake up a little bit. I was
going to say,
tired.
he just needed coffee.
Yeah. This is nap time right now.
Yeah, he's
typically.
normally napping.
Do you really take a nap during the day?
Sometimes. Yesterday I did. Yesterday I fell asleep on the couch for an hour.
Oh, when you work mornings, it's hard not.
Yeah, those hours I used to do it. It was hard. You
need a little bit.
You'd get home in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's tough.
Sports haven't, especially if you're going to stay up and watch sports at night.
Exactly.
It's really hard not to.
What sports are you watching in this town at night?
Well, you may be watching other towns, but I mean, he's right. You got to get a little catnap. So I got coffee before the show. Got him going. We got energized. We had a fun show. And now it's time for Crosstalk, brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group. Meller and Waddle are here. What's up,
Did
fellas?
you guys argue about Jalen Hurts today the way that we were arguing about it yesterday?
No, I loved the talking point yesterday. I knew it was going to go nuts. I knew it. I told the story. I was in my car.
We spent 50 minutes.
I was counting. I'm like, when is the first phone call coming that he's better than Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson? And I knew it was going to happen. I knew it.
I'll tell you what, Carmen.
Which was not the premise of any of us here.
Well, that call was waiting on hold 10 minutes before it actually came on the air. So you knew exactly what was going to happen.
I knew it was going to happen. I'm like, I'm waiting.
But when Meller went to the,
he went to
I
the
think
opposite.
Justin Fields actually could probably win a Super Bowl with that.
He went to the opposite end of the
I pulled the old ace of spades out of my sleeve and threw it down.
He did.
Now that one I didn't agree with. I'm like, no,
you
can't.
want to get to extremes here.
No, he can't.
But your whole thing that there's 12 quarterbacks that can do it, I
seems
also
like a
don't
lot.
agree with because
this is where
done it.
Seems like a lot.
No, they haven't done it because not all of the 12 have had the Philadelphia Eagles roster. What happened last year when Saquon Barkley wasn't on the Eagles roster running the rock for him, and they were in absolute disarray with the same Jalen Hurts leading that team?
It wasn't the offense that was the entire problem. It was much more the defense that
their whole team was awful last year.
You're right. They added Vic Fangio to the equation. And the defense was a lot better this year, too.
They had a great offseason. They added Saquon and Vic Fangio. They did do well.
Some might say the defense was the real reason they won the Super Bowl.
I actually think Kellen Moore did a nice job. I think Kellen Moore probably learned from some of his mistakes in Dallas. And
I thought Kellen had a good day Sunday, to be honest. I thought he really did.
Yeah.
I thought Kellen had a good day.
You know what he did? He adjusted, too, because when the Chiefs started slowing down Barkley in the running game, they started getting the ball in space. He had 6 catches. He led the Eagles in catches.
Although his first 3 catches were for 3 yards.
That's fine, but getting him out on the edge and getting him involved in other ways.
Sure, no.
At the end of the day, you still got something out of him.
I think it was Sal Palantonio who on
my guy.
Yeah, your guy. Sunday morning, he talked about how when they hit the bye at 2-2, they weren't running the ball like they did the rest of the season. But Kellen Moore, Nick Sirianni, they had a conversation during the bye week, and they said, we need to run the football more. We need to be more reliant on this running game that we've built, behind our offensive line and Saquon Barkley, who we spent the money on. And they came out of the bye, and I think we would all agree, they figured some things out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they hit, you talk about, look, the one loss, guys, after the bye, one.
Yeah.
And the one loss was a weird game in which Hurts got hurt and C.J. Gardner-Johnson got thrown out of that game. Like, they forced 5 turnovers and they still lost. Like, that was just one. That was that weird game in Washington. Yeah,
it's weird. It's why Meller thinks that Will Levis could still win a Super Bowl under center for the Eagles.
The one loss was that game, and then I always do look at the against the spread numbers just because it gives you an idea of how they do relative to expectation. And they beat the pants off of that, too. They went 12-5 against the spread in those 17 games.
Yeah.
So, like, it was a really dominant, 17 weeks of football that they played. They've got the best roster in the league, I think.
Now,
and
I would
it
say
all came together.
I would say this. We all know how football can be weird year to year. I think I heard you guys say this on Monday. If I was a Chiefs fan, I wouldn't panic. You do have work to do, but you still have Andy, you still have Patrick Mahomes.
Absolutely.
And if you're an Eagles fan, you should be very, very optimistic. But I'm not sure you're going to find yourself in that kind of... You will face more adversity over the course of a season, probably more so than they did. Like, sometimes you catch a heater and you can't be stopped.
That was them this year.
And that was them. And they played about, other than the Hurts interception, I thought that was as pure and well played a game as I've seen from any team in so long. And conversely, that may have been the Chiefs' worst game played all year long.
I think definitely.
So you put it together and you saw it just an ass kicking.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the Chiefs are horrible and the Eagles are the best team that's ever played. That means the Eagles are really good and they saved their best for last, and the Chiefs are really good and they played poorly, but the other team was better.
But it is the importance, like if it's on the Chiefs side, it's the importance of getting it done when you have the opportunity.
No question.
In all likelihood, you will never have an opportunity at a three-peat again.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah.
And for the Eagles, you're more likely to never get back to this position than to do this again next year or the year after. They could open the year and Jalen Hurts could tear his ACL and your season's over.
You don't know.
Like, that's the cruelty of this
Or
sport.
Kenny Pickett could lead them to a Super
I
Bowl.
was just going to say, Stanford legend Tanner McKee is leading the Eagles.
I was gonna say, are you
to the
sure?
Super Bowl.
Or you can sign Justin Fields in the offseason as a free agent and let him take over. It's what I said last week, too, though, Carm. This was by far the best team the Chiefs have faced in the Super Bowl in the 5 Super Bowls.
Yes.
And you can argue, I know their offensive line was a wreck when they played who?
Tampa.
Was it Tampa?
They played Tampa.
But
and Mahomes had a toe that needed surgery. I
Right.
mean,
So
he was on one foot and that line stunk.
Maybe that Chiefs team was the worst of the 5. This one was close.
I'd say that
in
Chiefs
terms of their
team was the
offensive line.
worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you still had, though they were at the opposite ends of the spectrum. So, like your theory that the Eagles should have won that game start to finish, and we were all scared. Some of us were scared to bet the Eagles.
I should have never talked myself out of it.
I was scared. I felt the same way you did, that the Eagles were the better team
Everybody did.
everywhere.
I think everybody
And
did.
I'm like, I think I'm going to bet the Chiefs anyways because I'm just sick of losing against this team.
Yeah. Listen,
I'm fine with it.
It took until the Super Bowl, but the Chiefs are fraud point finally played out.
And it's the one time I bet on them. Do you know how much that sucks?
That sucks.
That all year I was like, they're not that good. And finally they have the game that proves it when I bet them.
That sucks.
I think this is where, making mental note, going in the future, when you look at a team's point differential and you see a team like the Eagles routinely pounding the opponent by 10+ points, those are the teams more often than not that go on to win the Super Bowl. They're the better bets.
Yes.
Because listen, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs had a great run, but what happens in those one-score games is you subject yourself to the luck of the turnover that, sometimes fumble luck doesn't go your way.
Penalties.
Right?
Yeah.
For a long time, it did with the Chiefs this year.
Yeah.
And they dodged a few bullets. I know that's one of the main points that you were making over and over again on Cap and Hoodie this year. But you want the team that can just go out there and mash.
I agree. The differentials matter. Point differential, yards differential, EPA differential, takeaway differential. Like when you see a team that is so good week in and week out in all those metrics, I mean, you'd bet it blind almost, with such an advantage over the opponent. You really would. You'd look at a lot of those and you would you would just bet it blind. And that's why I kept saying, like, how is it that, and I know you and Tyler talked about it, I'm like, how are the Chiefs favored in this game? It's only because of Mahomes and Reed.
Yeah.
There's no other mathematical model that could have gotten you there. The Chiefs the Eagles were just that much better of a football team.
I do believe, though, on the biggest stage, when you have a player like Mahomes and a coach like Andy Reid, you do give them a little extra value because in crunch time, they have both shown you that they can kick it up a notch.
And it's the assumption that if you make the Chiefs a dog, everyone will bet them. And you want to spare yourself as much liability as possible.
Yeah.
I don't know. It reminds me a little bit of that Vikings team a couple years ago. And it's obviously they were a one and done. But that Vikings team that went 13-3 with Kirk Cousins and one-score games, they were something like 13-1.
Yeah, or 12-1 or something, I think. Or something crazy.
Almost all of their wins were by one score, but they got blown out twice when they played good teams, and then they lost to Daniel Jones in the playoffs. And it was the same thing. All year, I'm like, guys, they're winning the luck battle. They're flipping a coin, and it keeps coming up heads.
Right.
And that was the Chiefs, but when you have Mahomes and Reed and the pedigree, I'm more willing to believe that it's, okay, in the big moment, the luck will be on their side because they create it. And I was wrong.
Well, and most of the time, too, you can rely on Patrick Mahomes not to get skittish in the pocket. Yeah. A lot of times he can navigate the pocket because most teams can't create the pressure that the Eagles did with a 4-man front. Most teams can't do that. Right. But they did that against the Chiefs, and it was, again, a reminder when you can do that. Even Brady, we saw, you beat, and the Giants did that to him twice, right? Like, it's hard to operate the offense that you want to operate if you're constantly under duress.
To your point, Shay, too, this year, do you know how many one-score games the Vikings won this year?
I bet
9.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I bet you it was a lot of games.
9 one-score games.
There's a lot of variance in those.
Team, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variance in those. Even the Chiefs, they have, it's been 17 straight, I think, going back to last year, one-score games, and there's just, it sounds great, but there really is a lot of variance, and now they obviously weren't even in a one-score game. They got their doors blown off, but it'll normally tell you, like Meller said, if one team is routinely pounding the other, like its opponent with big spreads in terms of point differential and yards differential
and it's
and
not
stuff like
fluky.
that. Like,
it's not a bunch of
that's not
turnovers.
fluky.
Yeah.
Like that's not as that team's not as volatile. It just isn't. I mean, you should always more often than not want to ride with that team if given the choice.
Did you guys have the Brock Purdy conversation? We spent a good time talking about it yesterday.
I wanted to talk about it with Shay.
Let's do it now. We talked about it a long time yesterday.
I heard you guys, and I was in.
And I tell you, it's another one of those things I'm not sure how I feel about it, other than if I'm the 49ers, I'm looking to give him I want him to sign a team-friendly deal. I know every team wants to do that. But
can I give you guys a few things real quick, and then let's have this conversation? All right, Brock Purdy came in the league in 2022. It's 3 seasons. He has taken the 49ers to 2 NFC title games and a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He's 23-13 as a starter. And since coming into the league in 2022, out of 29 qualified quarterbacks, so this is a minimum of 714 pass attempts in that span, guys. All right, so it's 29 quarterbacks. He's second in passer rating behind only Lamar Jackson. He's first in yards per attempt. He's second in success rate. He's third in touchdown percentage. He's fifth in completion percentage. He's first in EPA plus completion percentage over expectation.
It's crazy.
He's first in adjusted EPA per play. And I have no idea what kind of a quarterback he is.
I have
no idea.
I'm with you.
None.
Like there are times I look and go, look at that. He throws with anticipation, and look where he dropped that ball. And then the next time you see him throw an interception that I
got no clue.
That Gio would throw.
I don't know how to pay him. I don't know what he's worth. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It was the Christmas Ravens game from 2 years ago.
I remember,
that was the one that revealed
4
to me.
picks.
And I knew it was coming. I kept telling Cap, I'm like, dude, you can love this Brock Purdy all you want. The blow-up is about to happen. And then it happened against the Ravens. Mm-hmm. I still can't get over it. And last year, when the whole team gets injured and you only have 4 All-Pros on your team instead of like 9, your season went sideways on you. The reality, though, with what Carm just laid out,
I mean,
he would be stupid to take a team-friendly deal. Somebody will pay him $60+ million a year.
Who do you think that will be?
Well, hold on.
Well, by the way, I think
60's
Shanny,
aggressive.
I think Shanny loves him.
But I'll say, you're right, but I'll say at least 50. I think that's kind of like a happy medium starting point.
Tua's making like 53.
That's
so
I think
there's no way he's taking less than 50.
He's better than Tua.
He's not. I don't think he's
too.
taking less than Dak. The salary cap is going to go up. It's not.
So
he can sign for more money per year than Dak at a lesser percentage of the salary cap. He's not taking less than Dak.
Is anybody giving him Dak's money?
Hold on.
And frankly, I was the guy who said Jordan Love was going to get $55 million a year, and people laughed at me. What happened?
Did. No, you're right.
The only thing, listen, you may not be wrong, Shay, but there also may be Brock Purdy understands where he's at. He's comfortable being in San Francisco. He likes working with Kyle Shanahan.
Why would you
and
not?
So he may not want to necessarily push it to, okay, I need to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL because like what you saw from Joe Burrow said today, he's willing to renegotiate, but work his deal, restructure. Thank you, his deal a little bit so that he can keep people in Cincinnati. Maybe Brock Purdy understands that a little bit. Maybe working on the league minimum the last 3 years, he'll happily say, you know what, I can probably find a way to live off of $50 million and still have some better talent around me.
I would say that as well.
But you're right. If he wants every last dollar, then he could press it to free agency and say, you know what, no, give me.
But what do you want as a player? Every last dollar I get. But if you go somewhere for every last dollar, whether it's where would it be, Tennessee or give me a team.
The Jets,
Miami, and your career goes sideways, you're just a rich guy who everyone is
mad at.
But if you stay in San Francisco and maybe you take, let's just say, $25 million less over the course of the contract, you're still going to make $200 million.
Boy,
and you've got a chance to be. I'm just trying to paint you a scenario the way Meller's saying, where he would want to stay in San Francisco.
I agree with both of you. I want to make it clear because a lot of times we have this conversation and people paint the person saying he's getting 60 plus as, he doesn't even need to deserve it in your eyes. You think that I don't think he deserves it.
Right.
I don't think any of these guys deserve it. It's
He's
the reality of the situation.
Next
man up.
Matthew Stafford reset the market twice in Detroit. Did he deserve it either time? Probably not. Daniel Jones was a part of resetting the middle class of quarterback into $40 million.
Well, Cousins as well. I mean, a lot of people thought that Cousins was the guy that kind of did that too. But what would you do? What would you do if you were Shanahan?
I have no. I mean,
and I think Shanahan really likes.
I think he
him.
loves the word. Jed York said, guys, on the record, Jed York said, "We want Brock Purdy here for a long time. I think we'll make it happen." You've got the owner. I mean,
but if you were,
but if I'm Shanny.
Took Jimmy Garoppolo took you to a Super Bowl.
I know.
Brock Purdy took you to a Super Bowl. Would you? I'll ask you a question. Sorry, Mark.
No, go ahead.
If you're the 49ers, would you rather pay Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy. Okay. Because Sam Darnold has got better physical skill.
That's true.
I'd still rather pay. Yeah, I mean, and Sam can run
Sam
a little
Darnold
bit.
threw for 35 touchdowns this year and over 4,000 yards.
Athlete. I mean,
Sam's a legit.
And listen,
I
Kyle
think the
Shanahan
Darnold thing was
he
more
was with
fake
Kyle
than
Shanahan last year as the backup quarterback.
That's a good point.
So Kyle knows what
Sam's a good athlete. I mean,
Sam's only 27.
What are you going to pay Sam Darnold?
Well, that's
I don't know.
Because probably less than Brock Purdy.
The only reason I ask the only reason I ask it is because they had him in the building last.
But I like the 1,400 pass attempts we could look at from Brock Purdy, like a good sample more than the one Sam Darnold. I don't know, man. They got a tricky one with this. I'm telling you, I don't know what's right or what's wrong here. I don't know.
If it's between paying Sam Darnold what I would consider a team-friendly deal to Brock Purdy, like say Brock Purdy gets the Baker Mayfield deal, and he's around $45 million a year.
He's making 33. Wasn't it 3 years, $100 million?
For Baker, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Baker,
33. If he gets the Baker Mayfield deal,
which is a total bargain.
He's not getting that. Yeah. Darnold is going to make more than that, I think. But Darnold's probably in the 35 to 40 range.
Yeah.
Off of 1 year, which is crazy, but that's just the position.
But $35 million for a quarterback is totally digestible for anybody.
Well, if Purdy's holding out for $60 million, I think I'd still go the Purdy route.
For $60 million?
I got to tell you, I think Darnold was totally fake. All year, I thought
I don't
it was
think
fake.
you can throw 35 touchdowns and what it is to being totally fake. I think there's some fakeness there, but I think there's also some skill there.
But in terms of like paying a guy who I think can go to a Super Bowl, I don't think that's Sam Darnold.
The thing that scares you about Darnold is in the two biggest games at the end of the year. He played his worst two games.
And his worst habits were on display.
Yes.
He holds the ball too long. He's going to take
ghosts
sacks.
were back.
The ghosts were back. And once you pressure him, he's all over the place.
Yeah.
I told Waddle this. I've told him this all year long. The Why Is Everything by Michael Silver. It's a great book.
I'm reading on vacation.
And in particular, this is why I think there's no chance that Kyle Shanahan doesn't re-up with Brock Purdy. When they drafted him and they got him into training camp almost immediately, like Kyle Shanahan recognized that he was basically the best quarterback in the building, and they had Trey Lance, and they had invested everything in Trey Lance. But he told Jed York, like I think it was like right before one of their preseason games, he's like, I think our third string quarterback is our best quarterback. And Jed York was like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Which is fair.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like, he was very impressed because especially the way Kyle Shanahan likes his offense carried out, right? He wants you to go where he wants the ball to be put because we would all agree Kyle Shanahan designs the offense probably better than anybody in football. Maybe Sean McVay, and so Brock Purdy carries out what Shanahan wants to do. And I think that's why he'll resign.
Is that book specifically about the Niners situation? Or
it's about Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel. It goes back
why is everything?
It starts with basically Mike Shanahan and how in Washington what they did with Robert Griffin III and basically how they revolutionized football and just offense. Like it was no longer about specifically Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't want his players to just go and know what they need to do on the play. He wants them to understand, hey, this is why we're doing it.
Right.
This is why I designed it this way. And ultimately, if you do what I ask you to do, we will have success because we're putting you in position to be successful. And obviously, everybody on that coaching staff has pretty much gone on to have
Sounds
a
like
lot
Ben
of success.
Johnson's
And
ideas
that's
about
where I was
offense.
going. Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
so,
Brock Purdy could be for the Niners what Drew Brees had been for the Saints. Because Drew was small. Drew didn't have a cannon of an arm. He was just really, really smart, had a great coach.
Yeah, very accurate.
And it was very accurate. So maybe when Shanny looks at him, he says something comparable to that.
Maybe.
But it is kind of, I can't get the Baltimore game out of my head either.
I'm telling you, that one stands out to me. And I'll never buy. But
don't we always say, try not to look at one data point.
No,
look
you're
at
right.
the bigger. And when he was awful. I mean, I get it. He was awful. But like,
and again, the point I'm making, I don't think Dak should be getting paid what Dak is getting paid. It's just that's the
timing.
position.
Next man up. It's the next man up. You're right.
Purdy's that guy. And if he wants to say it's going to cost
it's
$60 million.
It's Michael Silver, and I'm telling you, any football fan, because within the last couple of years,
I'm buying it.
He covers everything. It's fascinating.
I love nerdy, deep diving offense stuff
listen,
like that.
I haven't read a book in 5 years. I'm going to read this one on vacation.
There's a lot of great stories too, because he goes into when they traded for Jimmy Garoppolo and they signed him to the extension in San Francisco. They weren't like completely sold on it, but obviously he had that huge run at the end of the season where he kind of convinced them, okay, and it was a team-friendly deal for the most part for a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And then after he signed the contract, Jimmy Garoppolo completely ghosted the entire 49ers front office that offseason.
Oh, wow.
So they got back to training camp, and like he wouldn't answer texts. But he had just signed a huge deal, and they're like, "What do we have in this guy?"
I like it.
And so that's part of the reason too why I think they like Brock Purdy too, because of their Jimmy G experience.
Doesn't get dinner with porn stars.
Book has been right, exactly. Book has been purchased. Good
Did you
nerdy
purchase
football.
it?
I just did. I just bought it.
You'll love
good nerdy
it.
Football stuff is good. It's like The Blind Side. The Blind Side's great. It's so much better than the movie because it's nerdy football stuff. Like it's really, really good. Like football evolution. Bill Walsh. Left tackle stuff, like the evolution of that offense and the left tackle. It's so much more than the movie. The movie had to kind of Hollywood focus on the story that is Michael Orr. That's the Hollywood side of it. But the book is like great, nerdy, like this is Bill Walsh. This is what he thought. This is the way he built his offense. And basically, while things are different, everything can kind of be traced back to his ideas of this is the way we should be playing efficient offensive football.
I'm going to purchase that book.
The Blind Side's another good one if you want a good nerdy football book.
That's too much reading. And I'm going to get the Daily USA Today crossword puzzle. I got to start exercising my brain.
Use your brain, my friend. I do Wordle every day.
Do you?
I do Wordle every single day.
The USA Today one's on the easier side, too.
That's okay.
It gets harder as the week goes on.
Yeah, but it's not like the New York Times.
I'm not going to the New York. No, I'm not going to the New York Times.
It's more difficult than
no doubt.
the USA Today one ever.
Wordle's simple. It's Wordle's, but it's still good for the brain. It still gets you
blank.
Gets those synapses firing.
Yes.
3 letters. Blank Hanks.
Blank Hanks.
Tom, I'm in. Here we go. I got a roll going.
All right, boys. What's up on the show?
Miller's got a great premise. He's not going to tell you right now, based on what you guys started your show with,
at the United
which was
Center
a
last
pitiful Bulls performance.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Should I bet him tonight? Shay says stop.
I don't know. With whose money?
I'm going to tell you again.
Money?
I'm not going to.
You can sit on your couch and have a good evening, or I can hit you with my car. It's up to you.
I go, Shay, don't we have to bet the Bulls tonight? He's like, well, you don't have to. He goes, I could hit you with my. He goes, I could hit you with my car, but I don't have to. I'm like, hey, I guess you're right.
Was it you, Shay, or was it someone behind the glass? Because I couldn't make out the voice. Who said, Carmen, just call the number. If this is what you're saying. Yeah, Charlie. It was a great line.
I was like, I might bet 12 games all year outside of football.
Sounds like,
don't waste this one.
When they say, if you have a problem,
I won't do it. All right,
boys.
You guys have a great show. Meller's in for Silvy. We'll see you tomorrow.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry, Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand, financed on select models with approved credit.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
Oh, it's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Starting to hear some blues and some restlessness from the fans. Cunningham lays it out. Truder to Stewart. And the Pistons are having some fun now.
Oh, man.
Cunningham knocks it down. He's into double figures now. Now the Thompson from Hardaway. My
Good to be
goodness.
young. Good to be young.
The freshest of fresh legs.
Tonight they took one on the chin. 82 games. You flush this one down. You don't even really have to do a lot of talking if you're really down.
Sure.
We had to get naked. We had to take all our Bulls gear off just to catch a cab.
How did that help you or hurt you in the cab? This will only be the 6th time in the history of the Bulls that they'll lose a home game by 40 points. That is the final margin tonight.
Beep, beep, get home safe.
Boy, oh boy. 1:30.
Is that what Stace used to say after they would win?
Yes.
Beep, beep, get home safe.
There was no celebrating last night. If you watched it, you saw it on CHSN.
Which I didn't.
A 40-point loss at home by the Bulls to the Detroit Pistons. It was so much fun. They're going to do it again tonight at United Center.
Tyler thinks that's a good thing. Tyler likes more of the, don't you like the baseball series kind of a small
You like
aspect?
when the Bulls get their heads bashed in, their brains bashed in?
Well, this year I do, yeah.
Capture the flag.
Can we put to bed the notion that this team's going to the play-in tournament, by the way?
You were trying to sell us that the other day.
Did the Philadelphia 76ers win or lose last night?
Jeffrey has been daring himself to die on certain hills, sports hills, the last couple of days.
This team was up 25 the other day, or up 24 the other day, and ended up losing by 25.
Yeah.
And then this game, you lose by 40. This team is going nowhere.
Carm's betting on him. Carm's betting on him tonight.
Tyler,
or Shea's going to hit him with his car. We don't know yet.
Tyler, that's fair, but during that time frame, how many games have the 76ers gained on the Bulls to overtake them for that 10
It doesn't
10
have
spot?
to be the 76ers. The Nets might catch them. The Raptors might catch them. This team may not win more than 3 to 5 games the rest of the year. They're that bad.
You may be right. All I'm saying is right now they are in the play-in tournament. And the Philadelphia 76ers might be putting Joel Embiid under the knife soon for knee surgery, right? That was reported over the Super Bowl week. Funny how the Philadelphia 76ers
I gave you that report on Friday, I believe.
Funny how they dropped that nugget right as soon as the Eagles were set to play in the Super Bowl. But, all right, so the Bulls get hammered last night by 40.
I didn't see it, although I do, I guess, have access now to Chizen through. I do have Apple TV, so I could download.
You can download the app and then fork over your hard-earned dollar.
The subscription.
How much is it?
It's $20 a month for a single team, $30 a month if you want all the teams.
$20 if you want to watch the Bulls lose by 40.
Or $30 if you want to watch the Bulls and Blackhawks lose.
Nice.
And we got to get to that.
We will.
We had some issues with that. Okay, so
yeah,
this inspired you telling us something about last night was FIFA night. Right?
So we technically call it FIFA night, but obviously at this point we've moved on. It's recruiting night. Waddle.
So explain that quick.
Okay, so obviously when NCAA football 25 came out this year, first time in over a decade.
Are you still playing despite the football season being tucked away?
Listen, this is the best time to play. Am I wrong, Tyler? Like, this is when you get some hardcore recruiting in when football's not getting in the way.
Yeah, this is recruiting season.
Yeah, so we were recruiting last night, doing some recruiting. Always be recruiting. That's what they say. So we were recruiting ABC.
You guys are idiots.
We were recruiting last night, and sure enough, so that was on the main TV, and I had the Bulls getting slaughtered by the Pistons on one TV.
Why don't you sit down and help one of your kids with algebra or something instead?
Listen, my kids,
they're probably smarter than you.
Yeah, their math literacy far exceeds where I'm at these days. So,
okay, so go ahead.
No need for that. So we had the Bulls Pistons on the left TV. And then up in the right-hand TV, we watched the Knicks just
Kev, can I get some ambient Bulls music, like maybe a little low? Hey. Inspire me for Bulls basketball, because I think Meller's got a really good point.
So in between recruiting each week.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
Sorry for the late request.
So in between recruiting weeks, glance up and watch the Bulls try and claw their way back from, their 50-point deficit at one point. And as we were watching the game unfold, my buddy Mark Dron.
What's his last name?
Dron, D-R-O-N.
Dron? Is that short for something?
No, that's his last name.
His last name?
Okay. So Mark had the brilliant idea. He said, if you go to a game and the home team loses by 40 or more, you should be refunded your money.
I thought that was one of the best things I've heard you say in a decade.
No surprise. Mark's an English teacher. He's a brilliant guy.
And he values the dollar like everybody does.
Absolutely.
If you were going to go to a Bulls game and probably spend what? Let's just say average ticket. Let's not say, the expensive tickets. I know you could probably end up spending $10,000 for a family of 4 on floor seats. Average ticket, what are we saying? 100?
Hundo?
150?
Yeah.
Keep it a hundo?
Let's keep it at a hundo.
Okay.
Family of 4.
Yep, that's $400.
Spend $400 to go to the game.
Listen, if you're a family of 4, you're bringing kids, you're probably eating some dinner there too.
Right. So, let's say you spend another, let's just say the night, and this is being really, I would think, generous to.
Conservative,
yeah, thank you. $250 for a family, probably in the nosebleed section, right? Family of 4, $250. Your thought, your buddy Mark.
Yes.
What's his name?
Dron,
said, if the home team gets blown out by 40
or more,
do you think that number should be adjusted, or you think 40 is a good number?
I think 40, as we heard Stacy and Adam Amin say on CHSN as the game was winding down,
otherwise known as Chisholm.
Rarely has this happened in Bulls history. I think 40 is a good barometer.
I think you may be letting the team off a little bit light, but let's stick with 40.
I think you may be right there, but I think 40 is a nice starting point at the very least.
So play this out. If you are willing to come to the arena and spend your money,
go and expect the home team to provide you with some entertainment.
Or at the very least, just be professional in your performance.
Yes, to muster some sort of professional effort. Then at the very least, if they cannot keep the game within a 40-point margin, then the home team should refund those in attendance their money back.
Okay, are we asking, do you guys think that this is full refund? 50% refund, 75%? I want a reasonable. I want us to come to terms on what you think a reasonable ask would be.
So if we want to get down into the nitty-gritty here, I think what would make it good for the team as well, beyond just a nice PR stunt, would be if you give vouchers, so 75% off your next purchase to a game, I think the team wins because they're still getting you
75% off each ticket.
Yes. Well, for those in attendance. So as you have to stay till the end.
First of all, you have to go to the game. You can't buy the tickets
and not attend,
and then not use them.
Because obviously you were then not really worried about getting your money's worth.
Right.
But if you're a family that took your kids to the game, wanted to show them a good time, and you got that effort last night, then you know what? You deserve.
And you stayed the whole time.
And you stayed the whole time.
On the way out.
Support your team on the way out. The ushers are handing out vouchers.
75% off.
If we don't want to give refunds, actual refunds, I can understand why a professional sports team might not be in the right headspace for that. Well, then, at the very least, how about a voucher? 75% off your next purchase to a Bulls game.
Tickets, on the tickets.
On the tickets.
I think that is one of the best sports bless you. I think that's one of the best sports ideas I've heard in a really long time.
And that was, again, it was Mark Drone.
Now, I believe that's something that's probably more likely to come out of the mouth of the owner of the Phoenix Suns,
Matt Ishbia,
who is probably worth
multi-billionaire.
It's probably something that would come out of the mouth of Steve Ballmer, who owns the
Clippers.
The Clippers,
who has funded his brand new stadium in LA.
I think that is a really good, reasonable presentation from your buddy.
Nice goodwill, just like when if you make a play on DraftKings or FanDuel or Circa, if you make a play on a player to hit an over and then he leaves the game early because of injury within the first couple of minutes, oftentimes you'll see.
Not often. Sometimes.
Sometimes you'll see the site say, okay, you know what? When you made the play, obviously you were expecting that person to play in the game. They left early because of injury or whatever reason. We're going to refund your bet. And it's always goodwill, and everybody's always, I think, for the most part, happy. And, again, it's a good experience because it keeps you coming back for more as the consumer, right?
Yeah, and as you described it as well, even when the team's getting drubbed and they're going to get 75% off their next purchase because of the loss, they're still there purchasing concessions.
They have to
stay.
And
they may be in the Go Bulls, section where they're buying shirts and all kinds of memorabilia.
Yeah, so it could be a win-win goodwill from the team. You also get fans coming back for another experience.
I don't think it's a win-win for the team.
Okay,
I think this is a win-lose. It's a lose for the team. It's a win for the fans. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a good faith gesture to those who are coming to the arena to watch their team. And it's almost like an incentive. It's like, how players get incentives for wins or accomplishing certain things? It's kind of like a reverse incentive. If they come out there and just sleepwalk and they do that, well, as an apology to you as a fan base, we're going to somehow credit you and ask you to come back with the promise that we're going to try to
We'll do better next time.
More competitive.
We'll do better next time because we can't possibly do worse.
Has that ever been done before?
Well, remember, we had the story a couple days ago about how the Mavericks are refunding season tickets for some fans.
Some, right? Not a ton.
Well,
are they going to do it for everybody?
It's anyone who asks. They're just hoping nobody asks.
Are they really? Anyone who asks for a refund on their...
They didn't necessarily advertise it that way, but fans who have gotten through have gotten a refund.
I wonder how, listen, if people get pissed off at the Bears and are going to do a Bearcott okay, and boycott the Bears, there are thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people that would be willing to take your spot if you wanted to give up your season ticket.
Oh, absolutely.
Tens of thousands. Let's say tens of thousands. Maybe not hundreds of thousands, but tens of thousands of people. I don't know the situation in Dallas with the Mavericks.
Well,
I don't know.
After what they've done, I think
I
anybody
know.
that was on the list is probably not excited about that idea.
But I don't know if, like, it is such a... I know it's a difficult time for Mavericks fans and people aren't happy, but is it such a large fan base that if people did decide they wanted to cash out on their season tickets, would there be a large enough group to come in and swoop in and take them?
I don't know how many people would swoop in now that Luka's gone.
Right.
But, like, remember, they were in the finals last year. I'd imagine there's some sort of wait list for a
That's
team
my
that's
point.
fresh off of a finals
But
appearance with one of the most
I wouldn't
exciting young
think-
stars.
I wouldn't think that they would even consider offering a refund
No, I
of
wouldn't
your
either.
season tickets if, in fact, they did not have a pretty healthy waiting list.
But the question begs, all those people who signed up because they made that run to the finals and because Luka was on the roster, once those people actually got the call and were told, hey, guess what? Your number came up. We now have a spot for you available for Dallas Mavericks season tickets. A lot of people would be like, oh, yeah, you know what? No thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. Once you traded Luka, we are no longer interested in those
I think this
season
is a
tickets.
great idea. I think your friend should propose this.
I think we are.
I think he should
We're
go to
putting it
the
out
next
there.
Bulls board meeting and ask for a seat at the table and throw this out there. And I don't think this is an unreasonable request. This isn't if you lose by 25. How many times did Stacey say they've lost by 40 at home? Six times,
I think.
In the history of the Bulls.
I'm even thinking about lowering it, like not from 40. What is a reasonable number?
I think 40 is, like, so catastrophically bad
That you should get-
deserve your
you
like,
should-
30 can happen.
Yes.
30 happens
okay.
a couple times a week probably in the NBA.
Right.
The National
So to
Blowout
get beat by
Association.
40, you pretty much have to be disinterested, wouldn't you say?
Disinterested and, like, it's a lack of trying at that point. Like,
And by the way, let me interject this too, Tyler. Doesn't the NBA have a problem already? I heard Carm dissecting this earlier, and I thought he was spot on with it. It's the only sport out there where guys, they purposefully don't play. Every other sport, guys play.
yeah. Baseball,
Like
they
this-
play.
Right.
Hockey, if you don't play, you get made fun of.
Right. Football, you
Football,
play.
you play because you want your paycheck.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm in on this. And 40 is a good number.
Yeah, listen, and it gives Billy Donovan some incentive. Hey, you know what, Nico? Terrible night, but guess what? You're still going to go out there for the final 5 minutes because we do not want to lose by more than 39.
I got a better idea. Make it mandatory from the NBA front office.
Mm-hmm.
It's a league-wide mandate. It's declared a league rule.
Don't lose by 40.
You're the home team. You lose by 40. You're going to issue some sort of rebate discount on the next on your next purchase.
And I also think it's perfectly reasonable to say.
Your guy's a teacher, huh? He should be in marketing.
I think this is perfectly reasonable to say as well.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, teaching a tremendously honorable profession.
He's
I don't
molding the minds of
He is. I didn't want
America's
that to come
future.
out the wrong
Yeah.
way. But I'm not shocked that it's as smart an idea as humanly possible. But it's a great marketing idea, too.
And again,
What about this? Maybe the league won't do it or the teams won't do it, but what about one of, like, the secondary market places like a StubHub or a SeatGeek or a Game Time? What if they were the ones?
But why would they do it? Why would they take the hit?
Why would the sports books take the hit? Right?
So you're saying that it's an advertisement for SeatGeek that, hey, if your team gets beat by 40 home,
Guess what? There's because
Good
like
point.
then you'll get more customers to flock to your site as a
secondary
chance that
market.
maybe you know what, maybe they'll lose by 40 at this game and you just get refund. And let's be honest, if you're going to a game for a team that's going to lose by 40, in all likelihood the ticket is probably not that expensive.
That's true.
And on secondary market.
How many teams have lost by 40
this season?
Home teams. How many home teams have lost by 40?
Again, it's
this year in the
it's
NBA.
limited 41 games because it's only your home games,
right?
Of course, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to say this is only a regular season deal that's available. Because if you go to a playoff game, you know what? If your team loses by 40 in the playoffs, so sorry, so sad.
Right, but you're a playoff
But too
team.
bad you're at a playoff game.
Yeah.
And so no one's going to feel too bad for you because you saw a playoff game. But in the regular season, especially with load management, such an issue, sometimes you might show up and your favorite player didn't even play. So you know what? If your favorite player doesn't play and your team loses by 40, we got you covered.
How about if you buy ticket insurance? Can I purchase
no,
ticket
they have,
insurance?
They do have that. I don't know the specifics on what it covers, but they do have ticket insurance. I think it's oftentimes regarding like whether or not a player is going to play in that game. So that is available on a lot of sites.
I think your friend that's one of the best sports thoughts I've heard in quite some time.
There you go.
6 40-point home losses this year.
In the NBA. Any team do it twice? Do you have the?
I'm looking. It looks like no team did it twice.
So like even in the worst case scenario, you're probably looking at even if your
Actually,
team
I take that back. Portland twice.
I was gonna say like you're probably only talking about this happening once or twice a season max for any particular team. You know.
Yeah. I like it.
So there you go. If you went to the Bulls game last night, we're trying to figure out a way
to get you some of your money back.
For you to get value
by the way,
for your dollar.
By reading some of the recaps, not the recap, but some of the recaps that they were booed mercilessly.
Oh, well,
don't get me wrong. I mean, it's much deserved. I'm not saying that.
It was 71 to 29 at halftime.
Yeah, but some people may not know this too, but yesterday CHSN rolled out their app for this game.
Like you can't make this stuff up.
It was 71-29 at the half. Like they were down 40 for most of the game.
Think about also, like Chisholm's also got the White Sox coming off of the worst season in Major League Baseball history, and they want you to purchase it for how much?
Do you want the White Sox or do you want the whole package? Because it's 20 or 30.
And by the way, I'm going to as soon as they offer it on my cable.
Well, listen, that's a guarantee that the arrow is pointing up for the White Sox because it can't get any worse. They're going to be
really?
You're going to see better baseball this year on the South Side. I guarantee it.
Are you?
I guarantee
Are
it.
you? I've asked this question a lot, and I know that the odds are against it, but you've got a lesser starting rotation. You got Fetty. Where's Fetty in your rotation? Where's Crochet? You got a Crochet in your rotation?
Kevbo.
Your team sucks more this year than last year, Kev.
What are you willing to wager on this?
A lot.
Yeah?
A lot.
How about this? If they don't do better this year, you have to go to 10 wins the following year. You can go to as many or as few games as you want, but you have
10
to go.
Games?
You have to go.
No,
to
he's saying 10 wins.
10 wins.
So you don't know how many games that actually is. He has
You
to
may
just
have to
keep
go to all
attending.
81. If they go 10 and 71 the next
I'd love
year,
to go to all 81.
you have to go see 10 wins the following year.
Oh, I get you. So you have to keep going until they get 10 home games?
You can make it strategic. And if you want to travel too, be my guest.
That's great.
Go up to Milwaukee, go over to Cincinnati.
I love a night at the ballpark, all right? Don't threaten me with a good time.
I know that the odds are that they're going to win, even with a less talented team.
Chances
that they're
are
going to win more
they're
than
gonna
41.
find a way to win 42 games
but
this year. Somehow,
is this team, do you believe, going to be better or worse than last year's team?
Listen, the pitching, I have questions. The pitching was actually the starting pitching. Specifically,
you had Fetty
Crochet.
and you had Crochet. 40% of your starting rotation was pretty damn good last year.
It really was.
Crochet for half the year, essentially.
Okay.
Those are a lot of good quality innings, though, Kevbo. You have to admit that.
I will admit that.
But those are gone. Now it's Martin Perez, Jonathan Cannon, maybe Drew Thorpe when he comes back from his elbow injury.
He had surgery. When's he going to be available?
That's a good question. It's up in the air right now. Kai Bush had Tommy John surgery.
TJ, yeah.
So tell me, honestly, can you build me a bridge to a team that is actually not as good as last year's team? And just because you're not as good doesn't mean you won't win more games because baseball is very
That's awful negative, Waddle. When
I'm just asking the question.
Pitchers and catchers are reporting.
I'm asking the question.
You know, I'm an eternal optimist, as you guys know, so I really don't appreciate the negativity that you are that's coming out of your scarf right now.
You bring an umbrella indoors.
How about this, Kevbo? If the White Sox don't win more than 41 games this year, you have to shower for 10 consecutive days. What about that? Put that on the table. What should be the refund policy for baseball? If you lose by double digits?
Okay, let's take some thoughts.
All right.
Let's figure this out.
So there you go.
I think we're just here to help the fans of a struggling city's, fan base.
We could yell about how bad the Bulls are, but it feels like we've done that for quite some time.
Right.
Now
let's give you some solutions. Let's
be
build
positive.
in some. I don't think it's positive asking for a refund on losses of 40 or more at home.
I mean, it's a positive way to spin it at the very least.
Well, that's true.
Or
I mean,
we
we're
could
here
yell
to
about
help
them losing by 40.
We're here to help the fans.
We could yell about them losing by 40 on a network that you can't watch. We could keep doing that. Or we could try and find solutions. That's what we're here, to provide solutions. Right here, Waddle, Meller in for Silvy, ESPN 1000.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tonight at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Lover's Lane, can I help you?
Hi, I need to talk to a romance specialist.
Hi, Neil, what's going on?
I can't get a dinner reservation for Valentine's Day.
We talked about this last Valentine's.
That's what she said.
Just give her the gift before you go out to dinner.
Out to dinner where?
Relax, Tiger. Once she opens that gift from Lover's Lane, you won't need no stinking dinner reservation.
This Valentine's Day, all you need is love. Find a store near you at loverslane.com.
The Paramount Theater in downtown Aurora. Their shows continue to wow audiences with amazing staging and talent. Now is the perfect time to leave your couch and make a date night with Waitress. The Tony-nominated Best Musical features music from Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles. The show runs now through March 30th. Go to ParamountAurora.com for tickets and use code ESPN at checkout for a discount. So, order up! It's Waitress at Paramount Theater in Aurora. Visit ParamountAurora.com now.
Hi, it's Cap, and I've got a Valentine's tip for you. If snoring is causing sleepless nights, don't wait. Do what I did. Visit Sinus and Snoring MD. They've helped patients like me breathe better and sleep soundly. Their independent practice offers in-office treatments from removing nasal polyps to fixing deviated septums. Call 414-441-4544 and give your Valentine and yourself the gift of better sleep. That's 414-441-4544 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
With Progressive customer service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
hear you humming along to the Sugar Ray there every morning.
Excuse me?
I hear you humming along to Sugar Ray.
Okay.
As the bumper music
kind
as
of
we
a
bounce
catchy
back
sound.
every morning.
They were one of those bands that didn't. Were they a flash in the pan band? Sugar Ray?
Late 90s.
Yeah, had some good stuff that came out, but then kind of went away.
Yeah, they had some bangers.
Bangers.
I was a fan. What about you, Kev Bo?
I mean, they had some catchy songs. I don't know if I'd call any of them bangers per se.
What qualifies as a banger?
If you like it.
Well,
would that be a game-tying goal in a game with at the 99th minute mark if you were cheering for the other team?
That's the C of the ABCs. You've got your anthems, your bangers, and clappers. That was a clapper.
What is clapper?
It's just a different tier of
Is
the
that
ABCs,
at the top?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. A is probably at the top.
A's at the top?
The anthems.
Anthem.
Okay.
Anthems, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's a game tire. That sucked. All right.
Yeah. Well, regroup, buddy. Regroup. Come up with another good idea.
The last ever Merseyside
Dino's not
Derby
buying. Dino's not buying.
Goodison Park.
Dino's in Logan Square. He's not buying what we're selling.
What do you got? Dino wants to blame not the Bulls, but the actual fans in attendance. Dino, you're on ESPN 1000. What's going on?
What's up, fellas?
You tell us, man.
Yeah, I was just saying, why give these people anything? They're literally the problem. They're the ones who are spending their hard-earned cash on this garbage. And we know that Jerry isn't going to change anything unless it hits them in the pocket. So I think you should actually find a way to charge these people more somehow.
Let me propose this to you, though, Dino, okay?
So wait, if the team loses by 40 or more, you think they should actually have to pay more money on their way out the door?
Let me propose this to you, though. You have 3 kids. You're a father of 3 kids, and they love basketball. They wish their favorite team was better, but they love basketball. They love going to the games, and this is something that you do once a year. You take your 3 children to a Bulls game, regardless of how good or bad they are, and they love it. How can I be critical of that family for taking their children and using their disposable income on something that brings them joy?
So I didn't think about it that way, so now you're making me feel bad. I don't have any kids, so I'm not thinking about it like that. But yeah, I just think that whoever Bulls, aside from kids, I guess, but anybody who doesn't have kids, you shouldn't be at these games at all.
Well, this is kind of like where, and thanks for the call, Dino. This is where we've always, and I think Silvy's in the middle of a bull cot right now. He's not going. But he has also told you all along.
No voucher for him.
No voucher for him, but he's told you all along, but he's not going to tell you you're foolish for going. He's just not going. I would never tell you to boycott. If Kev's a Sox fan, I would never tell Kev to not go to the White Sox game. And in this day and age, I think it's very unlikely that maybe in basketball, yes, because the Bulls they still lead the league in attendance, even as bad as they are. Most professional sports, maybe I'll keep it to football. Mm-hmm. You can boycott all you want. These teams are not getting rich because of ticket sales and concessions.
Not at all.
Do you know what happens? What's the first day of the NFL new year?
March 10th this year.
Do you know what happens on March 10th for all 32 teams?
I believe they get. What's it up to these days?
They get a check
300?
for about $300 million for the shared television broadcast revenues.
Not too shabby.
Do you know what the salary cap is? It's under 300.
I was going to say it's like 270.
If you're the owner of a business, and on the first day of your calendar year,
pure profit,
you have covered the largest fixed cost that you will incur all year long, and then some. I'd say you're in the catbird seat, as the Hawkaroo would say.
Yes,
you're in the catbird seat.
I would agree.
So for you not going to the game, and if that's the way you want to do it, I support your desire to fan the way you want to fan. But I just think this concept of you can force them to sell the team, don't show up. At least I'll just limit it to football. And oh, by the way, over the course of a 5-year period, you're probably getting 40% accumulation on average, or appreciation rather, of your asset.
Yeah, your investment.
So it's very hard to hit these owners in their pocketbook, I guess, is the point I'm making. You do it if you want. I'm not telling you not to. Mm-hmm. And I'm also telling you that if you, even with a team that is getting beat 72-29 at the half, if you have tickets for tonight's game because it's something you like to do with your family and your kids enjoy it, even when your favorite basketball team isn't good, how in the world can I tell you that you shouldn't do something that provides joy for your family.
No, of course not. There's no no. That's fine. Go out, have fun, especially if you have young kids and you're trying. They enjoy sports. They enjoy the opportunity to go out and experience a game. As a parent, that's one of the cooler things you can still do, despite the fact that your favorite team might not be actually competing at the level you'd hoped.
I would say to you, it would be great advertising and marketing for the team to actually say, look, if we're so bad that the opponent beats us by 40 in our building, we're going to refund what we apologize for the.
And again, we can, a voucher, right? So again, it's not perfect.
You
but
may
at
never
the same
use
time,
it.
You may never use it. But the goodwill the team now gets out of giving you a voucher for 75% off the next time you come out, I think that's
we can workshop the percentage as well.
Absolutely. Let's try Dave, who's in Northbrook. Hey, Dave, you're on Waddle and Silvy. Meller in for Silvy today.
Hey, guys. Waddle, you make a great point there about families, again, not taking an experience like that away from them. But I don't know that it's always a lot of families that have the season tickets. And even if it is, if they cancel their season tickets, that makes a pretty big financial impact. And hopefully, again, we know that would be something that would actually send a message to Reinsdorf.
And if you want to do that, go ahead and do that. I would never tell you you're foolish not to do it. My guess is that the Bulls season ticket list is still pretty healthy.
Listen, I think I'm trying to remember. I saw this graphic maybe a week ago that the Bulls, somebody put it out on Twitter. I wish I remember.
What does the Bulls season ticket waiting list look like?
No, I don't know what that was. But of the 10 highest attendance games in the NBA this year, I believe the Bulls had 7 or 8 of them.
I'm not surprised.
Because
they have the biggest building.
Of course, but to reach those numbers, they still need to have sellouts, and they're still doing that, which is, I think, probably the most surprising part. Let's try Luis, who was actually at the game last night. What's going on, Luis?
Hey, what's up, guys?
You sound down, Luis.
Oh, man, what I witnessed last night had all my friends down and my brother. My brother got us tickets last night for the game. We were sitting in the 100 section, row 6, behind the coaching staff for the Bulls, behind the bench. And my brother doesn't drink, but last night he was drinking just to try to have fun. Just to get through 4 quarters of that madness that happened last night. Watching Malik Beasley hit 7 3-pointers, and we couldn't hit a jumper. We couldn't hit a layup. It was really bad last night. I don't know what Billy Donovan was telling these guys, but he was not telling them anything that was making them put the ball in the basket.
Did you feel like you deserved a voucher for a free ticket for another game, or you're done? You're not going again?
Would that have made last night's performance a little bit better if you were walking out and you got a voucher for 75% off your next time you purchase tickets?
If it was a voucher for drinks, if I was going to endure that much pain watching a game, I mean, I won't stop going because I'm a Bulls fan, but it's not fun going to the Bulls game these days. Yeah. It's not fun. I've been there twice this year, and twice I've gone down with a sad face out of that stadium. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on.
Would you go? Do you have tickets for tonight's game, a rematch with the Grand Pistons?
Last night I bet against the Bulls. I think it was Detroit was plus 4.5. I took that, and I made some good money out of it. And I'm doing the same today. I think I'll lose by another 30 tonight. I won't go.
No. Okay.
All right. Luis has got them down for another 30-point loss. Now, remember, 30 points is not good enough to get a refund under our new scenario.
I would say this as well. Maybe I'm wrong here. I think that and Silvy has, again, he is in the process of a boycott right now. He's not going.
I mean, he's so disgusted he left. He
left the country,
States, right? Yeah,
he left the country. I wonder if there's more of an extended grace period for this franchise because of the greatness that was Michael Jordan and that the 2 3-peats, albeit they were a lifetime ago. Because I have a buddy, John, who I think still has season tickets. Mm-hmm. Had them for the entire.
He's still riding.
Still
with
has them.
He had them throughout the entire Jordan era, right?
Correct, and then kept them because even when it wasn't as fruitful as the Jordan era, it was still entertaining, and it was still, the place to be, and they were still valuable. Mm-hmm. And I think as time has gone on, it has become less and less of a valuable commodity, but he still has them. And there's still this hope because you witnessed, and I'm not suggesting that he, is holding out hope like this, but there's always that feeling, hey, we saw the grandeur of 2 3-peats. What if we get back there? I think in some ways, if you were a team that didn't have that history, albeit years and years ago, mm-hmm. I don't know if you would have. I guess the point I'm making is probably there is still some lingering patience that exists with ticket holders because of the joy that those teams brought you, again, albeit decades ago. Or do you think that there is an expiration date on joy brought to you by...
You know what? I wonder if...
Because how could you explain, the passion or the... Like, that place is pretty much... I will say, because comparatively to other teams...
For the longest time, they did that they had that ridiculous sellout streak that extended for, I don't remember, was it 5-7 years after... Jordan had even played a game,
right?
And people had suffered through the Eddie Curry, Tyson Chandler, Eddie Robinson era, and at some point though the streak was snapped, the sellout streak. I wonder if the Derrick Rose era, even though it wasn't long lived, I
reignited.
Yes, it reinvigorated. And it provided some hope, especially because they got to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Not to mention, this is a basketball town. I mean, there is an intense passion for the sport and for that team.
Well, and that was, I think, for the most part, birthed out of the Jordan era. That really
That's my point. I think they're still living off of the legacy of Michael Jordan. Otherwise, you'd have 5 people in the stands for tonight's game, wouldn't you say?
Probably.
Well, and the Jordan era, and again, I think the Derrick Rose era was able to help reinvigorate some of the fan base for a little bit for that 4 or 5 year stretch. Let's try Kevin in Homewood. What's going on, Kev?
Hey, so I called in Friday, and Waddle, you probably remember this because Silvy was in. I'm the guy moving my life to East Coast.
Oh,
been a lifetime Chicago.
Gave up all of your Bulls stuff.
Oh, no, it's not. It's in the burning pile, but I haven't started it yet.
Okay.
But, no, there's a lot of value there. And I'm glad you kind of brought up about the heritage or the lingering, the layover effect of, the winning. And the thing is when you get to our age where you have kids and you are looking at the dollars and cents and how you spend your time and quality of time, we've cut out the Bulls, we cut out the Sox the last 2.5 years because we've seen what they're doing. But going on to your point about these refunds or why stop at a 40-point game? Why don't we have a conversation about, for the sake of, if you really want to hit it where it hurts with the Reinsdorfs and the ownership of these teams, how is your season? What's your record? Are you making the playoffs? Well, if we're going to look at point differential, things like that, if you want to really dig into this, there's a conversation there. But at the end of the day, I don't want to be the guy, and I won't be the guy, but could you imagine being the person at the game when your home team is down by 39 points and you want them to lose by 40? Go do it. I want my money back. It's terrible.
Yeah.
We shouldn't even have a conversation that's going to this level. It's not even about the purity of the game anymore. And so how do you teach a kid to enjoy a game when you're cheering for your team to get a refund you're that bad?
Well, you can cheer quietly. You don't need to expose your child to you cheering for the other team scoring on you. But you, as the person footing the bill, you can have some inner chuckle or an inner joy that is brought about by knowing that you're going to get a sizable deduction on your next purchase.
And again, Kevin, you only get the voucher if you hang out to the end of the game. So you have to be there. And as you're walking out, that's when the ushers will be handing out the vouchers if said team has lost by 40 or more points.
I'm going to say if I'm still at the game at that point, I can't walk out. I'm going to need help getting helped out because I had a few drinks there.
Again, but this is exactly why it goes to the team actually is going to come out on the front end here because fans may hang around a little bit longer and go ahead and partake from the concession stands.
It's the greater picture here is that, and I was thinking to myself, how do you even decide who are the fans that would get the refunds? Are we talking about all people in attendance, or you have to declare before the game?
No. You have to be at the game with a ticket stub. If you stay throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, if you're walking out of the stadium after the game, the ushers will be there at the doors handing out vouchers to anybody who's exiting the building at that point. So you have to stay till the completion of the game, and obviously you had a ticket because you got into the game, but you have to be in attendance.
So I have this thought process. Like, what if my team is the team winning by 40, but I go to all these Bulls games to get my money back because the Bulls keep losing, but I'm a quote-unquote Bulls fan. It's a great way to get some money back and enjoy my team whipping on the Bulls.
It is.
Kev, thanks for checking in.
Thanks for the call. And before we go to break real quick, I would say to you that with regard to the entirety of the season, that's where, look, I mean, if you're a billionaire owner, I don't think it's a bad idea, despite the fact that you will incur costs that will rise year to year just with basic inflation, that you don't raise ticket prices on seasons where you finish below 500.
That's a great unintended consequence I had not thought of, but there you go. More reason.
I'm just trying to find ways to kind of show an appreciation for your fans during difficult times. There are several places. I believe the Suns are one of them, aren't there? And I know that the Atlanta Falcons did the same thing. Like, they cut all their concession prices came way down. So, like, if you're in the game, you're at the game or inside the building, you're not paying $50. I paid $53 for 2 beers at Sebastian Maniscalco's last.
Yes, the surge pricing that you were subject to.
That doesn't happen at Falcons games.
No
$53 would have bought you probably half of a concession stand.
Speaking of the Suns, did you see Kevin Durant became the 8th player in NBA history to score 30,000 points last night?
Oh, be still my heart.
Well, listen, just for those who didn't know, just wanted to let them know. Obviously, the 30,000.
I was playing the role of the old guy, Tyler. Be still my beating heart.
The reason I mentioned, though, because I thought to myself, 30,000 points. All right. As I was watching this morning and last night, as they were mentioning it was going to happen, I was like, okay, I guess that's a huge milestone in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's just funny how certain sports have numbers that matter, like 500 home runs, and then there are others that you're just like, you don't even know what the number would be.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I did not know that 30,000 points was like one of those
honestly,
numbers.
I feel like every time.
Sounds like a lot of points, but.
Sure. But I feel like every time they show you, oh, look, he's about to cross this threshold, I always, at least for NBA in terms of career numbers, it's one of those things where I'm just like, I don't even know what number would be significant. I'd have to sit down and do the math before I actually knew what was a huge milestone in the NBA.
Well, to wrap this up real quick, a tip of the cap to your buddy.
Yes.
Mark.
Rob's his brother, actually.
Mark
Dron. Yes.
I think that was a great idea, Mark Dron.
All right, 312-332-3776, taking your calls. We will also talk a little bit about the Bears and when they may be opening the season this year. Interesting thing floated by an NFL insider earlier today. We'll let you hear what it was coming up next here on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
Hey guys, Steinhoffels is celebrating the opening of its Orland Park Furniture and Mattress showroom with its biggest President's Day sale yet. Now through President's Day, you can take $100 off every $17.99 you spend, plus get a $100 MasterCard gift card for every $17.99 you spend. You can see your store for details or take advantage of Steinhoffel's 36-month, 0% financing when you spend $17.99. Shop Steinhoffel's President's Day sale online at steinhoffels.com and in-store at one of their 6 Chicagoland locations. I shop at the one in Vernon Hills. Plus, they're now open in Orland Park at Orland Park Place. Shop Steinhoffels today.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
As a lot more people pay attention to them, the Chicago Sky are putting all of their games on one local TV station. The team in Weigel Broadcasting signed a deal ahead of the upcoming season that'll make WCIU the exclusive TV home for Sky games in Chicago. The Sky had split games in recent years between the U and the Cubs marquee sports network. Sky games on Weigel Networks date back to 2006. The team over the years has had as many as 24 games on the company's U2 station. Now 30 Sky games will be shown on the main WCIU channel. 2024 was a record-shattering year for WNBA viewership. The league had 22 broadcasts last season that topped 1 million TV viewers. No WNBA game had reached that mark over the previous 16 years. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40, so I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina's way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text EDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 321-321. That's EDGE to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Is it the Ohio Players or is it Red Hot Chili Peppers?
This is the Ohio Players.
I know, but is it the Red Hot Chili Peppers roller coaster?
I told you. Listen right here. This is the
Ohio Players?
Yeah.
But I know
that scream. That was urban legend. That was actually someone was being murdered while the song was being recorded. If you go back and look that up, Ohio Players, and you look at, that was one of the
bangers.
No, that was 70s. One of the that was a banger song, but that was one of the urban legends back in the day.
Are you sure it was an urban legend and it wasn't true?
Yes, it has been proven that it wasn't true.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We just don't get any good urban legends like that anymore.
No, we don't.
Mythbuster over here. The internet killed the urban legends. It's a bummer.
Are there any urban legends out there now that exist like that?
Oh, yeah.
You remember? What was the other one with Phil Collins?
No, Richard Gere, Rod Stewart.
Stop. You know what? You always go there.
I don't.
You always
I don't
take
always
it. You
go,
veer into the
I don't
gutter.
know what one are you talking
veer
about
into the
with
gutter.
Phil Collins?
Wasn't the Phil Collins urban legend that in the air tonight he was singing the song to somebody? Google that. Somebody Google that for me. There was an urban.
I love how you can't
there
Google
was an
your own
urban
urban
well,
legend.
I'm actually trying to describe
Phil
it. Think about
Collins.
it. There was an urban legend that that song had some sort of personal meaning. He was. You got it, Kev? You've never heard this? You're a music guy.
The legend, I'm not a big Phil Collins guy. I'm more of a Peter Gabriel guy. Collins was too far away to help someone drown, but another person who was close enough didn't help either, and he was so affected by what he saw that he then wrote the song. So it was about a real death.
He witnessed a drowning.
I thought it was something different than that, but I've never heard that one.
All right. So,
anyway, Road to the Combine. I'm sorry, I derailed us.
Rod Stewart,
I think this is
urban legend.
Good urban. Would you stop with that?
That one's a better urban legend. Is all I'm saying. It's a
which
more,
one?
The Rod Stewart or the Richard Gere, if you prefer.
I hope you get sued for even bringing that up.
Why would I get sued? It's an urban legend, Waddle.
I don't think you can hide behind the urban legend banner for.
I'm simply reporting what is out there.
Synonymous
in the streets.
for allegedly.
Do you know those?
Wait.
Forget the urban legend of those
the urban
two,
legend.
Tyler.
Do you know who Rod Stewart is?
I know
Tyler?
the name. Yeah.
There you go. All right. See, he probably heard the urban legend when he was growing up. He doesn't know who Rod Stewart actually is, but he's heard the urban legend. Anyway,
segue to something that's
you know what is not an urban legend.
Are you looking up urban legends right now?
Combine.
Kev just gave me a disgusted look.
Oh, he's acting like he's.
Did you know either of those urban legends?
I knew about the Richard Gere thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
You never heard the Rod Stewart
I
one?
was not familiar with the Rod Stewart urban legend.
You had a sheltered childhood, my friend.
I wouldn't say that.
Clearly, because you'd never heard the Rod Stewart urban legend. The NFL Scouting Combine, Waddle. Are you psyched and ready for it? The NFL Scouting Combine? You're going to be there.
I like being there because I think it's really cool. Like, I spent some time with Albert Breer. We had a long conversation there. I spent
Bert's, as we like to call him.
It was fabulous, and I love talking to him.
Bert Breer.
We saw some people down there. We saw PFT. We spent a little bit of time after dinner with PFT down there. You get a chance to talk to a lot of, smart, important people. Got a chance to talk with Kevin Warren down there. Got a chance to, kind of, shoot the what with some people.
Hobnob with the big hitters in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, there are always – this one won't be – this will have a different feel because this time we don't have the number one overall selection, and obviously Caleb Williams being there and that being the anticipated selection at one overall, I think heightened being there.
At the same time, the Bears do have the 10th overall selection.
Yeah, it's not one, though. Yeah.
No, it's not one.
I have a 10th of the fever for it, but I think it's always good. Listen, when you say combine, I always shudder a little bit.
Because you had
I ran a
4.79
4.82 40-yard dash there at the time. Was the slowest wide receiver there.
Well.
So I don't.
Not the fondest memories.
No.
Was it still in Indy when you
yeah. It was the Hoosier Dome then. It wasn't Lucas Oil Stadium. It was the Hoosier Dome. Put your hand in the ground and look to your right, see Bill Parcells and see Mike Ditka and Bill Walsh. And then realize you were probably going to run a really slow time, and the dream of football career is probably going to end at the 40-yard mark.
The road to the Combine is brought to you by Steinhoffels. They will be sponsoring the great Waddle and Silvy trip this season.
But I do enjoy going now.
Yes. Be out there Thursday, February 27th, and Friday, February 28th.
Yeah, we'll be there.
The Scouting Combine, again, presented by Steinhoffels. All right. I mentioned that Adam Schefter had some interesting thoughts on who could open the NFL season. Bears fans, you're going to want to hear this. We'll share it with you coming up in 2 short minutes on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. a professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Pat Boyle inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Before we get to Adam Schefter's thoughts on who could open the NFL season this year.
Is it a little early for that?
I was thinking the same thing when I heard it this morning.
I mean, Adam's got great information and great contacts, but it feels a touch too early for this. Is this him just speculating, or is he?
That was what I started thinking about is I don't believe Adam Schefter would have gone down this road if he had not been given some breadcrumbs that it could be a possibility.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Are the Bears supposed to play overseas in 2025?
No.
And isn't the first game of the season overseas? Like this year was Brazil, wasn't it?
No. That was
Friday.
That was Friday.
No, yeah, but
okay.
the Chiefs opened against the Baltimore Ravens. Remember, Isaiah Likely's toe was on the end zone, and that prevented the Ravens from having a chance to potentially go for 2
You make that sound like, they got robbed. They didn't get robbed. He didn't get his feet down.
No, I'm pointing out that was the game.
I know, but everybody has always said, well, if Isaiah Likely's
you know
foot
what
comes
else is
down,
annoying about it? People are automatically assuming they're getting the 2-point conversion, too.
Yes.
Notice the way I framed that, though, Tyler. I said specifically, had he had not gotten his toe down, which would have given them a chance to go for 2 in the win. But yes, they hadn't even tied the game. That is correct.
Mark Andrews would drop that 2-point conversion.
It's a good point in retrospect.
It's the same. You know what? I had the same beef with the Bears and the Lions on Thanksgiving Day. Like they kicked the can with regard to winning that game. How they messed up the clock. They've basically lost the opportunity to tie the game.
Correct.
Not win that game. If they were going to win that game, then you don't have a hands-to-the-face penalty by Tevin Jenkins. You had Cole Kmet that was penalized for offensive pass interference. And then Larry Borum, I think, got boat raced on the edge by somebody. And so, like, everyone says, well, Matt Eberflus cost them a chance to win. He cost them a chance to tie that game.
Do you think they should have kept him and not fired him?
No, I actually thought they should have fired him after the end of the previous season. And I said that on the air 1,000 times.
And I agreed with you completely. But they didn't. At least we do have the Thanksgiving game to thank for ultimately the Bears coming to their senses. But that's not what we're here to talk about today.
What are we here to talk about today? Urban legends?
Well, we've already done that. I did want to mention you're looking awful dapper today, my friend.
Oh, thank you. You don't want to.
You dressed up for me?
No, I obviously this
because you never look this good when Silvy's in here. So I think that's the only conclusion to draw.
No, in all seriousness, today was Mrs. McCaskey's funeral. So I came right from that. It was such a great. It was a great service honoring a great woman. The turnout was spectacular. I went to the wake last night, and you talk to the people there. It was consistently 2 hours to get through the line to pay their respects, but to be able to talk to the entire family, it was a nice opportunity for me to pay my respects. Opportunity. I saw a lot of guys today that were there. Commissioner was there with his
Roger
wife.
Goodell and John Mara.
John Mara was there
together, I believe.
Yeah. Mike Brown, who owns both Mike Browns. Yeah, Mike Brown, who owns the Bengals, was there with his and then
former Bears safety.
He was there as well. Clark Hunt and his wife were there, the owners of the Chiefs. Tom Ricketts was there with his family, paying their respects. There were a lot of people, a lot of former teammates. Lovie Smith was there. I talked with Brian Urlacher for quite a bit. Had a chance to sit next to Ted Albrecht and Robbie Gold and Saul Richard, and Leslie Frazier was there. I hadn't seen Leslie in so long. What a wonderful young man he is. He's not young, but he's very young for his age. I always call him a young man because he's probably 62 or 3 and looks like he could still play.
Is he doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked him where he was now. I think he's out in Seattle. He said he was in Seattle. I don't know if he's just living out there now, or my assumption would be that he's helping out with the Seahawks. But saw him and saw Gary Fensick and saw Dan Hampton and Jim Thornton, and the list goes on and on and on. But it was just a great
celebration of life.
Celebration of life. That's a great way to say it because again, she lived to be 102.
Yes.
What a great life lived, and Pat McCaskey, talked a little bit at the end. He was very funny, and James McCaskey, one of the grandkids, talked and was very good as well. So it was, it was good to pay my respects, and there were, I don't know how many people were there, but it was packed. But it was good service.
And no surprise.
And I was going to say too, I saw Greg Blosh there. Obviously Greg came after me, but I've then met him a couple of times, and I told him, I took the opportunity as we were walking out. I said, hey, I just want to let you know, I thought I'd be remiss if I didn't say hello to you from John Jurkovic I work with him at ESPN one day, and he looked at me and he just started laughing. He goes, he is my absolute favorite. And I knew that Jurko and Greg Blosh had a great relationship. Everybody loves a good kid, whether it's Andy Reid or it's Greg Blosh or anybody, but he just, so it was nice. It's nice to reconnect with people. And it was nice that the celebration, I think, honored Virginia in a way that was very deserving. You just hate to have to, have those are the moments where you kind of gather with people that you've had a relationship with.
I think, though, too, that's why I always like to frame it as a celebration of life, because the reality is, without those moments, of course, it's sad. But to your point, she was 102 years old, so she
had accomplished a ton, was very involved in the community. Her faith and her family, and obviously the team were also very important to her.
Yeah, they started Bears Care. I believe it was renamed Bears Care in 2005, but I believe it was started in 1995, which obviously...
I used to host the... Jeff Joniak has hosted it for years now. I was the host of the gala for 5, 6, 7 years back in the day.
Yeah, so
then I got old.
And
they replaced me, and rightfully so. I mean, Jeff's a professional.
But, so that just goes to show that, the McCaskies, it's not just about owning the Bears, but obviously they've done a great deal for the community as well. Led by the matriarch of the family, Virginia McCaskey, whose funeral and services you attended today. Of course, lots of people there. But it was a celebration of life, and, the only way you're going to bring all those people together is at something like that. So I'm glad that you were able to attend, pay your respects, and then have some good conversations and reconnect with some people. Yeah. No surprise that Jurko would leave an impression on basically anybody he
leaves an
meets.
Impression on everyone that he comes in contact with.
Because, that's what the good kid does.
Yes, he does.
So Adam Schefter was on Pat McAfee, and partially why I wanted to bring that up there was because I do wonder what Schefter suggests here, you'll hear, is
This is about scheduling, right?
It is about scheduling and just kind of throwing out possibilities as to who can open up the NFL season. Again, Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee earlier today.
They're going to open the NFL season in 2025 at home. And here are the exact possibilities. The Commanders, interesting. The Cowboys, not bad. The Giants, the division foes. Then we have the Bears, Lions, Raiders, Rams, and Broncos. Now, this is interesting. The Broncos would be a compelling matchup. They came on this year, but I don't think the league will go that way. The Rams would be an NFC championship game rematch. I don't know. League could opt for that. Don't think it will. The Raiders, Pete Carroll's first game, probably not good enough to put on Thursday night. Not what the league is looking for. The Lions would be compelling, but I also could see the league saving that game for one of its prime time sweep ratings weeks where they need to get the big numbers. And so we had the division opponents, which are always in play, and the Chicago Bears. And the Chicago Bears, in my mind, become the matchup to watch for that Thursday night opener.
So there you go. NFL insider Adam Schefter laying out.
He's got more contacts than anyone. My question would be kind of why? Coming off a 5-12 season.
Well, is the intrigue now? I'm kind of with you.
Listen, I almost feel dirty saying it because I would love for my favorite football team to be on center stage to start the NFL season. But if you're going to entertain a division game, wouldn't it be the Commanders?
Washington Commanders, which again would be.
Wouldn't the Commanders and Eagles be a
sexier matchup
to start
for the NFL opener? I think it would be, especially when you consider they played in the conference championship game.
And they lost by 30 points. Who wants to see that again?
Whoa. Hold on, though. That game was tied up, and it was tied at halftime.
Timeout. Like, why? I mean, why would the Bears be any more exciting?
The BJ effect.
Ben Johnson.
Oh, my God. I don't know where you were going. By the way, the Commanders beat them earlier in the season.
You're only as good as your last game, Waddle. You know that.
And the Bears beat the Packers on Virginia McCaskey's 102nd birthday.
We're talking about
that was mentioned today.
Two of the few undefeateds in 2025.
Good point, Tyler. The Bears are one of the few teams, along with the Eagles.
Which game do you think would draw the most attention?
Commanders. But
no, I think
no.
You're talking about for a number?
I'm talking for like, hey, we're kicking off the NFL season. It's going to be the Eagles and
Cowboys probably. But they always save the Cowboys for that first Sunday night game,
or
usually.
Monday night. Yeah, the Cowboys usually are.
Listen, I think I don't know who Jaden Daniels is going to be 5 years from now. I think there is a tremendous amount of buzz surrounding the Washington Commanders right now.
I agree.
More so than the Bears, and hopefully that changes.
I think if you separate yourself from the city of Chicago, Washington has a lot more buzz surrounding them and Jaden Daniels in the future.
He won 12 games. He was a Rookie of the Year this year. Offensive Rookie of the Year.
So I was surprised to hear Adam Schefter lay out why he. But let's be honest. I don't think Schefter goes out and says that if he's not getting, somebody whispering in his ear. Now again, nothing's finalized. Things can certainly change. This is not set in stone by any means because Adam Schefter is speculating that the Bears could be the opponent.
Look, I think the
fact that Schefter's even speculating leads me to believe that there's at least a shot that the NFL could consider this.
I think historically, even now with a team that hasn't been very good recently, they still crank out a good hefty number, don't they, in terms of viewership?
If there's any time to put them on national TV, it's within the first 4 weeks of the season.
Right. But I mean, like, even when they're not at the top of their game, they still draw an audience. I don't know who watched that Seattle-Chicago game, which was, 6-3 or whatever the final score was. But I think traditionally the Bears do bring a pretty sizable offense, and there will be intrigue. I get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting they're a dud. You're going to have Ben Johnson now guiding this offense with Caleb Williams. There will be plenty of excitement. But
Their NBC games, I believe the last 2 years have been in the first 2 weeks of the season.
They had the Texans last year,
and
right?
was it the Packers the week before? Wasn't that a week
The year before? Or was it?
I think. And then remember, they had the first Sunday night game in 2020, the COVID season.
So listen, again, Shefty doesn't throw it out there and emphasize it if he doesn't have a pretty good take on it. But I was surprised to hear that. I think it's great. I mean,
the one thing I'll say, too.
You got to play the Eagles at some point. Would you rather play them in the opening week of the season or after they've gotten their feet underneath them?
I would absolutely, if you had to pick when you want to play the Eagles on the road, I think playing them to open the season when they might be ever so slightly distracted. They will be in a celebratory mood because they will be, no doubt, raising a banner. In Philadelphia, if they're hosting, assuming that they will be hosting, the game, for all intents and purposes. The only time the defending champ hasn't opened the season at home was in the 100th season of the NFL when the Bears opened against the Packers.
Well, you remember 2 years ago, the game that kicked off the season, the Chiefs hosted the Lions, and Lions beat them.
They did, I recall.
So if, maybe the best time to catch the Eagles could be at that moment. And as we went over,
Philly team.
We went over it, what was it, on Friday when we went through the hideous win-loss exercise with you. It is a meat grinder of an away schedule.
Yes. But I think this would be the most opportune time. If you're going to get Philadelphia at all, try and get them early again when they might have other stuff going on the night of the NFL opener.
Yeah.
To your point about just like when the Lions were able to upset the Kansas City Chiefs.
We have to get to the article that Fishbane wrote. Good article on The Athletic.
Yep.
And then I joined, as I do on Wednesdays, the morning show. Today it was Adam and Hoodie. Interesting conversation about, look, Ben Johnson now probably is going to bring in an entirely different perspective on a lot of things. And, their cap situation is very good. They've got a lot of money to spend. They've got a full complement of draft picks. But the exercise and something they were talking about and what Fishbane had written about in The Athletic kind of was evaluating the existing roster and maybe what they would do going forward in the offseason, maybe to create a little more cap space, or what guys that they feel potentially would be part of the future going forward, or at least guys that you could consider maybe they would move on from to save a little bit of cash.
Well, should we do that? You want to do that here?
Yeah, I think it was a good article. It was a good exercise. We've talked a lot about, hey, would you trade for Micah Parsons? Hey, would you sign Trey Smith? What about looking at this team as it currently is constructed and kind of trying to read the tea leaves or make predictions on where you believe Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will go with it? I think they've only got 4 offensive linemen under contract, correct? Something, odd like that.
So Kevin Fishbane in The Athletic wrote today some contracts that stand out as possible moves that could be made if the Bears release them for their cap savings. Kevin Byard.
And by the way, this team is not in a position where they need to cut guys to create space because, as I said, they've got somewhere between, 60 and 75 million?
I believe,
in terms of cap
it's
space.
63 right now.
And the first name you mentioned, Kevin Byard, I don't know whether I'm in the minority or the majority here. I would not let him go. I think Kevin had a pretty damn good year for a veteran safety. You've got Brisker, who is still, he's going to be healthy to start the season, but with his history of concussions, I think that's a bit of an issue. I think that he was one of your better leaders.
And I think, now Fishbane put him in there, but he also commented that he thinks Byard might be a good example of the Bears' healthy cap situation, allowing them to hold on to him because of his leadership and especially because of Jaquan Brisker's health.
Yeah, and you're not going to give Brisker a contract extension right now. I mean,
he has to get out there this season and play.
Kyler Gordon's a different conversation, but Brisker, because of the injury history, sad to say, because he's been a good player, but you're not going to give him a contract extension, so you have some flexibility in your safety position. So $7.5, $8 million for Kevin Byard is not an
it would create $7 million in cap savings if they did release Kevin Byard.
And then who are you going to go out and sign to come in and play the position at that level or even better at that price? Now, again, he's a little older, but I thought Kevin Byard was pretty solid this
So
year.
the PFF numbers on him, he was ranked 16th among all safeties, and that includes both positions at safety.
Right.
So you're talking about a sample size
64.
of 64 guys.
So not bad. Top quarter, right?
Yeah.
Top
Yeah.
quarter, top 25%
Not
of the
super
players.
expensive.
No.
Yeah, so you'd be
and his performance may have also, guys, been negatively affected at times based on having a backup safety next to him, who was maybe he had to do a little bit more than he normally would be asked to do.
The truth is, and who do the Bears have sitting on the roster, along with Brisker, who is an injury question mark right now? Who do they have on the roster that
Jonathan Owens,
that you need to make room to release Kevin? Because if you're releasing Kevin Byard, the only reason I'd be looking to do that with the current Bears cap situation is if I had somebody already on my roster who I felt like I need to get this player playing time.
I know they like Elijah Hicks, right?
Yeah, but has Hicks proven enough where you need to move Kevin Byard off the roster? I don't think so.
This is, again, too, and sorry for jumping in, but I think on both sides of the ball, this is where I would also lean into giving both coordinator / head coach, some good faith. Like if Dennis Allen wants to keep Kevin Byard, I'm in.
Yeah.
If Dennis Allen says, no, we need to move on, then I'd be more willing because he's an accomplished DC. Same thing with Ben Johnson on offense, and we can get to the conversation they had about Cole Kmet this morning in a little bit. But
yeah, and before we get to Cole Kmet, Gerald Everett, he'd be a $5.5 million cap savings.
I don't see any way how he comes back.
Unless, to your point, unless Ben Johnson says, I remember the days when Gerald Everett was a productive receiver for the Seahawks. I need him on my roster, which I don't anticipate that being the case. So anything short of Ben Johnson saving Gerald Everett, I think we would all agree he's likely gone because, again, that creates an additional $5.5 million of savings for the Bears. A couple other names that Kevin Fishbain mentioned in The Athletic today, DeMarcus Walker. If they cut him, it would be a $5.25 million savings with only a dead cap hit of $666K. So you'd save a significant amount of money moving.
I think it depends
DeMarcus
on what
Walker.
you do on the other side. If you bring in a higher priced guy opposite Montez Sweat, you may look to save some money by waving goodbye to him and hoping that someone like Austin Booker steps in and gives you a little bit more of a pass rush, or you may find somebody out there on the free agent market that isn't as expensive.
Here's a name that I know Tyler will be excited about, Cairo Santos.
Hell yeah, brother.
The Bears would save $2.08 million if they released Cairo Santos this
That would
offseason.
be, I think you guys would agree, that wouldn't be about money. That would be
It would
about,
be both. I think it would be a two-pronged hit.
I don't think so, because I don't think spending $4 million a year on a kicker is that. In the Carmen Jurko world, that would be a felony. But in the NFL, I don't think it's that. I don't know where he falls in terms of, but I don't think it's that expensive. But beyond that, I would think this would be more related to his ability to kick the ball accurately from well beyond 55.
Yeah, he doesn't make a ton by kickers' standards. He's probably like middle of the league there. But it's weird saying this, but he does not fit Ben Johnson's scheme. And what I mean by that is Ben Johnson, philosophically, what I'm expecting to see is a very aggressive fourth down approach. That means when you're in a range for like 45 to 40 yards for a field goal, he's going to go for it more often than not. You need him for when you're just past midfield, you're maybe at like the 38-yard line, 40-yard line, and it's fourth down and 15. Well, no, he might even go for it on 4th and 4. But if it's fourth down and like 10 from your opponent's 40-yard line, that's when he's going to kick the field goal. He needs somebody with a bigger leg.
Yes, I agree with.
It's a really good
Tyler.
point.
And did you guys both read Brad Biggs' piece over the weekend about Ben Johnson? Right.
I did not see it.
It was really good, and he talked about how Ben Johnson, when he was in Miami under Joe Philbin, he made it a priority in the offseason. He told Joe Philbin, I want to do an advanced study on going for it on fourth down. and why it would be beneficial to a team. And so Philbin said, yeah, fine, go ahead, go do that. And I think this is where when you talk about somebody who got a 36 on his ACT, who's a brilliant math mind, where this is going to really serve the Bears well. I think ultimately, if you read Biggs' piece over the weekend in the Tribune, that is, I suspect that's why Dan Campbell was such a proponent of let's go for it on fourth down, because I think
he was influenced by Ben Johnson.
Showed him the light.
You know what's
this is why you want to be aggressive on fourth down.
What's funny about it too is Ben Johnson is one of these like bright offensive play calling geniuses, but usually those guys are not aggressive on fourth downs, and like they don't usually carry an aggressive mindset. Like no one would ever look at Shanny and say that's a guy who calls an aggressive with like fourth downs and stuff. Same with McVay, same with LaFleur. This is where Ben Johnson is a little bit different, and I'm not saying it's going to be better necessarily, but it's different from what those guys.
You're right. I mean, as you go over the in my challenged memory, I think I remember like thinking at times, well, Shanny's not very aggressive here, or McVay. I don't know why you wouldn't go for it.
LaFleur may be the worst culprit of all of them, too.
And then finally, Kevin Fishbane mentioned Ryan Bates as somebody who the Bears could look to release as well. They'd save $4 million with no dead cap hit.
Well, there was talk about, DeAndre Swift as well. And I talked to the guys this morning about it a little bit. Look, what's the savings? Tremaine Edmonds also was a part of the conversation.
Well, yeah.
And I know that Jurko has said I would move him out. He's just not a good enough player. I don't know if I agree with the good kid 100% on that.
Fishbane mentioned Swift, but he laid out basically there would be a dead cap hit of $7.4 million if they cut DeAndre Swift, which essentially means that for all the savings that you would be getting, it wouldn't be a huge number because yes, you'd still be on the hook to pay him $7.4 million on your cap this year, even if you just released DeAndre Swift, whereas keeping him around might cost you $8 million. So the savings, what is it really going to benefit you? You're still going to have to go out and find at least a secondary running back to replace DeAndre Swift. Right. Maybe he's not Ben Johnson's idea of the lead back, but at the very least, he should be on your roster next year because you're not going to save a lot of money if you release him.
It's the Tremaine Edmonds conversation as well, right, Tyler? Because you and I had this discussion where he's on the books for what?
He's
18?
This year he's supposed to make about $18 million. If you cut him as a post June 1 designation,
yes,
you're gonna take on a $10.6 million cap hit. You're gonna save a little less than $7 million.
So you're
better off waiting for next year if you truly want to move on.
Because then you have to pay somebody to fill his spot.
Right, and you're only doing it at the savings of $7 million.
Right.
Yeah, your better bet is
to see if he can play better. Listen, again, I think if you bring in somebody who can rush the passer, Billings is already good, but he'll get better. Dexter will get better. Sweat will get better. Your linebackers will get better.
Now, next year, it's a different conversation.
Correct.
Next year, you save $15 million, and your dead cap hit is less than 2.5.
At some point, and I know we need to go to break, at some point I think we should have the conversation that the fellas had too about Cole Kmet. Because I'm not 100% sure that I see eye to eye with what they were saying. I know where they were going with it, but maybe that's a conversation for a little bit.
Yeah, we can get to that in a little bit. 312-332-3776. It's that time of day. You know what time it is, Waddle. It's time for your world. We'll go inside Waddle's world coming up next here on ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry, Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
Love is in the air at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. This February, play to your heart's content in the Love It or Leave It $300,000 game show. Thursday night, you could love your prize or leave it for another. For a chance to cuddle up to thousands in cash and prizes, just play using your rewards card. Get ready to love it or leave it. Only at Potawatomi. Learn more at PaysBig.com. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text LIKE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LIKE to 42424. That's LIKE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bulls season ticket plans are still available. Season ticket holders receive exclusive benefits and invites, plus savings on parking, merchandise, individual game pricing, and more. Learn more at bulls.com/tickets.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
That's true. Stick around, too, because we've got a nice edition of Florida, Ohio before the top of the hour. I should have told you this earlier. Barstool Big Cat is on vacation, so he will not join us. He is brought to you, though, weekly by Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables. They give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today. Get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting. You guys asked yourself lately what has gone on in the world of organized crime? Like the mafia, I've always been intrigued by the mafia.
Often, yeah.
Like I just watched a Sammy the Bull special on some show. It was called, what was it about? Dangerous People. I think Donnie Wahlberg was the host of it. It was from a couple of years ago. But I've kind of wondered what has happened to the mob in the United States. Not nearly as big as it once was.
No.
And then I thought maybe, it's still as big as it was worldwide. But Mafia Godfathers are lamenting the miserable situation with new recruits. Wiretaps reveal one alleged crime boss saying, "We used to be number one, now we're just gypsies." I don't know that you guys are not as intrigued by organized crime stories as I am. I'm not applauding them. I'm just saying I've always had this kind of intrigue.
Listen, is it weird that I'm more intrigued by a good film about organized crime than I am about the actual day-to-day?
Okay, I'm more interested in the documentary versus the Hollywood presentation of it. As much as I loved Goodfellas and a bunch of other mob-based shows or movies, I kind of like reading and seeing the real stuff, and I haven't seen a whole lot. Guess that's a good thing because...
Now, give me Godfather, Godfather 2, Goodfellas, Once Upon a Time in America.
Kev, you look like you'd be entertained by a good mob documentary.
I would be entertained by a good mob documentary. You're right about that, but I'm not surprised at the decline of the industry, so to speak. I mean, going back to when The Sopranos started in the pilot episode, Tony said, I feel like the best days of this are behind me and I'm coming in at the end. And that was 25, 26 years ago.
Good point.
So, I mean, it's hard to get away with stuff now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Tyler,
the dream is over.
Yeah, everybody's got a camera on their phone. I think that has...
Well, Tyler, have you even seen Goodfellas yet? Or you have?
Remember,
you liked it?
recently
That's right.
he
Carmen
did.
was
You
very-
liked it. You
I
liked
did,
it.
yeah. Carmen was very proud of me.
Have you spent any time watching mob documentaries?
I
Like the
have
life of John
not.
Gotti and Sammy the Bull? And
No,
the
but I
death
actually
of...
probably would like it. I'm a big documentary person.
Yeah.
I enjoy
Okay.
good documentary or
It just seems
docuseries.
like there aren't any anymore. Seems like that's not the
It's a lost
genre has.
industry.
Yeah, it has gone away. That's good or bad. I mean, not having an active mob is probably a good thing, but not having the entertainment attached to the documentary is something that has really caught my attention. As did Ohio State hiring Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator.
Better on the defensive side of the ball than offense.
Yeah, that's one of the odder things I've seen. But, I don't know how odd that is in general. I think, didn't Bobby Slowick, who just joined the Dolphins, didn't Bobby Slowick at one point, he was coaching defense, wasn't he?
Well, listen,
his dad was a
and-
defensive coordinator here in Chicago when I was playing for a while.
And truth be told, lots of good coaches have spent times on both sides of the ball. And that book I mentioned by Michael Silver touched on how Raheem Morris actually learned a lot when he went to be, I think it was a receivers coach, before he became the defensive coordinator for the Rams when they won the Super Bowl. So, no, there's a lot. Listen, if you want to know both sides of the ball, I just found it odd that Matt Patricia was a defensive coordinator in the NFL and then became the offensive coordinator for Bill Belichick.
Yes. Co-offensive coordinator with Joe Judge, right?
Correct.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which was a total disaster.
Yes, it did not work out well.
Speaking of movies, I'm interested in how you all will respond to this. Connecticut lawmakers proposing a bill requiring movie theaters to list the actual start times after commercials.
I like it.
Are you bothered by all of the trailers that exist?
I'm not bothered by it per se, but when I do go to the movies, I build in 20 to 25 minutes knowing that if I'm not rushing to get to the theater for my actual ticket time, because I know that I've got usually 20 to 25 minutes before the actual movie starts. So
Kev, that sounds like something you'd be pissed off about.
No, I agree with Mellor. You factor that into the start. It's a skill issue.
But at that point, unless you have assigned seats, you don't know where you're going to get a
I
seat.
think most theaters have assigned seats now. Like, I went to the movies on Saturday with my girlfriend. We were running a little late. I didn't sweat it for a moment because I knew there were going to be, you're going to get the Nicole Kidman
20 minutes,
video.
exactly.
You're going to get the
AMC,
previews, most of which of those movies look like trash. You get your Statham movie of the year. You get some other garbage.
No. You watch your mouth with Statham, okay? Solid action hero.
I'll tell you, too, I much prefer somebody who I trust, who I like their taste, giving me a good recommendation for a movie than having to watch the trailer, because the trailer oftentimes gives away too much of the plot. I'd much rather you just tell me, hey, I saw this movie. I think you'll like it. You'll enjoy it. Go check it out. And then I'll watch it going in blind because the trailers they give away too much.
Speaking of that, you were here with us, weren't you, Kev, when we had the Robbie Williams conversation in that movie? What was the preview? He was the singer.
Yeah, he's a monkey.
Yeah. That's the worst trailer I've seen in
Well, I
recent
heard
time.
the movie was actually supposed to be pretty good.
Really?
And I wanted to go see it, but it performed so poorly at the box office
Better Man.
we missed
That they gave it up.
We missed the opportunity.
Better Man,
but
starring Robbie Williams.
That was one of the worst trailers I'd seen.
Looks preposterous. Heard it was all right. I will stream it when it's available.
Okay. Anyway, State Senator Martin Looney of New Haven, Connecticut, he proposed a bill in an effort to require that each movie advertisement or listing include and separately list the scheduled time for the movie trailers and advertisements that precede the advertised or listed movie and the advertised or listed movie. So two times. So just didn't know whether or not,
Yeah, like it doesn't bother
bothered
me because I factor it in, but it would be nice to have the actual start time.
Yeah.
Because you're always guessing, and if you happen to overestimate and all of a sudden the movie's only starting 10 minutes later than 20 and you arrive late, now I'm a little annoyed because I was trying to factor in not having to watch the trailers.
What are you a big concession guy at the movies too? I love I don't eat a lot of popcorn at home, but when I go to a movie,
it's pretty
I'm
much
all in, two hands.
It's pretty much the only thing I will buy at the movie theater these days is some popcorn and my wife
giant water.
Usually you get a giant water?
Yeah.
Will you buy it or you ask for the cup, the courtesy cup?
No, I buy the water.
I get the courtesy cup. Why am I going to pay for water when I can just go over to the
You're gonna go back and forth all movie though?
No, that's why I get like 4 courtesy cups and I fill up 4 cups.
Why in the world would they give you 4 courtesy cups? It's like a scam cup.
Your ass for this.
No,
it's called a
you're not going to
scam
charge
cup.
me for water. It's water.
With the cup. Bring your own.
They won't let you. They ask you not to bring a cup, but they'll give you 4 courtesy cups.
Again,
Well, that doesn't
a
make
skill
any
issue.
sense.
You got to smuggle it in. You got to be creative, Miller.
I don't want to smuggle it in when they'll just give me a cup.
Why not just smuggle it in? What's the difference? You're saving them money. You're helping the environment because you're not.
They ask you not
You
to
asked for
smuggle
4
stuff
cups.
in.
My man over here, 4 styrofoam cups for me over here.
They're still
4,
like
4 big
styrofoam
ones.
cups.
Where do you keep all 4 of the full cups during the movie?
They're not giving you like these stadium cups. Like these are rinky-dink little cups. It's not a lot of water that you're getting.
I usually pound 1 on the way to the theater. I'm not going to lie, so that by the time I get in, it's
So
only
you're
3.
down to
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean, what is wrong with me? Because I don't smuggle in a water bottle, but I don't want to pay $3 for an Aquafina. No, thanks. Give me a courtesy cup. Or 3.
His
or 4.
BMW SUV will be running by the time he, at 6:20 when he leaves the building.
I got to warm it up. I don't want to go into a cold.
My point is every pad on the seat of your driver's side is enhanced with something that massages you and heats you up, but you won't buy a bottle of water?
Listen, why do I have to when you'll give me a courtesy cup?
Next time you go to the movies,
I'm not going to spend unnecessarily, but I do buy popcorn from time to time.
Why don't you just bring your own? Jiffy Pop.
Again,
Why don't you smuggle in a Jiffy
in.
Pop?
Bring a microwave with you, too.
Bring a microwave.
You're going to give me a free courtesy cup. I will take it.
It's not what I expected out of him. I got to be honest with you. This is the most shocked I've been about Meller in a long time.
Unless I'm in the mood for...
Does your wife sneak in a cup, too?
Oh, yeah. She brings in her entire, an entire Yeti. Like, it's like filled...
Well, that's different than asking them for 4 courtesy cups. You're the Randy Merkin of movie going.
I'm not stealing.
Bringing his range balls with
By the way, I never ever...
I was talking about him stealing a sip at a 7-Eleven, but I forgot about the range balls.
Who? Merk?
Merk used to steal range balls.
Yeah, he used to steal range balls.
That's right.
He'd steal range balls and then play with them.
No, and I don't steal any... I don't steal. I just fill up my cup with water that they allow. I just don't pay for the Aquafina because I can just go over to the fountain drink, which has the water button, and thank you very much. You keep
surprised.
Hey, we can't all just pay for Aquafinas left and right like willy-nilly, my friends.
That's right.
Some of us would rather just not pay for the water, but I'll buy the popcorn. Yes,
it's water. It's not Dom Perignon. I mean, it's a
But
bottle.
why would you pay
Aquafina.
for it if it's literally just, hey, can I have a cup?
I feel like this is a
Let me ask you a
convenience
question.
thing,
When you're driving
Please.
your son 4 hours for ski competitions, are you stopping every half hour to get a new cup of free water, or are you bringing a couple of bottles of your own that you purchased?
Again, I don't really buy water. I have a filtered water bottle at home, and then I'll again fill up my Yeti and then hit the road. Not paying for water, folks. You keep paying. Go ahead. If I'm
Isn't it like, first of all, where do you put all of these cups during the movie? You get one cup holder.
I know. Well, listen, I put one
in his, one in his
my
wife's.
I hope the theater
he makes
doesn't
his
sell
wife
out.
hold her Yeti.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, who's fine? Am I crazy? 312-332-3776.
Why do you hate
for
Jalen
paying
Hurts?
For water.
But then, like,
you're 13th in my power rankings.
Carrying the 4 water cups with you seems like a hassle.
4 seems a little. 4 seems like a little too many. Maybe
Usually,
2.
Listen, I'll admit, usually there's 2 for my kids. What? But I usually order 4.
So then you're running back and forth?
I'm not running back and forth.
What are you taking, baby
How many
sips?
ounces
what
are
you
they?
doing here?
If I was them, yeah, I was going to say, I'm not giving you a 16-ounce cup. I'm giving you like a 4-ounce cup and forcing your ass to come over here to the concession stand and buy a water at $9.
I'm sure if you ask them for a big cup, they'd probably give you a big cup if you wanted the water.
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to give you the same cup that you get if you purchase like a 16-ounce fountain drink.
You know what is good though? Every once in a while, get a slushie at the old Coke or cherry slushie.
Yeah, do stop by the 7-Eleven to get one and then smuggle it in.
Not something I do.
I know they can't.
Balancing 4 of them as the trailers play.
I know they can't charge you for the water, but I know some places now will charge you for a cup.
No.
Like Dunkin' Donuts will charge you for a cup if you want it.
Not if you're 55 or older. Just saying.
All
right, that's all I got.
We've hit a nerve with the folks. There's some people who want to chime in on if they're buying water or not, so this should be fun. You have nothing else for us?
No,
you have no other
we got to
nonsense?
go to break,
All right,
and then when
we'll
we come back, we got Florida or Ohio.
All right, so we'll do Florida, Ohio, and then if you want to chime in about buying water,
I think you should
at
just
the
bring
movie
your
theater.
own in your Yeti.
Why not? My wife does that.
Why don't you do that?
Because they'll give me a courtesy cup again. All right, feel free. Let me know if this is insane behavior. Asking for multiple courtesy cups.
I bet you Pat Boyle from Mexico has a thought.
Okay. Well,
PB, send us a thought.
Bring us up, and then we'll also...
Because he's normally throwing high heaters at you,
We'll also jump into the Four Nations face-off at some point as well.
You got to definitely describe that to me.
All right, 312-332-3776. Florida, Ohio is next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion, Saturdays from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville. Brought to you by Zazu Salons.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40, so I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina's way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text EDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 321-321. That's EDGE to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
All right, fellas.
All right, Tyler.
Little choose your own adventure today. Would you like to go to church or would you like to go to the meat buffet line?
Listen.
Wow. Wow.
Who you talking to, brother?
I was going to say this is an easy choice. But
You know what? Let's leave it up to Kevin. What do you think, Mel?
Yes, I absolutely would like to thrust this on Kevin.
100 times out of 100.
You're going to the meat.
Put me in the meat buffet.
We know Kevbo loves a good meat buffet. Not surprised. Attorney accused of striking a man with a dinner plate after a dispute over buffet line etiquette.
Oh, did he
What is
cut
the
the line?
What is buffet line
What is
etiquette?
meat
He was
buffet
grabbing
etiquette?
multiple courtesy cups after he had been told not to.
That is not at all.
Mark
what we're talking
Rower.
about.
52,
What was his name?
Mark Rower. Roher.
Yeah.
Is accused of assaulting a man with a dinner plate at a wedding reception following a dispute over line cutting.
Oh, so it's not like at a David's buffet. This was at a wedding.
According to the jail records, the altercation.
The jail records?
Mm-hmm. The altercation
There was definitely
escalated.
alcohol involved, right?
I mean, it was a wedding, unless I assume it wasn't a dry wedding.
I mean, seriously, I've been at several weddings. Most of them I paid for. But the last wedding I went to, I was there as a guest. I don't think that there would have been a fight that broke out unless somebody was intoxicated.
Rower allegedly became incensed when two young girls purportedly cut in front of him at the buffet line at the prime rib carving station. Enraged by this breach of etiquette, he confronted the father of one of the girls, setting off a chain of events that culminated in a physical altercation.
Wow. What sounds like a really fun wedding.
Right.
By the way, this guy does look like someone who would be upset about being cut in front of at the
Is he a large
buffet
man?
line.
Large
If you
man?
stole his meat.
Minimal neck.
Now, Matt Patricia did just move to Columbus.
He did. I feel like at this point I regret not going to church.
Honestly, the church story is way worse
Is it?
in terms of what happened.
Well, we're
Oh,
playing.
you mean by worse, you mean like
It's
cringeworthy?
it's
Or
it's more
benign?
of a dude WTF.
we're playing. We're playing again on Friday, right?
We are.
So,
Okay,
so we'll
say
go to
that.
church
We'll
on
go to
Friday.
church on
We'll go to church
Friday.
on Friday.
Closer to the weekend. I like that.
Like this sounds like something that would happen in Dayton.
Really?
Like, yeah, I don't think that. That sounds like some Midwest guy just, feeling chesty and needs to teach everyone a lesson.
Yeah, I was getting Florida vibes here.
Were you?
Yeah. So, but it was a buffet,
What are you Googling?
At a wedding.
A map of Florida. So I'm thinking, I'm going to go Titusville, Florida.
Titusville, Florida. Where's Titusville, Florida?
It's just south of Daytona Beach.
Okay.
I'm thinking Ohio as you waddle, but I'm going to go farther north. I'm going to go Youngstown.
Youngstown, wow. What's the guy's name?
Mark Rower.
Doesn't sound like a guy from Youngstown.
Is there a specific?
It's speaking of the mob, Youngstown, a lot of organized crime.
I will say this guy does look like he'd be straight out of Youngstown, but it took place in Boca Raton, Florida.
Wow. Boca Raton.
Wow, a ritzy place, huh?
Yeah, that
took place at the Boca Lago Country Club.
I have to say, I don't know if I've ever attended a wedding where it was a food buffet. And I'm trying to remember. Usually, it's like a plate. Might be some family style in terms of.
Oh, you know what? I'm reading here too. Dry wedding.
Whoa! Wow. Stunner.
That was just an angry
total flex.
An angry man.
Or maybe he was pissed there was no booze.
I was going to say,
little hangry.
No alcohol, but he wanted his meats.
Or he brought his own, like you do to the movies.
Yeah, well,
brought a flask.
I don't. Again,
I have done that at a dry wedding before. Just
have you really?
Yeah, flask it up.
My guess is you weren't the only one.
No, it was a large contingent.
By the way,
of the family.
Don't know if I've ever attended a dry wedding either.
Listen, that is an excellent way to cut the cost of a wedding because weddings are expensive.
And also to piss off a lot of your guests.
Well, you know what you're getting.
It's the old double dip.
You know what you're getting. If you're going to a wedding and you don't know that it's a dry wedding on the way there, that would be odd.
It would be odd, but also it would piss you off quite a deal, wouldn't it?
It would, but then I would think...
Almost enough to, get into an altercation if someone cuts you in the meat line.
Listen, I'm not going to pass judgment. I'm just going to say, again, having been part of 2 weddings over the last 2 years...
Yeah.
If we were going to have a wedding that was a dry wedding, we would actually send the invitation with the notation that it was a dry wedding, just so that everybody knew. By the way, just for everybody's knowledge, this is a dry wedding.
Mm-hmm. I think that's very tactful by you.
Thank you.
But I don't think that's the case in every situation. I think some people might not give you that.
So what you're saying is people were going there looking to get their drink on.
Can I ask you
something? Couldn't get their drink on, got angry,
yes,
and decided to pick a fight because somebody stepped in line at the roast beef line.
Precisely.
I get you.
And by the way, would it being a dry wedding impact your gift giving as an attendee of said wedding in any way, shape, or form?
For me, no.
I'm just I don't know. I'm
not going to take it out on the bride and groom because it's a dry wedding, because I may have a passion for alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
It's, no, I would not. I would not. It sounds like you're looking to punish them. You're not going to get as nice of a gift because you didn't serve me booze at your wedding.
Is that completely irrational? I don't know.
I think I don't know if it's irrational, but it sounds aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I've never been in that situation.
Reactive.
So I'm literally just kind of spitballing here as we speak because I've never been in that position.
Take a 0 off that check for the wedding gift. I did not get my Maker's Mark Manhattan.
What do you mean there's no beer at the wedding? 312-332-3776 if you'd like to chime in on that. If you'd also like to talk about the request for too many courtesy cups at the movie theater.
Roy in Minneapolis, I think, has a comment for you when
we'll check in with Roy in Minnesota. And also Aki's A-List coming your way next here on ESPN 1000.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone, up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard, so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe fourth row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
Find the way to lose unwanted body fat and enhance your sex drive at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook, visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. It's time to look and feel young again.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world, Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
As always, Tyler has an array of topics for us to get to here in a moment. But real quick, before we jump into Aki's A-List, let's check in with Roy, who's in Minneapolis, who thinks, I guess, I'm insane. Roy, what's going on? You're on with Waddle and Meller.
Hey, Meller. Hey, Waddle. Great to talk to you, boys.
Hey, what's up, man?
So, Meller, I normally think you're a pretty reasonable guy. I trust your opinions on most things, but this is like serial killer level behavior stuff here, man. I mean, like, so here's the thing. Like, I have a 64-ounce Hydro Flask bottle. I bring it everywhere with me. I don't shame that. I don't hide it. I've walked in countless times to movie theaters with my Hydro Flask bottle. No one bats an eye about it. I think it's publicly acceptable to bring your water anywhere these days. I'm with you. I don't want to pay $3 or $4 for an Aquafina bottle, but like the 4 cups, I mean, that's just odd. I was surprised. It's 0 degrees here in Minneapolis. I'm on a walk with my dog, and I'm like, I got to call in.
Blown away.
Roy, think this is ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question real quick before Meller defends himself. Like, do you take a plate of lasagna into an Italian restaurant as well?
No, absolutely not.
I'm just asking because you're bringing in something that the place you're going into is actually selling, and I'm just wondering whether or not when you bring your flask in or whatever it is, do they ask you Hydro Flask? Do they ask you what's in it, Roy, or do they say, like, listen, you can't be bringing that big old 14 ounces of rum in here?
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just think, I've never been stopped. I bring my water bottle, like, everywhere with me, and it just could be because I'm a millennial and that's what we do. But, like, I've never been stopped about it. And because they just, if anyone will ask, I'll just say it's water, and I can have them sniff it because it is water. No, like I'm like I just think because it's water. That's really the biggest reason why I'm kind of outraged about this because you can just bring that in, and I'm not like again. I like you. I think you have a lot of great opinions, but this shocked me. This shocked me, Miller.
And then listen. I have brought a Yeti container or just some sort of thermos into the
Milk
theater
jug?
in the past.
A milk
I'm
jug?
not like a milk jug like Kevbo over there who has in the past been carrying milk jugs of water throughout work.
Well, that was a water jug. Man. It's not a milk
water
jug.
Okay, fair point.
Whatever. Show my age.
I guess there's been times when we're walking through the mall where I haven't had it on me, and when we go into the theater, I'm not ashamed
You
to say.
only go to theaters that are attached to malls? Is that what you're saying?
Usually, the one we go to happens to be attached to a mall.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Not in the habit of going to numerous theaters. Usually, we have my one that's closest to home, one or two that we frequent.
Yeah.
I mean, do you visit and venture out to?
I've only been to
movie
probably
theaters?
3 movies in 3 years, so I'm not a educated moviegoer.
Listen, I have at times, brought my own water bottle with me, but I'm also not ashamed to say, give me 4 cups. I've got 2 kids and a wife, and I'm going.
But
into
your
the
wife's
theater.
already got her Yeti filled.
I know, but this way, I have an extra one because, like you said, they're small.
Who's carrying the popcorn?
I am.
With 4 cups of water?
How many arms do you
They're
have?
small.
Yeah, you're an octopus.
They're small. One hand for the popcorn, one hand for the 4 cups of water.
Well, the popcorn I'm getting, it's like 2 hands, and maybe my wife has to help me with it.
Too much popcorn. Don't like that. I
thanks for the call,
I get the medium max. Not getting anything more than a medium. No. Too much popcorn.
Do you bring your own butter? Do you bring a little
no.
Melt some
Oh,
butter
no.
before
Melt some
you
butter.
go.
Do you guys agree that when they have the extra butter at the movie theater, don't love it because it's hard to distribute evenly?
Yeah, we don't put extra butter on the popcorn.
I'll put a little dab at the top, but oftentimes it's impossible to distribute it evenly amongst the popcorn in like a satisfying way.
Let me ask you a question.
I see Kev Bo nodding.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, okay? If you're bringing your own water in, why wouldn't you just bring your own popcorn in as well?
Because, again, I'm not insane. I don't want to pay for water. So what?
I'm not. You think I'm being critical? I'm not being critical. I'm asking you,
I'm willing to.
Why would you pay for? You don't want to pay for water, but you will pay for popcorn.
Yes, because water is readily available where we live.
Okay. Do you think that they have the same filtration system in that movie theater that you have in your house?
Again, I haven't.
You may be exposing your kids to lead in the water.
That's what.
What do you think? What do you think?
Now you've got him.
You think I should be concerned about that? So what would make you happy? If like my wife,
What makes me happy is watching you be angry that we're
squirming right now.
It's completely rational to ask for a courtesy cup
Of
at the
course
movie
it
theater.
is. Of course it is. It's just fun to give you hell about it.
All right.
Courtesy cup, singular.
Listen, I'm the dumbass who pays for AOL.
Thank
okay.
you. All right.
I'm the dumbass who pays for the overpriced large water at the movie theater.
As long as we've established our guidelines here.
Yeah.
All right.
I am a self-admitted dumbass.
Listen, I have plenty of dumbassery in my day, so
Yeah.
I'm certainly going to own it, but I think this is not one of those situations. But you guys can all disagree. Feel free. All right, Tyler, what do we got for today inside Hockey Savings?
You know what? I feel bad. I feel like we need to apologize to Miller. We gave him a hard time about his Jalen Hurts
don't
take
have to
yesterday.
apologize,
Now I
please.
feel like we've given him a hard time about his decision to ask for water cups walking in.
We can coming up here shortly. We can also examine me as a parent because I recently received an email from.
And you're going to let me read it?
Yes,
Okay.
you're not you're unaware.
I haven't seen it yet.
What the situation is, so I'm gonna share that with you here.
By the way, I know that you're a fine father and husband.
Thank
so just thought it was weird that you asked for a cup for water when you walk into a movie.
So be it.
You think he's a serial killer, don't you, Kev?
No, that was Roy.
Roy said it was serial killer behavior.
All right, Tyler.
All right, fellas. This was Travis Kelce earlier today, yesterday on his podcast, talking about his future in the NFL, and it is leading some to believe that he may have played his last game
just wasn't our day. Couldn't find a lick of momentum. I'm kicking myself for some of the tiny, tiny decisions I made on the field. I wasn't the best leader that I could be in motivating my guys and keeping my guys, calm, cool, collected. And I put a lot of that on myself as, the guy that's been in the building for 12 years and seen a lot of football and actually seeing a situation just like this in the Super Bowl. It's a tough pill to swallow. It's a hard reality, man. I love my teammates. I love my coaches, Chiefs Kingdom. I'm sorry for how it ended. I have a beautiful life, man. I have loved ones. I have the most amazing family in the world that supports me in everything that I do. And they were all there, cheering me on and hoping for the best on Sunday, man. I wish things would have went different. I wish I would have made better decisions early on and helped my guy Pat out and helped my team, find that momentum or that confidence. But, I just have to tip my hat to the Eagles.
So that was Travis Kelce. Kind of I think there was some other stuff too about
that bite that you just played there did not lead me to think he was quitting or retiring. Mm-hmm. Did it lead you to feel that way?
When I hear it, I wonder. He sounds like a guy who very well could have definitely hung them up if they had won. I really think that was and I know we had this conversation. You think you've said that would have been crazy. It sounds to me like a guy who definitely that was on the table had they won. And I think the only reason he's maybe thinking about coming back is because it ended as poorly as it did for the Chiefs.
Listen, I've said just kind of in general terms, if you are a player that still enjoys playing and has something left, I think it would be silly. And, it's obviously being presumptuous and a bit boisterous to say. I think it's foolish to step away when Patrick Mahomes, one of the best quarterbacks that's ever done it, is in his prime. Mm-hmm. But look, having, retired at the age of 28, almost 29, or no, I was 28 years old when you're done, it's better to leave a little bit earlier than later. And you're not doing yourself and you're not doing your team any favors if, in fact, your heart's not 100% in it and you don't have, you don't have the drive to do whatever is necessary to get your body ready to, or if you think that your body's not capable of playing. So maybe that's where he is. Maybe he, to come back for the sake of coming back is not the right thing to do.
And I know he's talked a little bit about not having been in the best. I think he did address not being in the best shape entering the season this year. And so I think he touched on, approaching things differently if he does come back. But I also wonder, is it as easy if he'll be entering his age 36 season if he does play this year? Is it as easy as just, rededicating yourself at this age now, having kind of let it go for a year? Yeah. I don't know if you can just get it back. And I'll harp on the fact that he really looked really slow this season. And two of my daughters watch a lot of football, and they have been adamant all year. Yeah. And I don't know why. Like, there's no other player that they've had like this detailed report on. Both of them are like, when is he retiring? He looks so slow. I was like, when did you become an NFL scout? But I'm telling you, this year it's been glaringly apparent.
No, you're right. There's no wiggle there the way there used to be.
Yeah, and you know what it was too? I've somebody, maybe it was might have been Barnwell or somebody who mentioned, he's always been so skilled at kind of, him and Mahomes have had that mind meld where they're just on the same page when it comes to sitting in the zone and where they need to be. And he hasn't always been the most, acute route runner in the NFL, but him and Mahomes just have. And so if you can't get by because of you're lacking some of the athleticism that you once did.
He's been getting by with what they call cunning and guile.
Yeah, and maybe there's just not enough cunning left these days to keep it going, because his yards per catch fell well below 9 yards per catch. It's the first time in his career it's ever been below 10.
And maybe that's where you were going next, Tyler. But if
there is a Bears angle to this,
okay,
that I want to bring
up.
But
I was just going to say real quick, that may be a blessing for a Chiefs team if he's not going to dedicate himself to getting back, or he's not capable of, or the clock has just run out on him, and he walks away. that's going to benefit a Chiefs team that does not have a ton of cap space, but does have a ton of needs on the edge with playmakers.
Absolutely. So right now the Chiefs currently have 38 players signed for next season. Obviously, you got to get to 53. They do have a number of draft picks to work with, too. Their current cap space situation is $11.5 million. If, in fact, Travis Kelce retires, that opens up about another $20 million for the Kansas City Chiefs. And number one on a lot of Bears fans' wish lists in free agency this offseason is a member of the Kansas City Chiefs in Trey Smith. If Travis Kelce walks away, that may open up an opportunity for the Chiefs to bring back Trey Smith. Should Bears fans be rooting for Travis Kelce to return next season, or ultimately is there just too many needs and roster spaces that need to be filled up for Kansas City to warrant bringing back Trey Smith?
No, I would say root for Travis Kelce to
come back.
Because we saw, where did this game go sideways for the Chiefs very early? At the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're going to get Joe Thuney kicked back into a guard where he's an all-pro, and you're going to have Creed Humphrey, who's an all-pro at center. You need to find a left tackle.
Sure. And maybe a right tackle, because Jawan Taylor's been kind of a mess, too.
Right. But at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if, based on what transpired in the Super Bowl, that they try to find a way
to keep him. Well, especially, I think that's the key point, is if Kelce's gone, if he retires, all of a sudden there's a path for the Chiefs to re-sign Trey Smith, because they'll have that additional money. And, oh, by the way, you know who really did step in and fill a void last year a little bit was Rashee Rice.
Yes.
Now he was dealing with a torn ACL, so he was out all year, and he'll likely be suspended for at least 4 games next season. But he is the guy who's on the Chiefs roster who, if Travis Kelce retires, he kind of would step in and I think fill the biggest void. Even though Noah Gray has had moments as a backup tight end, I think Rashee Rice's return would be somebody who the Chiefs would look at and say, we don't need to necessarily go out and spend big on a tight end to replace Kelce, because we've got him coming back, and he kind of does some of the similar things that Kelce likes to do.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think Xavier Worthy made tremendous strides in the second half of the season, is proving that he's going to be a difference maker. So, I'm from a Bears perspective, I think it's a good connecting of the dots. I would hope that Travis Kelce would come back, and then it makes it less likely that the Chiefs would have the cap space to bring Trey Smith back to KC.
Jeremy Fowler did his NFL overhaul tiers. Who's contending and rebuilding for next season in the NFL? These are the different tiers. I don't know if you guys have read this and saw where the Bears slotted in. So the tiers are still major contenders, on the cusp, need a postseason breakthrough, teetering contenders, headed on the right track, stuck in the middle but a move or two away, stuck in QB purgatory. This could go either way. New coach, new direction, rebuild in the works. Yep, still rebuilding. If you had to guess, I don't know if you've read it yet or not, but where the Bears are.
Have you seen it?
I have not, but you gave me a lot of
options.
Options, yeah. So
what were the options again for Mellor?
Formulate them again.
Still major contenders.
Nope.
On the cusp.
Okay.
Need a postseason breakthrough. Teetering contenders. Headed on the right track. Stuck in the middle but a move or two away. Stuck in QB purgatory. This could go either way. New coach, new direction. Rebuild in the works. Yep, still rebuilding.
I mean, see, I feel like the new coach, new direction is the one that Fowler will have placed them in, although heading in the right direction was my initial thought. Are they in either of those?
Neither one is correct. I was a little surprised by where they were.
I was too. I thought because these are all kind of in somewhat of order.
And the other thing, too, is I feel like some of these are too similar to deviate, but go ahead. Where does he place
I thought, listen, I mean, new coach, new direction was the obvious, right?
Yeah, but you could kind of see with the group in there,
right?
Too,
because the two teams there are the Jags and the Saints.
Yeah. So the one that they fell into was this could go either way.
Yeah.
And they're grouped in there with Arizona and Miami.
Meaning, try to read the tea leaves here or interpret this. This could go either way, meaning what? That this could get really better, or we could be, worse than 5-12?
I think that's
or just
kind of what they're
treading,
telling you
treading water.
I almost feel like if they're 5-12 again, that's part of either way. I don't agree with that. Maybe
they have 60. It says here they have $60.6 million in cap space and 9 draft picks, and the average age of the roster is 26.3. Those are some of the other specifics. I would say new coach. Yeah, that's where I would have placed them. Was new coach, new direction.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I don't like this at all.
Fowler writes total 20. They have total of 9 draft picks. What's next? He writes, despite last season's struggles, the Bears have balanced adequate roster help and a healthy cap outlook well. They are in a position to spend once again to add improvements for new coach Ben Johnson. The place to start is clear, offensive line. Yes, free agent guard Trey Smith is ideal, but he likely will reset the guard market, and the Chiefs could attempt to keep him. Other options include Zach Martin, Will Freese, is it Freeze or Fries, and Drew Dahlman. The Bears have several veterans whose contracts offer cap space if released, such as DeMarcus Walker, Gerald Everett, and Kevin Byard. So I thought for sure like they would fit better in the new coach, new direction category, not the this could go either way. Because if this doesn't go in the right direction this year, I told you I may be on a bear cot.
See,
I will never bear cot, but you know what I'm saying. Like, if this doesn't get better and this looks anything like what we've seen recently,
I have a hard time envisioning a scenario where it can only be moving in the right direction based on the way everybody feels about Ben Johnson. Listen, he might not ultimately be the guy who leads them to a Super Bowl title, but at the very least, I think he's going to help them enter the new era of NFL football where offense is the key to building a sustained contender. And with Dennis Allen in place, some of the defensive pieces they already have on the roster, they're going to be better than they were last year. They can't be worse. I just can't wrap my head around finding a way where a Ben Johnson-led team is worse than what Matt Eberflus and they offered up last year.
Well, that's why I said that it's odd to me that they're in this could go either way.
Yeah.
I think it can. Anything's possible. But this is what I'm saying. If they don't make progress, which would mean this is going in the right direction, I would be stunned. More than a little shocked. I'm not going to make some stupid prediction. I won't even go as far as last year. I knew there were issues with the coach. I knew there was issues with the offensive line. I can't really tell you where I think they're going to be ultimately till after I see them go through free agency and the draft.
Yeah.
Because I think a real question mark for me is just how much influence will Ben Johnson have on the evaluation process in those two avenues. So I can't imagine that this team is a 5-win team next year. Now, again, we've gone over this. Their schedule is brutal. But that can change, week to week.
Yeah, it looks brutal on paper, but things, like you said, change.
I just don't know how they should have won more than 5 games this year. I'm not telling you that they were a top half of the league or a top third of the league talented team, but they should have won more than 5 games this year.
And so many people around the league, Ben Johnson, they landed the top coach in this coaching cycle,
and arguably for the teams looking to fill out a coaching staff. Wouldn't you say Dennis Allen was the best defensive coordinator hired?
Probably.
So you got the best option at head coach based on most people's opinions.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say the best defensive coordinator that was available to be hired as well.
And some other pieces on the coaching staff as well. Like a lot of people like Antoine Randall, a lot of people like Al Harris on defense.
Yes. I mean, listen,
backs.
I think Bieniemy as your running backs coach is a good addition. So, again, that's just coaches. This is a players' league, but I don't know. I think people are, and I get it. I think people are reluctant to think that better times are ahead because people have felt that way in the past. I think there are a lot of people just sitting back and waiting. I'll believe it when I see it.
If we didn't see the Bears have the season that they had last year, I think a lot of people would be projecting this team to take one of the largest leaps in the NFL this year.
I agree with you.
But there's a lot of skepticism that's been baked into some of the minds. Like, in a vacuum, this team should make one of the largest leaps year to year.
Yeah, again, and now, listen,
when you factor everything in, $65, $70 million of cap space, 9 picks, some talented people or some talented players, and a new coaching staff that is light years ahead of what they've had in the past.
Yeah, like that's the thing is I keep getting back to this coaching staff is going to be so much better than what they had.
Look what they had last time. They had an accomplished defensive coordinator. Who was it?
Vic Fangio.
Where were they? First year Vic was the DC. They were the number 1 scoring defense in the league. They were top 5 the second year, and they got progressively worse as injuries occurred and Mac wasn't available. And then Vic left, didn't he? At what point?
Or was head coach of the Broncos?
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So interesting. Again, it's one man's opinion, but I think that's interesting. Oh, you got more stuff for us?
I got some more stuff.
Oh, you got more in the shed?
There's plenty in the shed.
Plenty in the shed. So we should. You got to save some of it for your solo show tonight when we get out of here.
Oh, that's a different shed.
That's a different shed. Okay.
It's a different shed.
All right, we'll continue to poke around Tyler's shed coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Someone asked the other day, hey, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home, counted how many connected devices I have, and it is a gazillion. Maybe not a gazillion, but it is a large number. All to get me connected and stay connected to the good stuff, streaming, gaming, and all the interneting that I do. You know what I'm talking about, Kev. Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. I'm serious. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, you'll get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call them at 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today to switch. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees are extra after the promotion. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers, chocolates, and a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down. Lucky for you, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner, too. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No awkward doctor visits and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, guys, candy is nice. Jewelry? Sure, but let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember. That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The intensity is heating up as the Blue Demons continue to battle the Big East's best. Huge matchups coming up at Wintrust Arena. The Blue Demons face off against St. John's, Butler, and Georgetown in must-see action. Don't just hear about it, experience it live. Lock in your seats now at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Silvy and Waddle and Silvy today on ESPN 1000 as we continue with Aki's A-List. What do you got left for us, Aki?
All right, this was in Brad Bigg's mailbag. He was asked about if the Bears will be interested in signing Khalil Mack, a reunion with Khalil Mack. Now, remember, this regime traded away Khalil Mack once upon a time. But if you look at his play that he's had on the field the past couple of seasons, I know the sack numbers were down this year, but he's been a Pro Bowler each of his 3 years with the Chargers. He'll be entering his year 34 season. If, let's say, the premier pass rushers out there, your Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett's, Max Crosby's, Trey Hendrickson's, let's say most of them stay in their current spots or the asking price is just way out of your league, would you consider bringing in Khalil Mack for a reunion?
What is it going to cost? What am I paying him?
Let's just say it won't be as much as if you wanted to sign Josh Sweat.
I would be more interested, to be honest with you, in spending more on Josh Sweat than bringing in Khalil Mack. I think Khalil Mack's more of one of those guys that you need a piece. You're a contender, and you can give him 58% of the snaps. You don't need him to be your one, but he can help put you over the top. I would be looking more for somebody that, and I would have to pay more, I know, but I would be looking for somebody that can be play a larger role in my team.
I'm curious to see what his name value will be on the open market. I wouldn't be opposed to it necessarily.
I'd be open-minded for sure.
Yeah, I think the key is you need somebody on the other side of Montez Sweat who can create some more pressure than what we've seen from DeMarcus Walker, right? So, and I'm also open to Matthew Judon. Is he going to hit the market? There's another veteran name who we know that Ryan Poles was interested in trading for, courtesy of Hard Knocks. So whether if it's Mack, if it's Judon, if it's Hassan Reddick, any of those names, I'd be open to. Josh Sweat as well, who, like you said, Tyler, I think he'll probably cost more than Josh Sweat will cost more than those three veterans, but I'd be open to any of them as a possibility. I think the key is you need somebody on the other side of Montez Sweat who can get to the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Some Bulls news that actually just kind of circulated earlier.
They're not good?
A couple hours ago. Well, that's not news. This is from John Hollinger, who did his post-trade deadline power rankings of how teams fared at the deadline. Can you take a guess where the Bulls slotted in?
28th.
He ranked them?
Washington's last, right?
Well, no, it's not ranking the teams. It's ranking how they did at the deadline.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay, so they traded Zach LaVine.
But didn't do anything else.
Move.
But they traded Zach LaVine to get their own pick back. I'm going to say 29th. I think he's going to look at that as a bad piece of business by the Bulls.
I'll stick with 28.
So you guys are both in the neighborhood, but shot a little long here. They were 27th. But
Barely,
based on this piece of news that's going to come out of here, they probably should be 28th, 29th, or dare I even say 30th. Actually, tough to be 30th when the Mavericks are involved here.
That's a good point.
According to a league source, the Bulls had a firm offer to get a first-round pick and take on future money for Lonzo Ball, and instead extended him.
Get out of here.
Wow.
Thank you for turning the music off, Kev. That was the most appropriate thing. I had read where
basically you would be buying a first-round pick.
Fine. Cool.
And
I'll spend money on a first-round pick.
Of course, I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that it would have been a late first-round pick. Or did he say that? Did he write that in the
No, it's not in there.
But let's be honest. It's reasonable to believe that any team that was trading for Lonzo Ball would have been a team that was firmly entrenched in the playoffs because nobody's giving up a lottery pick.
People are speculating it was the Grizzlies.
Yeah, I think so. Fine, whatever. A late first-rounder. Absolutely. What are you talking about? Why did you not make that trade?
You're not going to be able to put lottery protections on it if it's a team like the Grizzlies. They're not going to be in the lottery. And you never know when the next disgruntled star is going to all of a sudden become available on the market. And you could use that as a trade chip moving forward. I mean, this is one of the most...
Again, if you want Lonzo Ball, all they talk about is, and I'm sure it's a great story. He had a procedure done that no other NBA player has ever come back from. I thought he was a fabulous player trending in the right direction before he got hurt. I thought maybe he wasn't the Bulls' best player in that short stretch. I thought he was their most valuable player. I'm a basketball dummy, though. What do I know? But I thought a healthy Lonzo Ball was exactly the key to getting them where they needed to go. You had traded for Vooch, you got DeMar, Zach was Zach, but Lonzo Ball was coming in, plays plus defense, shooting 38% from behind the arc, had improved his shooting, was, a dynamic player, then got hurt. I don't understand how, instead of taking a first-round pick and paying for it, what you decided to do was extend him. I know you like him as a person and as, he's a good locker room guy. Make him a coach.
And let's be honest, Tyler, to your point earlier about the Bulls being horrendous, Lonzo Ball makes them a little bit less bad. Because when he's on the court...
Which is very infrequent.
But nevertheless, he still helps them, I think, move towards winning basketball games. And truth be told, they should be in the business of losing basketball games so that they can increase their opportunity to try and move themselves up in the NBA lottery.
Walk me through the rationale for not taking that path, but ultimately re-upping. And I get it. It was a 2-year deal, 2 years, $20 million, and the second year is a team option, not his option. I get all that. Mm-hmm. But if you could have traded him for draft currency.
If you could have gotten a second-round pick, I would have said, do it.
And by the way,
you're getting a future first round. Now, I don't know what year it's going to be, but still.
I don't care if it's 2048.
It doesn't matter. You should be looking for a first. If you can get a first-round pick for any of these guys.
And by the way,
think about how we actually would have been parading AK for getting a first-round pick for Lonzo.
And some would. I hear the refrain every now and again is that, well, he'll be more available or more valuable in the offseason. What if he gets hurt again?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or what? I think one thing we're learning too, Zach LaVine, for all the criticism that he's caught, actually made a lot of these guys look better because a lot of the defensive focus went to a Zach LaVine. And now all of a sudden, Kobe White, you're number one on the scouting report. Or Vooch, you're number one on the scouting report. Everyone is falling back, and you're seeing that in the production of what they've done since they did trade Zach LaVine.
Wow, that's disturbing.
If you could have had
who was it that was reporting that?
John Hollinger.
Yeah,
and I remember reading, a week before the trade deadline that there was interest in Lonzo Ball,
which was surprising.
Yeah,
who would have thought that? And for a guy, it wasn't like he was cheap. Now the Bulls would have taken on the money for Lonzo, but I think you do that and buy the first-round pick. You hear about teams buying second-round picks. You don't hear about a lot of teams buying first-round picks.
They still refuse.
They drive you crazy, don't they?
They still refuse to fully commit to the direction that they should be heading in.
Yes.
They continue to half-ass it. They trade Zach LaVine to get their first pick back.
And if you don't want to buy their actions, listen to what the GM said when he met the media when the trade deadline had come and gone.
Yeah, we played that day, last Thursday. Ugh, it just continues to be absolutely, at every turn, everything you hear, each new report, each new press conference, there is no direction. There is no plan for what the Bulls, them getting back.
Did they ask AK, I mean, Joe Cowley, I thought, again, I give him a virtual high five for the question he asked. Did Joe or anybody else also ask if they had entertained any trade offers for Lonzo Ball? Or was that not something that was
I remember
broached?
he was. See, I don't know about Lonzo Ball. I remember he was asked specifically about if they had received any trade offers for Zach LaVine that was a first-round pick that was not their own. And no surprise, but AK refused to, actually talk about any offers that they got.
By the way, Casey Johnson followed up on the John Hollinger report and said that we reported multiple times on CHSN this scenario, including from Minnesota before and after his extension news broke. We framed the return as draft capital. Buddy, draft capital and a first-round pick are two very different things.
And again, I still think they should have taken a second-round pick just to trade Lonzo Ball away.
So if it was Minnesota or
bless you
or
thank you,
Memphis, whoever it was, I mean, for all we know, maybe it was multiple teams that were willing to pony up something like this, and instead you extended him.
Listen, you may not think they have a chance to make the playoffs. They're acting like they were offloading Zach LaVine and still trying. Like they will be focusing on trying to make the playoffs.
Well, I still don't think they have a chance at making the playoffs, even with Lonzo Ball. Like
Lonzo Ball's not even playing right now.
Lonzo's been fine. Let's not act like he's a superstar or anything.
I'm not saying he's a superstar, but he's a player.
He's not getting them closer to winning. Even when he's on the floor, he's really not. What is he shooting from three this year? Like
34%.
It's not good.
No, I know, but
he doesn't even play for you every day either.
Again, though, when he's out on the court, he is a player who I think
plays no more than like 20 to 25 minutes.
And by the way, like Vooch just unplugged.
Yeah.
he took
Vooch just unplugged. Maybe he thought he was going to be dealt somewhere, and he was playing hard and playing well, with the thought that somebody, a contender, was going to pick him up. As soon as the trade deadline came and went, he's 0 for 11 for his last 11 threes, and that's covering the last 3 games. He hasn't broken 10 points in each of the last 3 games, which were all losses.
Well, the good news is the Philadelphia 76ers are not winning basketball games, so the Bulls are still firmly implanted in that 10th
That's
spot.
not good.
I know it's not.
I'm not worried about that, really, at all. Quick baseball thing that we did not get to the other day. All the rumors for the Cubs have been surrounding Alex Bregman, but there was something the other day from Ken Rosenthal stating that they could be in on the Justin Turner sweepstakes, or lack thereof, if they do not land Alex Bregman. Is that a good backup plan for the Cubs?
You know what? I would tell you that based on the fact that you're right, Tyler, I don't think there's much of a market for Justin Turner. But listen, I think Justin Turner at this point, based on what you would have to, because he's not going to command more than, I don't know, $3 to $5 million. I would think, right? He's 40 years old. He basically
1-year deal,
like a veteran, a little more than veteran minimum.
Where did he end up at the end of the year this year?
Seattle.
Yeah, he started. Spot? I think the Blue Jays. He signed with the Blue Jays last offseason. Then he was traded to the Mariners, but he still had an on-base percentage last year of .354, which was significantly higher than what Alex Bregman did. And if you're to me. Again, I have enough questions surrounding Alex Bregman where I don't think you want to be in the Bregman business spending any type of significant money. Justin Turner, I think he's still a professional hitter. Defensively, he's not going to give you much, but I think he can be a DH and a first baseman every couple of days during the week. And so he could be a good platoon option for Michael Busch and somebody who you could use as a designated hitter from time to time.
I mean, to your point, look, he's 90 years old. But
40.
His last, same thing. In Seattle, his on-base percentage was .363. In Toronto, it was .350. The year before that in Boston, in 146 games, it was .345. Like, I got to go way up the list to find anything under .350, .345, .350. Yeah. So you're right. I mean, his on-base percentage is pretty appealing.
And Bregman was .315 last year, which, alarm bells should be going off. Sure, Bregman's got, that he's won a couple of World Series with the Houston Astros, and he was a key cog in their lineup. And this will be his age 31 season. But I'm sorry, when he dropped from 366 and 363 to 315, I'd be asking questions. What's going on here? Why did that drop so significantly? Were you selling out for power last year, and it came at the expense of your on-base percentage? That would really concern me. It's all the reason why I don't want to give that guy a huge contract. I just don't think it's money well spent.
Yeah, and
Justin Turner's not going to cost you much at all.
No, and you could cut him. You could kind of put him on the Trey Mancini plan if you wanted to.
Well, hopefully you don't want that Trey Mancini plan anymore. You need somebody who's actually going to contribute. I don't think Justin Turner, though, is done like Mancini was when they signed him. He's actually been productive.
And the shed has been emptied. You got something quick?
Left,
You got something quick?
That's all we got for right now.
No, that's it.
That's all we got right now.
312-332-3776 if you want to talk with us. We got plenty of things on tap here, including I'm going to share with Waddle a note that I received regarding my children and from their high school. I'll share that with you coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Lover's Lane, can I help you?
Hi, I need to talk to a romance specialist.
Hi, Neil, what's going on?
I can't get a dinner reservation for Valentine's Day.
We talked about this last Valentine's.
That's what she said.
Just give her the gift before you go out to dinner.
Out to dinner where?
Relax, Tiger. Once she opens that gift from Lover's Lane, you won't need no stinking dinner reservation.
This Valentine's Day, all you need is love. Find a store near you at loverslane.com.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40, so I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina's way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text EDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 321-321. That's EDGE to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Are you going to be watching the 50-year the special for Saturday Night Live? The reason I mention it is because that song was
Cowbell.
Cowbell was one of the best
Blue
skits of all
Oyster
time.
Cult
You had
Don't Fear the Reaper.
You had Will Ferrell playing a great role, and you also Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
I got to have more cowbell. And I do want to have a conversation about SNL 50. I think we're going to do that on Friday because, of course, on Sunday, that is when the SNL 50 special, which, of course, as Tyler pointed out earlier in the week, when better to do Saturday Night Live than on Sunday evening. But, yes, they will be having the 50th anniversary show this Sunday, so we'll talk a little bit about that on Friday.
Okay, quickly, give us a little background on what I'm about to read. So I have a criticism. And I'll leave the school out.
Yeah.
The name of the school out in my criticism.
But it amused me because this came across my email the other day, and I mean, listen, I think the email explains it all. It definitely was a little bit jarring to receive it, but it amused me.
Well, it starts with, this is the first line, Dear parent of guardian of Alexander. This is coming from a school, a high school. And they say, Dear parent of guardian of Alexander. Not dear parent or guardian of Alexander.
It's a good point.
So you've already lost me.
It's a good catch by you, my friend. Yes, an academic institution.
Yes. Is your son's name's Alexander?
It is.
Okay. I knew it was Alex, but do you guys call him Alexander only when he's doing bad stuff? Have you ever called your son Alexander?
That's a good question.
Alexander!
I'm trying to think if I've ever actually called him Alexander.
Grab an extra cup for the water!
Can't remember the time. I mean, listen, I'm the one who picked his name, too.
Really?
But I don't know if I've ever actually called him Alexander.
Okay. Dear parent of guardian of Alexander at Blank High School, we strive to provide an exceptional education and comprehensive support services for all of our students. We deeply care about the health and well-being of our students and are committed to fostering their academic, social, and emotional growth. We want to bring you to your attention the absences Alexander has accumulated this semester and offer resources and support to help mitigate any potential impact of their academic success. According to our admittance records, Alexander has accumulated the equivalent of 9 full-day absences since the beginning of the semester. These absences include both excused and unexcused absences between the first
day of school
and
the date you received this letter. I received the email equivalent in 2025 of what is the phone call scene in Ferris Bueller.
So far this semester, he has been absent 9 times.
9 times.
9 times?
9 times.
I don't remember him being sick 9 times.
That's probably because he wasn't sick. He was skipping school. Wake up and smell the coffee, Mrs. Bueller. It's a fool's paradise. He is just leading you down the primrose path.
I can't believe it.
I've got it right here in front of me. He has missed 9 days.
So, yes, I received the email equivalent of the phone call in Ferris Bueller.
Says we understand that life circumstances can impact attendance and your students' absences may be due to such events. Managing multiple classes in a high school schedule can be challenging, and it's easy to fall behind even with a few absences. Our goal is
much less 9.
Our goal is to support.
That was implied, not written.
Alexander in preventing any negative academic and social emotional outcomes. To help with this, we hope you will review the attendance resources on our school website that can support Alexander in staying the track. We believe that Alexander is an important part of our school community, and we want to partner with you to ensure they attend school every day and succeed in their academic journey. Please do not hesitate to reach out to your student's counselor if you have any questions or need further assistance. We are here to support you and Alexander. Where's the kid? Why is the kid missing school?
I mean, if you had to guess, why is he missing school?
Because he's going to ski practice.
Not practice, races.
Why don't you just tell him to
we're
get
missing
his GED
a few here and
just
there.
make him a professional skier?
Well,
why not?
Listen, homeschool might be on the table.
My mom got her GED.
But I was just thoroughly amused. It just immediately
Do you know anyone that got their GED instead of graduating? My mom did that.
Thinking. I think most people
just have him get his GED, and he'd just go on the ski tour.
I didn't even share with you this one. Look at that one. Just look at the orange box.
Well, your daughter has also missed 6 days.
Well, she was sick.
Well, you
for
guys
all
just
last
don't.
week,
You
so.
guys don't. Are you guys homeschooling? Or you guys just don't?
Apparently, we just don't attend school. I don't know. Getting.
Do you guys also? You refuse to pay real estate tax?
No.
Where,
we pay
a large
our
portion of it goes to
we
the
pay
school?
our full taxes. I have no doubt. No, yeah.
You just don't send your kids to school.
Listen, I'm sorry. Like just some stuff. Sometimes, in order to attend some of these ski events, they take place on Fridays. So sometimes he has to leave on Thursday night. It is what it is. If you're going to be a competitive skier, some of it overlaps. Now listen,
school.
I'll tell you, my son is very aware that this only happens if he maintains a very high GPA.
So how many classes can you miss before they say, guess what, you're going to repeat your sophomore year?
Freshman. Listen, I think that is going to be something that we're going to find out here very soon because it feels like when you get those emails, it's for a reason.
Truancy is it sounds, isn't that the word for it? Truancy seems like it's a bit of a problem in your house.
Well, we're going to have a conversation with my wife then because she's the one who's overseeing the
so
vast
you guys
majority.
refuse to pay for water bottles at movie theaters and your kids don't go to school?
Yes.
Other than that, everything's great.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, so that's the kind of household we're running at the Miller household. So
it works. Whatever works for you, man.
Yeah, but I was like I said, it was the Ferris Bueller version. 9 times. 9 times. My son
Child
has
Services is calling the hotline.
I was going to say, and by the way, we got plenty of school season left, don't we?
Plenty of school season
Yeah.
left.
Yeah. What?
We
Semester
just
two's underway.
That's my point.
We did just start the second semester.
He's on pace for 18 missed, days of school.
Alex has to hit him with the Cardale Jones. I ain't come here to play school.
Is that what he said?
Yeah,
I don't remember
seen
that. No.
Yeah, Cardale Jones back when he was at Ohio State.
I didn't come here to play school.
I ain't come here to play
Don't
school.
you remember? And also, don't you remember Cardale Jones? Didn't he played a kid? Didn't he play him
in a hospital?
In the hospital.
Yeah.
Cardale Jones, when he was the quarterback of Ohio State, or maybe he had just graduated. I can't remember.
I think he's with the Bills at this point.
Yeah, and he went to go visit a hospital, and he beat a kid like 96-0 at Madden. Right?
Wow.
No. The best part was the report came out that he beat a kid 91-35, and he says it was 98-35 at 91 with 126 left in the fourth.
Just wanted to let everyone know.
What was he there? He was there to visit and boost the spirits.
Yeah, like
a kid that
to
was
hang
in
out. Yeah,
and he put a 98-31 beat down on the kid that he was visiting, trying to lift his spirits.
I know you're in the hospital, but we ain't taking it easy here. This is Madden. We're laying it down. 312-333-7776 if you want to talk with us. I'm Meller. In for Silvy, it's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, you know Connie's Frozen Pizza is the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show, and we always talk about what is true Chicago-style pizza. It's not what out-of-towners and tourists think it is. Chicago-style pizza is thin, it's crispy, it's cut into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's frozen pizzas are classic thin pies made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. It's a tradition. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy. They're exactly what you want on hand when you feel like having pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Getting all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app or details.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads.
A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Oh, yeah, we are now under an hour away from puck drop and the start of the Four Nations face-off, Waddle. Canada, Sweden, tonight on TNT. I know you've been gearing up and waiting for this one.
Well, I could watch that or the second round 2 of Bulls and Pistons, right?
Well, we know how that's going to end, right?
I just don't understand this. So explain it to me. I'm a little late to the party with both the NBA viewing and the NHL viewing, mostly because I don't get it. I don't get the Blackhawks and the Bulls on my cable service. So that's led me to not even kind of pursue the sport in general. Is that kind of weak? I don't know if it is or it isn't. Now that football's over, I'm going to get more involved. Watch my first college basketball game this weekend. I watched
Congrats to you, my man.
Duke and Clemson, and watch Clemson beat Duke. Boy, the ACC not that good. My son-in-law was telling me. I actually watched Illinois beat UCLA last night.
Did you really? On Peacock?
Yes.
You pulled up Peacock to watch college basketball.
He was
last
watching
night.
it. His dad is a huge Illinois fan now.
Look at you rocking the cock.
What?
Rocking the Peacock.
That was like a 15-point game at one point, and then I turned around
close,
in the final seconds. It was a 2-point game. Were you watching?
That one, I was locked in on a different game on Peacock.
He was telling me that while their record isn't great, I don't believe they're a top 25 team, they've got as many some sort of wins in the Big Ten as anybody.
Illinois has some great wins. They have some terrible losses.
Yeah.
So it's all kind of evened out.
I was watching a little bit of, obviously, basketball school, Alabama. Put it on Texas last night. That I caught a little bit of that.
Oh, wow. I didn't see this as well. BU upset number 1 BC in the Beanpot yesterday.
Oh, look out.
College hockey.
So anyway.
Real quick, too, by the way, my dad checking in, he got his GED diploma. I think I knew that, and it slipped my mind.
And he's great.
Yes.
My mom got
One
it.
of the
Well, my
smartest
mom
guys I
got
know.
it because she was pregnant and couldn't finish her senior year because she was.
Well, my dad was, I think, working and had to earn his keep, so went back and got his GED.
That's what my mom did.
So there you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Mom was married at 16. Dad was 18 at the time, I think. I think that's possible, right? Back in the day, it was. Anyway, so explain to me what hockey has done and replaced
the All-Star game.
Yeah.
So this year, in lieu of an All-Star game, the NHL is having the Four Nations face-off. They're having Canada.
So tonight it starts.
It starts tonight. So
Canada and
four nations,
Sweden square off here in a little bit.
4 nations in the Four Nations face-off.
Which is odd to me. Let me interject this, because I think that the NHL is represented by more than 4 nations.
Yes, that is fair. In fact, some might say that Russia is actually might be one of the favorites if they were allowed to field a team, but they right now are currently suspended from international play due to the Russian-Ukraine conflict currently going on, and so Russia is not allowed to partake. Thus, they are not allowed to put a team forth, and so it's Canada.
Is there another country that feels like it's not being represented that deserves to be represented here?
Well, we were talking, and I think Czech Republic could probably field a very competitive team as well. They were left out. And so it's Canada against Sweden tonight at 7 o'clock on TNT. And then you'll have the USA take on Finland tomorrow. That game will be on ESPN. And it's a round robin. So these 4 teams are all going to play each other once.
Mm-hmm.
And then the top 2 teams will compete in the championship round, which I believe will take place next Wednesday. Is it Wednesday or Thursday?
This is really interesting because if I'm correct here, and you
next Thursday will be the championship.
Tell me where I'm wrong here. It looks like the player in the NHL that has actually accumulated the second most points to this stage of the season is actually Leon Draisaitl.
Correct. He's German.
Who's German, so he won't be participating in this thing.
Yes.
Nikita Kucherov, who's third in the league in points.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 of your top 3 point getters in the NHL at this point are actually not participating in this situation.
That would be correct, Waddle.
And Pasternak is from the Czech Republic, right? So he's 9th in scoring.
There will be no pasta party at the Four Nations.
Do we have Finland in this?
Finland is.
We do have
They
Finland.
will be playing, yes.
Okay. You were telling me, too, at least 2 or 3 of the top goalies in all of the NHL are also not going to be on display?
Correct. Yeah, I think
because they're Russian?
You can make the argument that if
why are we doing this instead of an all-star game?
So, yeah, like Vasilevsky and Shesterkin are both Russian goalies. Who.
And I'm sorry, Tyler, if we're stealing part of your show tonight, right now with
the drawing board right now.
Yeah, with the NHL.
That's all right. He'll get back into that at 7:30 maybe during the first intermission.
But please tell me why this is what they've decided to do.
I will tell you. I am intrigued. And I think
by what? Watching teams that don't have the best the NHL has to offer on them?
Well, listen, these 4 nations are going to all have very good teams that they're skating out there tonight.
I'm sure, but some of the best players in the NHL will not be part of this promotion.
They will go on their merry way and take a week's vacation.
You know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to play. We're going to play the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, but Shohei's not going to play.
No Team Japan.
We're not going to have anything from Juan Soto. He's not going to participate.
Yes, the Japan and the Dominican Republic will both be banned from playing, and we'll just go U.S., Mexico, Canada.
How is this a good idea?
Listen, it adds. I think it'll be more entertaining, I believe, than an All-Star game. Do you like watching NBA or NHL All-Star game?
I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Listen, is there any All-Star game you really get jazzed about?
No, not really. But why would you put on something in the middle of the so the guys that Draisaitl just he goes to the Bahamas?
I guess I don't know. It's a good question. What is Leon Draisaitl going to be doing?
Bedard was at the Suns game yesterday.
Well, listen, Bedard could be playing.
Seeing history.
He could be playing, but he was not asked.
Durant, 30,000 yesterday.
Connor Bedard could be playing, but he was not asked.
He was not asked
for Canada.
Was that well deserved that he wasn't asked?
I mean,
did Mark Messier have something to do with this?
No, maybe it was Biz. Maybe it was Biz's fault.
I don't know. Maybe there aren't people that I just find it odd that I just pulled up 2 of the 3 top point getters in the NHL or point scorers in the NHL are not participating in this.
That's a fair. I think
substitution for an All-Star game.
That absolutely, I think, is a fair criticism that I cannot defend. Like some of the best players are not allowed to play because they don't play for any of these, or they're not from any of these. Countries.
Why didn't they put a 5th team in, a wild card team of guys that aren't from the other countries?
I love it. I don't know why they could not have done that. Are
there any Blackhawks on these teams?
There are only 1 or 2.
Teuvo Teravainen.
Yes, Teuvo for Finland. Yes, I think is he the only one, right? I believe
he's the only one because they're very bad. I hear.
That is true.
Kev, since you are a hockey fan, do you understand what I'm getting at here? It
No, yeah,
really
I
doesn't
understand
make a
it.
whole lot of sense.
It's a really stupid, asinine idea.
Yeah. Like what?
Well, here's the thing. If you grew
It's
up,
sort of like the NBA creating an environment where all of your best players decide not to play all the time.
It's not anything like that. Completely. This is completely different.
You're right. It is an apples and oranges comparison.
They're
but
both dumb.
what I'm bringing up is that they have created an environment that doesn't promote their sport or make it as popular as it should be.
What I will tell you is I am going to be more intrigued, especially because the Blackhawks have been pretty bad this year, and they don't compel me to watch them these days. I will be interested in watching this round robin and then ultimately the championship game because I do think the players are going to be playing very hard for their countries.
It'll probably be good hockey for sure.
And so, listen, you may say it's
exclusionary is what it is. You're excluding some of the top players because they don't live in Finland, Canada, the United States, or where? Sweden?
Yes. You're right about that, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be a fun exhibition. And you alerted me to this. Gary Bettman, within the last hour, has just announced that the NHL is bringing back the World Cup, the World Cup of hockey, which for up until 2016 had been something that they had done virtually every 4 years, where countries would compete, and so it's going to alternate with the Olympics.
This is arguably one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
What if?
That you are going to create an event
in the middle of the season?
In the middle of the season that excludes some of your top players because of the countries they're from.
What if they built out a new rink and it was
like a 4-leaf clover?
It was shaped like a plus, all right? And each nation, there's 4 nations, each nation occupies one end of the plus, and we got a little Chinese checkers situation.
So basically, you'd have goaltenders, and it'd be like a 4-way hockey match.
Yeah,
like almost like a demolition pucks out there. Like a demolition derby, Waddle.
This is
where
what
you've
we've
got
done.
4
You're
different
right.
teams.
We are mocking the NHL for their dumbassery.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very excited for the 4 nations face-off here. But the idea that Tyler just presented us with, the demolition derby of 4 nations, I also love. I would love to see four teams.
It wouldn't last
playing.
long because guys would be getting blindsided and you'd run out of players within 20 minutes.
Well, build bigger rosters.
Well, you can't because some of the guys that would be playing actually are from different countries and they're not allowed to participate.
How cool would that be? Demolition derby for hockey. You in? You ever go to Demolition Derby?
No, but it would be right up my alley from where I'm from.
I went to one time, and
I know Kev was expecting me to say yes. I've seen plenty
actually,
of them.
I think
I haven't been to a rodeo either, Kev.
I think I was 11 years old, and boy,
drag racing,
just
and
watching those cars slam into each other.
I have been to like a small track
Demolition Derby,
not Demolition Derby, but a racetrack.
Okay,
back in the day.
Not surprised. I've always wanted to go to see the monster trucks, like Gravedigger.
Gravedigger.
I could get into something like that.
Like a monster jam thing?
Bigfoot.
Yeah, something like that.
You just like stuff that's loud and bright lights.
Partially true, but any of that.
Come see the Gravedigger. Sunday.
Any of that over the 4 nations. That clears the 4 nations. That is so much more appealing to society.
Well, what if the monster truck, if you were from the state of Indiana, you couldn't drive? Indiana, Montana, and New Mexico are not allowed. So they're not going to participate.
That's where all the best drivers are from.
I mean, like, again,
Montana is a hotbed.
This is silly. This is one of the sillier things that a simple person like me, I think, has ever seen.
We shall see if it ends up being
almost
silly.
as silly as your Chinese checkerboard. Configuration of the ice.
We're gonna break it down tomorrow after we observe Canada and Sweden.
Carm's
tonight.
excited about this tonight, isn't
Listen, it's gonna be good hockey. I tell you that.
I don't deny.
But you're right.
I don't deny that it's going to be good hockey.
I cannot defend that Leon Draisaitl, Nikita Kucherov, Alexander Ovechkin, who will probably break Wayne Gretzky's goal record this season, cannot play.
Wouldn't you promote an event that would highlight somebody that is going to set a record at some point in Ovechkin?
Season.
What you did was you created an event that there is nowhere for him to participate or be
They should have gone 5 nations and with the 5th wild card. Draisaitl and Ovechkin.
All they had to do was ask me, Jeff.
This is why they need to workshop stuff with Waddle before they just put it into effect.
Yeah.
All right, we will cross-talk with Tyler Aki coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Heard of the child tax credit? Your CPA has. A certified public accountant can identify all your eligible tax credits and deductions this tax season. Before filing your tax return, call a tax expert today. Call a CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. Brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
This portion of Waddle and Silvy, crosstalk with Tyler Aki, who's in for Bleck Abdalla, presented by Steinhoffels.
By the way, what we just went through from 6 to 6:15 was our version of the hockey show.
Yeah. By the way, the hockey show is also in effect tonight.
Right.
Is it?
Yeah. Barstool Chief and Friends.
And Friends?
Yeah.
We just gave him a little warm-up, a little 15-minute warm-up.
We just Zamboni'd the ice for
Since PB is in Mexico, I was curious as to whether or not Barstool Chief would be in the house.
Chief and Friends tonight.
Chief and Friends. I love it.
Yeah,
You know what?
It's PB and Dreisaitl. He's not in town either.
That'd be great.
He's from Germany.
That'd be great if Chief had on every key NHL player that's not taking place in the or that's not playing in the.
Tyler, you tell me. Am I being? Am I exaggerating this situation, or do you believe that this is like really stupid for a major professional sports organization to do what they're doing?
For an in-season thing. I think it actually kind of works if they did it like the World Baseball Classic leading into the season.
Yes, but again, some of your best players are not even on display.
Yeah, I know.
They should have thought of that before they were born in countries
they were born in Germany,
aren't allowed to take place or aren't allowed to take part.
Like, aren't you trying to build popularity for your sport? Wouldn't you think including some of your best players in the event would be?
I like the idea of the wild card team.
That's what my point.
Yeah.
Wild card team is guys from every other country that isn't represented.
Or what if you got like a couple of like passport guys where like you could just pick off some of the rest of the guys and they can join your team, doesn't matter where they're from.
Do some ringers.
Yeah. Passports.
What are you doing tonight? What's in the shed?
Well, you took all my hockey stuff, so it's going to be a long 90 minutes, boys.
No hockey with Tyler. That sucks. You're going to have to wait till the hockey show at 8 before you get any more hockey.
Yeah. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to see Kev for the whole show today as well.
Looking healthy.
He does look good.
Showered.
Yeah.
You can see me all day Friday, too, brother.
I cannot wait. Cannot wait.
Tomorrow you can pull an Alexander Miller and just phone it in and not show up.
Yeah.
Friday, I'll see you.
Call in.
So what do you got?
We'll talk a little baseball, little Bears,
baseball.
We're gonna spread it all fields tonight.
You know the White Sox reported, pitchers and catchers reported today.
Where did they report to?
Being on the other side of the
Camelback Ranch, my friends.
Other side of the glass would not let me forget it.
Listen, Super Bowl's over. It's baseball season, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's the NBA,
he flipped on the
NBA
MLB
season
network
too,
today.
and the NHL.
It's baseball season. I got the MLB network on the TV up here, like a real sicko, little February juice.
How do you feel about the Cincinnati Reds, their prospects inside the National League Central, Kev?
I think they're going to be in the mix.
In the mix?
You know, I don't think that they're the favorite
What does that mean?
by any. I think that they're better than some and worse than others.
Okay.
Good breakdown.
Breaking it down, aren't you?
They don't call him the best color man in the business for nothing there, Waddle. How about Anthony Rendon undergoing hip surgery?
Oh, yeah.
Yet again, the Angels, he signed a 7-year, $245 million
That's been
deal.
one of the worst contracts in baseball.
That's
hasn't it
my
been?
point.
You were saying earlier too, like that may be one of the worst contracts in like sports
History.
history.
What about Chris Bryant?
This is worse.
Is it?
Well, it's more than Chris Bryant got, what, 180? Something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like 182, I want to say.
What, I mean, is Chris Bryant still on the Rockies roster? Is he
Yes.
expected to play this year?
I think so. I don't see why not. But listen, Anthony Rendon through 5 seasons.
Who would have thought, real quick, who would have thought last man standing of that crew would have been Kyle Schwarber?
I'm trying. Let's see.
Yeah.
Javi Baez?
Baez, no. Bryant,
Where-
no.
Bryant,
Rizzo,
no.
done.
Rizzo's not on
even
our team, right?
Maybe
all the pitchers are
It
done.
doesn't. You know what? It doesn't surprise me that he's last man standing. What is surprising?
Well, the last man standing with the best resume.
But what's surprising to me is that Kyle Schwarber is in the heart of his career,
Right.
And truth be told, I expect Kyle Schwarber to be a very productive for a minimum of 3 more years, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gives you 5 more really good years.
That's my point.
Of
Could
production.
he be like this generation Nelson Cruz?
Yeah, absolutely.
A lefty Nelson Cruz.
I think he's got a shot at 500 home runs. Now, he's going to have to do some work, but if he plays for another 7 years and averages 25 to 30 home runs, he will be closing in on 500 home runs at the end of that.
Kyle Schwarber, you know how old he is?
32?
31. He'll be 32 in May.
And how many career home runs does he have? And when you look at it, over the last 3 to 4 years,
He's got 284 career home runs.
284. And how many, give me the numbers like the last
38, 47, 46, and then it was combined 32.
So there you go. The last 4 years, he's given you over 30 home runs and a couple of 40 dong seasons in there.
32, 46, 47, 38.
And last year, he hit like 260, hit an on base.
He hit 248 and was on base almost 37% of the time.
I mean, he's become a hell of a
It was his
hitter.
best season as far as WAR was concerned. He was 3.5.
Conversely,
and by the way, he plays.
Yeah.
Now, again, you can DH him, but he's available.
Yeah.
He's available.
Conversely, Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Javi Baez, Javi Baez has been. I remember when Mike Valenti from Detroit joined you and Silvy. He even had baseball was not on the agenda, but he offered Javi Baez back in exchange for anything you wanted because he's been so awful in Detroit. They regret that contract almost immediately. Chris Bryant, as you mentioned, Waddle, he's a non-factor in Colorado. In Colorado, where you should be seeing an uptick in your numbers.
Although I will say, Rendon's hit 22 home runs in 5 seasons with the Angels, and Bryant's got 17 and 3 with the Rockies.
Neither is,
but not to toot anyone's horn,
but Rendon's undergoing hip surgery this year, so I don't know if he'll play at all.
Yeah.
Hip
By
surgery.
the way, Schwarber has 21 career home runs and a career OPS of 908 in the postseason. 21 career postseason home runs. And when it's tough, I mean, you're facing the best.
Yeah.
And an OPS of 906. Again, if you would have said however many years ago that he was going to be last man standing with the most impressive resume, what would you have said? No chance.
Again, though, no. See, I always thought he had value as a hitter.
Fine,
I just didn't
but
think
you're going to tell me that after Chris Bryant's 2000 and whatever season, you're going to
16.
Is that
after the MVP season?
Yeah.
No, I did not foresee that. But by the end of his Cubs career, not overly surprising.
The most disheartening thing about Chris Bryant's career is that he should have been a forever Cub, or at least 10 plus, 10, 12 year.
But you're kind of glad he's not.
For sure. I know, but when a guy wins MVP in year 2 of his career,
that's
he should be.
Which is the year after he won Rookie of the Year.
Or at the very least, you would have thought that he would have signed at least one contract after his, his arbitration.
And by the way,
years
he's
were up.
33. He's a year and a half older or almost 2 years older than Schwarber.
He's a college guy.
So, I mean, that's crazy. It's been a crazy run since, and it's one of the things that I think Jed got most right, isn't it?
He got it right.
Other than the Schwarber thing.
But that was Theo, wasn't it?
Was that Theo? Yeah.
Schwarber? No.
Oh, that was a Jed.
They renounced the rights when they could have brought Schwarber back for what would have been his 6th season. And they decided not to bring him back. I think it was $10 million because remember it was shortly after the COVID season, and Tom Ricketts felt like the Cubs were hemorrhaging money, and he didn't want to spend $10 million on Kyle Schwarber for one more year as a look-see. I think what they did, though, they dodged the bullet because, remember, they had a deal basically in place for Javier Baez before the pandemic hit. They were going to sign Javier Baez to a long-term deal, probably $200 million for whatever it would have been, 7, 8, 9 years.
And he said no, right?
Well, they couldn't come
or they took it off the table.
It was entering March, and remember,
and
that's
when
COVID hit in March of 2020, and basically baseball was shut down, and then it was a completely different ball game. Yeah. So they were fortunate.
Instead, they got Dansby Swanson.
So there you go.
Which is an upgrade.
He had core surgery this offseason. He's going to come back, and he's going to be better than ever. Pacoda's got him down for 90 wins. So there you go. They're more than in the mix in the NL Central there, Waddle, the Cubs.
I'm with you.
They're your leaders in the club.
I got to hurry and get out of here. I got to get home for Bulls and Pistons Part 2.
Oh, you're staying here. We're not letting you out of here.
Quick, throw a sack over his head and keep him in for Waddle and Aki.
Yeah. You got another 90 minutes in
No, I can't. I cannot. So that's it? You got a little baseball? You got a little Bears conversation as well?
Bears, baseball.
What's your Bears angle? You like them playing on the opener against the Eagles? You like that possible matchup?
I wanted to go to that game, but if it's the opener,
Philly? Yeah.
Because my mom's an Eagles fan and lives out in that area too. So thought about going, but if it's the opener, I don't know if I want to go to the opener.
Well, it'll be impossible to get
it'll be
in.
a big
too.
pain ticket-wise.
But yeah, I don't. So if it's the opener, then that's off the table.
What other Bears thoughts do you have for us?
Do
Give
a
us
little bit of
preview.
the cap stuff too.
Yeah.
With the salary cap.
You're going to have the conversation about Cole Kmet that the fellas had this morning?
I was going to mention it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting conversation. It really is.
Yeah, and it stems from something that I think was written about by Diana Rossini a couple months ago. And it was interesting at the time because it was never on anyone's radar.
No.
So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
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 All
You're
right.
not in tomorrow, are you, Matt?
I will be taking my son skiing tomorrow.
Will you? Will he be going to school
He'll
tomorrow?
He'll be going to school, and I'll be picking him up, and then as soon as that, we'll be driving right out to the mountain.
So he'll be missing on Friday?
No. Not this week. He will be there all 4 days. No, he missed Monday. But he'll miss
4 days. He's got a 4-day school week.
A 4-day school week this week, my friends. So
see you tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right.
Better be.
Hey, you know what, though?
Need you.
As I
feel a little under the weather, though.
When I drive out to the mountain tomorrow, I will be listening to you, folks.
Can't wait.
We will miss you.
You'll be in my earbuds.
Did we have any guests today?
No. We did not. We didn't need them.
So just thank you
to Kevin Zepak.
Kevy, and
thank you to Tyler Hockey, who will be bringing us home next. How about that? And then the hockey show at 8. All right. That does it for us.
Hurt yourself.
Thanks for listening.
Tyler's next.
Yes. Talk to you later.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
During tax season, your personal info travels to a lot of places you can't control. Between payroll, your home office, your tax preparer, and the IRS, if your W-2 gets exposed, that's just the ticket for identity thieves. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone, up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard, so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead.
With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone. Auto. So what if I need a new one?
We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone. Auto. And what about my old battery?
We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
I'd like you to meet someone who's really special.
It's Bleck and Abdalla.
A real inspiration.
Follow us on the gram at Bleck and Abdalla and at ESPN_Chicago.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. Also, you can take us on the go with the ESPN Chicago app and watch the show on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN 1000 Chicago. You can find all of the latest live shows and from all the other show pages as well, including the Bleck and Abdalla page on YouTube. And be sure to subscribe while you're there as well. Tyler Rocky in for the guys tonight. Chris Bleck has the night off. Abdalla was in with Hoodie earlier today. And if you want to join us, 312-332-3776. And I want to start today with some Chicago Bears rumblings and roster direction, because this is an interesting offseason for the Bears and how they're going to construct a roster. Because as we know, there is a new sheriff in town as the head coach of the franchise, with Ben Johnson joining the fold. And there were a lot of changes that took place over the course of Ben Johnson's time in Detroit, how the roster was constructed, specifically on the offensive side. Lots of different things that went into it, whether it was drafting a running back early on, whether it was finding a gem late in the draft with Amon-Ra St. Brown, making a big trade for Jared Goff in a move that looked like it was going to set back the Lions, when in reality, it's a trade that has really vaulted Detroit into relevance. And Ben Johnson's going to have a big hand in crafting this next roster for the Chicago Bears. And I look at a couple of things that may or may not fit under what Ben Johnson wants to do moving forward. And I think, again, while he's an offensive mind, he has said, I am going to be a part of both sides of the ball. He's not just going to be a one-trick pony with the Bears. Now, he did go out and make the hire of Dennis Allen. That obviously was tailored towards taking a big piece off of his plate defensively. Dennis Allen being a very talented defensive play caller, a guy who has been a head coach in the league, understands what Ben Johnson is dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And there's a good article from Kevin Fishbane in The Athletic talking about some of the potential cap casualties the Bears may face heading into this upcoming season. And it was interesting because he listed off 5 guys, 2 of which were on the offensive side of the ball, 2 of which on the defensive side of the ball, and another, a special teamer in Cairo Santos, the kicker for the Bears. Now, offensively, there is a lot that needs to be changed for the Bears. And even though they sit in a healthy spot salary cap-wise, there's so much that needs... I mean, you're in all likelihood going to have to overhaul 3 to 4 spots on the offensive line. You're going to have to find a third wide receiver. You're going to have to, whether it's in the draft or free agency, look for some upgrade at the running back position moving forward, because speed is something that is so essential for the Bears. And when you look at what's in place right now among all of the pieces on the Bears roster offensively, Speed is not something that jumps off the page from pretty much anybody on the roster, maybe like a Tyler Scott. But how many snaps did we see out of Tyler Scott in his first couple of years with the Bears? Not many. And I just think back to with someone like Ben Johnson, who, again, you had the ability to stretch the field with some of his guys like a Jamison Williams and even with Jahmyr Gibbs and what he brought to the run game there. Speed's going to be an important part. Now, some of that may be accomplished in the draft coming up in April, but you can't fix everything in the draft. There is a limited and a finite number of moves that you can make there. I'm looking more so at how is this team going to be constructed in free agency, because we know the offensive line is going to be a big part of that mix. I would argue the defensive line might need even more help than what's out there on the offensive line and the difficulties that they've had. And there's a couple interesting moves that I think can get you a little bit closer to freeing up some more money, because I think there's some long-term moves that need to be considered as well. When you're talking about not only are the Bears one of the prime teams that are in the mix for guys like Trey Smith and Drew Dahlman, and maybe they go out and make a trade for one of these high-priced pass rushers, but also you got to start thinking about, hey, Kyler Gordon's been a pretty damn good player for us, and a guy that we heard Dennis Allen actually call out by name in his introductory press conference. The only player that was called out by name in the introductory Dennis Allen press conference. Something tells me Dennis Allen, if he's going to be here for the long haul, would probably want to keep Kyler Gordon around. Kyler Gordon's going to need some new money sooner rather than later. And while it's not going to be a Jalen Johnson level contract, it also is not going to be something that's less than $10 million a year if you want to keep a slot corner around like that at a position that has become more and more and more important over the course of time. So I've always thought Ryan Poles has, for all of his deficiencies that we've seen, his inabilities in the draft, his strikeouts in some trades and free agent signings, I do think he's always been cap conscious for the future. Now, is that him? Is that Ian Cunningham? Is that another cap guy in the room? I don't know. But Ryan Poles is going to be the guy that gets the credit for it because he's the one that oversees the whole operation here. And I think because of his ability to always kind of be forward thinking with the cap, it's allowed the Bears to be in the situation where they're at right now. When he tore everything down, that was one of the easy parts of this. But he did take his lumps early on with the cap when he was trading away high-priced guys like Khalil Mack and Robert Quinn and foregoing the ability to re-sign someone like Roquan Smith. Like, those were difficult decisions that he had to make early on in his career as the Bears general manager. But it's put the Bears in the situation that they're in right now. It's put them in a spot where they have the ability to go out and splurge a little bit, splash some of that cash. It's part of the reason why they were able to go out and make a big-time signing with Montez Sweat and make the trade. So where they sit right now, I still think there's some money that needs to be freed up. And the list of guys that was laid out by Kevin Fishbane, Kevin Byard, Gerald Everett, DeMarcus Walker, Cairo Santos, Ryan Bates. When I look at that list, I see three guys where I'm like, yeah, that's an easy cut for me. That is an easy kind of guy to just move on from. Did not get a whole heck of a lot out of them. And I would like to see some other pieces be put in for that money. The three guys that I would single out of that list would be Ryan Bates, Gerald Everett, and Cairo Santos. You add all of that up right there, that gets you about another $11 million. And I could be talked into a DeMarcus Walker too. I could. I do think this team needs help on the defensive line, but it wasn't like DeMarcus Walker was having these world-breaking seasons where you have to keep DeMarcus Walker by any stretch of the imagination. So there is the other name that's been floated out there as well, that being Cole Kmet. And it's something that I brought up with Shay on the Pick a Side podcast. I brought it up with Pat the Designer on the Chicago Bears podcast as well. It was reported by Diana, not even reported, it was floated by Diana Rossini a couple months ago that the Bears could free up an additional about $12 million in money if they were to move on from guys like Gerald Everett and Cole Kmet. And it was just weird to me because even though Cole Kmet had a down season last year, and this was in the end of the season, and Cole Kmet was just kind of an afterthought at that point in the offense. But to float Cole Kmet's name, a guy who Ryan Poles re-signed, he didn't draft him, he inherited him. That was a Ryan Pace pick. But Ryan Poles was the one who thought he was worthy enough of getting a contract extension, an extension that puts him around the 10th to 12th highest paid tight end in all football. And it just struck me as odd in that moment. Cole Kmet. But then you look into what it could do for the Bears. And if you move on from Cole Kmet, you're going to eat about a little less than $2 million in dead money, and you free up $10 million. Here is the way I would lay out the Bears navigating with Cole Kmet moving forward. First of all, if you're confusing him for being a guy like Sam Laporta or Trey McBride, or even being in that realm of guys, you're out of your mind. Cole Kmet's a fine player. He's not an elite player. He's a fine player. But I'm also not getting rid of Cole Kmet for the sake of seeing heads roll. I don't think that's the business the Bears should be in. And I look at what Cole Kmet, a move on from Cole Kmet, what I think I would be, the universe I would live in, where the Bears would move on from Cole Kmet is this. If that $10 million is the difference between you getting a Micah Parsons or a Myles Garrett or a Max Crosby on top of significantly bolstering your offensive line, maybe you go out and you're getting a third receiver too for a low price. But like if that's the difference between really filling out this roster and not, I'd go for it. I could see this team theoretically moving on from Cole Kmet and finding themselves in a good spot, especially when you look at the draft. Does Cole Kmet remind you at all of Sam Laporta, which is the tight end that Ben Johnson found so much success with? No. Sam Laporta is a guy who creates lots of separation. You see him running free on a number of routes. You do not see that with Cole Kmet. And I think the other part of that, too, is you look at this draft, and while there's not there's no Brock Bowers, there's probably one or two first-round tight ends in the draft, but there could be, and there seems to be a number of guys in this draft at the tight end position that are kind of tailored to more of the receiving tight end, more of the Laporta mold and less of the Kmet mold. Now, you can probably do both in some universe, and maybe there's some other players that would be a cap casualty instead of a Cole Kmet, but if you had to pick between having Micah Parsons on your team at the cost of Cole Kmet or not, it feels like it's a pretty easy decision for me. You want to join us, 312-332-3776. You got any cap casualties that you're kind of keeping your eye on as the Chicago Bears, about a month away now from opening up the new league year? 312-332-3776. Tyler Rocky in for Bleck Abdalla.
Bleck Abdalla, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tonight at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Hockey fans, don't miss The Hockey Show with Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief every Wednesday at 8 p.m. on ESPN Chicago. Get expert takes, insights, and all things hockey. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino. Tune in.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
You're listening to Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports. Follow the show on Twitter at Chris Bleck and at Adam A. Abdalla.
Boys are out tonight. Tyler Rocky in for the guys with you till 8 o'clock. Then the hockey show hits the airways. Barstool Chief and friends today. We will have the return of an old favorite on this show. You may notice some of the flakes out in the air today. Some snow on the ground, so we will return to an old favorite, an old Bleck and Abdalla classic a little bit later on. Talking some Bears with you, 312-332-3776. Tyler Rocky in for the guys tonight. And the Bears conversation I really want to wrap around today is what this offseason could look like in terms of some of the signings you can make, some of the potential trades that may be out there, draft stuff, but also how this roster is really molded by Ben Johnson and by Ryan Poles in what seemingly is a collaborative effort. Now, I think Ben Johnson is going to have a little bit more input than what Matt Eberflus did, and rightfully so. Ben Johnson, when you look at some of the gems that were unearthed, I mean, you're talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was a day 3 pick for that team. You went out and built an offensive line over the course of time. Now, a lot of that was with first-round picks, but having all of those guys actually pan out as first-round picks is still something that is to be said of what the coaching staff was able to maximize. Talented guys, but we've seen plenty of first-round offensive linemen flame out. We've seen it in the city. Gabe Carimi, anyone? Right? But getting to your calls here, 312-332-3776. There is the conversation that's not really floating out there, but it was suggested that maybe a Cole Kmet moving on by the Chicago Bears. Is that in the cards? It saves you $10 million. And I know this team isn't strapped for cash right now, but you could become strapped for cash real quick if you want to build this thing into a legitimate contender right out of the gate. Listen, the 5-year rookie window, really 4 years, but I'll say 5 because the 5th-year option is still cheaper than most quarterback contract years are. Year one's in the books for Caleb Williams. It is only going to get more and more difficult to build a roster